Chapter 371 The Strange Conflict Between the Two Parties. What about us? Guanting looked at a group of tents by Mingling Lake, looked at Nishimura Mina, and pointed at the low-level space necklace around her neck. Shall we set up tents too? I have one. The three of them all changed into the lowest storage containers. After all, this was in line with their status as children of a small family. Moreover, the left leg of Nishimura Mina's replica body was also replaced with an inferior mechanical leg. Take a ride. Nishimura Mina nodded, looked at the beautiful Mingling Lake, and said with a chuckle, The scenery here is pleasant. It would be a good thing to stay for half a day and wait for the people from Finling Mountain to come tomorrow. Then, next, the three of them went straight to the lake, took out the tools from the storage container, and pitched a large tent in a carefully selected best location. Mina Nishimura was still very proud, saying that the location was so great. But the people around her, who had arrived early, were so ignorant that they couldn't even pick a location. Guanting looked indifferent, thinking that everyone was here to wait for Finling Mountain. Who cares about this? Do you really think they are here for camping? However, for some reason, Li Guanqi heard the conversation between the two of them, and when he looked at the good land under his feet, he always felt that something was wrong. But I can't tell. After setting up the tent, the three of them fished, chatted, and passed the time, waiting for the arrival of the people from Finling Mountain the next day. From noon to evening, more and more people came to Mingling Lake, and there were more and more tents. It was estimated that 200 to 300 people gathered here. Without exception, they are all below the 1 yuan level, because this is the requirement clearly written on the Finling token. And it is also the rule of Finling Mountain. Anyone who goes to the meeting point cannot exceed the first level, nor can their soul realm exceed the first level, regardless of whether they came to participate in the mountain test. It would not work. During the period of time when Finling Mountain was recruiting new people, this place was equivalent to being contracted by them. Moreover, Finling Mountain only accepts disciples below the first yuan level. Those who are above the yuan level must apply to join in other ways, such as deacons at the 4 elephants level, guest ministers at the 5 elements level, worshippers at the Lioha level, etc. Basically, no one in history has ever refused to give Finlingshan face. First, it does have some face. Secondly, what's the point of not giving it face in this matter? It's completely meaningless. Therefore, although Li Guanqi and the other three felt that they were weak at this time, there was nothing to worry about at the Mingling Lake. This place is said to be home to the first 7th level dream spirit demon species 3,000 years ago. But in fact, it is not even a demon forest. Only ordinary animals roam there. Otherwise, Finling Mountain would not have chosen this place as a meeting point. The moon and stars are sparse. The sound of frogs continued. More and more destined people are arriving at Mingling Lake. But the strange thing is that among these people, there are a few powerful families with a lot of servants. And they look at Li Guanqi and the three of them very strangely. That strange look. As if Li Guanqi and others shouldn't be here. Something's wrong. Late at night, Li Guanqi was sitting by the lake. He suddenly threw down the fishing rod in his hand and frowned. What's wrong? Mr. Jincheng? Mina Nishimura looked at him curiously next to her. Fishing requires patience. Although you didn't catch one all night, there is no need to be discouraged. That is. Guanting nodded and pointed to the empty barrel next to him. Look, I didn't catch any either. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. It's not about fishing, he said helplessly. From noon to evening, those families with a lot of servants looked at us strangely. Didn't you notice? So? Guanting spread his hands. So there must be something wrong with us that's causing this to be noticeable. Li Guanqi looked at the place where the tent was set up. Everywhere we are is normal. The only problem is the good location chosen by Muyanyi. Since the location here is excellent, there is no reason for those who came before us. What if you don't come? There must be something wrong here. Then let's change places. Nishimura Mina suddenly understood. No matter whether it is a problem with the camping spot or not, changing the location has both advantages and disadvantages. Guanting! Go! Nishimura Mina looked at Guanting. Oh! Then Guanting ran to put away the tent and moved to another location. During this process, both Li Guanqi and Nishimura Mina stood there, observing the eyes of those around them. As expected, the expressions of those families, who had cast strange glances before, had changed. It seemed to mean regret. It was as if there was something exciting to watch. But now there was nothing to watch. It seems we guessed correctly. There is something wrong with the original camping spot. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. How about I go ask them why? Nishimura Mina hesitated. Forget it. One more thing is worse than one less thing. As soon as she said it, the woman denied herself. Before the opening of the mountain festival, they prefer not to attract anyone's attention. If they interact with people, they will inevitably attract attention. But their goal was quickly achieved in another way. They just wanted to know why they couldn't camp in the good spot they originally had. However, almost 2 hours later, another group of newcomers arrived at Mingling Lake, and after walking around in a circle, the final camping location they chose was exactly their original location. This team is the same as the 3 Liguanchi, a 3-person team, and they are also configured with 2 men and 1 woman. The leader was a man in white clothes carrying a black sword box. Interestingly, this person is also a fellow practitioner of martial arts and conjuration. However, the aura of alien blood in his body is not strong. Judging from Liguanchi's experience and using data, it is estimated that it is only between LV2 and LV4. But the aura of spiritual power is very obvious, and there is a faint tendency of condensation. This person's spell cultivation is at the peak level of Bujinpin, level LV9, 9.9. As for the 2 companions of the white-clothed young man, the aura of strange blood in their bodies was extremely strong, and they were obviously at the peak level of the unqualified ones. In terms of data, it is at the level of LV9, 9.9. The cultivation levels of these 3 guys are just below the 1 yuan level standard for accepting disciples at Finling Mountain. Liguanchi paid special attention to them, and wanted to see what problems would arise if they camped in this place. The answer to this question gradually emerged as the sun rose in the early morning of the next day. On the outskirts of Mingling Lake, a group of newcomers slowly arrived. This group of guys was the most powerful, with hundreds of servants accompanying them. Which family are you from? You don't understand any rules. One of the young men in Chinese attire looked displeased and walked up to the 3-man team. His tone was disgusting and condescending. Don't you know this is where my wife family resides? We made a reservation half a year ago. How dare you camp here? The wife family? Liguanchi, who was standing not far away watching the excitement, turned to look at Nishimura Mina beside him. I remember you said on the way that among the group of Fuji Terra disciples who now control Finling Mountain, there is a youngest at the peak of Lyoha level. Junior brother. Your name is Awaisha? Good. Nishimura Mina looked at the conflict there. Frowning. Iwai saw himself was an ordinary disabled child born in the slums, and was later met and taken away by Fuji Teru. He is a generational guy. After he became a Lyoha level conjurer, he chose to reproduce and spread his branches. Among the many descendants, Iwaisaw found a child who could be blessed with different blood, and then fully supported this branch, tilting resources, and forcibly smashed it into a second-rate different blood family. The strong ones in the clan have 5 elements. A super different blood warrior. People from this branch are the direct descendants of the Iwai family, and can live at the foot of Finling Mountain. But apart from that, there are actually several descendants of Awaisha who have been successfully infused with different blood. But they are so bad that they have been reduced to branches, and are not qualified to live at the foot of Finling Mountain. And this group of people looking for trouble are basically the descendants of the Iwai family, because they are not qualified to live at the foot of Finling Mountain. They are like us, waiting here for Finling Mountain to recruit new people. Mr. Jincheng, look at that man who looks very arrogant and wears luxurious clothes. He looks like he is almost 20 years old, but his cultivation level has not reached the 1 yuan level. He is just a low-grade different blood warrior. This talent is so low-end. It is definitely at the level of a branch of the Iwai family. I think we must have missed some information. The Burning Spirit token began to display the meeting point address as early as a year ago, and this branch of the Iwai family should have announced in advance that the campsite at Mingling Lake was their reserved territory, and no one else could take it away. I'm sorry. It was my mistake. The Nishimura family didn't collect this information. If Mr. Jincheng hadn't insisted on changing the camp location last night, the 3 of us would have been in conflict with that group of people now. But I'm very curious. The Finling token clearly stipulates that fighting at the gathering point is not allowed. If they have a conflict, how will Finling Mountain deal with it? Having said this, Nishimura Mina frowned slightly and looked around. They were not the only ones watching the excitement. The various families and small groups waiting for Finling Mountain to recruit new people had already gathered together at this time. After all, it is human nature to watch the excitement. Speechless, Guanting, who was standing next to him, had a look of confusion on his face. These people from the Iwai family have just arrived now, and the new recruits from Finling Mountain will arrive today. They can't even stay in Mingling Lake for a day. And they still care about the location and territory of their camp. It's normal. Nishimura Mina looked calm. Yes, because the more people lack something, the more they want to prove something. Li Guanqi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the excitement while saying, as Mina said, these branch children of the Iwai family are not even qualified to live at the foot of Fenling Mountain. The children of the clan have to come here and wait like us. Go to Fenling Mountain to receive new ideas. This is enough to explain the current downturn of this group of Iwai family branches. And they care so much about their territory and the words they have released. Just to prove that they are members of the Iwai family. To prove that they are special and superior. This lonely branch of the Iwai family usually lacks respect. So they want to prove themselves and be respected. Because of this, they were particularly disgusted with the 3-person team occupying the camping spot. Maybe eating. You think this is funny. But it is exactly the truth. And the most important thing is that the person who occupied their camping spot is only a 3-person team. Take a look around. Although Fenling Mountain stipulates that no one above the Yuan level can appear here. But for those who are truly powerful, servants are indispensable. And they must bring at least a dozen or 20 inferior different blood warriors to support the scene. But look at that 3-person team, which has no servants at all, and is weak in strength. At first glance, it looks like they are from common people. My territory has been occupied by 3 weak persimmons. Why don't you hurry up? You can still earn some face again. This is what those Jing family branches are thinking at the moment. But I still feel a little strange. If there is no other special reason in this matter, it is that this group of Iwai family branches are too reckless. Because if you look at the 3-person team, each of them is not at the peak level. Although they did not bring any servants. Their cultivation level is very strange. As if they were deliberately suppressed and wanted to press the line into Fenling Mountain. What if the 3 of them are not from bad backgrounds? But they are just too lazy to bring an entourage? Fenlingshan doesn't need to ask about the origin of its disciples. Because Fenlingshan doesn't care. But power is power. And people are people. How can the disciples of Fenling Mountain not recognize each other's origins? Especially this group of desolate Iwai family branches. They are just a branch. If they really want to offend someone, can they still expect the Iwai family's direct descendant and ancestor, Iwai Sa, to support them? So I still feel. Speaking of this, Li Guanqi looked at the branch of the Iwai family not far away and frowned slightly. This conflict seems a bit strange. I always feel that something is wrong. This is so weird. It is hard for me to believe that this conflict really happens in the world. Is there such a reckless playboy with a small family and a bad temper? Forehead. Guanting was stunned. He suddenly felt that such a small matter of competing for position could be analyzed by Li Guanqi so much. Is it because he thinks less? Or is this, Mr. Jincheng, thinking too much? Joke! Is your name written here? While Li Guanqi and others were chatting, the 3-person team at the camp also negotiated with hundreds of people from the Iwai family branch for a long time. But in the end, it did not become a trivial matter. Instead, the conflict escalated. A team of 3, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader is a young man in white, who carries a sword box on his back. The other man was wearing black clothes and had a burly figure. More than 1.9 meters tall. He was now standing in front of the richly dressed young man from the Iwai family branch. Looking around, looking at the green grass and clear lakes around him. And smiled angrily. You said this is your family. Does it belong to your family? Ah. As soon as these words came out, a sharp look flashed in the eyes of the young man in fine clothes. Do you know who I am? Who do you think I am? I want to know you. The man in black sneered. Seeing this, the woman in green clothes next to him frowned slightly, walked up to the young man in white clothes, who was carrying the sword box, and whispered into her ear, Brother, we'd better not have a conflict. The young man in white had calm eyes and no reaction. It seems you really don't know me. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up slightly. He looked at Guan Ting and chuckled. Then let me explain it to you. My name is Iwai Yuno, and I am from the Iwai family. The last 5 words are extremely emphatic. I don't care which family you belong to. Get out of here and don't get in my eyes. The man in black looked impatient. Iwai Yuno and the hundreds of Iwai family members behind him were stunned on the spot. What's going on with them? They want to join Fenling Mountain, but they don't even know the Iwai family. Huh? Where did this bumpkin come from? Ha! When I saw them camping there, I knew that they would definitely run into the Iwai family. And now it turns out to be true. Not necessarily. Maybe the 3 of them know it. And they also know that this family is a branch of the EY family. But the power behind the three of them is greater. So they don't take it seriously. No matter what, there will be something good to watch. At this time, the people from the different blood families nearby had all stood up, dispersed from each other. But they all looked here with interest. It is human nature to like to watch the excitement. Don't you know the EY family? EY looked at the man in black and suddenly smiled sinisterly. It doesn't matter. I will impress you. Right now. Somebody come! He shouted sharply. And 9 people immediately came up behind him. These 9 people seemed to be thin, but they exuded an extremely strong aura of strange blood, as if there was some amazing power contained in their bodies, waiting for an opportunity to riot. An inferior warrior of different blood. The pinnacle. Just like the 3-person team. These 9 people are all at level LV9. Looking at the 9 people walking up, the man in black didn't speak anymore, but had a cold expression and pressed his right hand on the handle of the katana at his waist. The woman in green clothes in the team of 3 suddenly felt her heart skip a beat when she saw this action. She gently tugged on the sleeves of the young man in white clothes and whispered in his ear. Brother, the rules of Finling Mountain do not allow fighting and killing each other at the gathering point. If the rules are broken, it is not certain whether these EY family members can enter Finling Mountain. But there is definitely no chance for us 3 outsiders. So we should not create any trouble. Well, how about we apologize to him and change places? Although the voice was soft, it was still heard by the man in black. Hello! He turned around and looked at the woman in green with some displeasure. Are you so afraid of trouble? The woman in green gritted her silver teeth, stepped forward and whispered in his ear. Silly man. This is called sizing up the situation. We are all outsiders. How can we fight with these EY family members? Is there something wrong with your brain? I've never been angry like this. The man in black had no expression on his face, his right hand firmly holding the handle of the knife at his waist. The woman in green was speechless for a moment. The situation is obvious for both of them. The man in black's temper did not allow him to suffer this loss. The idea of the woman in green is that she does not want to conflict with the EY family on Finling Mountain's territory. Even if they are a branch, the EY family is still the family member of Finling Mountain. It would be too much of a disadvantage to quarrel with them. So, fight or not? No, they were not the ones making the decision. Nor is it the young man in white who leads the 3-person team. Kill them! If you dare to offend the EY family on Finling Mountain's territory, they will die 10 times. EY's voice was cold, revealing undisguised murderous intent. Yes! The 9 EY family samurai beside him instantly drew their swords and rushed out with great momentum. Everyone, please calm down! Seeing this, the woman in green quickly spoke up, hoping to turn the conflict into friendship. It's a pity that the 9 people who rushed out were obviously not interested in listening to her nonsense. In an instant, a middle-aged samurai held a sword in both hands and slashed at her. Chapter 372 The Strange Young Man in White. Takada Aoi. Mr. EY, we don't mean to offend. If we are new here and don't understand the rules and accidentally take your place, then we will leave now. Facing the attack from the EY samurai, the woman in green was so frightened that she quickly ducked sideways, narrowly avoiding the powerful and heavy sword. Etc. EY suddenly stopped. The woman in green looked happy. Take this bitch. EY looked up and down at her seductive body that was wrapped in green clothes but could not hide her hot figure. The corners of her mouth were slightly hooked, and there was undisguised desire in her eyes. Keep this bitch and kill the other 2. The woman in green's expression froze. Is this how you assess the situation? The man in black looked at the woman in green with a half smile. Why don't you go accompany this bastard and toss around in the grass next to him a few times, so that you don't have to move your hands? You can only move your waist and mouth. The woman in green closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were full of killing intent. Shut up and kill me. As soon as the woman in green finished speaking, she pulled out a green soft whip from her waist, and her whole body burst out instantly, leaving only a phantom in place. So fast. The elderly samurai of the EY family, who had previously attacked her, was shocked. Before the person could react, the woman in green launched a fierce attack. Although she held a soft whip in her hand, the first attack she launched was to raise her slender legs, like a phantom. Before she even had time to see clearly, she kicked out hundreds of kicks like a storm. Bang, 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 bang. However, amidst this muffled sound, this ordinary-looking middle-aged warrior opened his fingers, and a white light curtain appeared in front of him. blocking every kick of the woman in green. What the hell? Superpowers? The woman in green looked at this strange light screen that appeared out of thin air and was full of doubts. But her legs still kept moving. Boom! A few seconds later, the woman in green flew into the air, and her fair and plump right leg was thrown from top to bottom like a steel whip, directly smashing the light curtain into pieces. Puff! The light curtain shattered, and the middle-aged warrior was completely defeated. Then he was hit by an angry kick from the woman in green, which hit the Tianling guy hard. The middle-aged warrior suddenly began to bleed from his orifices, and his eyes became blurry. The Tianling cap was smashed, and the brain was naturally severely damaged. Boom! Then the woman in green whipped out another whip. The soft green whip with a sharp cone was like a poisonous snake, passing through the heart of the middle-aged warrior and stabbing it to pieces. Brain, heart, both lost. Die! He's dead? The other 80Y family warriors looked at this scene blankly, somewhat unresponsive. Even Jin Tian de Quan's light shield ability can be smashed with force. It's a very interesting kick. One of the old men looked at the woman in green with an indifferent expression and a sinister smile on his face. Forget it. This loser Jin Tian de Quan will die when he dies. We can still get a share of his reward later. Let me tell you now. What is superpower? After saying that, the whole body of this rickety old man was suddenly filled with layers of white mist, exuding an astonishing cold air, and even the surrounding leaves and grass were covered with frost. Oh! Li Guanqi, who was standing not far away watching the excitement, suddenly raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Control ice? The previous one was a light shield again. It seems that these samurai of the EY family are just servants and followers, not members of the EY family. By the way, this old man's ice control is exactly the same as his initial ability. And judging from this level, this old man not only has a physical body of 9.9, but his soul level is estimated to be at least LD. The more Li Guanqi watched this farce of conflict, the more he felt something was wrong. Because the cause of the conflict is so trivial, and when we delve deeper into the logic, it always feels weird. Wait. A young man in white, a man in black, and a woman in green. 2 men and 1 woman. A team of 3? Him, Guanting, and Nishimura Mina. Isn't this the same configuration? It's a great blessing for a bitch like you to be favored by my young master. Why don't you hurry up and arrest her? While Li Guanqi was watching the excitement and pondering the strangeness of this conflict, the conflict not far away was already intensifying. The old man from the EY family shouted loudly, and with 5 fingers on his right hand like a hook, he quickly grabbed the woman in green. At the same time, he was still exuding an astonishing cold air, instantly freezing the grass beneath the woman in green. But the woman in green didn't notice it for a while. Seeing the old man coming, she subconsciously wanted to avoid him. However, when her toes touched the ground, they hit the slippery ice, and they suddenly slipped. Suffer it. The woman in green clothes lost her balance and was immediately horrified. She could only watch the old man, who was full of cold air, getting closer and closer to her. Call. In the silent scene, everyone heard a breath. There was an extremely dull sound, like a heavy breathing like rolling thunder. Many onlookers turned to look. I saw the man in black bending over, holding the handle of the knife at his waist with his right hand, and lowered his head to draw the knife. Base. Draw the sword suddenly. The purple-red saber energy moved vertically and horizontally, rolling over more than 10 meters. The direction was towards the old man who was exuding cold air, feeling a terrifying threat beside him. The old man suddenly trembled and looked sideways in horror. The sword energy is too fast and disappears in an instant. No time to escape. At the critical moment, the old man's eyes were about to burst. The cold air suddenly surged, and in an instant, a thick ice shield formed around him. But this ice shield, which was used up by all the old man's spiritual power, was vulnerable to the sword energy of the man in black. Boom! A loud bang. The sword energy flashed through, and the ice shield was split into fragments all over the sky. Amidst the ice shards flying all over the sky, the sword energy has not dissipated. In the end, it still hit the old man. Puff! A bloody gash was ripped open in the old man's chest in an instant, and his heart was cut into pieces. At the same time, his whole body was knocked backwards by the sword energy, and he fell to the ground and kept wailing. A warrior of different blood, who is not even at the Yuan level. In fact, as long as he loses his heart, There is a high probability that he will die directly. But no matter what, it is certain that he will be unable to fight again in a short time. The man in black held the knife in his right hand and looked at this scene in shock. He was struck by his sword-like power. But he didn't die directly. However, Yuno and others, as well as those members of the immortal cultivating family who were watching nearby, were even more shocked than him. Li Guanqi and the other three were also a little surprised. Heh! Interesting. Guanting touched the long knife at his waist and chuckled. That kid is obviously not at the first level. So how can he emit sword energy? Is it a supernatural power? He actually combined the supernatural power with his own swordsmanship? The Sakura Shogunate does not distinguish between swords. Although Guanting is from Daluo, he actually grew up in the Sakura Shogunate. Under his influence, he also likes to call knives swords. Are you all hacking idiots? At this time, Yuno finally became angry and furious. Are you going to go in one by one? Go together! Go together! Kill them! Yes! Seeing that their son was angry, the remaining 7 samurai of the Iwai family finally did not dare to take it lightly anymore. At this moment, they rushed out at the same time and jointly attacked the woman in green and the man in black. In the blink of an eye, everyone was fighting together, and the battle was fierce and indistinguishable. The people around me applauded and even shouted at them. Puff! Suddenly, the man in black, who had performed outstandingly before and slashed with a sword, was still defeated by the 4 enemies. He was kicked away and hit a tree. He vomited blood and turned pale. The woman in green originally wanted to step forward to rescue her, but 3 strong winds hit her at the same time, forcing her to retreat. The 3 Iwai samurai's attacks were so fierce that the woman in green could only rely on her own body and light skills to barely dodge them, let alone rescuing the man in black. She didn't know how long she could last in this high-speed dodging state. The woman in green and the clay bodhisattva are crossing the river, unable to protect themselves. The man in black was exhausted and could only watch helplessly as the samurai of the Iwai family opposite drew out his short sword from his waist and slowly walked towards him. Every step is like a countdown to death. Interesting. Li Guanqi, who was not far away, saw this and turned his attention to the other side. The 3-person team, the man in black and the woman in green, are fighting. Where is the young man in white who leads them? No figure was seen. On the spot, there was only an open black sword box, which was empty. Li Guanqi remembers it very clearly. This is the sword case used by the young man in white. The sword box is here, but it's empty. So, where did the sword go? Chong! Suddenly, the sound of a sword soared into the sky and resounded throughout the sky. Ah! Li Guanqi raised his head slightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It turns out that the sword is in the sky. Call out! On the battlefield, just when the Iwai family samurai was about to cut the throat of the man in black with his short sword, a flying sword suddenly came through the air. The speed of the flying sword was so fast that the person was pierced through the heart by the flying sword without even reacting. Blood spurts. This bloody flying sword circled in the air, and at the same time 6 other flying swords passed by it. A total of 7 flying swords all flew towards the ground. The direction they were going was surprisingly towards the woman in green. What? Flying sword? Damn it! It's object control. This guy is a conjurer. Although the speed of the 7 flying swords was fast, 1 person had already died, so the 6 surrounding Iwai family warriors were alert. The 7 flying swords only forced them back, but they failed to kill any more people and did not achieve any results. And the 7 flying swords did not pursue them. After forcing them back, they flew back into the air. The bloody flying swords returned to their master like wild geese returning south. Elder brother! Seeing this, the woman in green skirt suddenly smiled. Who else can wield the 7 flying swords? The young man in white. I saw the man dressed in white carrying the sword box again, with 7 silver flying swords circling around him, as agile as a silver bird, and as murderous as a silver falcon. I don't like to look for trouble, but I'm never afraid of trouble. The young man in white stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at Yuno coldly. A mere branch of the Iwai family. The behavior is simply more arrogant than the direct line of the Iwai family. Your name is Yuno? Okay. You want to die. Then I'll let you die. Ah. Yuno sneered back. I think you are crazy. Brother, be careful. The woman in green clothes not far away suddenly showed an anxious look on her face and shouted a reminder. But in fact, long before the woman spoke out, the young man in white had already felt 6 strong winds coming from behind him. Those 6 different blooded warriors, who were not at the peak of their level, launched an offensive again. However, the young man in white looked calm and did not panic at all. With a slight turn of his head, he avoided the punch wrapped in blazing flames. The punch was too deliberate. Even with my back turned to you, I knew you were going to hit the back of my head. The young man in white slowly turned around, and at the same time, a flying sword instantly stabbed out, piercing the heart of the Iwai family samurai, who was glowing with fire and fierce momentum. Then the sword tip moved upwards, and then split the head into 2. Are you even more stupid? You yell before punching, for fear that others won't know you're coming? The young man in white just stood there with his hands behind his back. But another flying sword whirled out, cutting off the head and heart of another Iwai family samurai like a sickle. And you, if you want to sneak around and attack me when I turn around, don't make such loud footsteps. Following a whisper from the young man in white, another flying sword fell from the sky, piercing the top of his head and piercing his heart. You two are even more stupid. You just draw a knife with so much strength. Even the deaf old man can hear the sound of the blade cutting through the air. Who do you expect to be able to cut? What's more, how can anyone use a sword like you? Holding your hands high and slashing with a knife is equivalent to opening up holes all over your body. If you miss with the knife, isn't it equivalent to death? Like now. The 2 flying swords flashed away, cutting off their heads and piercing their hearts, cutting off their vitality. In a short period of time, he easily killed 5 people. There is only 1 person left. The young man in white looked with cold eyes as he looked at the trembling Iwai family samurai, who was the only one left a few steps in front of him. You don't have a big problem. Your actual combat experience is okay. You just can't defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 flying swords shot out of the air. Each of the 7 flying swords used an exquisite sword technique. The shadows of the swords flickered. No matter how hard the Iwai family warrior resisted, he was still invincible despite being filled with raging fire. In the end, he was chopped with 7 flying swords until his whole body was covered in blood. Soon his brain and heart were severely damaged, and he died. Immediately afterwards, another flying sword flew out and directly killed the Iwai family samurai in the distance, who was seriously injured by the man in black. Since then, all the 9 unqualified peak warriors sent by the Iwai family have died. I have power, but I don't know how to control it. The young man in white shook his head. Not far away, Li Guanqi crossed his arms and looked at this young man in white with great interest. Interesting. Really interesting. Fighting is not just a comparison of strength. It's momentum, luck, skill, and various factors that are intricate and closely intertwined. Simply being strong, unless it is so strong that it can crush you, can be compensated by other advantages. Just like what the young man in white did just now, relying on actual combat experience and object control spells to control the flying sword to crush these pure powers. He can be regarded as the 6 different blood warriors at the same level who are not at the top of the level. Although the conjurer has a natural advantage when facing different blood warriors. But the problem is that the young man in white did not take advantage of these advantages. He simply used his object-controlling flying sword and combat experience to win the battle against 6. And his combat experience is too terrifying. An inferior object control technique. What level is this spell? For 99% of low-level spellcasters, this spell can only control 1 item and perform rigid movements, without the ability to perform more detailed micro-manipulation. However, in the hands of the young man in white, this object control technique was much more advanced. He can even control 7 flying swords at the same time and perform 7 different exquisite sword techniques. This is definitely not the fighting level of a low-grade magician. Absolutely not. Li Guanqi always felt that this young man in white was just like him, Guanting, and Nishimura Mina at this moment. In the weak body, there is a strong consciousness hidden, but unlike the 3 of them who were low-key, this man in white was too high-profile. Hey! Li Guanqi glanced at Guanting and Nishimura Mina, and whispered, "This one in white clothes is a bit strange." There were people around him, and they were all different blood warriors with super hearing. He couldn't say more, and with his current body condition, he couldn't transmit the sound. But Guanting and Nishimura Mina are not fools either. The 2 looked at each other with solemn expressions. Obviously, they both saw something wrong with the fighting ability of the young man in white. Of course, there is combat genius. But the problem is that it seems too coincidental that such a fighting genius appears at this juncture. I love this place where I'm camped now. At this time, At the battlefield, the young man in white walked slowly, and came to Iwayuno. Because he was taller, he looked down at the young master of the Iwai family branch. I don't care if you, a branch of the Iwai family, have promised to reserve this camping spot in advance. The young man in white looked at Iwayuno and said calmly, but it's useless to say it in advance. You have to actually set up camp. Since I came first and set up camp first, there is no reason to give up. Asshole. Iwayuno's face was extremely ugly, as gloomy as if he could drip water. What's your name? Takada Aoi. The man dressed in white with a sword box on his back looked proud. If you want to use the power of your Iwai family against me, just come. He looked calm and confident. I'll wait. Iwayuno looked gloomy but remained silent. The people from the different blood families around them were also silent, because they have never heard of the name Takada-san, and they can't remember any big family with the surname Takada. Li Guanqi, who was not far away, had an expressionless face. This name is most likely nonsense. Ha ha. Interesting. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared out of thin air next to Iwayuno, and in front of the young man in white. He has white hair and white clothes. Although he is old, his waist is straight. Seeing this person appear, Iwayuno looked surprised, as if even he himself didn't know that this person was accompanying him. The old man ignored him, but stared at the young man in white. Takada-san, with a smile on his face. Although I have never seen much of the world, to be honest, in more than 80 years of life, this is the first time I have seen someone like me. Chapter 373, The 8 Burning Spirit Craftsmen. The Iwai family's secret prophecy. Takada Aoi stared coldly at the old man of the Iwai family in front of him. Not far away, Li Guanqi also had slightly focused eyes. Another one. This old man, like Takada Aoi, is a master of both martial arts and spells. It's just that compared to Takada Aoi, this old man's physical strength and spiritual power are almost the same. And the aura of strange blood in his body is definitely at the level of LV9. The physical body of LV9. The spiritual power of LV9. The pinnacle of martial arts and spells is the gathering point of Finling Mountain. The ultimate level of cultivation allowed by the rules. I admire you very much. The white-haired old man looked at Takada Aoi and said with a smile. But as the Iwai family, although we are a branch, it is precisely because of the branch that we cannot lose the face of the main family, even if the face of the branch falls to the ground, which is equivalent to the host's face being lost and must be picked up. After that, the old man slowly rolled up his arms and sleeves, then bowed his head slightly, and saluted the young man in white. I, Kosuke Iwai, need to fight you once. After this battle, the grudge between the Iwai family and you will be wiped out. Ah! But when Takada-san heard this, he smiled contemptuously, his eyes full of contempt and contempt. Li Guanqi paid special attention to the changes in his expression. There is definitely something wrong. That kind of look full of condescension. Either he was of noble birth, or he looked down on inferior cultivation at all. Just simply of noble birth. But this young man in white looks like he is 20 years old. If he is born into a noble family, he cannot be at the first level at this age, coupled with the previous extraordinary fighting consciousness. Therefore, it is very possible that this guy, likely Guanqi, Guanting, and Nishimura Mina, used a special method to get here in a weak body, trying to sneak into Finling Mountain. But why? More than one? Li Guanqi looked at Nishimura Mina. The words were not finished, but the other party still understood. There is more than one purple cherry badge that opens the temple? Impossible! Nishimura Mina's eyes were firm. The only one in the world. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. If that's the case, does this young man in white have other plans to sneak into Finling Mountain? Things are unpredictable. Extraneous branches. I hope what this guy is going to do does not conflict with their plan to steal the artifact. Old guy! Who do you think you are? Takada always stood with his hands behind his hands, looked at Iwai Kosuke in front of him, and said contemptuously, You are over 80 years old, and your martial arts cultivation and spell cultivation have not reached the first level. Why are you pretending to me? If I could, I'd wish I had only one of those qualifications. Iwai Kosuke listened to these sarcastic words, but his expression was indifferent, and he smiled slightly. It's a pity that I have 2 qualifications, and neither of them are high. Curses. I have not been able to condense the core of curses and martial arts, due to with the existence of spell qualifications. Even the potions used to sublimate the blood are ineffective. And this will be the case for the rest of my life. Li Guanqi, who was not far away, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. People with incantation qualifications cannot use drugs to break through the one-dimensional level of martial arts. This was the first time he knew of such a thing. Song! At this time, in the three-person team with Takada-Ao, the man in black had almost completed his self-healing recovery. He walked up to Takada-Ao with a long knife in his hand and stared at Iwai Kosuka coldly. The same goes for the woman in the green dress. The three of them stood in the same formation. You can come together. Iwai Kosuka looked calm. Old guy, where did you get your confidence? Takada-san's eyes narrowed slightly. I have no hope of ever reaching the 1 yuan level in this life. Iwai Kosuka's face was still full of smiles. However, after staying at this inferior stage for decades, I still have some confidence. At this yuan level, it is difficult to find an opponent. Takada-san didn't speak anymore, just stared at him coldly. The atmosphere was surprising. It seemed as if the war would break out completely in the next moment. Hey, isn't this the Iwai family? Oh, Branch. No wonder. At this time, a man's chuckle suddenly came from the horizon. The sound was ethereal and echoed between heaven and earth. Hundreds of people around Mingling Lake heard the movement and immediately followed the sound. Li Guanqi is no exception. I saw a huge purple jade gourd coming from the sky. On it sat a young man wearing a black and white robe. His white gold mechanical right hand glowed with a dazzling metallic luster in the sun, which was particularly cool for elephant-level conjurer. In the blink of an eye, the purple jade gourd arrived above the Windward Valley, and there is a huge spray paint on the outside of this purple jade gourd. Flame, burning, ghost. The total is the burning flames and the burning spirit flow. This is the symbol of Finling Mountain. Finling Mountain's new recruits have finally arrived. Hey! Why are people dead? Doesn't everyone take Finling Mountain's rule seriously? On top of the purple jade gourd, the young conjurer of the 4th elephant level stood up, tapped his toes, and jumped down from the gourd. He was surrounded by a cyan wind of law, which led him to jump from a height of tens of meters to the ground. His body was elegant and unscathed, and even the slightest smoke was not raised when he landed. Ah! Isn't this little Yuno? After the young man landed, he looked around at everyone around him, and then walked up to Yuno Iwai with a smile. Long time no see. We have grown so big. Come on. Call me Grandpa Kimura? Although I look younger than you. But after all, your grandpa and I are the same generation. So be good and call me Grandpa. Everyone around them thought it was a relative or friend of the Iwai family who came to Finling Mountain. They even felt for a time that the three people on Takada-san's side were doomed. However, this is not the case, because everyone in the Iwai family, including Yuno Iwai and Kosuka Iwai, turned extremely ugly after seeing this 4th-level conjurer. Kimura Hiroshi. Seeing him, Iwai Yuno's face instantly turned ugly. This time, you are the one leading the new team? It shouldn't be you. There is nothing that should or should not be done. The 4-elephant-level conjurer he called Kimura Hiroshi smiled softly. Now I'm here. It's me. Hee hee. Kimura Hiroshi's smile remained the same, but he looked at Iwai Yuno and all the members and servants of the Iwai family with slightly cold eyes. I smell the disgusting odor thousands of meters away. I'm still surprised. It's not surprising after getting here, because you members of the Iwai family are here. As soon as I came here, I saw that you were bullying others and did not follow the rules set by Finling Mountain. Huh? The people of the Iwai family are indeed rubbish. No matter the direct line or the branch line, they are all rubbish. As soon as this statement came out, the nearby onlookers were in an uproar. Is this just a direct scolding? And even the direct descendants of the Iwai family scolded him. However, some were surprised, while others were calm. Among these calm people were Li Guanqi and 3 others. Before leaving, Nishimura Mina had already shared all the known information. The founder of Finlingshan is Terufuji, and after his loving disciples who respected their teachers and principals, murdered him and seized the core weapon refining technology, Finling Mountain was no longer dominated by one family. All the direct disciples participated in killing masters, and everyone also learned the core techniques of Finlinglia weapon refining method. Who will be the boss in Finling Mountain? The senior brother with the highest cultivation level. 7-star level? No, not really. Because there's another 7-star. Today's Finling Mountain is actually very divided. Among the direct disciples, a total of 8 people want to seize power and take Finling Mountain's industry as their own. They are called the 8 Burning Craftsmen. They all control their own power and form cliques with each other. And of course some are hostile to each other. Among them, Iwai, one of the 8 Burning Spirit Craftsmen, and Kimura Shinpei, also one of the 8 Burning Spirit Craftsmen, are both at the peak of Lilha level. And they can't deal with each other. How can the family be harmonious even if the ancestors no longer deal with it? Of course it's impossible. The Iwai family and the Kimura family are notoriously hostile in Finling Mountain. The leader responsible for recruiting new recruits at Finling Mountain this year, the 4th level elephant level Kimura Hiroshi, is obviously from the Kimura family. Therefore, when facing Iwai, who is from the Iwai family, even if he is a branch of the Iwai family, he will never look good at all. Hiroshi Kimura! Iwai snorted coldly, looked at Kimura Hiroshi in front of him, and pointed to the 9 corpses on the ground. You are here just in time. The Burning Soul token clearly stipulates that fighting and killing are strictly prohibited in the assembly point area. But these 3 people, if you don't take Finling Mountain's rules seriously and kill 9 members of my Iwai family, how do you deal with this? Huh? Kimura Hiroshi smiled brightly. I'm laughing so hard. Xiao Yuno, you are worthy of being named Iwai. You are as thick-skinned as your grandfather, the old immortal, and thicker than those who are directly related to you. You really dare to say that? Iwai Yuno's face darkened. You asked me how to deal with it. Kimura Hiroshi smiled again. Of course it is handled fairly. Do you really think that there are no surveillance vessels in the Mingling Lake area? Fool! It's obviously your Iwai family, who didn't take the rules of Finling Mountain seriously and started to stir up trouble. The little brother in white, including his 2 companions, were just fighting back in self-defense. So, his voice was cold. He came closer to Iwai Yuno and looked him in the eyes. How can you, Iwai Yuno, have the face to talk about the rules? Believe it or not, I gave an order that this year, your Iwai family branch can't even 1 person enter Finling Mountain? You, little lord. Hearing this, Iwai became furious. But before he could say anything, the old man next to him, Kosuke Iwai, pressed his shoulder. The old man shook his head slightly, then stood in front of Iwai, looked at Hiroshi Kimura calmly, and said with a smile, Senior Kimura, why do you talk big words? You won't do things you know you can't do. Kimura Hiroshi, who had always been smiling at Iwai, suddenly lost his smile after hearing these words. Boring! He had no expression on his face, turned around, and stood with his hands behind his back. Are you Iwai Kosuke? I have heard your name. You old loser is indeed right. But if you can, I really want to let all the Iwai family members die. It's here. Neither Iwai Yuno nor Iwai Kosuke continued to speak. Kimura Hiroshi glanced at everyone and said loudly, There are rules in Finling Mountain. You should also know that the Finling token clearly stipulates that fighting in the assembly area is prohibited. Violators will be disqualified from entering the mountain. But Finling Shen not only pays attention to rules, but also pays attention to morality. The Iwai family provoked them first, and the 3 little brothers acted in self-defense. Even if a fight broke out, it was reasonable. Logically speaking, this should make the Iwai family get out. But then again, there is legitimate self-defense and overdefense. These 3 little brothers killed 9 members of the Iwai family, which can be regarded as making the Iwai family pay the price they deserve. Both sides are at fault. I am Hiroshi Kimura, the 4 Symbols Wind Realm Spell Master, and the leader of this year's Burning Spirit Mountain recruitment team. I hereby announce the verdict of this conflict. Kimura Hiroshi looked at the people around him and said in a deep voice, The fault of both parties will cancel each other out, and this matter will end here, and there is no need to mention it again. As soon as these words came out, the people around him were stunned at first, and then regained their composure. Normal. This penalty is too normal. As for the rules, rules are actually made to restrain the people below. To the makers of the rules themselves, this thing is just a graffiti that can be scrawled on any excuse. The rules of Finling Mountain are what the people of Finling Mountain say. To be honest, outsiders like them can't figure it out clearly. Young master, let's go. We can just find a place to camp. At this time, Iwai Kosuke patted Iwai Yuno on the shoulder, turned and left. Iwai Yuno looked at him in surprise. The meaning is obvious. Kimura Hiroshi, the leader of the team, is here. So what else can they do to set up camp? Let's go. Iwai Kosuke just shook his head. We have to wait a little longer. Then the old man left without explaining. Seeing this, Iwai had no choice but to follow, and the clansmen and servants around him also quickly followed. This group of descendants of the Iwai family left. I'm Takada Aoi. At this time, the young man in white clothes carrying the sword box solemnly bowed to Kimura Hiroshi. Thank you, Mr. Kimura, for rescuing the siege. You're welcome. I'm not here specifically to help you out. Kimura Hiroshi waved his hand. It's me and the Iwai family who are at odds. No matter what they do, I will find a way to make them dissatisfied. You will know these things about our Kimura family and the Iwai family when you enter Fenling Mountain. It's not nothing. Secret. Call out! After saying that, the four-level conjurer was surrounded by the breeze. He stood up from the ground and returned to the huge purple jade gourd in the sky. He looked down at the hundreds of people near Mingling Lake and said, Actually, I'm here today. The main purpose is to announce an announcement to everyone. Due to some special reasons, Fenling Mountain's acceptance date has been postponed by 1 day. In other words, the mountain test originally scheduled for today will be held tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will come again. Please wait patiently for 1 more day. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, Kimura Hao sat on the purple jade gourd, which turned into a burst of purple light and disappeared from the horizon in the blink of an eye. Delay? It's only 1 day. Just wait. That's right. Don't be in a hurry. It's gone. It's gone. The Iwai family left and chose another camping spot. Hiroshi Kimura is also gone. The excitement was gone, and the surrounding onlookers naturally dispersed. Li Guanqi, Guanting, and Nishimura Mina were no exception. They turned around and walked towards their tents. But before leaving, Li Guanqi turned around and looked at Takada-san's trio. His eyes narrowed slightly. There is definitely something wrong with these guys. At night, inside the Iwai family's tent, the lights flickered, and there were many shadows. Iwai Yuno and Iwai Kosuka were each sitting on a futon with solemn expressions. Buzz. Iwai Kosuka took out a round jade pendant from the space necklace, crushed it directly, and released a burst of high-grade soundproof spiritual shield, covering the entire camp. It must be the 3 of them. Iwai Yuno looked solemn. Teacher, you have also seen that Takada Ao's object control technique is not something that a person with his level of cultivation can perform. This level of skill, how can it be performed by an inferior person? Can a magician use it? We were really lucky to find them as soon as we arrived. Iwai Kosuka's hands on his thighs were tightly clenched, suppressing the excitement in his heart. If nothing else, the prophecy refers to the 3 of them. They have the power to make our branch of the Iwai family stand up, or even overwhelm them. Opportunity for direct lineage. Teacher. As soon as these words came out, Iwai Yuno's eyes suddenly became solemn. Grandpa has always refused to tell me the truth. He just asked me to suppress my cultivation and not reach the 1 yuan level. I obeyed and did as I was told. But he always didn't trust me. Until now. He didn't tell me the reason. Can you tell me now? Iwai Kosuka was silent for a long time. The head of the family thinks you are not mature enough. The old man looked at Iwai Yuno and said seriously. But I think you are already qualified. You can hide your inner thoughts and put on a suitable appearance. At least, the brainless dude you pretended to be today is already very good. Like it? Iwai Yuno didn't reply, just looked at him expectantly. 22 years ago, Iwai Kosuka looked at the soundproof spirit shields around him, and then looked at Iwai Yuno and said, That year, the head of the family traveled to southern Xinjiang and was in a witchcraft tribe. He saved the lives of the witchcraft of that tribe and helped them repair it, an ancestral treasure, in order to repay the family master. The witch Yu used the treasure to deduce the secret of heaven and obtained a prophecy. But this prediction exceeded everyone's expectations. As soon as the prophecy came out, the treasure that the head of the family had just repaired was completely shattered, and Wu Zhu, who used the treasure, died instantly. One moment, the family leader was the benefactor of the tribe, and the next moment, he was attacked by a group of people. He finally escaped death and returned home, treating this prophecy as a treasure. In our lineage, I am the only one who knows the details. Apart from that, you are the only one who knows a little bit about it. It turns out that this is how the prophecy was obtained. Iwai Yuno murmured to himself. He was not surprised that only Iwai Kosuka and the entire branch knew the details. Although Kosuka Iwai has a special physique and is skilled in both martial arts and spells, none of them can break through the first level. However, he has a lifelong friendship with his grandfather, the only one in the entire family. What else? Yuno Iwai looked at Kosuka Iwai and said seriously, Teacher, Grandpa didn't tell me all the prophecies. He just asked me to suppress my cultivation and look for the special trio today. The prophecy is not long. Just 14 words. Iwaikosuka's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of recollection in his cloudy pupils. Finling opens the mountain. 3 of us go together. The filling mountain collapsed, and the artifact appeared. Things never go smoothly. The night is like water. In a tent by Mingling Lake, Li Guan was sitting cross-legged on a carpet. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dim candlestick in front of him, his eyes twinkling. As his spell cultivation improved, the information he could get from the insects became clearer and clearer using his talent of connecting to the netherworld. So this prophecy, he heard it. Chapter 374, the day when Finling Mountain officially accepts new recruits. The soundproof spirit shield in the EY family's tent can block sounds and prevent others from using spells to eavesdrop. But the problem is, it cannot prevent the transmission of thoughts. Li Guanqi is the son of Tongyu. He can command all kinds of insects, but he does not rely on voice, but the communication of thoughts and thoughts. Coincidentally, the EY family's camping area is only 900 meters away from where Li Guanqi and the other 3 are. He used his ability to connect to the secluded world and asked the insect to convey to him all the exchanges between Iwaiyuno and Iwaikosuka. This was something that the soundproof spirit shield could not prevent at all. It won't go well. If God doesn't like it, things in the world will always go against people's wishes. Li Guanqi frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The land in southern Xinjiang may not seem big or strong, but in fact, there are all kinds of weird things hidden deep in the mysterious mountains. It is not surprising that some prophetic treasures appear. Moreover, in the strange world, prophecy is a thing that exists objectively. This group of heads of the EY family branch actually got a prophecy from southern Xinjiang 22 years ago. It's also about the Finling Mountain artifact. But a sudden change occurred, and the trio was not only their team, but also Takada Ao's team. Li Guanqi wanted to know one thing now. In the end, it was the appearance of Takada Ao's trio that misled the EY family and made them change their focus. Or, the trio of Takada Aoi are also within the scope of this prophecy. Their goal is also the Finling Mountain artifact. According to Nishimura Mina, her investigation with Guan Ting and Shimike's Yuya was that the purple cherry emblem that opened the temple inside Finling Mountain was embedded in a hole more than 300 years ago. Fujiteru, the founder of Finling Mountain, was just an ordinary 7-star magician more than 300 years ago. His weapon refining skills were not very impressive, so he could not be called a master, until he discovered Finling Mountain. At that time, Finling Mountain was not called Finling yet. It was just an unknown snow mountain. He initially went to Finling Mountain in search of a weapon refining material, and found the temple inside the mountain. There is a hole in the center of the temple door, and in the hole is the purple cherry emblem. In other words, the key to the temple door was not pulled out. Fujiteru pulled out the key and became the master of Finling Mountain's artifact. He used the flame of Finling Mountain's artifact to create an earth fire furnace, and created the Finling Ryu weapon refining. FA has since become a pioneering master. This is the reason why Nishimura Mina believes that the purple Sakura badge is the only one in the world. Her thoughts are, this is the key inserted in the keyhole. Where did the other keys come from that day? Li Guanqi actually doesn't quite understand this idea. Are people not allowed to have spare keys? This is not impossible. Therefore, it is also possible that Takada Ao's trio holds another purple Sakura badge. It seems that this trip to Finling Mountain is destined to be uneventful. In the camp tent with flickering candlelight, Li Guanqi's voice was faint. But there is an old saying on his side that is widely circulated. Come all come. It's already here. But there's no reason to shrink back when it's so close. The next day, noon. Call out! In the clear blue sky, there were sudden bursts of sound piercing the sky, and several rainbows of different colors roared over. By Mingling Lake, hundreds of people walked out of their tents and looked up. The same is true for Li Guanqi. From the horizon, there are more than a dozen men and women in red, stepping on a lonely boat, and coming through the sky. It is a lone boat in the true sense. Those green leaves, each with a body shaped like a small boat, are flying sacrificial vessels produced by Finling Mountain. Naturally, these men and women are also magicians, ranging from the Liangyi level to the Sankai level. There are spellcasters and warriors of different blood in Finling Mountain. But even if Li Guanqi hadn't entered the mountain, he knew that the conjurer must have a high status in the mountain. Magical instruments and sacrificial instruments are different. The magic weapon stores spiritual power internally and automatically absorbs and replenishes spiritual power. The user does not need to concentrate on spiritual power. It is equivalent to a flashlight with batteries. It lights up by pressing a switch and does not require the user to power it. The magic weapon is the standard equipment for warriors of different blood. As for the sacrificial weapon, it is exclusive to the conjurer, because it requires the user to instill spiritual power at all times to activate it. Just like an electric fan with a plug, the conjurer himself is the power source. This difference seems to have the same origin, but in reality, the difference is quite huge. Because of this, the production of magical instruments can be said to be another industry. Let's not mention it for now. In the field of sacrificial weapons, the conjurers are the ones responsible for refining the weapons. Most of the different blood warriors can only be responsible for the forging of the weapon blanks and assistance in other steps, referred to as the assistants. It's like the relationship between a doctor and a nurse. When a doctor wants to perform an operation, he cannot do without the assistance of a nurse. Of course, the contribution of the nurse cannot be ignored. But when it comes to surgery, who is the most important person? It can only be a doctor. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, the supernatural power is a different blood warrior who can control fire. This type of person can also do what a doctor does without being a nurse. But even so, they still can't match the natural advantages of the conjurer. Therefore, the current 8 burning spirit craftsmen are all spellcasters, and there is not a single different blooded warrior. After all, the burning spirit style weapon refining method can only be 100% effective in the hands of a spellcaster. However, Li Guanqi didn't really want to go to Fenling Mountain to learn weapon refining. It was actually better to enter the mountain as a different blood warrior and not be taken seriously or paid attention to. Boom! At this time, after more than a dozen conjurers arrived in a lonely boat, a huge purple jade gourd also passed through the clouds at an astonishing speed and appeared in the sight of everyone in Mingling Lake. Hiroshi Kimura, who I had seen yesterday, was sitting on it in awe. Soon, this group of new disciples from Fenling Mountain arrived above Mingling Lake. I'm Hiroshi Kimura. Kimura Hiroshi jumped from the gourd, surrounded by the breeze, and landed floating on the ground. You met me yesterday, but I haven't formally introduced myself yet. He looked around and paused for a moment on Takada-eo, the 3 people, and the Y family, and finally smiled and said, I am one of the 8 Fenling craftsmen, a descendant of Kimura Shinpei. I come from the Kimura family, and I am currently outside Fenling Mountain. The position of deacon of the foreign government is specifically responsible for the affairs of the disciples in the foreign government. If you have any problems in the foreign government in the future, you can report it to me, and I will help deal with it. Greetings, Kimura-senpai. Junior Nakano Kojiro. I have met Kimura-senpai. At this time, some people who know how to behave have begun to flatter and get closer. Ahem. But Kimura Hiroshi did not pay attention to these flattering words, straightened his expression, and spoke calmly again. But his voice echoed over Mingling Lake and was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Now start checking the burning spirit token. Everyone please line up and hand in the token to show your affinity with Fenling Mountain. As soon as these words came out, hundreds of people in the valley suddenly became commotion. Among the Fenling Mountain disciples beside Kimura Hao, a beautiful woman with a 2-level appearance came out, holding a space ring in her hand, and motioned to everyone to line up in front of her. Soon, a long queue appeared beside Mingling Lake. Let's go! Li Guanqi always kept a low profile, neither rushing to the front nor waiting to the back. As the team gradually formed, he stepped forward to line up. After the team was completely formed, he discovered that although hundreds of people came to Mingling Lake, most of them were servants and followers, who were deliberately selected to be less than 1 yuan level. There were only 37 people who actually held the Burning Spirit token. Among them, there are 6 conjurers and 31 different blood warriors. However, it is hard to say how many of these different blood warriors have fire powers. Tell me your name when you hand over the token. I want to register. The conjurer stands this way. The alien blood warrior stands here. Oh, by the way, the one with the ability to control fire. Show it off. And then also stand on the side of the conjurer. The beautiful female conjurer said to the team while accepting the soul burning token. Soon, there were 2 teams handing in tokens. During that time, EY of the EY family, as well as several other members of the EY family, were all warriors of different blood. but after showing the ability to control fire, they became the ranks of magicians. This is normal. The 8 families of the 8 burning craftsmen all have the ability to control fire. After all, the 8 burning spirit craftsmen are all from the rich generation. When choosing their descendants to be infused with alien blood, they will definitely choose the source of the alien blood, specifically those cursed spirits with fire powers. When one of the descendants is successfully infused with different blood, and the awakened power is also fire control, they will vigorously support them and turn this descendant into their own direct bloodline. After all, being able to micro-control fire by relying on one's own ability is much more convenient for a sacrificial weapon maker. It's impossible to control whether a conjurer can be born. Isn't it easy to control the condition of future generations? As long as you don't use your offspring as your heirs, you can do as many things as you want. There are a total of 37 destined people in this class. Soon, everyone including Li Guanqi divided into teams. When Kimura Hiroshi saw this, he also laughed and joked. I don't know how many rich people there are here. Obviously, he was also aware of the chaos surrounding the Burning Spirit token auction. Spellcasters and those with fire powers. Come here. Hiroshi Kimura put his left hand behind his back and took out a small silver beast from the space ring with his right hand, about the size of a palm, lying quietly in the palm of his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a full 30 people came to him. In addition to the magicians, there are also different blood warriors with fire powers, like Li Guanqi, on the other hand, stood in another team of 7 people. They were all different blooded warriors without fire powers. In fact, if Li Guanqi wanted to, he could have copied the LV5 spiritual power into his body when he was in the dual phase state, and then he could join the ranks of conjurers today. But it's not necessary. Even Guanting, if it weren't for Nishimura Mina, he actually wanted to join the ranks of different blood warriors and keep a low profile. After all, the different blood warriors without fire powers can only do odd jobs and receive little attention. But they can also participate in the mountain opening ceremony in a month's time, which is more beneficial to their plans. But there is no way. Nishimura Mina is a magician. After copying the body, she does not have different blood, so she can only join Fenling Mountain as a magician. As for Guanting and her relationship, they were lovers after all, so of course they chose to be together. This is a sacrificial instrument for testing qualifications. At this time, Kimura Hiroshi held the small silver beast in his hand, looked at the 30 people in front of him and smiled. Our Fenling Mountain is a place for refining weapons, so the first consideration is not your cultivation qualifications, but your perception of flames. The more sensitive one is to fire-attributed spiritual energy. The better his weapon refining qualifications will be for a weapon refining master. And what we are looking at is this. It goes without saying that a conjurer can absorb fire-attributed spiritual energy. The alien blood warriors with fire powers can actually use their mental power to induce fire-attributed auras to condense and control fire. They actually also have the ability to perceive fire-attributed auras, but they just cannot absorb them. The silver beast in my hand can carry out testing in this area. Now, you go first. Kimura Hiroshi looked at Nishimura Mina in front of him, smiled and said, reach out your hand and hold it. Okay. For some reason, Nishimura Mina came first in line, but she didn't have stage fright and immediately grabbed the silver beast in Kimura Hiroshi's hand. Buzz! The little silver beast immediately changed from silver color to a faint red color. Well, it's okay. Kimura Hiroshi just smiled and said, it's enough to be a weapon refiner. Go and line up next to it. Thank you, Kimura-senpai. Nishimura Mina bent down and bowed, then walked to the side. Kimura Hiroshi's statement is very obvious, and it can be seen from the light red color that Nishimura Mina's perception of fire attribute spiritual energy is not high. But it doesn't matter. She didn't really come here to learn weapon refining. Next. Yes, Senior. Kimura Hiroshi began to test the qualifications one by one, but the 7 people in Li Guanqi's team stood there, a little bored. Hey, brother, did you really go to Fenling Mountain to learn weapon refining? At this time, among Takada always 3-person team, the man in black who had previously wielded a purple-red sword with a sword began to take the initiative to talk to the people around him. After all, he is a powerful force, so it's okay to just mess around. The man he was chatting with scratched his head honestly. Oh! The man in black nodded slightly and said with a smile. So you picked up your burning soul token yourself? Certainly. The man nodded. I don't have the money to buy at the auction house. And I don't sell either. If I have a good future, My cultivation will be high in the future. Isn't it more important than the gold coins at that moment? Yeah, that makes sense. The man in black gave him a thumbs up. There is a woolly truth. Li Guanqi turned his back to them, somewhat speechless. Those who actually bought the Burning Spirit token to join Burning Spirit Mountain were either spellcasters or alien blood warriors with fire abilities, because their purpose is to learn the weapon refining method. After all, a different blood warrior who couldn't control fire couldn't become an excellent weapon refiner at all. So there was no point joining Finling Mountain. As for practicing, then you are in the wrong place. Finling Mountain doesn't teach its disciples much about cultivation at all. It just touches on a few things. In Li Guanqi's words, the Conjuration Academy is the compulsory education for conjurers, from primary school to university, all free of charge. Even the teachers at the branch campus will take the initiative to look for children with spell aptitude, no matter what. The Conjuration Academy has benefited countless conjurers in this regard. But Finling Mountain is completely different. It's not even a technical school. It is simply business. However, in Finlingshan, a company, they are very meticulous in the pre-job training of their employees. In Finling Mountain, there are also people who teach you cultural classes, cultivation, but not many. It is mainly about learning technology, weapon refining. If you don't learn well, you will either stay and do odd jobs and be exploited, or run away early. After you learn it well, you can join Finling Mountain, the weapon refining company, to refine sacrificial weapons for Finling Mountain, and Finling Mountain will help you sell them. Of course, if you want to achieve this step, you must sign a sole contract and completely sell yourself to Finling Mountain. In Finling Mountain, there is only one way to get help with cultivation resources. Hone your weapon refining skills to the extreme level of your current state. For example, when you are at the first level, you can refine a second level sacrificial weapon. At this time, Finling Mountain will pay attention to you and pile up your cultivation so that you can refine a higher level sacrificial weapon. It's similar to a company paying an exceptionally good and outstanding employee to help him improve his academic qualifications. Of course, the purpose is just to make better money for the company. As for before that, if you want to practice, you have to rely on yourself. So this honest man who really picked up the Burning Spirit token by fate really suffered a big loss. Since he wanted to improve his cultivation, he might as well sell the Burning Spirit token into gold coins and buy some cultivation resources. Come to practice. Hey, brother. At this time, the man in black had finished chatting here and there, and now he finally reached Li Guanqi's side. My name is Kentaro Morimoto. The tall man looked at Li Guanqi with a bright smile. What do you call him? Just call me Fujiwara Takumi. It turns out to be Mr. Fujiwara. Kentaro Morimoto grinned. Nice to meet you. You, like all of us, want to enter Finling Mountain and become a master of weapon refining. Right. Certainly. Li Guanqi also smiled. This is my biggest dream. Mr. Morimoto's skills were really impressive yesterday. Li Guanqi then smiled and said, that sword energy ability is really rare. If it were me, I would have to hide it for a long time. Harmful. Kentaro Morimoto waved his hand casually. I can only play with that one hand. So people say that superpowers are just trump cards. They are meaningless. If you don't play them, you will lose your life. Mr. Morimoto, the woman in green clothes traveling with you is really beautiful. With a smile on his face, Li Guanqi looked at the woman in green in the line in front of Kimura Hiroshi, and pretended to be curious and asked, Is she your wife? What a blessing. That woman had never shown any supernatural powers before, but now it seemed that she also had the ability to control fire. How can it be? Kentaro Morimoto shook his head quickly, until his head turned into a rattle. Oh! Li Guanqi's face was filled with curiosity. So are you friends? Chapter 375, Misunderstanding of Thinking. The real object of the prophecy. Friend? So be it. I met her and that man on the road. Kentaro Morimoto looked at the young man in white and the woman in green in the team. Her name is Ono Nanao. And the man, well, you should also know that his name is Takada Eo. They are from a shabby room I lived in on the road. Met in the temple. At that time, Ono Nanao called Takada Sanya and talked to him about joining Finling Mountain. When I heard that we were together, I came with him. I had a companion on the way. And when I entered Finling Mountain, I could have a companion. Oh, I got it. Li Guanqi nodded slightly and smiled. Say so. Do ghosts know the truth? Kentaro Morimoto's intention of talking to the people around him is not yet known. Hey, everyone! At this time, Kentaro Morimoto stood next to Lee Guanqi, looked at the 5 different blooded warriors around him, and said with a smile, I have a suggestion. We don't have the ability to control fire. In fact, we are not suitable to enter Finling Mountain to become weapon refiners. We must if you don't listen to my advice. Why don't you all leave early? Question mark. As soon as these words came out, the 5 people around him were stunned. Now that the matter is over, we are about to enter Finling Mountain. Do you want us to leave? Isn't this nonsense? Lee Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Kentaro Morimoto, looking at the smiling man in black. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Why does this guy want to persuade people to leave? Could it be that something big is going to happen in Finling Mountain next? Etc. Lee Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Prophecy. Finling opened the mountain, and the 3 of them walked together. Finling Mountain collapsed, and the artifact appeared. There is a problem with this prophecy. If the threesome refers to him, Guanting, and Nishimura Mina, wouldn't it be this prophecy? It is even so incredible that it can predict him. An extraordinary person who can travel between 2 realms? Only then did Lee Guanqi realize that he had been stuck in a misunderstanding from last night to now. That is, he always felt that this prophecy referred to the 3 of him, and Takada's song and the others were accidents. But there is actually another possibility. A greater possibility. The 3 of them were the surprise. This prophecy actually refers to 3 people, Takada, Morimoto Kentaro, and Ono Nanao. In addition, what Kentaro Morimoto just said was to persuade them not to go to Finling Mountain. Why not? Dry. Lee Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Think of the last 7 words of the prophecy. Finling Mountain collapsed, and the artifact appeared. Could it be that these 3 guys, Kentaro Morimoto, wanted to blow up Finling Mountain? Because the collapse of Finling Mountain would cause countless casualties. So Morimoto had to persuade them not to go to Finling Mountain in order to keep them alive. This associational speculation may seem abrupt, but it's not impossible. Lee Guanqi looked at Kentaro Morimoto in front of him with complicated eyes. I just want to steal an artifact quietly. But you guys want to blow up the mountain? Why is it so difficult to steal an artifact? Mr. Morimoto, stop joking. At this time, the honest man waved his hand. We are all here. We can go to Finling Mountain later. How can we leave? That's right. The 4 people next to him immediately agreed. That's right. Kentaro Morimoto didn't try to persuade him anymore. He just smiled faintly, then walked to the side and looked at the sparkling mingling lake. He no longer had the enthusiasm to chat with someone just now. Seeing this scene, Lee Guanqi became more sure of what he was thinking. Damn it. These 3 guys are going to do something bad. Not only will it do bad things, but it will also hurt countless innocent people. Once Finling Mountain collapses, Finling Mountain senior conjurers and alien blood warriors will indeed not die. But the problem is that not everyone in Finling Mountain is an advanced practitioner. The lives of those warriors of different blood who are not at the 1st grade, 1 yuan level, or even 2 right levels are also extremely fragile in the face of large-scale natural disasters such as landslides. Not to mention there is a city at the foot of Finling Mountain. In addition to the families of the 8 craftsmen of Finling, there are hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in that city. It is a self-built city recognized by the Sakura Shogunate and governed by Finlingshan. If Finling Mountain collapses, hundreds of thousands of people will undoubtedly die. Lee Guanqi gritted his teeth, and his brain was working rapidly. Matters involving the extraordinary class should be resolved by the extraordinary class themselves. What's going on with the practitioners beating and killing innocent people? These 3 guys have to be stopped. For the innocent people, and of course for the artifact. It seems that there is indeed only one purple cherry badge. The method used by these 3 people to obtain the artifact from Finling Mountain was even more violent. It actually caused the mountain to collapse and the artifact to appear. How to stop it? It's easiest to kill them directly. The problem is that he definitely can't be killed here. Let's not talk about how weak his clone is now. Whether he can kill him or not is still a matter of debate. Even if they possess the strength to kill the 3 of them with the help of the magic knife, it is impossible for Kimura Hiroshi and others next to them to just sit idly by. His current physical body is level 5. The possession of the magic sword depends on the owner's own condition. Now that he is possessed by the magic sword, he can kill at most 1 yuan level. He has no chance of winning against the 4 elephant level Kimura Hiroshi. But once inside Finling Mountain, Isn't the possibility of killing these 3 people even smaller? Actually, the qualifications of your class are generally pretty good. At this time, Li Guanqi's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Kimura Hiroshi's voice. I saw that Kimura Hiroshi had finished testing his qualifications at this time. After putting away the little silver beast, he raised his head and looked at the purple jade gourd hovering in the air. He raised his platinum mechanical right hand, pointed the mechanical finger at the purple jade gourd, and tapped it lightly. A beam of purple spiritual power instantly flew out from the mechanical fingertips. Buzz! The already huge purple jade gourd in the sky seemed to be activated by this purple spiritual power. It suddenly flashed purple light and swelled in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was several times bigger. It looked like it could accommodate hundreds of people without looking crowded. Come up, everyone! Kimura Hiroshi was enveloped in the breeze, rose up from the ground, and instantly flew to the front of the purple jade gourd. Then with a wave of his hand, another gust of breeze flew out. The breeze slowly drifted by, picking up all 37 destined people, including Li Guanqi, and sending them to the gourd. As for the other hundreds of accompanying servants, Kimura Hiroshi obviously had no time to talk to them, and some people on the gourd had already begun to wave goodbye to the people below, asking them to go home on their own and give good news to their families. Kosuke Iwai! Iwai Yuno stood on the purple jade gourd, looking down at the hundreds of Iwai family members on the ground, looking at Iwai Kosuke standing at the front, laughing loudly. Go back and tell my dad that I will win this year's newcomers in Finling Mountain. Champion! Iwai Kosuke and others bowed and saluted. Li Guanqi glanced at them, and then looked around, including Hiroshi Kimura. There were 38 people sitting on this huge purple jade gourd at this time, but it didn't seem crowded at all, and it was even very spacious. We should go back. Kimura Hiroshi looked around and nodded to the dozens of Finlingshen disciples from the Lianghe to Sankai levels. Then he looked at Li Guanqi and the other 37 people with a smile on his face. Everyone, we will soon be brothers in the same mountain. Now I will take everyone to Finling Mountain. Don't worry. This flying sacrificial weapon is my most satisfying masterpiece. Once it is started, the wind barrier will be activated automatically, and it won't blow you away. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple jade gourd suddenly activated and turned into a purple rainbow, flying towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. However, the hair of Li Guanqi and others above them was just fluttering slightly. I could feel the flow of wind, but it was very small and did not match the speed at all, let alone being blown away by the wind. I think this is the effect of the wind barrier that Kimura Hiroshi just mentioned. Li Guanqi looked down at the gourd at his feet. His eyes narrowed slightly. By the way, when Hiroshi Kimura activated the purple jade gourd and made it bigger, was it the purple spiritual power emitted from the mechanical hand? Interesting. If a conjurer wants to emit spiritual power, he must first form a spiritual circuit in the body. The reason why they use their hands to form seals and perform spells is because most of the spiritual power circuit exits are in the hands, and the spiritual power is released from the body from there. The mechanical prosthetic limbs of the conjurer cannot form a spiritual circuit, no matter how advanced the mechanical prosthetic limbs are. Even if a conjurer who is born with a disability uses other methods to regenerate his limbs, the regenerated limbs will not be able to form a spiritual circuit. Therefore, a conjurer like Hiroshi Kimura, who is missing one hand, is born unable to form seals with both hands. If they want to achieve the effect of other spellcasters using two-hand seals, they must have a very deep understanding of the spells, to the extent that they can perform spells perfectly with one hand or even without forming a seal. That is to say, Kimura Hiroshi just raised his mechanical right hand, and the purple spiritual power released from this point on his finger was not his own spiritual power. It can only be the spiritual power stored in the mechanical right hand. Moreover, the spiritual energy of this mechanical right hand is also connected to the internal structure of the purple jade gourd. After activation, it can expand the overall size of the purple jade gourd. This purple jade gourd seems to be more than just a flying sacrificial weapon. It should also have an internal structure similar to a magic weapon and a built-in spiritual energy pool. No wonder Li Guanqi was originally curious if it was a sacrificial weapon that required continuous consumption of spiritual power. Then why did Hiroshi Kimura let the purple jade gourd hover in midair after landing? Wasting spiritual power? Now it seems that there is spiritual energy inside it. However, when Hiroshi Kimura rode the purple jade gourd, he clearly released spiritual power, blessing the purple jade gourd, which is a characteristic of a sacrificial vessel. So, This purple jade gourd is not a pure sacrificial weapon, nor a pure magical weapon, but a combination of the two. Interesting. The school of conjuration is still resting on its laurels, praising the poorness of magic weapons and the excellence of sacrificial weapons in academic books. However, outside the academy, private enterprises, like Finling Mountain, have long discovered that integration is the way to go. They choose to take the essence and discard the dross, and try to integrate sacrificial and magical weapons. Li Guanqi feels that this is the right path. Isn't it? Continuous innovation is the future. Similar to the school of conjuration, it is no wonder that the old-fashioned and conservative forces are being rivaled by the up-and-coming new school of magicians. Innovation. Now in the year 4871 of the new era. In the first year of the new era, we were actually in the post-apocalyptic reconstruction stage. Li Guanqi suddenly thought that if there was no gap between the old era and the new era when gods were everywhere, and human civilization did not undergo an apocalyptic reconstruction at the beginning of the new era, then how wonderful would the era he sees now be? That will definitely be a different scene. Takumi. At this time, Nishi Muramina and Guanting both walked up to Li Guanqi. They had already made an appointment to call each other by their pseudonyms inside Finling Mountain. What were you thinking about just now? Guanting stood next to Li Guanqi, folding his hands on his chest and looking at him curiously, with a thoughtful look on his face. Li Guanqi looked into the distance. Due to the high-speed flight of the purple jade gourd, as far as he could see, large green planes flew past and disappeared from his sight. I'm thinking about the past and future of humanity. ? The purple jade gourd flies extremely fast. As he shuttled between the clouds, Li Guanqi, who was sitting on it, could not even see clearly the scenery along the way with the visual ability of this weak clone. Only the outlines of scenery can be seen passing by below. Kimura Hiroshi sat at the front of the gourd, and around the gourd there were more than a dozen disciples from Finling Mountain, flying along with a solitary boat under their feet. About an hour or two later, the scenery in Li Guanqi's eyes had all turned into a blanket of snow. Shogun Higashihara, a snowfield area, has arrived. This also means that Finling Mountain, located deep in the snowfield, is coming soon. As Li Guanqi expected, 10 minutes later, he saw a towering snow-capped mountain at the end of his sight. There were buildings faintly visible halfway up the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, the outline of a towering city was even clearer. Finling Mountain. Snow Mountain. Soon, the purple jade gourd approached the Finling Snow Mountain. However, Kimura Hiroshi did not drive into the giant city at the foot of the mountain. Instead, he flew directly through the air and flew halfway up the mountain. His speed gradually slowed down until he finally stopped. Arrive! Kimura Hiro, who was sitting at the front of the gourd, chuckled. Li Guanqi and others stood up and looked. I saw howling wind and snow, and in the vast whiteness, I could see countless beautiful buildings and jade buildings. Many halls rising from the ground. Buildings with the characteristics of the shogunate abound. But fortresses similar to Western castles are also not uncommon. And countless figures are here went back and forth between the various buildings. This is Finling Mountain? I'm finally here at Shogunate Tohara's holy land for refining artifacts. I must become a 5th level weapon refiner. Ha. You should first pray that you can understand the law of wind to the level of 4 elephants. Some young people on the gourd looked excited, thinking about the future. Okay, you guys can go down now. Kimura Hiroshi suddenly made a secret with one hand, and then Li Guanqi found a breeze rising under his feet, lifting him to the ground. Takumi? Nishi Muramina and Guanting were still on the gourd, and they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Li Guanqi leaving. Fine. After Li Guanqi comforted him softly, he looked around and found that besides him, there were 6 other people who were also taken away from the purple gourd by the breeze, including the man in black, Kentaro Morimoto, who was with Takada Aoi, including him. 7 people. They are all different blood warriors who do not have the ability to control fire. In other words, they are all people who are not suitable to become excellent weapon refiners. What does this mean? Kentaro Morimoto looked around curiously. Li Guanqi and the 6 of them were already standing on the snow. Although the temperature here was low, even ordinary people wearing cotton-padded jackets could bear it, let alone the 7 different blood warriors. Brush. Kimura Hiroshi's purple jade gourd started up again and flew straight to the top of the snow-capped mountains. What's going on? Some people are confused. How come we were put down? Where are they? Where are they going? Quiet. Although Kimura Hiroshi left with Nishi Muramina, Guanting and others. The Filling Mountain disciples, who had been riding the green leaf flying boat, did not leave. At this time, one person answered, "They are different from you. Those people are either spellcasters or alien blood warriors who can control fire. In any case, they are all qualified to become excellent weapon refiners." Previously, Senior Kimura's sacrificial detection device was relatively low level, but there is a more advanced detector in the fire viewing hall on the top of the mountain. It is a rule to use 2 detectors with different accuracy and repeat the test to avoid omissions or detection errors. "What happens after the test?" a young man next to Li Guanqi asked. "It depends." The Filling Mountain disciple shrugged. "Those with average fire control qualifications will come back to join you. Those with better fire control qualifications will stay in the inner palace." "Wait. Why?" A man was indignant and said. "Why are you so divided into the inner and outer bureaus? No self-awareness at all." The disciples of Filling Mountain said helplessly. "What is your situation that you don't know about? This is Filling Mountain. The Filling Mountain for the weapon refiners. You can't control fire. From now on, you can only go to the hammer weapon department and do odd jobs for the weapon refiners of the Filling department." "Do you need to ask about the level of treatment? This must be treated differently." "Oh, besides, don't get me wrong." The Filling Mountain disciples had an indifferent expression. "I didn't say you were disciples from outside. You are all servant disciples." "What? Why? I just came in. How can I be allowed to be a handyman disciple?" As soon as this statement came out, it immediately stirred up waves, causing 5 people except Li Guanqi and Kentaro Morimoto to become furious. The rules of Filling Mountain are like this. There is no need to complain. The disciple of Filling Mountain hung his sword in the air and looked down at everyone with cold eyes. "You can't control fire. It's reasonable to start as a handyman, if anyone is not willing. 1 month later, when you participate in the opening ceremony, there will be an application opportunity to leave the mountain. As for the tasks assigned by the superiors within this month, it is best to complete them immediately. Otherwise, even with the bodies of you different blood warriors, you will want to cry. That's not fair." Someone roared. "That's fair." The disciple of Filling Mountain said calmly. "Fairness is not equality. Let the people who deserve it get what they deserve. This is fairness. As you said, letting everyone get the same thing is called equality. But in our Filling Mountain, we don't talk about equality. There are 3, 6 or 9 levels of people, high and low. I'll tell you this truth once, and I feel better. Okay, don't pay attention to these handymen." Another Filling Mountain disciple looked impatient. "What's the use of telling them this? I've already informed the captain of the handyman to come over. Let's go." "Well, let's go. By the way, you guys stay here and stay here. Someone will pick you up later." After giving the instructions, these dozen Filling Mountain disciples stepped on the green leaf flying boats and left. The 7 people, Li Guanqi, were left hanging on the mountainside of Filling Mountain, blown by the wind and snow. "Ignoring us? Depend on. How could they do this?" Li Guanqi stood alone at the edge, looking calm. "Fairness and equality. Interesting." Li Guanqi's mouth curled up slightly. "This is not a bad thing. There is nothing better than a handyman disciple who is not taken seriously. He spends a month peacefully, participates in the mountain opening ceremony, and enters the body of the mountain. Ah, that's not right." Li Guanqi turned his head slightly and glanced at Kentaro Morimoto next to him, his face full of helplessness. Without these 3, his plan with Guanting and Nishimura Mina could have gone ahead smoothly. But now, he had to find a way to kill these 3 people, lest these 3 guys blow up Filling Mountain, which would not only disrupt his plan to steal the artifact, but also kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people at the foot of the mountain. Certainly, if possible, he would have to thoroughly understand the content of the prophecy before actually killing someone. The Filling Mountain collapsed, and the artifact appeared. What exactly are these 3 people trying to do? Chapter 376 Black-Hearted Enterprise Filling Mountain. "You guys come with me. I'll take you to the dormitory and get your clothes." When 7 people, Li Guanqi and Kentaro Morimoto, arrived at Filling Mountain, it was noon. It was night when someone came to pick them up. This is a fat man wearing red clothes with a gray cherry blossom badge on his collar. He is a 2-level warrior of different blood. He took Li Guanqi and others around Filling Mountain, facing the wind and snow, to a warehouse, and each received 3 sets of red clothes. Finling Shan's uniform seems to be a simple red color with no patterns. What distinguishes one's identity is probably the cherry blossom badge on the fat man's collar. After receiving the clothes, Li Guanqi and the 7 others were taken outside the door of a very large longhouse. Okay, it's too late. You should go in and rest today. We will make other arrangements tomorrow. After saying that, the fat man yawned and left. Go in and have a look. Kentaro Morimoto took the lead and pushed open the door of the longhouse. Then Li Guanqi discovered that this house was simply outrageous. It is actually a large shop with hundreds of people. Although the Daetonbu, which houses hundreds of people regardless of gender, is not completely full, there are at least 60 people living here. Seeing the arrival of 7 people like Li Guanqi, the expressions of these people did not change. Among the 7 of them, when they saw this 100-person shop, some were indifferent, some complained endlessly, and some laughed. Ah, I like this environment. Kentaro Morimoto grinned. It's lively when there are many people, and men and women live together, so everyone is treated equally, which is very fair. Li Guanqi was speechless. What a special 100-person shop. In reality, it is against the convention for prisoners of war to live in such a place. Never mind. Li Guanqi shook his head. In special times, please endure it for a month. He came to the corner with the fewest people around, laid down on the hard bed, and prepared to sleep. To be honest, he hasn't slept for a long time. After all, as his cultivation level has improved, it is not efficient to replenish energy by sleeping. But the feeling of sleeping is always nostalgic. The weakness of this clone at this moment allowed him to sleep better. Lying on the bed at this moment, he felt sleepy soon. However, just when Li Guanqi was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt someone coming up on the bed next to him. He opened his eyes and looked. It's the back of Kentaro Morimoto. At this time, the man was lying on his side with his back to him. Li Guanqi was not sleepy at all now. The next day, it's dawn. Squeak. The door of the longhouse was suddenly pushed open, and a sturdy man in red walked in from the outside. He was the same as the fat man yesterday, with a 2-level cultivation level and a gray badge on his collar. This seems to be the symbol of Finlingshen's handyman captain. Get up! Get up! The man had a rich voice and said, Others should do their work. Those 7 newcomers, I will give you 20 seconds to put on the red uniforms issued to you yesterday and gather at the door. Li Guanqi and others began to dress. Not long after, all 7 of them were standing outside the longhouse. The man in red was standing in front of everyone, and there were 2 men in red beside him. The bright red robes were particularly conspicuous in the white snow. The man in red is a different-blooded warrior from the Liangyin realm, and the other 2 are warriors at the 1 yuan level. My name is Kawasaki Kazuto. The man in red looked at Li Guanqi and the other 7, and said calmly, You can just call me Kawasaki-senpai from now on, and then assign positions now. After that, he took out a book out of thin air from the space ring on his right hand and started to read it. Wait a minute. What does assigning a position mean? Some people are puzzled. It's the position that allows you to work. Kawasaki Kazuto was still flipping through the book without raising his head. Look at what you are wearing. It is red without any patterns. Those without patterns are the handyman disciples. And the handyman disciples have to work. Remember, in Fiddling Mountain, the clothes of the handyman disciples have no patterns. The clothes of the outer disciples are different. Their clothes have silver patterns on the sleeves. The inner disciples' sleeves and hems have silver patterns. The direct disciples of the 8 masters have golden patterns. Of course, they may not wear uniforms. Be careful when you see those who don't wear standard clothes, and don't offend them. The only people who can wear their own clothes in Fiddling Mountain are direct disciples and big shots above the level of 4 elephant-level deacons. Do you understand? Having said this, Kawasaki Kazuto looked at one of the pages in the book and nodded slightly, as if he had finally found the page he was looking for. I still don't understand why we have to work. Didn't we go to Fiddling Mountain to learn to refine weapons and practice? Someone asked. Learning to refine weapons and practice? Kawasaki Kazuto laughed mockingly. You don't know what's going on with you? You can't control fire. So just learn how to make weapons. Let's start by doing odd jobs. As for practicing? Damn it. Which bastard spread this rumor? Fiddling Mountain is not a spell academy. Anyone who teaches you how to practice for free is here to work. Work for pay. Kawasaki Kazuto began to draw on the book with a brush. You guys, just work here honestly. After your monthly performance reaches the standard, you will be rewarded with 5 to 10 bottles of first-level alien blood. This is the right way. This is the hope. Li Guanqi looked strange when he heard this. This Finling Mountain sounds a bit like a black factory. Okay. Come here if you hear your name. Kawasaki Kazuto waved. Nakao Kinryu. Ishizuka Shinya. The names were read one by one. People came forward one by one. With each utterance, he will issue a tool, a black cloth glove, and a wood-cutting axe. I know you think you can chop trees with one hand. But the tree Finling Mountain wants is not an ordinary green tree. It is silverleaf black wood, which is much harder than you think. Take an axe with this characteristic and hold it. If the axe is lost, I will lose you too. Next, Kawasaki Kazuto read a total of 5 names and distributed 5 sets of tools. There are still 2 people whose names have not been read. Li Guanqi and Kentaro Morimoto looked at each other, both speechless. They were alone. Even though there were 2 of them, they were not considered alone. Marshal. Kawasaki Kazuto looked at the 2 people beside him. Take these 5 to the work area. Yes. The 2 nodded in response, then left with the 5 people who had obtained the tools, and soon disappeared into the wind and snow. Kentaro Morimoto. Right. Then Kawasaki Kazuto turned around and walked up to Kentaro Morimoto. He looked at the tall young man for a while before showing Indy. You are lucky. That person named Takada Ao is your friend. He won the 2nd round of qualifications. The test was unparalleled, and his ability to perceive fire-attributed spiritual energy was the first in Finling Mountain in 30 years. And he was directly accepted as a direct disciple by Master Kimura. Master Kimura? Li Guanqi next to him raised his eyebrows slightly. Kimura Shinpei, one of the 8 burning craftsmen. Takada Aoi was accepted as his personal disciple. Well, maybe the conflict between Takada Aoi and the Iwai family branch also played a role in this matter. Things seem to be connecting. The conflict between Takada Aoi and the Iwai family branch may seem strange and weird, but in fact there are reasons behind it. The Iwai family received the prophecy because they wanted to test whether there was something special about these 3 people, and whether they were the threesome in the prophecy. Takada-san and the others were obviously trying to cause trouble, but unlike Li Guanqi and the others, they acted so arrogantly and high profile, perhaps on purpose. They just wanted to be arrogant and attract the attention of one of the 8 Finling craftsmen so that they could do something. Becoming the personal disciple of one of the 8 burning craftsmen might be just the first step. Each direct disciple has 3 quotas. Kawasaki Kazuto looked at Kentaro Morimoto and chuckled. There are 3 unconditional quotas for people to become disciples of the Inner Palace. And you and Ono Nanao, who are traveling with you, have been selected by him. Please prepare yourself. Someone will take you to the Inner Palace area soon. Hey. There was no surprise on Kentaro Morimoto's face. He just grinned. Seeing this, Li Guanqi became more sure of his thoughts. What these 3 guys want to do is absolutely the opposite of him. They should keep a low profile and wait until the opening ceremony in a month to enter the mountain. But these 3 people have to be high profile. High profile enough to attract the attention of the top management of Finling Mountain. After that, they can do something. The question is, what is it that requires them to act like this? And the most important question arises. These 3 people have all gone to the Inner Palace. So how should he get rid of these 3 people? As for you, Kawasaki Kazuto looked at Li Guanqi and flipped through the booklet in his hand. Well, the tree cutting area is actually divided into groups of 5 people. You happen to be alone. So, let's go to an area alone. Anyway, it's okay to go to an area with others. It's the same. Just chop your own wood. Just finish cutting the amount of iron black wood. After saying that, he took out a pair of black gloves and a logging axe from the space ring. Clear. Li Guanqi took it, put on his gloves, held a heavy special logging axe, and nodded calmly. Kentaro. Kawasaki Kazuto glanced at Kentaro Morimoto. Just wait here for a while, and someone will pick you up soon. And you? He looked at Li Guanqi again, patted his shoulder, and stepped forward. Fujiwara Takumi. Right. I'm just on your way. I'll take you directly to the work area. Follow and remember the way. No one will take you tomorrow. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Li Guanqi's job is to cut down trees. There is an area halfway up Finling Mountain called Blackwood Fields, where many silverleaf blackwoods grow. The branches, leaves, flowers, and bark of these trees are all silver, and will even glow with a metallic luster under the sunlight. They are materials specially used to refine sacrificial vessels and create 1st to 3rd level sacrificial vessels. What Li Guanqi has to do is cut down 10 silverleaf black trees every day. For a low-grade alien-blooded warrior, the texture of this wood is extremely hard. If you swing the axe with all your strength, you can only cut a white mark. It will take a few more cuts to really cut in, but that's exactly where the need is. The characteristic of silverleaf blackwood is that it must be chopped slowly. If it is chopped directly with a knife, the fiber structure inside the tree will not meet the standards for it to be used as a sacrificial vessel material. In other words, if a one-level alien blood warrior comes over and goes all out, he can certainly kill a tree with one sword. But the problem is that the silverleaf blackwood cut down in this way is useless. You can only cut it slowly bit by bit, since the silverleaf wood cut down in this way is in a state of damaged, self-healing, damaged, self-healing. Within an hour, it will make the wood material deteriorate, changes occur, and meet its standards as a material. So, this has become a time-consuming and labor-intensive hard work. For a low-grade alien blood warrior, it would take almost the entire day to chop down 10 silverleaf black trees, plus taking breaks to catch fish. The handyman disciples spend all their daytime doing the tasks assigned by Finling Mountain, and only the night is their own time. This is simply a black factory. In Li Guanqi's mind, Finling Mountain has become synonymous with black-hearted enterprises. According to Kawasaki Kazuto's previous statement, after each month's performance reaches the standard, there will be 5 to 10 bottles of first-level exotic blood as rewards. 510 bottles? Generally speaking, it is basically calculated as 5 bottles. Li Guanqi estimated the price himself. He didn't ask much about Shogunate Higashihara, but he had been shopping in Shogunate Bailing for 2 months before, so he had some understanding of local prices. I want to hire low-grade alien blood warriors to work, and I have to work from morning to night. With a month's wages, I can buy at least 20 bottles of first-level alien blood for training. However, Finling Mountain only gives you 5 bottles. Hack! This is too dark. The sun was blazing in the snow-covered blackwood field. Li Guanqi stood in front of a silverleaf blackwood. Thinking of this, he immediately put down the special logging axe in his hand. He felt exploited by the capitalists. As for that, if you have been a handyman disciple for a long time, you can officially enter the hammer weapon department of the Outer Palace, learn to make weapons, and have a good future. Isn't this just a painting? Crap. Sure enough, human history is a cycle. The modern era before the old era was like this. After an old era, for 1,871 years passed in the new era. However, the capitalists are still doing the same thing. Grandma. Li Guanqi looked helpless, picked up the axe, and continued to chop with all his strength. Speaking of which, in reality, when he was 18 years old, a strange world came to him, so that he had not experienced severe beatings from society or been exploited. Now that I have come to Finling Mountain, I am being exploited. The sun is scorching. Li Guanqi was in the snow, whirring and swinging his axe to chop down trees. While thinking about these things, the more he chopped, the more uncomfortable he felt. Grandmas. If it weren't for the artifact problem, and the hundreds of thousands of innocent people still living at the foot of the mountain, there would be nothing wrong with Takada Aoi and the others blowing up this black-hearted enterprise. I spent most of the day cutting down trees. It wasn't until the sunset that Li Guanqi finally completed the daily requirement of 10 silverleaf black trees. Grandmas! Li Guanqi looked at the 10 thick tree trunks in front of him, and threw the axe in his hand to the ground with a look of helplessness on his face. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. He has never worked for anyone in his life. It looks like someone is very angry. Suddenly, a burst of female laughter sounded from not far away. Li Guanqi turned his head and followed the sound. I saw an ordinary woman in red, walking slowly under the dim afterglow, and her shadow on the snow was stretched very long. It was Nishimura Mina, who used the clone body. At this time, her red coat was no different in style from Li Guanqi's, but it was much thicker. It could be called a big red cotton-padded jacket. After all, she was a conjurer. She didn't have the physique of a different-blooded warrior, so she couldn't withstand the cold in this snowy mountain. An inferior spellcaster, on the other hand, doesn't have that much spiritual power, so he has to cast spells to keep himself warm all the time. In addition, the red dress Nishimura Mina is wearing has a silver water ripple on the sleeves. This is the clothing of foreign disciples. Hirado, why are you here? Li Guanqi looked at her curiously. This is of course a pseudonym. Nishimura Mina's pseudonym in Finling Mountain is Kosaka Hirado, and Guanting's pseudonym is Yamada Kohei. Come and see you. Nishimura Mina walked up to Li Guanqi and looked around vaguely. Obviously, this place is not a good place to chat. At least, not about artifacts. It seems that you have gone to the foreign government. What about him? Li Guanqi asked again, obviously asking about Guanting. It's also a foreign government. Nishimura Mina shrugged. But how can I put it? He seems to have been attracted by a beautiful elder from the outer palace. Since he was pulled into the room in the morning, the door has not been opened. The female elder has been barking inside. It can be heard nearby. Li Guanqi was stunned. Grass, a plant. I was cutting down trees in the handyman area and was half exhausted. But that guy ended up in the outer area and was so happy. Is this gap too big? Wait. Li Guanqi suddenly looked at Nishimura Mina with a strange expression. Guantingi and her are lovers. Hey, let's settle the accounts then. Nishimura Mina waved her hands and said helplessly. There is nothing we can do about this. He can't refuse, and it will be difficult to handle if he refuses. Okay, so you just came to see me? Li Guanqi looked at her solemnly. Is there anything you want to tell me? Well, it's really nothing. Nishimura Mina scratched her head and said hesitantly. The only thing worth mentioning is that Takada Ao performed very well in the second round of qualification tests. Not only did he stay in the inner palace directly, he was also accepted as a direct disciple by Kimura Shinpei. It's the most popular time ever, very high profile. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. He did have something to say and wanted to tell her about the prophecy. The problem is that the walls have ears. This Blackwood field seems to be empty except for the two of them. But it is not safe after all. Buzz? Suddenly, a ring on Nishimura Mina's hand glowed red and kept flashing. Here we go again! Nishimura Mina's face suddenly fell. That old woman knows how to order me. Serve tea and pour water. And learn to refine weapons. What is Finling Mountain? What is a holy land for weapon refinement? It is just a holy land of exploitation. I have something to do. So I'm going back first. She said something to Li Guanqi, and then ran away in a hurry, even using a spell to increase her speed. Li Guanqi looked at her back and was speechless for a moment. In the end, he had no choice but to shake his head, turn around, tie 10 silver-leaf black trees with ropes, and pull them back against the dusk and wind and snow. Does this kind of life have to last as long as 29 days? At night, the moonlight is strong. Finling Mountain, Nifu, Chuinchio Pavilion, Hinata Anya, one of the 8 Finling craftsmen and the eldest disciple of Iwai Shizeo. His cultivation has reached the 4 elephants level, and his weapon refining level can be said to be the 4th level. He is sitting alone on the top of the pavilion, drinking alone. His mind is right. Intoxicated. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps. Hinata also put down his wine glass, looked at the visitor, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! You know, long time no see. You finally entered the mountain. You know, meet brother Hinata. The young man walking upstairs also laughed. Just as the clouds opened and the fog dispersed, the moonlight shone down, illuminating his face. Surprisingly, it is the young master of the Iwai family branch. You know Iwai. Chapter 377. The artifact component of the snow gun was discovered. Come on! You know, sit down. With a smile on his face, Hinata also stood up on his own initiative, pulled Iwai over, and even pulled out the chair opposite him for him, gesturing for him to sit opposite him. Thank you, brother Hinata. Iwai had a smile on his face and sat obediently on the wicker chair. He put his hands on his thighs and looked at Hinata Yasuya, who had reached the 4 symbols wind realm and was able to refine 4th level sacrificial weapons. He was also considered a rising star in Finling Mountain. Iwai couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Is this talent? Obviously 10 years ago, this person was just a poor and low-level conjurer. He had to accept support from his branches to barely break into the 1st level and live like a human being. However, after only 10 years in Finling Mountain, this man showed extraordinary talent for refining weapons. He transformed into a direct disciple of his direct ancestor, Iwai Sha, and his cultivation level also improved by leaps and bounds. On the one hand, of course, it is the resource support of Iwai. On the other hand, it was after he reached the Liangyi level that his talent for spells began to explode. In just 10 years, he reached the 4 elephant level. But that's fine. This Hinata is also strong enough, and he can take advantage of his family's kindness to him, especially dealing with the trio of Takada Tsung. Brother Situ, something really happened this time. Iwai came to Hinata Yasuya and said in a deep voice. Brother, I still need your help to make this branch of mine prosper. Oh. Hinata also took a sip of his drink, with a smile in his eyes. What happened? Please tell me in detail. Could it be that? He glanced left and right, and then with a wave of his hand, purple spiritual light emitted, forming a soundproof spiritual shield, covering the surrounding area. After doing this, Hyuga Anya looked at Iwayuno again, smiled and said 2 words. Prophecy? Iwayuno's expression changed dramatically. How did he know? Your grandpa told me. Hinata also looked calm. I will never forget my great kindness in the past. His old man trusted me, and I will never betray his trust. Hearing this, Iwai had a lot of thoughts and a complicated expression for a moment. Grandpa doesn't trust him, but he trusts this person with a foreign surname more. Bastard. Tell me. Hinata Anya sat upright and looked at Iwayuno seriously. The old man told me that you will explain everything to me. Yes. Iwayuno nodded, and then looked at the soundproof spirit shields around him. He seemed a little worried, and leaned close to Hinata Anya's ear. Under the moonlight. Attic roof. The shadows of the trees fade. At the wine table, one person was whispering to another. I see. A long while, after listening to the whole story narrated by Iwayuno, Hinata also put down his wine glass and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was the old man who gave me help in times of need. And that's how I am today. I, Hinata, am not an ungrateful person. I am here for your lineage. I will definitely go all out for the rise of the Iwai family. The artifact is of great importance. If we can get the artifact, we will surely rise. But the matter is a bit complicated, and we must understand the prophecy. Fenling Mountain opened. 3 people walked together. Fenling Mountain collapsed, and the artifact appeared. Now that Fenling Mountain is opening up new areas, the trio of Takata song has appeared. So the previous prophecy has basically been explained. But what about the second half of the sentence? What kind of failure are the 3 of them? Speaking of this, Hinata Anya's eyes flashed with a cold light. We need to get an answer. Brother Hinata, what are you going to do? Iwayuno asked in a deep voice. I don't think they would say something as important as the artifact. Ah. Hinata just sneered. Last year, I met a tough guy. No matter how hard I tortured him, he refused to tell me what I wanted. Later, I found his sister and mother. And in front of him, he killed his sister with his own hands. And then he looked at the only remaining mother and took action. This, Iwayuno was stunned. So we are going to find the family members of Takata Ao and the others? Good. Hinata also nodded. But it's gone. Iwayuno had a complicated expression. Takata Ao, Morimoto Kentaro, and Ono Nanao. These 3 people are all orphans, with no relatives alive. Takata Ao is even more ruthless. For some unknown reason 3 years ago, he suddenly killed his whole family with his own hands. Oh no. It's the whole village. Ah? Hinata was also obviously stunned. Then we have to find another way. He touched his chin and thought. In this way, let's give him a blow first. I will think of a way to kill Kentaro Morimoto first, and then capture Ono Nanao and have a showdown with Takata Aoi. If he doesn't say anything then, Ono Nen will he must die. Doesn't Ono Nanao call him brother? He will definitely be soft-hearted. Iwayuno looked at the man in front of him and was speechless for a while. What the hell? Grandpa asked me to come to you. But in the end, you can only come up with this kind of hard-to-explain strategy? That's it. However, before Iwai could respond, Hinata waved his hand. Obviously his mind was made up, and Iwayuno did not refute. It's useless to argue with this guy now. It's better to go back and discuss it with Grandpa. After all, he actually has no say in front of Hinata Anya. Oh yes, there is more. Hinata also seemed to suddenly think of something, and said, according to the predicted 3 people, I checked all the 3 people who walked together that day, except for Takata Ao, Morimoto Kentaro, and Ono Nanao. There is another group. Also 3 people. Fujiwara Takumi, Kosaka Hirado, Yamada Kohei? Iwayuno said in surprise. But they seem to be ordinary. Much worse than Takata Aoi. I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Hinata Anya's face was expressionless. What if they are the real threesome in the prophecy? Don't let go of any possibility. The relationship between Hiragi Kosaka and Kohei Yamada is unusual. So he can kill Takumi Fujiwara first, and then use Hiragi Kosaka to threaten Kohei Yamada. Forehead. Iwayu was speechless. Then it all depends on Brother Hinata. Iwayu was helpless. But on the surface, he could only pretend to be happy and bend down to salute. You're so polite. I haven't seen you for many years. It was a critical moment for me to refine the weapon when you entered the mountain yesterday. It's a pity that I couldn't greet you in person. Now, brother, I will punish myself with 3 cups of wine. Haha. Brother Hinata, what you said is wrong. How can you enjoy drinking alone? Let Yuno come and have a few drinks too. This is exactly the reason. This is the reason. After a while of pushing cups and changing cups, Yuno left, and Hinata Anya, who seemed drunk and had a rosy complexion, gently closed his eyes. After he opened his eyes again, his eyes were as clear as a mirror, and he was not even a little bit drunk from before. Kentaro Morimoto was dragged into the inner palace by Takada Sora. It was difficult to take action for a while. But the other threesome, well, let's take action on the handyman first. Buzz? Hinata had also made a secret with one hand, condensing a blue light bird, flapping its wings, and disappeared into the deep night in the blink of an eye. After Hinata Anya released the messenger bird, not long after, there was a burst of hasty footsteps on the stairs. Brother Hinata, you are looking for someone. Immediately afterwards, a charming and melodious female voice sounded. A beautiful woman in red, twisting her waist, walked up to Hinata Anya with a smile, knelt down directly, and held his left arm with both hands. Hinata had also raised his right hand, raised her chin, wiped the other person's seductive red lips with his thumb, and chuckled. Help me do something. Oh! The woman raised her right hand, put her index finger into her mouth, bit it gently, looked at him with charming eyes, and coquettishly said, What's the matter? Go to the outer mansion to find Yui Kaneda and ask him to arrange for a handyman disciple named Fujiwara Takumi to go to the netherworld cold pond. Just say that I was the one who called him. Hinata Anya's voice was calm. The charming woman was shocked, and there was no trace of charm in her eyes. Hinata also glanced at her coldly, and a terrifying aura belonging to the 4th elephant level suddenly overflowed. Yes, I'll do it right away. The woman quickly turned and left. Hinata also drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and then played with the wine glass in his hand. His face was calm, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Senior Kaneda? Late at night, Finling Mountain is covered with heavy snow. In the miscellaneous office. In the house. The handyman Captain Kawasaki Kazuto looked at the old man in black, who suddenly appeared in his house, with an expression of fear. This is the elder Kaneda who is in charge of everything in the outer palace, including the miscellaneous affairs office. Kaneda Xiongfei has reached the 4-elephant thunder realm, although his authority is not comparable to that of the elders in the inner palace. In this outer palace, he is already a terrifying figure who can cover the sky with one hand. Kawasaki Kazuto felt uneasy for a while. What is this person doing here? Did you do something wrong somewhere? And people. Kaneda Yui spoke slowly and in a low voice. You Jinkaba. Did someone named Fujiwara Takumi come yesterday? Yes, that's right. Kawasaki Kazuto nodded. Take him to Netherworld Cold Pond tomorrow. That will be his future handyman task. Kaneda Yui ordered coldly, then turned and left. Kawasaki Kazuto was left alone in the house, with a frightened expression on his face. Where is the Netherworld Cold Pond? For the handyman disciples. That is a place where lives are exchanged for resources. No one ever took the initiative to go there. In most cases, it was a place used to punish the handyman disciples. And now, Elder Yui Kaneda lets the unworthy Takumi Fujiwara go? It won't take more than a month for him to die. And he will definitely die. Fujiwara Takumi! Fujiwara Takumi! You sigh! Kawasaki Kazuto shook his head and sighed. If you offend Elder Yui Kaneda, what else can you do? Go to the Netherworld Cold Pond and wait for death. The next day, early morning, Li Guanqi walked out of Daitonpu from the longhouse carrying a logging axe, preparing to go to Xuanmu Farm to chop down trees. But as soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Kazuto Kawasaki. Takumi, the number of people at Xuanmu Field is enough. You don't have to go there anymore. Let's work somewhere else. Kawasaki Kazuto said solemnly. Then where will I go from now on? Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be stunned. Follow me. Kawasaki Kazuto glanced at Li Guanqi with a strange expression, sighed secretly and left. The handyman captain led Li Guanqi, facing the wind and snow, all the way from the outer area of Finling Mountain to the inner area near the top of the mountain. In the white snow, the temperature is getting lower and lower, and the air is extremely cold. Even with Li Guanqi's current LV5 physical strength, he can exhale rich white air. But Li Guanqi didn't care at all, because all his attention is in the back of his mind, ever since he entered this inner palace area. And as he went deeper and deeper with Kawasaki Kazuto, the transmission of the demon sword's thoughts became more and more intense. Artifact parts. There is an artifact part here. However, according to the thoughts conveyed by the demon sword, the nearby artifact parts were not from the demon sword, but from the snow-pointing gun. However, the seal of the snow-pointing gun was too deep, and it was unable to call Li Guanqi, so he could only let him convey it on his behalf. Some parts of the snow gun. Just near here, there is an item that snow gun wants. If you get it, you can unlock a layer of seal on the snow gun. Li Guanqi originally wanted to run away and follow the instructions of the magic sword to search, but found that Kawasaki Kazuto was going in the same direction as the instructions of the magic sword. No need to slip away at all. So lucky? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. The new place Kawasaki Kazuto asked him to go to would not be in the same place as the thing he wanted for the snow gun. Right? Results prove. When luck comes, it really cannot be stopped. Did you see that cold pool? Finally, Kawasaki Kazuto stopped and pointed to a light blue pool between white snow and rocks a few hundred meters ahead. He turned to look at Li Guanqi with heavy eyes. I saw it! Li Guanqi looked at the cold pool, suppressing the joy in his heart, and nodded gently. Of course he saw it, because that cold pool is where the final guidance of the magic sword is. What you need to light the snow gun is in the cold pool. The cold pool is called the Netherworld Cold Pool. Fujiwara Takumi, your future mission is to sneak into the bottom of the cold pool and retrieve the Netherworld Cold Stones. Turn in 30 of them at the end of the month. Don't worry about not recognizing them. Every stone at the bottom of the pool is Netherworld Cold Stone, Kawasaki Kazuto said solemnly. Turn in 30 pills at the end of the month? Does that mean you only have to get one pill every day? Li Guanqi was stunned. So easy? Only? Kawasaki Kazuto looked at him with eyes full of pity, as if he was looking at a dying person who was about to die soon. You will be glad soon. Fortunately, you only use 30 pills a month. By the way, you don't have to go back to the longhouse of the handyman's office anymore. Did you see the wooden house next to it? You will live there from now on, the man said softly, with pity growing in his eyes. Li Guanqi turned around and looked, then nodded slightly. The cabin was big and looked pretty good, but he already noticed something was wrong, because there was something wrong with the way Kawasaki Kazuto looked at him. I prepared a few sets of clothes and other things in there. Kawasaki Kazuto patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, the most important thing is that there is a hot spring in the wooden house. It is the most important thing in the Netherworld Cold Pool. Remember, every time after fishing out the cold stone from the cold pool, soak in the hot spring for an hour first. I understand. Thank you, Kawasaki-senpai, for reminding me. Li Guanqi nodded. Kawasaki Kazuto just patted him on the shoulder again. After sighing softly, the handyman captain left just like that, his back gradually disappearing into the wind and snow. Finally gone. When Li Guanqi saw Kawasaki Kazuto's back completely disappearing from sight, he immediately rushed towards the Netherworld Cold Pond impatiently. It's so cold. As soon as he got close to the shore of the cold pool, he couldn't help but shiver. The temperature of this pool is really too low. But in order to get what he wanted, a little snow gun, Li Guanqi took off his thin red clothes and plunged into the cold pool. Thump! As soon as he entered the water, he felt the ice-cold water around him, and a surge of chill penetrated his body. In just a moment, Li Guanqi's skin turned slightly purple. It was frozen purple, and it can't heal itself. Even the physical strength of level 5 cannot withstand the extreme cold. You can't stay in this pool for a long time. You have to leave after getting some things for the snow gun. Li Guanqi's eyes were solemn, holding his breath, and swam towards the depths of the pool. The thing you need to light the snow gun is in the deepest part of the cold pool. Gulyalu! Li Guanqi swam in the bitingly cold water, going deeper and deeper into the pool. After diving for about 100 meters, he finally reached the lowest point of the cold pool. There is black mud everywhere, and there are no stones at all. The parts of the snow gun are hidden in this black mud. Gulyalu! Li Guanqi rummaged around at the bottom of the pool. After digging for a few minutes, he soon felt a strange, burning sensation in his palms. When you get something extremely hot or cold, your senses are turned upside down. For example, at this time, Li Guanqi dug up the black mud with his hands. Although the material was extremely cold, he felt a burning sensation. It is this? Finally. It took Li Guanqi 7 or 8 minutes to find a black stone in the mud. And he was a little surprised. But the magic knife in his body gave a negative reply. This is not what you want with a snow gun. So this is the netherworld cold stone? After searching at the bottom of this cold pool for so long, he finally found a netherworld stone. No wonder Kawasaki Kazuto said he should be grateful that he only had to find one every day. Because at this time, Li Guanqi's body could no longer bear the cold air. But finding the nether cold stone is not the primary goal. Finding the items needed for the snow gun is the top priority. Li Guanqi put the nether cold stone into the space ring, glanced at his frozen body, endured the pain, and continued to dig at the bottom of the pond, looking for the item. 3 minutes later, he found another thing similar to the nether cold stone. It's just that compared to the pure black nether cold stone, this stone has more golden spots. And the magic knife gave a positive answer. It is this. This is what you need to light a snow gun. Coolulu. After receiving the response, Li Guanqi immediately grabbed the black gold stone and swam upstream quickly. After all, this place was too cold and his body could no longer bear it. While swimming, Li Guanqi was still thinking. I was transferred here to the cold pool in a daze. But unexpectedly I got what I needed for a snow gun. He knew that the lucky +3 ending reward of the Spell Academy copy was not fake. No. It works. Well, having said that, Li Guanqi is still very strange. Why was he transferred here? Although this place allowed him to find the black stone, he needed to light the snow gun. It was obviously not a good place. The person behind this incident definitely wanted to harm him. But he never thought that Fong would give him a God-given opportunity. Ah, sneeze! In Fiddling Mountain's inner palace, Chuanqiu Pavilion, Ri Xiandong was walking on the road when he suddenly couldn't help but sneeze. He looked around, a little dazed. Is it getting colder? All the spells he used to keep his body warm were useless? Chapter 378. The gun spirit wakes up and turns out to be his sister. Thump! The wind and snow howled, and a person rushed out of the water in the cold pool and jumped onto the shore. Li Guanqi took a breath and found that his body was covered with bruises and bruises, all showing signs of frostbite. He picked up the clothes on the ground and walked to the wooden house not far away. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly frowned. Damn it, the cold air can't be removed. If the cold is not removed, it will continue to harm the physical body, making it impossible to heal itself. Is this what hot springs are for? Li Guanqi looked at the bruises on his body and continued walking towards the wooden house. Kawasaki Kazuto said that there are hot springs there. Maybe the function of the hot springs is to get rid of the cold. Squeak. Soon, he walked to the door of this wooden house, pushed open the wooden house, and pushed another door inside. What he saw was a light green hot spring with steaming water. Wow! Li Guanqi stepped into it. As his body was submerged by the green spring water, the purple and blue traces of frostbite on his body gradually disappeared. On the one hand, the cold air in his body was removed by the hot spring. And on the other hand, it was because of the self-healing ability of human beings with different blood. However, this process seems a bit slow. If I really wanted to completely get rid of the cold, I would just do what Kawasaki Kazuto said earlier and soak in the hot springs for an hour. Li Guanqi ignored his physical condition and took out the black stone needed to light the snow gun from the space ring. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a black spot in his palm flickered with black light. That is the divine weapon box. However, the divine martial box did not appear. But the next moment, the snow-pointing gun appeared out of thin air in Li Guanqi's hand, flashing with a flickering blue light. The current divine weapon box is somewhat of a space storage device. Is that what you want? Li Guanqi asked curiously, holding a snow gun in his left hand and a black stone in his right hand. The snow gun just flashes blue light and does not respond. But the thought of the magic knife appeared in his mind. They don't know how to speak, so just ask for a piece of wool and put a stone on it, and that's it. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. The demon sword guy was stumbling when he spoke at first, but now when he conveys his thoughts, he can always convey an irritating meaning. Li Guanqi ignored it and gently placed the black stone on the eye-sole blade of the snow-pointing gun. Buzz! As soon as the two came into contact, the black stone flashed with black light, turned into a ball of black light, and directly merged into the snow gun, becoming one with it. Immediately afterwards, The snow-pointing gun is all white, and at the end of the gun blade, a circle of black lines slowly appears, looking like some kind of engraved runes. Boom! Just when Li Guanqi was about to take a closer look, the circle of runes suddenly shattered and turned into black flakes that fell into the hot spring and floated on the green water. Forehead. Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. This thing is a seal. After absorbing the black stone, the seal is broken? After unblocking this layer of seal, what new functions will the snow gun unlock? Master! Master! Suddenly, a soft and waxy girl's voice slowly sounded in Li Guanqi's mind, with a hint of shyness and timidity. Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned. Dianqiu? Are you the spear spirit of the Snowdian gun? Uh-huh. The girl's voice sounded again. Just listening to this soft voice can make people imagine a picture of a snowy winter, with a little girl wrapped in a red scarf and thick clothes standing in front of you, her head lowered slightly shyly, her little hand shaking, kneading the hem of clothes. Li Guanqi was stunned. At first, he had a strange feeling that the relationship between the magic knife and the snow gun was like an older brother who loved to bully his younger sister. Turns out this isn't a hacking illusion. Lighting the snow gun is my sister. What should I call you? After a long while, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. You are the master. You can call me whatever you want. The gun spirit who lit the snow gun said softly. Then let's call you Xiuxue. Li Guanqi asked. Yeah. Okay. Xiuxue responded quickly, with a smile in her voice. Xiaoxue remembers that Xiuxue's previous master also called Xiaoxue that way. Oh. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiaoxue, can you tell me the story of your former master? Ancient gods? Cannot remember. However, Xiaoxue was a little disappointed. Xiaoxue has been sealed. Not only her power, but also many memories have been sealed. There are very few things that can be remembered now. Then what do you remember? Li Guanqi asked again. Can you tell me everything you still remember? Yeah. Okay. Xiuxue's voice is very soft, like the little sister next door. Xiaoxue remembers that Xiuxue's previous owner was very good-looking, with white hair and blue eyes. Although he was a boy, he was prettier than many girls. He is the god who controls ice. Everyone calls him the ice god. And then I can't remember. Xiaoxue still remembers that the former owner said that everyone was going to die, but he might be resurrected in the future. So he didn't want me to accompany him to die. So he split me into 2 parts and put a seal on me to prevent me from dying. Discovered by some bad guy. But many years have passed, and the former owner has not returned. At the end, Xiuxue's voice even had a hint of crying. Forehead. Li Guanqi was at a loss for a while. After a while, Xiaoxue stopped sobbing. That's all Xiuxue remembers. Bastard? Li Guanqi was a little curious. Your former master was the ice god. A god. Who was the big bad guy in his mouth? Don't you remember this too? Cannot remember. There was suddenly a hint of timidity and submissiveness in Xiuxue's voice. But I don't know why. The first time Xiaoxue was held in your hands. Master, I was very afraid of you. Master, are you the big bad guy? Definitely not. Li Guanqi laughed helplessly. Isn't this nonsense? Oh, all right. Xiaoxue seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. The ice god back then said that everyone was going to die. The everyone mentioned by the gods is basically the gods. Go to die with the gods? So at the end of the old age, twilight of the gods happened? Xiaoxue, how can you unlock more memories? After Li Guanqi thought for a while, he asked in a deep voice. Get more unblocked items. Xiuxue said softly. Xiaoxue was split into 2 by the previous master, and a seal was imposed. Master, you found Xiuxue's other half at that time and restored me to wholeness. But the seal remains. There are power seals and functional seals. But whether it is a power seal or a functional seal, they are also memory seals. What Xiuxue was just released by your master was a functional seal. So after Xiaoxue was released from this seal by you, the forbidden speech seal was lifted. She regained the ability to speak, and recalled some of her memories. Xiuxue's seal needs to be found to unblock it. The unsealed object was made by the previous owner. It is a creation of the gods. It is definitely not bad, and must still be left around the world. Master, can you help Xiuxue find more unblocking items? Please, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Li Guanqi smiled. Because helping you is also helping myself. I also want to know more things. Thank you, Master. Xiao Xue cheered. Master is the best. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile knowingly. He is the owner of this child, and he can clearly feel the joy in the heart of this snow spear spirit at this moment. Xiao Xue is like a real little girl, with an innocent heart, and when he, a grown man, touches it gently, it is like eating. I got a candy and felt happy. But soon his face fell, because the thought of the magic knife appeared again. Hey, there's also my unblocked item. Don't forget it. Li Guanqi was speechless. The demon sword can't speak yet, and the thoughts he conveys are so rude. If he can speak in the future, his words will probably be even more unwelcome. Damn, they are all divine weapons. Why is this guy so inferior compared to Xiao Xue? Xiao Xue, Li Guanqi shouted in his mind. Well, Master, I'm here. Xiao Xue's sweet voice sounds more pleasant to the ears than the devil's weak voice. Then where should I find it? Li Guanqi asked. Can you sense the location of your unsealed objects? It can only be vaguely sensed. Xiao Xue said softly. I have to get close to sense it, but I can't sense it nearby. In other words, there are no Xiao Xue's unsealed objects nearby. Fine. Li Guanqi was helpless. It seems that he, a person who doesn't like traveling, is destined to travel all over the world in this strange world. The unsealed items of the snow spear and the magic knife are still uncertain in which world, and the Western countries will definitely have to travel around in the future. Master, Xiao Xue said again. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Xue's power seals have a total of 10 layers. Xiao Xue said slightly excitedly. Now Xiao Xue has only unblocked 4 layers. If you can help Xiao Xue unblock more, Xiao Xue will be more powerful and can help you more. If you can help Xiao Xue unblock the 10th layer, then Xiao Xue can completely return to her divine weapon form. Have you released the 4th layer of power seal? Li Guanqi suddenly realized. No wonder when the senior sister held the snow-pointing gun that had not yet been combined into one. It could only be used to attack enemies at the 4 elements level, and gradually fell behind when it reached the 5 element level. Because the snow-pointing gun has only unlocked 4 levels, it is only equivalent to a 4th level magic weapon. Not to mention that the snow gun at that time had not yet been combined into one, making it even weaker. I'll do my best. Li Guanqi soaked in the light green hot spring, watching the water mist steaming in front of him, and said seriously, whether it's Xiao Xue, you, or Luimo, I will try my best to help you find the unsealed items and restore you to the original posture of the artifact. The master is the best. Xiao Xue cheered, and Demon Sword Lumo also conveyed his thoughts. The old master is dead, and you are the new master. A better new master than that silly woman Kirisa Kojima. Since she entrusted me to you, and you have avenged her, then you are my new master. One day I will be able to reach the top and kill everyone. Will do. Li Guanqi closed his eyes, tilted his head back slightly, and rested it on the stone platform of the hot spring, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Most definitely. Maybe the person who transferred Li Guanqi to Netherworld Coal Pond had bad intentions, but the result was that he got great benefits, although it only helped the snow gun to unlock the ability to speak, not to unlock the power. At least the addition of Xiao Xue, who spoke softly, sweetly, and pleasantly, gave Li Guanqi a little more relief on his lonely path of cultivation. And this is just the beginning. After unlocking the speaking function, or every time it is unsealed, the snow gun's perception range of the objects it unblocks will expand, as more and more unlocked objects are found. The difficulty of finding the unlocked objects with the snow gun will only become smaller and smaller. This is a virtuous cycle. And there is another benefit to calling Netherworld Cold Pond. At least Li Guanqi doesn't have to squeeze into the chase shop with others. As for the cold air in the Netherworld Cold Pond, Li Guanqi also discovered something was wrong after taking a dip in the hot spring. That hot spring cannot completely get rid of the cold, but there will always be a trace left. And that trace of cold energy that took root deep inside his body, and could not be removed at all, would grow stronger, as he dived into the Netherworld Cold Pond more and more times, until it completely froze all his blood, leading to death. Of course, the most fatal thing is that Li Guanqi knew that the cold air was in his body, but he couldn't feel the specific location. Otherwise, he could just cut off that part with a knife and wait for it to heal itself. The problem is that it can't be found. However, the self-healing abilities of low-grade alien blood warriors are not that abnormal. They cannot cut off a head and then regenerate the entire body bit by bit from the head. and he didn't know if the coldness was in his head. Therefore, for low-grade different blood warriors, the cold air of the Netherworld Cold Pond is very deadly. Plus the monthly requirement of 30 Nether Cold Stones. The Nether Cold Stones at the bottom of the cold pool are very rare, and Li Guanqi has to dig through the mud for at least 5 to 15 minutes each time to find one. However, his body could only support him to stay at the bottom of the pool for about 10 minutes at most. After a long time, his flesh and blood would start to freeze. Moreover, the stagnation of cold air in the body will also cause his tolerance to ice to decrease, making him increasingly unable to stand the freezing. It will become easier and easier for the cold air to accumulate in the body, and the effect of hot springs will become weaker and weaker. This is a death cycle. It would be impossible for an ordinary one-level alien blood warrior to survive here for a month. But Li Guanqi is not ordinary, because the snow gun can absorb the cold air. With some snow guns, Li Guanqi felt like walking on flat ground at the bottom of the pond. Not only was he not cold, he even felt warm. It only took him 1 day to find 30 Nether Cold Stones, completing this month's mission requirements. For the next few days, he lay in the cabin, thinking about what to do next. The Takata Ao trio must find a way to deal with it. But with his current situation, it's hard to do anything. The days passed like this, until the 9th day when Li Guanqi entered Fenling Mountain. An incredible turn of events occurred for him. Celebration? The sun is shining brightly, and the snow-capped mountains are calm. Li Guanqi stood on the snow in front of the wooden house, looked at the strange handyman in front of him, and asked curiously, "What kind of celebration?" "It's Takata Always celebration. I remember he came in the same group as you." "Right." The unshaven man was full of envy. "That man only spent 9 days learning to refine weapons. And then he refined a 3rd-level sacrificial weapon with an inferior level. This is an absolute genius. A rare weapon refining genius." "Ah." Master Kimura is holding a ceremony for him at the top of the mountain, and all the disciples on the mountain will attend. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Something is wrong. This is 100% wrong. That Takata always has maintained such a high-profile style from the beginning to now. Is it possible that this ceremony was specially held for him? To get to the top of Fenling Mountain? "Let's go!" The man patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder and said, "Senior Kawasaki asked me to inform you that we will go directly together." "Good." Li Guanqi looked solemn and nodded gently. "This way." The man turned around and began to run with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, he rushed hundreds of meters with huge strides, leaving only a few footprints in the snow. And Li Guanqi also began to run quickly following his figure. The two ran in the snow for a few minutes until they reached the top of the mountain. All the restriction posts that should have been along the way were now deserted. It seems that Kimura Shinpei, one of the 8 Fenling craftsmen, really has a big deal, because he wants to hold a celebration for his beloved disciple and invite the entire Fenling Mountain to the top of the mountain. Gradually, Li Guanqi also saw a dark and crowded Red Sea in the distance. Tens of thousands of Fenlingshan disciples wearing red uniforms are gathered here at this moment, preparing to participate in the celebration held by Kimura Shinpei for Takata Aoi. Then Li Guanqi's focus was on another place. "That's Terufuji?" Li Guanqi raised his head and looked at a huge statue not far away. His expression slightly changed. At the front of the crowd is a 10-meter-high human-shaped stone statue. An old man wearing a robe, holding his right hand high, looking into the distance. This place is the square on the top of Fenling Mountain. The statues in the center of the square are Fenling Mountain and Fuji Teru, the founder of the Fenling Ryu weapon refining method. This is his memorial statue. It is a fact that the 8 Fenling craftsmen murdered their master and stole the core technology of the Fenling-style weapon refining method. But the question is, how could they openly kill the enemy? To most people, Fuji Teru died unexpectedly, and the 8 Fenling craftsmen, as his personal disciples, were the legitimate inheritors of the Fenling Mountain estate. Therefore, after Fuji Teru's death, it was even more impossible for these 8 loved disciples to dismantle this commemorative statue. This 10-meter-high statue was actually built by Terufuji during his lifetime. It is said to be a sacrificial vessel, but no one knows its specific function. "I heard Takata Aoi will be standing on it soon." Suddenly, a female voice sounded. Li Guanqi tilted his head slightly. It's Nishimura Mina and Guan Ting. They came together and walked up to Li Guanqi. "Did you see that hand?" Nishimura Mina pointed to the statue of Fuji Teru and the statue's raised right hand. "Takata Ao will stand on it and give a speech later, telling how he learned to refine weapons. On the one hand, It is also a legacy. Fujiteru is a weapon refiner, master, and he, the genius of weapon refining, stands in the hands of the senior masters, which means that the skill of weapon refining is passed down from hand to hand. Something's wrong. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. All of this is completely wrong. That Takada-san has done so much, from beginning to end, and has been so high profile until now. Maybe. He looked up at the 10-meter statue of Fujiteru with solemn eyes. Takada always' purpose is to stand on the statue built by Fujiteru during his lifetime. Chapter 379, Unexpected Sudden Rise. Fenling Mountain Collapse. Fujiteru appears. Everyone. I am honored to be able to witness this glorious day. On top of Fenling Mountain. Statue Square. A middle-aged man in a black robe was suspended in midair, standing with his hands behind his back. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the top of the snow-capped mountains and rang clearly in the ears of tens of thousands of people. Among the thick crowd on the ground, Li Guanqi stood beside Nishimura Mina and Guan Ting, looking at this person from a distance with solemn eyes. 7-star conjurer. Among the 8 burning craftsmen, there are 2 7-star conjurers, Fujiteru's eldest and second disciples. The remaining 6 burning craftsmen actually sided with them, and fought openly and secretly in Fenling Mountain. Struggle for power. And this person is Fujiteru's eldest disciple, Omura Takashi. This is not only a 7-star conjurer, but also a weapon refiner who can refine 9th-level sacrificial weapons with the help of Fenling Mountain's earth fire furnace. But today's protagonist is not him. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and looked towards the front of the crowd. There are a total of 8 splendid seats, which are the seats of one of the 8 burning craftsmen. Omura Takashi spoke in midair. And these 8 seats are already filled with 7 back figures. The 8 Fenling craftsmen are gathered here, just for one person. Since my mentor Mr. Fujiteru, the founder of Fenling Mountain, founded Fenling Mountain 372 years ago, he has been able to refine 3rd-level sacrificial weapons without relying on the earth fire furnace, and simply relying on his own inferior cultivation level. He is the only person who has ever lived. Omura Takashi was suspended in front of tens of thousands of Fenling Mountain disciples. He turned his head and looked at the statue of Fujiteru behind him, and said with tears in his eyes, "But today, we have another refining genius who has achieved this level in Fenling Mountain. He is a rising star, a successor to our master, and a new star of our Fenling style. He will bring Fenling Mountain to a more glorious place. Tomorrow, let us welcome him. Welcome, Takada Aoi." Whoa, whoa. In the entire square, tens of thousands of Fenling Mountain disciples began to cheer and applaud. Li Guanqi was also applauding. But he had something else on his mind. The level of a weapon refiner is linked to one's own cultivation level. But excellent weapon refiners can generally surpass their own realm. In other words, a 1-level weapon refiner can only be considered excellent if he can refine a 2nd-level sacrificial weapon. But there are even better ones. For example, Fujiteru, a 7-star conjurer back then, relied on the core technologies of the earth fire furnace and the burning spirit style refining method to cross 2 levels and refine a 9th-level sacrificial weapon, attracting many 9th-level conjurers to visit him. And what does Takada Aoi mean? He refined the 3rd-level sacrificial weapon with his unparalleled cultivation. This is completely beyond level 3. And this is without using the ground fire furnace. For a weapon refiner, this is an absolute genius. Even a monster-level genius. It is no wonder that Fenling Mountain attaches great importance to it. Even the 8 Fenling craftsmen gathered here to hold a ceremony for him and restore his status. Buzz. Amidst the thunderous applause, a burst of colorful light slowly appeared on the 10-meter-tall statue of Terufuji with his raised right hand. Immediately afterwards, Takada Aoi's figure in red gradually emerged in the light. He no longer carried the sword case on his back, just wearing Fenlingshan red clothes embroidered with gold threads. Standing in the right palm of the statue of Terufuji, looking at the tens of thousands of people below, smiling, enjoying countless cheers and envious eyes. But among the crowd, Li Guanqi looked at him and looked into his eyes. But he didn't see any joy in those black pupils. Some are just indifferent. Everyone! Everyone! At this time, Takada-san smiled slightly and pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. And his voice strangely spread throughout the square. He didn't seem to cast any amplification spell. This amplification effect may be one of the functions of the Fujiteru statue. As he began to speak, Omura Takashi slowly fell to the ground in midair. Returned to his seat. and quietly looked at Fujitaro on the right hand of the statue. Thank you 8 masters for your love. Takada-san looked at the 8 burning ling craftsmen on the 8 thrones, bowed slightly, and then said softly, 8 masters, let me come up and say a few words. So let's do it. But what to talk about? If I were to give some testimonials, no one would be interested. Then tell me how I used my inferior cultivation level to refine a 3rd level sacrificial weapon. In fact, there is nothing to say about this, except for 2 points. 1. Talent. 2. Work hard. This is all useless nonsense. So let's just stop talking about it. As soon as Takada-san said this, tens of thousands of people in the square suddenly burst into an uproar. Although everyone knows that this is the case, the purpose of this celebration speech is not to let this weapon-refining genius come on stage to say a few words of Versailles, and then call on everyone to continue working hard like him, and then officially correct his status. What he did was a bit out of line. The 8 Finling craftsmen also looked at each other in confusion at this time, including Takada-Ao's teacher Kimura Shinpei, who were all a little unhappy. It seemed that Takada-Ao's move was indeed not part of the plan. Let me tell you a story. At this time, Takada Sora laughed loudly and said, compared with boring speeches and meaningless nonsense, telling a story may interest everyone more. A long time ago, there was a person who was pretty good at refining weapons. Occasionally, on a whim, he could refine a sacrificial weapon that was higher than his own level. He often told outsiders that he was an excellent weapon refiner. He is a 7-star conjurer, and with the ability to refine 8th level sacrificial weapons, he seems to be considered the upper echelon of this world. But it's not enough. 7 stars. An awkward position. It was more than enough. So much that he went to southern Xinjiang and said low. And the king of southern Xinjiang would summon him to have a drink and chat with him. But what about comparison? Insufficient. Too insufficient. The Bagua level powerhouses ignored him. And the Jiogong level powerhouses could not even see his face. He wanted to visit the Gu God ancestral temple in southern Xinjiang. But because he was a foreigner, the priests of the temple ignored him. He seemed to be standing on the upper level of this world. But the top level of this world was in the clouds, and he couldn't see it at all. He wanted to see it but couldn't. But all this changed that day. In search of a weapon refining material, he came to a certain snow-capped mountain. But he couldn't find the weapon refining material in this snowy mountain. But he followed the traces all the way to the depths of the ground, where he found another thing. With this thing, he became so powerful that he could even refine 9th level sacrificial weapons easily. In this way, he rose completely and reached the top of the world, drinking and laughing face to face with those 9 palace level experts who only existed in legends. He created his own force. Even the Sakura shogunate had to come to him to order military sacrificial vessels. He also accepted many apprentices, among whom 13 were the most beloved and respected by him. He accepted them as his direct disciples, and taught them carefully, and cultivated them with all his heart. But finally, just because he wanted to pass on the core weapon refining skills to his descendants alone, his disciples chose to murder him cruelly. He just died. The disciples he valued most in the past joined forces to kill them, seize the weapon refining technology, and divide the industry. Among these 13 apprentices, 8 have fully learned the core skills, and have taken control of the forces left behind after his death. Having said this, Takada-Ao, who was standing in the right hand of Fujitaro's statue, stopped and looked at the 8 burning craftsmen on the ground with a smile. And they didn't move. Among the tens of thousands of Finling Mountain disciples, some of the senior officials who knew the inside story looked terrified. But seeing the 8 Finling masters who were motionless, they themselves did not dare to act rashly. As for the other disciples who didn't know the inside story, they looked confused and didn't know what Takada-Ao meant by telling this story. 8 people learn technology and divide the industry? 8? Their 8 masters are also 8. Something's wrong. Li Guanqi and Guanting and Nishimura Mina next to him looked at each other with solemn expressions. This is exactly the story of the 8 white-eyed wolves and Fujitaro of the 8 burning craftsmen. But the strange thing is that when the 8 burning craftsmen listened to Takada-san's words, they just sat on the throne and did not move at all. Due to location issues, Li Guanqi could only see the backs of the 8 of them, and could not see their expressions at this time. But if he could go around and stand right in front of the throne, he would be able to see the 8 Finling craftsmen at this time, whether they were the 6 peak Lyoha level ones or the 2 7-star ones. They all looked frightened at this time, eyes rolling around. Obviously he wants to move. But he can't. The story I just told is the story of Felingshan and Fujiteru. On the right hand of the statue of Fujiteru, Takada Aoi pointed angrily at the 8 burning spirit craftsmen and roared. And those 8 treacherous and treasonous master slayers who repay kindness with vengeance. They are the so-called 8 spirit burning craftsmen and the so-called 8 masters today. An astonishing statement. The whole house was in an uproar. Hearing this, tens of thousands of Finling Mountain disciples all had expressions of shock and astonishment on their faces. Whispers came and went. And when they were added together, they soon formed a loud public opinion. There are already many doubts about the mysterious death of Terufuji 5 years ago. Coupled with the story Takada Aoi told just now, these disciples already believed it when they thought about it. But the really amazing part is not here yet. Buzz! Takada Aoi suddenly collapsed in the right palm of Fujiteru's statue. But blue light flashed on his body, and a light blue translucent soul slowly floated out. Soul! And looking at the appearance of the old man's soul, it is exactly the same as the statue of Fujiteru. Tens of thousands of Finling Mountain disciples were completely shocked. I am Terufuji, the real master of Finling Mountain. The old soul opened his hands, stood on the right hand of the statue, and roared loudly. I'm back! This? Oh my god! Am I dreaming? How can this be? He must be lying. This is fake. It's fake. But why are the 8 masters still sitting there now? On the square, tens of thousands of Finling Mountain disciples were completely excited and restless. Jitakata-san. Among the crowd, Li Guanqi looked at the old soul with an expression of astonishment. He is actually Fujiteru? He is not dead? Next to them, Guanting and Nishimura Mina also had complicated expressions, looking at this scene in disbelief. Boom! At this time, the entire Finling Mountain suddenly began to shake violently, and all the tens of thousands of disciples in the square suddenly fell down. Even avalanches began to occur in several places in Finling Mountain, a snow-capped mountain, and the shaking of Finling Mountain continues to intensify. Oops! Li Guanqi put his foot on the ground, forcibly controlled his body balance, and suddenly looked at Fujiteru's soul body with an ugly expression. Prophecy. The Finling Mountain's collapse artifact appears. Now the mountain is about to collapse? It's an artifact that hasn't been born yet. Suddenly, Shishua's soft voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. The old man is controlling an unborn artifact. But the artifact has not been born yet. So he can only use other auxiliary means to help him control the artifact. And the palm of the statue's right hand is this auxiliary means. There is obviously a connection between the old man and this artifact, similar to the relationship between Xiaoxua and your master. But this artifact has not yet been completely born. So how can it be completely recognized as its owner? So he could only choose to use auxiliary means. And that statue is special. Only when he stood on the palm of the statue could he call on the artifact and mobilize its power. Those 8 people were already locked by the artifact, so they couldn't move. Master, the unborn artifact is also an artifact. And it is an artifact that has not been sealed. Its divine power is not something you can compete with now. Let's run. At the end of the sentence, Shishua's voice was full of anxiety. Damn it! Lumo, I shouldn't have listened to you in the first place. In fact, when Xiaoxua was halfway through speaking, Li Guanqi had already started running away, turning around and running wildly. If it weren't for Lu Mo, he wouldn't have brought the divine weapon box with him, nor would he have brought the magic knife and the snow-pointing gun here. In this way, even if the mountain collapses and his physical body dies, the worst possible outcome is that the mission will fail, and his consciousness will soon revive in his body, without any loss to himself. But it's different now. If his body was buried in a landslide, the divine martial box would also be buried deep here. Li Guanqi's intestines were filled with regret at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, Finling Mountain shook violently again, and a huge explosion occurred in the waste on the back side of the mountain, spewing out raging fire, which instantly illuminated half of the sky and burned away the wind and snow. The collapse of the mountainside also caused Finling Mountain to begin to collapse, and the first thing to appear was a large avalanche. Collapse? While Li Guanqi gritted his teeth and ran wildly, he did not forget to observe the surrounding situation. The prophecy came true, and the Finling Mountains collapsed. Then the next step should be, the artifact appears? Call out! A few seconds later, a dazzling red light shot out from the avalanche in the distance, hovered in the air, and finally fell into the hands of Fujiteru's soul body. Although Li Guanqi was running for his life, he couldn't help but look back. It was something like though. glowing red. Is that the artifact embryo of Finling Mountain? It's not born yet, Shishua's distressed voice sounded. That old man will kill it by abusing its divine weapon's origins like this. Xiaoshu, that old guy is trying to kill us now. Li Guanqi couldn't care less about this. He lowered his head and ran for his life. Buzz! Suddenly, the space ring in his right hand began to tremble violently. And there was actually purple light shining through the storage space of the space ring directly to the outside world. Li Guanqi opened the space ring while running. His purple cherry badge was flashing purple light. This? Li Guanqi was stunned. According to Nishimura Mina, the purple cherry badge will only flash purple when it reaches the auditorium inside the mountain. This is a symbol that it can be activated, which means that the teleportation array to the inside of the temple can be opened. And now that he is still on the top of the mountain, this badge can be used? Wait, could it be that Terufuji summoned the artifact embryo and then exploded the mountain, causing the change? No, it's not important. The important thing is to turn on teleportation. Buzz? Li Guanqi took out the purple cherry badge and raised his right hand above his head. The dazzling purple light emitted from the badge completely submerged a 3-meter area around him in an instant. Soon, the light faded. Li Guanqi disappeared. The place was empty, with only a piece of white snow left, shaking with the violent shaking of the mountain. Boom! Just a few seconds after he teleported away, a raging flame covering a 1,000-mile radius swept through the entire Finling Mountain in a short period of time, completely burning this majestic snow mountain. And the tens of thousands of Finling Mountain disciples who were fleeing on the mountain were evaporated into mist in an instant, with not even ashes left. Boom! Soon, Finling Mountain completely collapsed, and the aftermath of the landslide completely covered the city at the foot of the mountain, directly submerging it. Hundreds of thousands of people of the Sakura Shogunate died tragically in the collapse of the mountain. Only those spellcasters and warriors of different blood who were above the 3rd level could possibly save their lives among the countless giant falling rocks. Outside the Sakura Shogunate, the Oriental Islands, Moya Island, in a guest room of one of the most expensive inns in the capital, Nishimura Mina and Guanting, who were lying on the bed, opened their eyes at the same time and stood up suddenly. We failed? Nishimura Mina looked at Guanting with reluctance. Well, Guanting just lowered his head and sighed. This accident was so unexpected. Who would have thought that they had planned it well? But Fujitera came back to kill him halfway? Could this be God's will? Will his sister and Mina's father have to suffer from spontaneous combustion cancer for the rest of their lives? Until the day he was burned to death? Guanting suddenly looked at the 3rd bed in the room, a little surprised. Why hasn't Mr. Jinchen woke up yet? Hasn't his consciousness recovered in his body yet? Impossible. Nishimura Mina looked at Li Guanqi with white hair and blue eyes on the bed, and there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes again. There will never be any accidents with the bipolar mirror. This can only mean one thing. Mr. Jincheng is still alive. He is still in Finling Mountain. We still have hope to get the artifact. Old teacher, the top of Finling Mountain. There are no mountains here at this time. The mountain completely collapsed, and the altitude where the top of the mountain was originally turned into an empty sky. Fujitera's soul body holds the artifact embryo in his hand, suspended in midair, with an expressionless face. In front of him, there was a row of people kneeling. 8 burning craftsmen. The 8 people who had killed their master back then were now kneeling in front of their former mentor, all looking terrified. The artifact embryo is also an artifact. These 8 people controlled by divine power, whether they are at the peak of the Lyoha level or the 7-star level, are no different from ants at this time, and can only be slaughtered by others. Chapter 380, Mission Change. Resurrecting the artifact. Isn't it unexpected? Finling Mountain is crumbling, and the huge roar caused by the collapse of the mountain spreads thousands of miles around. And the smoke and dust caused by the rubble submerging the huge city at the foot of the mountain is even more permeable. And above the sky, Fujitera's soul body was suspended in midair, looking at Omura Takashi kneeling on the ground in front of him, looking at the disciple he once valued most with complicated eyes. Long, my core technology is that good? So good that you won't hesitate to kill me with your own hands? Teacher, I was wrong. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Omura Takashi knelt in front of him, with tears streaming down his face. Please spare my life. Please. You are not aware of your mistake. Fujitera raised his head, closed his eyes and sighed. You, and you, don't know your fault. You just know that you are going to die. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the artifact embryo in his hand burst into flames, instantly incinerating the 8 burning spirit craftsmen into mist, leaving not even a trace of their souls left. Die. An understatement. These 8 white-eyed wolves who joined forces to murder their mentor, occupied Finling Mountain, and lived freely for 5 years died without even leaving ashes. Well, Fujiteru's sigh revealed deep exhaustion. With a sigh, his soul began to gradually fall apart, emitting little bits of blue light, which was obviously going to disappear soon. The power of the artifact fascinates all mortals. You can use artifacts, but you also have to pay a price. Feel sorry. Fujiteru looked at the artifact embryo in his hand, with complicated eyes and a hoarse voice. I promised you at the beginning that I would help you complete the last step and completely become an artifact. But now not only has it not been possible, but it has made you lose hope. You first consumed a large amount of the source of the artifact to help me resurrect for a short time. And now you used up the few remaining sources to help me avenge. But I didn't give you anything, but instead destroyed your foundation. Fujiteru, really ashamed. Buzz, the artifact embryo, which is shaped like red dough, glows slightly with red light. But this red light became increasingly dimmer, like a candle in the wind, or like the old soul in front of me. You are the only person I feel guilty about in my whole life. Fujiteru looked at it with a hoarse voice. Go back. If one day, my descendants can find you again with the purple Sakura badge, I hope that by then, he can atone for my sins and make you a true artifact. I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. After saying that, Fujiteru held the artifact embryo in his right hand and tossed it gently. Call out. The embryo of the artifact turned into a flash of red light, shot into the air, flickered, and escaped into the cracks in space, without knowing where it was going. Well, Fujiteru just closed his eyes, looked up to the sky and sighed. Boom! His soul body suddenly exploded and turned into a piece of light blue fluorescence, which dissipated in the wind. Terufuji, this legendary weapon refining master, the founder of Finling Mountain, and the pioneer of the Finling-style weapon refining method, completely left this world after taking revenge with his own hands. Li Guanqi looked at the scene in front of him, slightly stunned. After he used the purple Sakura badge to activate the teleportation, he arrived here instantly. And here is a vast and huge temple, with silver-white metal structures everywhere. The floors, walls, and pillars are all full of technological texture. The lines on it shine with golden light, as if there are strips of LED lights built into it. There is nothing else here. In the center of the temple is a golden cylindrical base, which obviously originally contained something, because there is also a shelf. But now it's empty. This should be the internal temple of Finling Mountain. Li Guanqi stepped forward and came to the golden pedestal. He looked at the empty shelves above and raised his eyebrows slightly. If nothing else happens, this should be the place where the artifact embryo is placed. But now the artifact embryo has been taken over by Terufuji. Taken again. Then there's no way. The original situation is that Fujiteru was killed by his white-eyed wolf apprentice, seized his property, and seized the artifact. Then if you rob others and I steal from you, what can these white-eyed wolves say? But now that Fujiteru is back, it means that the thing is returned to its original owner. After all, this thing was discovered and used by Fujiteru for more than 300 years. Not to mention whether he has the ability. Even if he has the ability to snatch it, Li Guanqi will not do it. What are you thinking about? At most, if Fujiteru's strength is greatly reduced, then Li Guanqi may go back to control the main body and ask Fujiteru if he can lend the artifact to Nishimura Mina and Guanting to cure diseases and save people. Oh, teleportation array. Li Guanqi glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw a circular teleportation array in the corner of the square temple. At this moment, the runes on it lit up and shone with colorful lights. How about going back first? Li Guanqi looked around and wandered around the temple, finding nothing worth paying attention to. Xiaoxue, what do you think of this temple? He asked curiously. Creation of the gods. Xiaoxue's soft and waxy voice slowly sounded in her mind. But this place is far worse than the previous owner's temple. It should be just the temple of a certain demigod. This can also explain why he has an unborn artifact. Do you like to call the artifact embryo unborn? Li Guanqi smiled and said, it's a very interesting name. Because once the artifact is completely born, it will have autonomous consciousness, no different from ordinary creatures. Xiaoxue explained softly. So the artifact embryo is like an unborn baby. Boom! Before she finished speaking, the base in the center of the temple shook violently and erupted with a dazzling red light. Li Guanqi looked quickly and was stunned. I saw a red dough appearing on the originally empty base. Dough? It's an artifact embryo. Came back? Li Guanqi looked at this scene in disbelief. He is back. Shishua's voice was a little low, but he was drained of the source of the artifact by that old man. And now he is almost dead. Li Guanqi frowned. What do you mean? Are you going to die? The child will soon die completely, and be reduced to a lifeless hunk of metal. As Xiaoxue spoke, there was a hint of crying in her voice, as if she was feeling sad for the loss of her kind, because he has exhausted the source of the artifact. And the old man who is his master should also be dead at this time. He himself has no memory. If it loses its source and cannot obtain energy from its master, it will soon starve to death. His master is dead? How is that possible? Li Guanqi's face was full of bewilderment. Fuji Teru had just resurrected from the dead and returned to Finling Mountain to kill everyone. The 8 Finling craftsmen didn't even dare to breathe. Why are they dead now? That old man was never truly resurrected, Xiaoxue whispered. It's just that this unborn artifact has been consuming the source of the artifact and hanging on to his life. Now that the source of the artifact has been consumed, the old man's death follows the laws of nature and his soul returns to heaven and earth. So he can't be saved? Li Guanqi walked to the center of the temple, looked at the red dough on the base, and asked softly, If you are a god? Yes. Shishua's voice could not conceal her disappointment. But master, you are not a god yet. Well, hearing this, Li Guanqi could only sigh helplessly. He raised his right hand and gently touched the artifact's increasingly dimmed embryo. Poor dough. Ding! Mission change. The mission conditions of the mission, artifact semi-finished product, have changed. The artifact embryo you need to find is on the verge of death. But you finally completed the mission requirements and got the artifact. So the mission has been changed, and the rewards have been changed. You triggered the mission conditions. You've been given a new mission. Resurrection artifact. Task requirements. 1. Within 1 year, find an offensive non-artifact of at least level 7 or above. 2. Place the artifact embryo next to this non-artifact. Mission rewards. 1. Complete artifact fusion. The artifact embryo and the spirit contained in the embryo will be integrated into this non-artifact. When the artifact is resurrected, this non-artifact will also gain the ability to swallow. It can continuously devour weapons of the same type, such as swords. Swallowing a sword. Swallowing a sword. And continue to grow until it becomes a divine weapon. Even a divine weapon. Godly King's weapon! Li Guanqi was stunned, although he didn't know what the divine king weapon was. The word king was added in the middle of the divine weapon, which sounded extraordinary. Xiaoxue, what is the divine king weapon? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Don't humans also have kings? Shishua's soft voice sounded, as if she was a little curious as to why he suddenly asked this. In a word, the one with the highest power is the king of humans, and the divine king's weapon is the king of all divine weapons. This, Li Guanqi's eyes lit up. The first thing is to pick up the missing artifact, and then the growth of the divine king artifact. Coming. All are here. His original, luck plus 3, reward was fully realized this time. He only needs to find a non-artifact of level 7 or above, and he can resurrect the embryo of the artifact, and allow the non-artifact to gain the ability to grow directly into the divine king's weapon. As for level 7 non-artifacts, he doesn't have it now, but he'll have it soon. Wang Xiu's sword. 7th level magic weapon. Wind and thunder. The mission requirement of Resurrection Artifact is to complete the fusion within 1 year, and Li Guanqi is confident enough to break through the 5 elements level of martial arts within 1 year. Go back to find his master Wang Xiu, and become the new sword master of Feng Lei's sword. If Feng Lei can gain the growth ability of the divine weapon, the master will definitely be very happy. It's a pity that Terufuji, although he had taken revenge, his son had actually died a long time ago. But speaking more carefully, this guy is not worthy of pity, because this guy wanted revenge. So why did he come back and kill all the tens of thousands of disciples in Finling Mountain? Also destroyed Finling Mountain and killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people at the foot of the mountain? This is difficult for Li Guanqi to understand. From the beginning to the end, I seem to be stuck in soy sauce and accomplish nothing. Li Guanqi thought about it carefully and discovered such a complicated fact. But although it is soy sauce. But he still got this artifact embryo. Buzz? Li Guanqi was originally going to take the embryo and leave. But as soon as he put his right hand on the red dough, the artifact embryo emitted a dazzling red light, and actually projected a picture on the wall of the temple not far away. That's Terufuji. The old man looked directly at Li Guanqi's position in the projection and said calmly, I don't know who you are. I know. Maybe you are a descendant of me. You followed my last words, and came here with the purple cherry badge. Or maybe, you are just an outsider, and you don't even know who the old man is. But none of that matters anymore. What matters is that you came here and saw it. It is the embryo of a divine weapon. But it is a pity that I owe it too much. If possible, I hope you can let it grow, and completely grow into an artifact. Buzz? As soon as he finished speaking, the projection disappeared. But the pale blue light transformed by the projection did flow straight into Li Guanqi's mind, forming a detailed analysis of the weapon refining method in his mind. Burning Spirit style weapon refining technique, including the core weapon refining technology that the 8 Burning Ling craftsmen wanted to obtain even if they killed their masters, all appeared in Li Guanqi's mind at this time. But this is actually not useful, because the foundation of Finling Liu's weapon refining method lies in the Earth Fire Furnace. But the Earth Fire Furnace in Finling Mountain is actually the fire of the gods emanating from the embryo of the artifact. If there is no divine fire for smelting, the weapon refining method is just an ordinary weapon refining method, with nothing special about it. But now that Finling Mountain has collapsed and the artifact has exhausted its source, where will the divine fire come from? Long gone. What's more, Li Guanqi himself has no interest in refining weapons. If there is a chance, I will hand over your Burning Spirit style weapon refining method to a suitable person and let him continue to promote Burning Spirit style for you. Li Guanqi looked at the artifact embryo in front of him and sighed softly. Fujiteru, this is all I can do for you. Gone. Li Guanqi picked up the artifact embryo that looked like red dough, put it into the space ring, and walked towards the teleportation array in the corner of the temple. By the way, this artifact not only looks like dough, but also feels really soft. Boom. As Li Guanqi walked to the teleportation array and took out the purple cherry badge. The purple cherry badge echoed the light of the teleportation array, and a burst of dazzling colorful light erupted. When the light gradually dissipates, the teleportation array was already empty. The vast and empty temple returned to silence again, just as it had been for hundreds, thousands, or 10,000 years. The Sakura Shogunate is thousands of miles away, within the scope of the Oriental Islands. There is a small island on the endless blue ocean. The bright sunshine casts a golden coat on the island full of tropical rainforest. This is Black Crow Island? It's a tropical rainforest. Deep in a certain forest, at the exit of the cave, a figure in red slowly walked out. It was Li Guanqi. He took out the bronze positioning ring given to him by his senior sister from the space ring, and stayed there, preparing to wait for his senior sister to pick him up. However, the first one to appear was not Wang Yanqing. Stranger, why do you appear in the territory of our Jaya tribe? After Li Guanqi waited there for a few minutes, a group of black men wearing animal skins and grass decorations emerged from the depths of the rainforest not far away, holding wooden spears and bows and arrows. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. To be honest, watching a group of black people speaking Chinese always feels weird. But this is the pattern of the new era. It is bounded by the ocean between the Daluo dynasty and the Violet Empire. The side of the Violet Empire is collectively called the West, speaks English, and uses English. This side of the Daluo dynasty is collectively called Dongfang, where they speak Chinese and use Chinese characters. The Toyo Islands, where the Sakura Shogunate is located, also belongs to the east. The Moya Island located in the Toyo Islands also speaks Chinese. But why this island is full of black people is a question left over from history. I have no ill intentions. Li Guanqi looked at these dozen black people and said calmly, these people all have different blood, but their levels are very low and not good enough. At most they are LV3 to LV5. And the strong black man in the lead can be about LV7. Emokro Island. Emokro Kingdom, although it is a kingdom, is actually extremely weak. It is said that the king is only at the level of 4 elephants. The entire island is a satellite of the Sakura Shogunate and needs to pay tribute to the Sakura Shogunate every year. In other words, a castle lord from the Sakura Shogunate is stronger than the king even when he comes here. However, whether the total oil and water of this Black Crow Island can be higher than a city of Sakura Shogunate, one has to calculate carefully. The black man looked at Li Guanqi's Asian complexion, obviously looking a little frightened, and whispered to the people around him. Boom! However, before they could consider a result, a figure in red fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He is tall and slender, with a heroic appearance, his high ponytail fluttering in the wind, and 2 crimson wings extending from the flying magic weapon behind his back. She looked back at Li Guanqi and smiled softly. Senior sister, you are finally here. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him, and suddenly smiled. Actually, I just arrived at Black Crow Island 2 days ago. Wang Yanqing completely ignored the group of black people next to him, who were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. He just looked at Li Guanqi and said with a smile, This island is so rubbish. It doesn't even have a teleportation array. I'll teleport to the nearest island kingdom. And then flew all the way over. The Black Crow King was so scared that he almost went crazy. As she said that, she approached Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice, The 2 Sakura people told me about the matter. So you? Got it. Li Guanqi looked solemn. It's just that I don't know if the current thing can cure spontaneous combustion cancer. After all, the origin of the artifact embryo has been exhausted. Now that you have it, let's try it. Wang Yanqing glanced at the black people around him, with obvious disgust on his face. Then let's go back quickly. Junior brother, I don't like this island. Let's go. Li Guanqi nodded. Boom. Wang Yanqing directly picked up Li Guanqi by the waist, and with a slight flap of the red wings behind his back, he set off a storm and soared into the sky. A group of black people were left alone to kneel and kowtow. Wang Yanqing held Li Guanqi and flew in the sky, and soon arrived at the capital of Moya Island, a city that seemed less developed than Shogunate Liuya County. The city was full of black people. Li Guanqi had no interest in traveling here at all, and went straight back to the inn room. Mr. Jincheng, Nishimura Mina and Guan Ting, who had returned to their true bodies, immediately came forward to greet them, with anxious expressions and eager eyes. Don't worry. I got it. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, then walked to the bed in the room, looked at his own body, and touched his eyebrows with his right hand. Snapped. The next moment, his body, which was copied with the dual-phase mirror, turned into a puddle of water, and all his clothes and space rings fell onto the water. Almost instantly, Li Guanqi's body opened his eyes, and his sapphire-like pupils shone brightly. This strong body is still comfortable. Li Guanqi grinned, got up, and picked up the space ring on the ground. When he picked up the ring, his fingertips were stained with a little water stain, and among the water stains was a small black spot that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, which was the divine weapon box that had been shrunk to its limit. In an instant, the divine martial box returned to Li Guanqi's body again. Let's go. Li Guanqi looked at Nishimura Mina and Guan Ting. Let's go back to the shogunate and save your families. Whether the artifact embryo that has exhausted its origin can still cure spontaneous combustion cancer will soon be answered. Although Mina Nishimura and Guan Ting have never obtained absolutely accurate evidence that Terufuji was the spontaneous combustion cancer patient who was cured by this magical weapon. Chapter 381 The Nishimura Family's Gift. The Eye of Light. Sakura Shogunate. Bailing. Li Guanqi and others set off from Moya Island, flew to the nearest island kingdom, and then took the teleportation array back to Sakura Shogunate from there. There is no need to go into details. After they returned to the shogunate, they rushed to Nishimura's house without stopping. In the cities along the way, news was everywhere that Finling Mountain had collapsed, and the shogunate's court had specially sent people to investigate. After all, Finlingshan was one of the suppliers of military sacrificial artifacts. If it was destroyed for no reason at this time, we must go and investigate. As for how the matter will end, that will be decided later. Mr. Jincheng. West Village House. Lobby. The head of the Nishimura family, the old man Nishimura Linya dressed in white, just saw Li Guanqi and others arriving. He immediately stood up to greet them and bent down to salute. Master, you are welcome. Li Guanqi returned the greeting indifferently, then looked around at all the Nishimura servants around him, and said with a smile, Let's change places. This way, please. Nishimura Linya immediately understood and turned around to lead the way. Finally, they came to the interior of Nishimura Mountain again, and came to the Nishimura family treasure house, where the dual-phase mirror was stored. After all, there is no place more hidden and safer than the Nishimura family's treasure house. Li Guanqi touched the space necklace around his neck with his right hand, gently rubbed the blue space gem with his fingers, and looked around. Wang Yanqing stood at the outermost edge, leaning against the rock wall, with his hands folded across his chest, looking quietly at this side. Nishimura Linya, who is about to be treated, has a calm face. But this is just the experience and vicissitudes of old age. There is also a hint of hidden expectation in his seemingly unwavering eyes. Mina Nishimura and Guanting's expectations were undisguised and written completely on their faces, looking at Li Guanqi eagerly. But Li Guanqi really didn't know. He didn't know whether what happened next would make them despair or ecstatic. And the answer will be revealed soon. This is Filling Mountain's artifact. Li Guanqi took out the red dough from the space necklace. Forehead? Nishimura Linya and Wang Yanqing were obviously stunned when they saw this thing, because the words, artifact, and dough seemed to be completely unrelated. But Li Guanqi is pointing at such a thing, and calling it an artifact. No wonder. What Fujitera summoned at that time was indeed a divine weapon. Nishimura Mina's eyes narrowed slightly. She and Guanting were in Finling Mountain at that time, and they also saw Fujitera holding this object before they copied the body and were burned to death. As for Fujitera's death, Li Guanqi also told them about it on the way. But since Li Guanqi himself didn't know the specific details of Fujitera's death, he was simply told by Xiexue, so he couldn't say more. So how to use this artifact? Guanting looked serious and asked the most important question. Li Guanqi held the artifact embryo in his hand and was silent for a moment. Then he looked at the forest and fields of Shixiyuan and said with a slight hesitation, How about putting your hand up and trying it? Good. Nishimura Linya nodded, walked to Li Guanqi, raised his right hand, and slowly placed it on the red dough. Perhaps feeling the softness of the thing, he couldn't help but pinch it. Tongue! The next moment, Nishimura Linya's whole body began to burn with raging crimson flames, instantly burning all his clothes into ashes. Fire? Spontaneous combustion. When Li Guanqi saw the scene, his expression suddenly changed drastically. Spontaneous cancer attack? Father! Nishimura Mina suddenly became anxious and quickly wanted to step forward and pull Nishimura Linya away. Master! Stop her! Xiexue's serious voice suddenly appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. Boom! Without any hesitation, Li Guanqi faced Nishimura Mina, who was rushing forward. He raised his leg and kicked her directly in the abdomen. He kicked her several meters away and fell to the ground. Well, there is no other way. Nishimura Mina saw her father spontaneously combust and had cancer. You can tell the anxiety in her heart. If you call her at this time, Nishimura Mina will 100% ignore it. In desperation, Li Guanqi had no choice but to make this move. First, take her out of the woods of Nishimura. Move away from your side before talking. Do not come! Li Guanqi held the artifact embryo in his right hand, looked at the Nishimura forest in front of him that was completely shrouded in flames, and said in a deep voice, Mina, I'm sorry that my foot was a bit harsh, but if you want your father to recover, just listen to me and stay where you are. Father! Nishimura Mina fell to the ground, looking at Nishimura Linya, who transformed into a burning man, with tears streaming down her face. Guanting hugged her, not only to comfort her, but also to stop her from acting rashly. Xiexue! Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi asked in his mind, What is the situation now? Master, the so-called spontaneous combustion cancer you call is actually a curse. Xiexue's soft voice sounded, and she slowly explained, The world is so big. There are many curses whose origins and solutions are unknown. And the old man in front of me has a curse in his body. The previous owner also encountered this curse. In that era, this curse was called burning the body with heavenly fire. Heavenly fire is fire without any source. People suffering from this curse will begin to spontaneously combust for no apparent reason. This kind of curse does not harm people intentionally. It just has no reason. And some people will be contaminated by this curse. There is no solution to the curse of burning the body with heavenly fire, but it can be forcibly erased by using pure laws. At that time, my former master was already the ice god, but he did not control fire. So he went to the fire god for help, and finally solved this curse. Master, although you are not the god of fire, the unborn artifact in your hand is obviously a fire attribute. Although the origin of the artifact is exhausted, it is not dead yet. The foundation of the artifact is still there, and the characteristics of the divine fire inside are still there. Therefore, when the old man who was cursed by heavenly fire came into physical contact with this artifact, since the nature of divine fire is like sex attraction, it would automatically absorb the cursed power of fire in the old man's body. As for what you see now, it is normal. When the flames dissipate, it means that the power of the fire attribute curse in the old man's body has been completely absorbed by the artifact. Ah, Master, look, it's done. At the end of Shishua's words, the flames on Nishimura Linya gradually dissipated. Wang Yanqing next to him quickly turned his head and turned his back to the side. Me. The naked Nishimura Linya took a few steps back, subconsciously took out new clothes from the space necklace and put them on, then looked at his hands with a confused expression. Was that a spontaneous combustion cancer attack just now? But something is wrong. In the past, when spontaneous combustion cancer occurred, it would start burning from a certain part. Because of this, he could solve every spontaneous combustion by cutting off the burning part in time. But this time it was different. It burned all over my body instantly. But why was the body not burned this time? Only the clothes were burned. And not even the hair was damaged? The power of the flames of the spontaneously igniting cancer will increase with the physical strength of the different blood warrior. He is a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior. And the power of the self-igniting flame is definitely enough to burn a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior to death. Strangeness. It's been cured. Li Guanqi put away the artifact embryo and looked at Nishimura Linya with a smile. Old master, maybe you don't feel much now, but please believe that from now on, spontaneous combustion cancer will no longer cause you any trouble, because the root cause of the disease has been completely eliminated. Removal. This? Nishimura Linya's eyes suddenly widened. Thump! Nishimura Mina knelt down directly on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Li Guanqi. Tears filled her eyes, and she could not hide her crying. Thank you, Mr. Kaneshiro. Thank you. Thank you. Thank me for what? Li Guanqi helped her up from the ground with a smile, and looked into her eyes seriously. Mina, it was you who found me and took me to Fiddling Mountain. It was not me who saved your father, but you who abide by filial piety. Good daughter. Filial piety comes first among all good deeds. For the sake of her father, Nishimura Mina had even made up her mind before that. Even at the risk of being insulted, she wanted to talk to Kuroba Shinichi about cooperation. Halfway through, after learning that Kuroba Shinichi was killed by Li Guanqi, in order to gain Li Guanqi's trust, he did not hesitate to let his soul be branded and was willing to be a slave. And all this was just to heal his father. This touching filial piety was enough for her to gain the respect of Li Guanqi. Guanting! Li Guanqi looked at the man in black and chuckled. The artifact is useful. Come on! Take me to find your sister. Good. Guanting took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and nodded heavily. Mr. Jincheng. However, at this time, the old master Nishimura Linya came over and said sternly, It is useless to say thank you for your great kindness. How should I repay you? Please give Mr. Jincheng a price. I am not only a warrior, but also a businessman. You have been doing business all your life, and you cured my illness. If you don't let me repay you, I will feel uneasy. Well, if that's what you said, my old master, then I really do have it. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the corner of the Nishimura family's treasure house. He raised his right hand and pointed at the door of a secret room there. Actually, I felt it as early as the first time I came here. I always felt that behind the door, something attracted me. It's just that the first 2 times I came, the attraction was very weak, and I didn't really care. But now that I'm here for the 3rd time, it still has an inexplicable attraction for me. I guess this is not an illusion. Right? How can there be 3 consecutive illusions? Nishimura Mina was a little surprised, and then looked at Nishimura Linya. Father, if I remember correctly, that's where the Eye of Light is stored. Right? Eye of Light? Li Guanqi couldn't help but exclaimed. The Eyes of Light are the eyes of a type of demon called Holy Light Falcon. After the Holy Light Eagle reaches adulthood, it reaches the 4-elephant light realm. Moreover, their use of the Law of Light is extremely skillful, and they can emit a sacred beam of light from their left eye. Even the best light attribute spells seem a bit rough in front of this sacred beam of light. Later, the conjurers began to do research on this. Then it was discovered that the Holy Light Falcon's sacred beam was actually nothing special in principle, except for its left eye. After each Holy Light Falcon reaches adulthood, it will take the initiative to remove its left eye, and then spend tens or even hundreds of years to condense a left eye using the Law of Light. This is completely the condensation of the Law of Light. It has extremely rich Law of Light, and can be called the source of light. Conjurers call it the Eye of Light. The Eye of Light is expensive, often priced at hundreds of millions of gold coins on the market, and it is basically priceless. At each auction, the price will fluctuate between 100 million and 150 million. Because the Eye of Light is considered a luxury item, it is regarded as a treasure among tulips courts. The Eye of Light comes from the Holy Light Falcon. The Holy Light Falcon is a rare demon species that only appears in the northern part of the Tulip Empire. It is extremely rare in number, so you have to try your luck to encounter it. Things are rare and valuable. In addition, the Tulip Court likes such bright and rare things. That's why the price of this thing keeps getting higher and higher. And now even if you have money, you can't buy it. But Li Guanqi was not a royal lady. What really concerned him was not its luxury attributes at all. It's about the practicality of this thing. The Eye of Light has extremely rich laws of light, which can help the 4-level magician to the greatest extent to understand the law of light. As long as it is absorbed into the body, even the least talented magician can achieve it in 1 year. Understand the law of light within. If you are more talented, this speed will be faster. The current world record in history is 7 days. A magician from the Tulip Empire understood the law of light in just 7 days after absorbing the Eye of Light. No wonder Li Guanqi was slightly excited. No wonder he always felt like there was something there that attracted him. He has now understood the laws of wind and thunder. And the next thing he needs to understand is the law of light. Due to the theory of complementary characteristics between laws, a spellcaster at his stage will have a special perception of items containing the laws of light. That's why he feels so attracted. The Eye of Light of the Holy Light Falcon? Li Guanqi suppressed the excitement in his heart and confirmed it with Nishimura Mina. Certainly, Nishimura Mina smiled. Is there something else in the world called the Eye of Light? The Eye of Light is indeed worth some money. Nishimura Mina nodded with a smile and walked directly towards the secret treasure room. In business, a reasonable price is important. I believe that this life is worth some money. I will repay you, Mr. Jincheng, with the Eyes of Light. It's reasonable. Thank you, old master. Li Guanqi saluted slightly. In fact, Nishimura Mina's words had hidden meaning, which was not obvious. But Li Guanqi was not a child anymore and could understand it. The Eye of Light is valuable. If you take this, you should be content. The Nishimura family seems to be in decline. But as the top heterogeneous family in Bailing, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although Li Guanqi's strength is obviously stronger than that of the current Nishimura family, he can guarantee that even the current Nishimura family definitely has the foundation and trump card to kill him. Otherwise, Nishimura Mina, as the head of the family, would not have agreed to Nishimura Mina taking him to the Nishimura family's family treasure house. An old man who can take the position of the head of the family is definitely not a fool. In the hearts of such people, the continuation of the family is definitely more important than their own personal lives. Buzz? Nishimura Mina walked to the front of the secret room and took out a jade pendant from the space necklace. Then the door of the secret room flashed white and slowly opened. Inside the secret room, there is a circular pedestal with a round gemstone shining with holy white light placed on it. Eyes of Light. This, Li Guanqi couldn't help but step forward, picked it up gently, and held it in his hand, feeling slightly excited. If he absorbs this object, he will be able to comprehend the law of light in a short period of time and become a spellcaster in the 4 symbols: wind, thunder, and light realm. The only thing left to reach the peak of the 4 symbols is the final law of darkness. But the question is, does he really want to absorb it? This does not seem to be maximizing interests. Thank you, old master. While Li Guanqi was thinking, he put the Eye of Light into the space necklace, looked at the woods and fields of the West Village, and bowed solemnly. The head of the Nishimura family turned slightly to avoid it. Mr. Jincheng healed me, and I repaid you with this gift. This is a one-time transaction, so there is no need to say thank you. There is another implication. You cured my illness. I gave you the Eyes of Light, and we can forget it. The voice came out twice. It seems that giving out the Eye of Light really hurts Nishimura Mina. After all, according to the current trend, the price of the Eye of Light continues to rise. Holy Light Eagles are becoming increasingly rare these days. When the Holy Light Eagles become extinct in the world, the price of the Eye of Light will skyrocket. The collection value is too great. Moreover, the value of the Eye of Light is definitely not just money. With it, you can have more uses. Nishimura Mina would never have imagined that the different blood warrior Takashi Kaneshiro In front of him was actually more than just a different blood warrior. Li Guanqi took the Eye of Light, which can be used to practice the rules of magic. But he thought about it carefully, and found that using it like this would be a waste of resources. Not to mention anything else. But in terms of gold coins, due to its special collection value, the current market value of the Eye of Light is more than 100 million. If you sell it, you can exchange it for other cultivation resources to help you understand the law of light. And there are still 60 to 70 million left. But the problem is, Li Guanqi doesn't need this. He possesses the plunder law, and he can accept the bounty offered by the shogunate to hunt down the wanted conjurers above the 4-elephant light realm, plunder their magic organs, and plunder the laws he needs from there. Comprehend by analogy. Although he understood other people's laws, if he plundered more, he could quickly understand his own. The Eye of Light must remain. The collection value of this thing is too great. As a luxury item that is regarded as a treasure among the Tulip Palace, taking this thing to the auction house will definitely bring him more benefits. Mina! Thinking of this, Li Guanqi temporarily put aside the matter of the Eye of Light, turned to look at Nishimura Mina, and winked. What he means is to help the other party remove the soul imprint. However, Nishimura Mina actually didn't tell her father about this because she didn't want to worry her father. So now that Li Guanqi wants to help Nishimura Mina remove the soul imprint, he has to change places. Go together. However, Nishimura Mina glanced at Guan Ting beside her, then looked at Li Guanqi, and said seriously, "Let's go to Sister Guan Ting's house together." Also, Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Then when the time comes, help Nishimura Mina and Guan Ting remove their soul imprints. Father! Nishimura Mina turned to look at Nishimura Linya, bent down and saluted. Then I will come back after a while. 1 person or 2 people. Nishimura Linya smiled and touched his gray beard. Hearing this, Nishimura Mina blinked shyly, then quietly looked at Guan Ting beside her, and found that this silly big man was actually a little nervous at this time. As a 5-element level alien-blooded warrior, his palms are actually sweaty. Since Nishimura Linya's spontaneous combustion cancer can be cured, his sister has nothing to worry about and will definitely be cured. So now Guan Ting has no worries. Thinking about his marriage to Nishimura Mina, he is inevitably a little nervous when facing his father-in-law in front of him. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene from the side. He remembered the scene where he entertained Han Lingyao's parents in real life. Although Nishimura Linya obviously agreed to the marriage, and his engagement party ended in failure. Alas, I can only wait until next time to return to reality and work harder. He had to marry Han Mingyao home. Everyone present was thinking about their own things. The same is true for Wang Yanqing. She leaned against the rock wall and looked at Nishimura Mina and Guan Ting, who were flirting with each other. Her eyes were in a trance, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 382 The Two Disappeared People. The incident at Finling Mountain is not over yet. It turns out to be my adopted sister. Sakura Shogunate, Bailing, in a valley filled with birdsong and flowers. Li Guanqi stood next to Wang Yanqing, looking at the courtyard of the mansion in front of him and the word Takexia on a plaque outside the door. He suddenly realized. Takeshita is the surname. This is the Takeshita family residence. After Li Guanqi and others left Nishimura's house. Oh! Of course. Before leaving, he also signed a soul contract with Nishimura Linya, agreeing that he would never tell anyone about the artifact and his ability to cure spontaneous combustion cancer. Otherwise his soul would collapse. And died. This was Nishimura Linya's initiative. This businessman does things on the safe side, and likes to reassure both parties. After signing the soul contract, Li Guanqi and others rushed towards Guan Ting's home without stopping. And here, this Takeshita family house, located deep in the valley, is his home in the Sakura Shogunate. Guan Ting's sister, whose surname is Takeshita, is Takeshita Misako. In fact, Li Guanqi should have thought of it a long time ago. It's just that he never paid attention to it. Guan Ting was born into the Leishui Guan family in Qingzhou, Daluo. Since he was born with 6 fingers on both hands, his biological mother secretly sent him to the Sakura Shogunate to stay away from the discriminatory dynasty in Daluo. In this case, how could Guan Ting's sister in the Sakura Shogunate be his biological sister? It is now the year 4871 of the new era. It is not an apocalyptic period with strong nuclear radiation. It is almost impossible for the first child to be deformed and the second child to be deformed like Asuka, the lord of the Minghua tribe whom Li Guanqi once met. The probability is too small. So, you were raised by the Takeshita family? Li Guanqi looked at Guan Ting. Exactly. Guanting nodded slightly, with emotion in his eyes. Back then, my biological mother sent a guard to take me to the Sakura Shogunate. But not long after arriving at the Sakura Shogunate, we encountered a group of bandits on the beach, and the guard died in the battle. I was going to die too. At the critical moment, it was my adoptive father, the head of the Takeshita family, who arrived in time to save my life and raise me as an adult. This is a great kindness. Therefore, I will help my adoptive father's biological daughter, my adopted sister, to cure her illness at all costs. Misako will be fine soon. Nishimura Mina gently held Guanting's left hand and looked at him tenderly. Guanting nodded, and then looked at Li Guanqi with a slightly hesitant expression. Well, Mr. Jincheng, I have to say something up front. The Takeshita family is no better than the Nishimura family. My adoptive father is only a third-level warrior of different blood, with a grassroots background. It's really not as rich as the Nishimura family. Hey. Li Guanqi looked a little helpless and couldn't help but laugh. We made an appointment at the beginning. You two will provide information about the artifact. I will take the artifact and save your family. Then I will take the artifact and cancel it. No one owes anyone. So there is no need to repay me. As for the Nishimura family's Eye of Light, ahem. As he said that, he himself felt a little embarrassed. Well, the old owner of the West Village family is too rich, and the people are too warm. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. Elder brother? Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, the door of Takeshita's house slowly opened, and a petite figure peeked out. She was a girl under 16 years old, with blonde hair and light blue moist eyes. She looked at Guanting outside the door, her eyes full of surprise, and her cute and innocent face was filled with smiles. It seems that the Takeshita family's alien blood characteristics will manifest themselves in the appearance of blonde hair and blue eyes. Misako! Guanting looked at the girl who pushed out the door and smiled softly. Long time no see. Elder brother! The blonde girl rushed out, threw herself into Guanting's arms, and hugged his waist tightly. Li Guanqi looked on, with a strange look on his face. Because before this, Guanting and Nishimura Mina were holding hands. But as soon as this girl rushed over, while hugging Guanting, she also pushed Mina Nishimura's hand away. This action doesn't look like it's unintentional. It's filled with the jealousy of a younger sister towards her brother's girlfriend. This is not good. Li Guanqi looked at the blonde girl named Takeshita Misako carefully. An inferior warrior of different blood. I guess there's not much difference in age and appearance. It seems that Guanting, the third talented Sakuran foster father, gave birth to his daughter a little late. After all, Guanting is already 78 years old this year, but his adopted sister is not even a minor yet. But it's not surprising, based on the lifespan of some different blood warriors. If their lifespan is long enough, it would be normal to have children at 100 or 200 years old. It's just that there's something wrong with this sister's feelings for her adopted brother, and her attitude towards Nishimura Mina. So weird. Although they are not related by blood and are not even from the same country, they are brothers and sisters in name only. This is so weird. But after all, Li Guanqi was just a passerby, so there was no need to care about this. As an outsider, he was not qualified to care. After treatment, just leave. Misako, where is your adoptive father? After Guanting and Misako hugged each other for a while, they obviously wanted to separate, but the blonde girl refused to let them go. He went hunting. Misako Takeshita hugged his waist tightly. As you know, he won't come back for 7 or 8 days after hunting. Nishimura Mina, who was left alone, looked at the two of them with complicated eyes. Guanting! Li Guanqi couldn't stand it anymore. He took out the red doe-like artifact embryo from the space necklace, and said something to the brother and sister who were hugging each other. Guanting nodded to him, then squatted down, looked at the blonde girl in front of him, and said seriously, Misako, your spontaneous combustion cancer can be cured. Your body will be ignited with flames later. But don't be afraid. The flames will only burn away. Clothes will not hurt you anymore. When the flames dissipate, the spontaneous combustion cancer will disappear completely. Real? Takeshita Misako suddenly smiled in surprise, with tears in her eyes, filled with hope and a bit of disbelief. Li Guanqi understood her mood very well. This blonde girl only has an inferior level of cultivation. This means that the torment of spontaneous combustion cancer will be even more terrible for her. Nishimura Mina's father, Nishimura Hayano, actually suffered from spontaneous combustion cancer more than 10 years ago. And by that time, he was already a 4-elephant-level alien blood warrior. For him, spontaneous combustion cancer is actually not painful. It is just frightening. Because he didn't know if the next attack would burn his brain and heart in an instant and kill him. But if not, for example, the right hand was the first to catch fire. Then with Nishimura Linya's cultivation, he could just cut off the right hand and quickly cut off the source of the fire to prevent the spread of the flames and solve this spontaneous cancer attack. Then he can instantly regenerate his right hand. As for the pain of a broken arm, for the 4-level alien blood warriors, this is something they have long been accustomed to. As for the alien blood warriors, who has not had this experience of having their limbs broken, but for the inferior Misako Takeshita, it was completely different. The first is the self-healing speed. A low-grade alien blood warrior cannot regenerate his limbs instantly, so he can only do it slowly. In the process of slow regeneration of limbs, the pain and torture of blood and flesh forming and granulation squirming at the wound would make anyone pale and dare not recall it. The second is tolerance for pain. This kind of underage girl's tolerance for the pain of severed limbs is far inferior to that of Nishimura Linya. Therefore, when Misako Takeshita heard that her spontaneous combustion cancer could be cured, she felt something in her heart that no need to say anything to understand. Mr. Jincheng. Guanting held Misako's little hand and slowly came to Li Guanqi. Put your hands up! Li Guanqi held the artifact embryo in his right hand and said seriously to the blonde girl. Uh-huh. Misako seemed a little shy and did not dare to look into Li Guanqi's eyes. She just lowered her head, stretched out her white and soft hands, and gently placed them on top of the red dough. Tongue! Just like when the Nishimura forest was healed before. The red flames ignited and instantly burned Misako's clothes, and the flames engulfed her figure. Spontaneous cancer is a curse. In the old era, it was called the strange curse of burning the body with heavenly fire. But now, this cursed power of fire is being sucked away by the artifact embryo at an alarming speed. Soon, the flames gradually dissipated, before the naked Misako was completely revealed. Li Guanqi put away the artifact, turned his back, looked at Wang Yanqing in front of him, and turned his back to Guanting and Misako behind him. Guanting also chose to turn around and not look. Maybe Misako does have some strange feelings for this brother, but Guanting obviously knew it very well. Misako, get dressed and say something, Guanting said with his back to the girl. Uh-huh. After Misako got dressed, Li Guanqi and Guanting turned around and looked at the blonde girl, who had put on a brand new dress and looked a little confused. Is this okay? Misako seemed a little hesitant. After all, she seemed to feel nothing, except for the spontaneous combustion flame this time, which was indeed completely different from the previous dozen times. Guanting! Thank you, Mr. Jincheng. Guanting didn't say anything. He knelt down on one knee and bowed his head in salute towards Li Guanqi. The cooperation between the three of us ends here. Li Guanqi smiled softly, then glanced at Nishimura Mina next to him. Come on! Let your soul leave the body, and I will help you remove the soul mark. Then let's sign a soul contract first, Nishimura Mina said seriously. Like my father, Guanting and I will never tell anything about the artifact or this experience. Otherwise our souls will collapse and die. This is considered an insurance. Mr. Jincheng, you can rest assured. It makes sense. Wang Yanqing, who was silent next to him, also smiled and agreed. Then it's still the same. I'll consolidate the contract. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, touched her eyebrows with her index finger, and slowly pulled out a ball of light blue soul power, turning it into a soul contract. Li Guanqi and the others looked at the contents of the contract, and after confirming that it was correct, they signed the contract one after another. After signing the contract, Guanting and Nishimura Mina's souls left their bodies, and Li Guanqi took back the soul imprint. Since then, the two regained their freedom. Finling Mountain, spontaneous combustion cancer, artifact embryo. This matter has come to an end. Thinking about it carefully, Li Guanqi found it really strange. Destiny is simply unpredictable. He and Nishimura Mina always planned this, and that before going to Finling Mountain. But the reality told him that those were meaningless. Terufuji, who was briefly resurrected with the aid of the artifact, suddenly returned to Finling Mountain, collapsed the mountain, and took revenge, killing his 8 white-eyed wolf disciples with his own hands. Although this accident is outrageous. But what's even more outrageous is that Li Guanqi finally got the artifact embryo. Although the origin of the artifact was exhausted, the mission of Artifact Semi-Finished Product was also forced to change and became Resurrection Artifact. But it's hard to say whether it's good or bad. After all, after resurrecting the artifact, although it can't directly become a divine artifact, it has the growth potential of a divine king artifact, and its future is limitless. Junior brother? Takeshida's house is 100 miles away. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing, who bid farewell to Nishimura Mina and Guanting and embarked on their journey again, walked side by side on the edge of a cliff, and the dim afterglow fell on them. Senior sister, what's wrong? Li Guanqi looked at her curiously. I suddenly thought of a doubt. Wang Yanqing gritted his teeth and looked ugly. We seem to have forgotten one thing about Finling Mountain. This matter is not over yet. Certainly. Li Guanqi heard this and said calmly, Sister, what you want to say is the real trio in the prophecy. Among them, Ao Takada is Terufuji, who has come back for revenge. What about Kentaro Morimoto and Nanao Ono? I have never had contact with Nanao Ono among these two people. But Kentaro Morimoto definitely knew that Takada Ao was going to collapse the mountain. Don't worry. I haven't forgotten them. I have never forgotten them. Then what happened to the two of them? Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi in surprise. I don't know. Li Guanqi spread his hands helplessly. It stands to reason that under the attack of that kind of flame, those two people would have no chance of surviving. But this does not mean that they died just like that. Wang Yanqing pondered for a moment, and then said, Fujitera took in 13 direct disciples and committed murder. All 13 of them were involved. But why were there only the 8 burning Ling craftsmen behind them? Where did the other 5 go? Disappeared, Li Guanqi said calmly. Only the 8 Finling craftsmen have fully learned the core technology of the Finling-style weapon refining method, and have taken control of the Finling Mountain industry left behind after Fujitera's death. However, the other 5 people who followed them at the beginning, but disappeared. It stands to reason that it was the 8 burning craftsmen who killed people and silenced them? Wang Yanqing frowned slightly. What are the cultivation levels of those 5 people? After a pause, Wang Yanqing asked again. They are all at the Lilha level. The lowest is the first Union State, and the highest is the 3 Union State. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. And what's interesting is that there is a woman here. She is also the only female disciple among Fujitera's many disciples. Oh no. Wang Yanqing raised her eyebrows slightly. Who knows? Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. Ono Nanao and Morimoto are both different blood warriors. But Fujitera's direct disciples are all magicians. Have you already made any guesses? Wang Yanqing looked at him curiously. Otherwise you wouldn't be so calm. Certainly. Li Guanqi looked at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected in his blue eyes, and said calmly, I don't know what's going on in the middle part. But if the ending is not as I expected, Kentaro Morimoto and Nanao Ono should find us soon. Well, use the Lilha level conjurer's body to find us. I don't know how they found it, but 9 times out of 10, it was through the artifact in my space necklace. But I didn't want to give up on this artifact. It was very important. Don't want to give up? Wang Yanqing crossed her chest with her hands and looked at him in surprise. So you are not worried about those 2 Lilha level guys? After all, you are not a person who wants treasures at the expense of your life. Of course, because you are here, senior sister. Li Guanqi smiled and looked at the woman from the Demon King's family. Senior sister, believe me, as long as you are by my side, I am not afraid of any Lilha level enemy. Real? Wang Yanqing blinked, a little suspicious. Certainly, Li Guanqi is extremely confident. From the time he met Wang Yanqing until now, the other party has never shown any supernatural powers. That's because when they were traveling together, they had never encountered a Lilha level enemy that required a life and death battle. The Wang family's abilities are only meaningful to enemies above the Lilha level, and are the most powerful against the Lilha level. If Kentaro Morimoto and Nanao Ono really dare to come, then Li Guanqi is confident that with the magic knife possessed, and the martial arts and spells activated, these 2 Lilha level people will never come back. So he is not afraid. He was even looking forward to it. Looking forward to the battle with the Lilha level magician. And looking forward to the harvest of laws after plundering the Lilha level magic organs. Junior brother. Wang Yanqing looked solemnly, and looked at Li Guanqi seriously. I know that you often fight across levels. When you first broke through the 4 elephants level of martial arts, you were able to single-handedly kill the 5 elements level Thunder Dragon Lizard. However, You should also know that Lyoho-level powerhouses are not only strong in the power of heaven and earth, the quality and total amount of spiritual power of a Lyoho-level conjurer. There will be a qualitative leap. The physical strength of the Lyoho-level alien blood warriors goes without saying. This is especially true in the realm of the soul. So without the power of heaven and earth, they are still strong men above the 5 elements level. And now you... Wang Yanqing looked Li Guanqi up and down. You don't seem to be at the 5 elements level in either spells or martial arts. Right. Really? Li Guanqi just smiled. In terms of realm alone, he has indeed not reached the 5 elements level. But realm does not 100% representability. Today, Li Guanqi is only at the level of 4 elephants. But due to the 2 factors of 100 refinements of spiritual power and 8 divine veins, his spiritual power strength and physical strength are both LV52. They have already reached the standard line of the 5 elements level. The superposition of the 2 extraordinary powers can basically allow him to maintain absolute invincibility within the scope of the 5 elements level. And he also has the possession bonus of Demon Sword Lumo. Although this thing has been sealed, it is an artifact after all, and its power cannot be underestimated. In addition, the 2 martial arts potentials of wind and thunder, sword intention and invincibility. With all his firepower and all his cards out of the way, Li Guanqi could easily kill a Lyoho-level enemy. Of course, the premise is that this Lyoho-level enemy does not use the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth is the law of space. And the law of space is too, cheating. Facing people who don't know the law of space, it is completely crushing. But luckily, Wang Yanqing, this woman from the demon Wang family, can use the Wang family's superpowers to ensure this. Believe me, senior sister. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing seriously. Good. Wang Yanqing smiled helplessly. When a guy at the 4th level tells me that he can kill Lyoho-level enemies by 2 levels, I have to believe it. Because my junior brother always makes everything impossible. It's all become a reality. Right. This is what Li Guanqi often said to her. Certainly. Li Guanqi smiled brightly. Then what are we doing now? Wang Yanqing turned around and looked around, and said hesitantly, Is it possible to wait here for them to come? How can it be? Li Guanqi's expression also became solemn. Actually, in the final analysis, these are just our guesses. Maybe Kentaro Morimoto and Nanao Ono can really find us. But this will definitely take time. And it's not a short time. Because if they could directly lock the location of the artifact, they would have arrived long ago. There is no reason to wait for so many days and not take action. I just said that as long as you, senior sister, are by my side, I will have the confidence to kill them. But confidence comes from strength. And I need to gain more confidence before they find us. Oh. Wang Yanqing looked at him curiously. Auction house. Li Guanqi smiled softly. I don't like saving money. Or in other words, I like to exchange money for immediate combat power. The Eye of Light obtained from the Nishimura family is an expensive luxury item. It's time to exchange it for something practical. For example, to face those 2 Lyoho-level soul attacks, we still need a defensive weapon. Chapter 383 Miyamoto Auction House. The leader of the 9 Sakura warriors. Where there are people, there will be transactions. With or without a common currency, there will be transactions. From the primitive bartering, using SH, LS as coins, and then gradually developing metal currency, banknotes, virtual currency, and so on. There is actually only one purpose. Use the resources you don't need to get the resources you need. But people's transactions need to be protected. There can be no such thing as, I put something out for sale, and you saw it when passing by and wanted it. So you killed me and took it away. In the strange world, in this era of highly developed supernatural power, various institutions have emerged to provide guarantees for transactions. They may have been palace institutions, such as the Sakura Shogunate's Royal Exchange. Or maybe it's a privately owned company with huge power. For example, Miyamoto Auction House. The name of this auction house may seem unremarkable, but in fact the 2 words, Miyamoto, are its biggest sign. Miyamoto family. The Sakura Shogunate is the strongest different blood family among the 9 different blood families known as the Sakura 9 Warriors. There are at least 2 Jyogung-level experts on the surface. One travels around the world, and has footprints all over the world. A man is in the palace, holding the military and political power of the Sakura Shogunate, and is powerful throughout the country. Because of this, the reputation of Miyamoto Auction House can be said to be the highest among the Sakura Shogunate. They have two of the most acclaimed mechanics. 1. Virtual transactions. Everyone who participates in the auction house does not enter the body, but sits in a specially designed virtual warehouse at Miyamoto Auction House, entering the auction venue with an illusory body. No one will know who you are or what your cultivation level is, where to come from. 2. Transaction guarantee. Everyone who completes the transaction will not see the other person in person. Instead, the auction items will be delivered by the dedicated staff of the auction house. After receiving the auction items, they will take the exclusive teleportation array of Miyamoto Auction House and leave the current situation. City. Every auction and every trader goes to a different destination, and only the auction house official knows the details. The Miyamoto family has been around for a long time. The Miyamoto Auction House is not that old. It has been more than 800 years since its establishment. However, since the Miyamoto family entered the auction market, Miyamoto Auction House has begun to firmly occupy the position of the #1 auction house of the Sakura Shogunate. By the way, they haven't even had one leak of information. This is the foundation of Miyamoto Auction House's credibility and safety. The virtual trading technology of Miyamoto Auction House has destined that their venues can be widely distributed. Their branches can be seen in cities no matter how big or small. Even if they are in the auction house branch, they can participate in the national auction in an illusory body. Li Guanqi discovered it very early. Throw away the misconception that technology equals electronic products. So the technology tree in New Era 4871 has nothing to do with electricity, and does not benefit the people at the bottom. If you really want to say it, the level of technology is actually not low. At least this kind of national networking, virtual reality, technology can't be called ancient in any way. And now, Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing spent several days arriving at a shogunate city with Miyamoto's auction house. Congratulations. This city is not very big, and the city owner is only a 5-element level conjurer. But there is a branch of Miyamoto Auction House in this city. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing walk side by side, passing through the busy streets of the outer city, and arriving at the inner city, where there were fewer and fewer pedestrians. There were almost no ordinary people in sight, and all they saw were different blood warriors and spellcasters. In the south of the inner city, a luxurious building rises from the ground, covering an extremely large area. This is the Koga branch of Miyamoto Auction House. The two armored men standing outside the auction house were both 4-elephant level warriors of different blood, and they were worthy of the name. Hello! Welcome! As soon as Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing stepped into the door of the auction house, a melodious and sweet voice sounded in their ears. Forehead. Li Guanqi followed the sound, but was slightly stunned. The visitor was an extremely beautiful woman with a breathtaking smile on her face, dreamy pink pupils, wearing a light pink ceremonial skirt, and a pair of slender white legs that were particularly eye-catching. But what is more eye-catching than these beautiful legs are the 2 white fox ears on the woman's head, and the fluffy snow-white fox tail behind her buttocks. Fox? A prairie orc? A female of the fox tribe. Orc! When Wang Yanqing saw this woman, the expression on his face suddenly became extremely disgusting. The auction house of the dignified Gong family actually uses such a despicable slave? Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Senior sister is very good to him, but that doesn't take away from certain qualities. For example, Wang Yanqing is a very typical Daluo person. He is arrogant in his bones. He believes that the bloodline of Daluo is extremely noble. He looks down on many countries and races other than Daluo. Looks down on southern Xinjiang. Looks down on the shogunate. And looks down on black people. Well, Daluo people seem to look down on everyone. Among the many chains of discrimination among the Daluo people, orcs and spellcasters are almost on the same level. They are at the bottom, and are the groups they hate the most. In fact, Wang Yanqing is not the most typical. The most typical Daluo person is looked down upon by everyone. But at least, she does not discriminate against spellcasters. After all, her husband Qi Yuan's grandfather Qi Gongming was a conjurer, and Qi Gongming was very good to Wang Yanqing. So Wang Yanqing put aside his discriminatory prejudice against the conjurer group. However, it is the standard individual that changes her view of the group. But among the orcs, it was obvious that no orc could make Wang Yanqing change her prejudice against the orcs. So she had a big opinion after seeing the fox receptionist at the auction house. Senior sister. Li Guanqi's soul sent a message to Wang Yanqing. This is the Sakura Shogunate. Sakura people basically do not discriminate against orcs. You are too conspicuous. I just hate despicable orcs. Wang Yanqing was expressionless, and didn't even bother to communicate with his soul. He stood directly at the door of the auction house and loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." The fox waitress who retorted the insult just lowered her head, bent over, and kept whispering apologies. Tears shone in her beautiful eyes, which made me feel pity for her. "Get out of my sight!" Wang Yanqing roared at her. "Sister!" Li Guanqi frowned immediately when he saw this scene. "They're orcs!" Wang Yanqing turned her head, grabbed Li Guanqi by the collar, stared into his eyes, and suddenly used soul transmission again. "Guanqi, do you know how many innocent people are killed every year on the northern border of Daluo? Died in the robbery of these orcs? I don't have to hate the civilians in southern Xinjiang, because the war between Daluo and southern Xinjiang is a war between nobles, and has nothing to do with civilians. Faced with the orders and conscription of nobles, civilians in southern Xinjiang have no right to choose. But I hate every orc, because all the grassland orcs are soldiers. Do you know that in the Tauren clan, every 7-year-old Tauren child must personally cut off the head of a Daluo people as an adult gift? Do you know that among the Kobold tribe, the last meal of their annual hunting ceremony dinner is to eat a Daluo girl under the age of 16? There are so many more. In the face of such a despicable group of people, you make me feel at ease? How can I be calm? If it weren't for the checks and balances of the Western countries and their eager eyes, the Daluo dynasty would have laid waste to the Beimang grassland long ago. And I will definitely fight with the army. If one day in the future there is a full-scale war between Daluo and Beimang royal court, even if I have been deprived of the qualification to join the official army of the dynasty, I will still participate in the war as a mercenary and kill those bastards." By the end, Wang Yanqing's expression was extremely ferocious. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Finally, he lowered his head and remained silent, because he suddenly remembered that Qi Shishi's parents were brutally killed by the Tauren clan in the northern grassland. The pattern of countries in the world is one of balance. The Daluo dynasty has actually been the target of public criticism for a long time, but they have not yet had the strength to declare war on the whole world. So even with the power of the Daluo dynasty, they must work hard to maintain this balance. For this, Daluo paid the price. For example, the continued invasion of southern Xinjiang. Another example is the annual plunder of the northern orcs. Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, then at the fox receptionist who was standing aside wiping tears, and finally looked away, lowered his head and sighed. Shouldn't this innocent fox girl who settled in the Sakura shogunate be responsible for the sins of the orc clan? This sentence can be true or false, but no matter what, it was not appropriate to talk to Wang Yanqing. Terribly sorry. At this time, someone from the auction house finally came over to solve the problem. It was a handsome middle-aged man wearing black ceremonial clothes. He walked up to the fox girl and winked at her to leave. Then he looked at Wang Yanqing and bowed. Li Guanqi glanced at him. For elephant-level alien blood warrior. "Hello." The man raised his head, looked at Wang Yanqing, and said seriously, "I am the person in charge of the Miyamoto auction house branch here. My name is Miyamoto Kanlin. If our receptionist causes you discomfort, then I will represent my duty. We sincerely apologize to you and ask for your forgiveness. We can. Excuse me." Before Miyamoto Kanlin finished speaking, a slightly green boy's voice sounded not far away. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing followed the sound at the same time. I saw a young man wearing gold and silver and luxurious clothes slowly walking towards him. His face was unhappy, and he looked like he was less than 15 years old. For elephant-level alien blood warrior. "Hello." He first glanced at Miyamoto Kanlin, with a look of disgust on his face. "Why are you so humble? You've almost brought our master's face to shame." "Oh." Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. "This is the Kofa Castle branch of Miyamoto Auction House. And the person in charge, Miyamoto Sanrin, whose surname is Miyamoto, must be the head of Sakura Jyowu and a member of the Miyamoto family. But it should just be a branch. This young man, who is dressed in gorgeous clothes and looks like he is under 15 years old, but already has a level of cultivation at the 4 elephants level, is from the Miyamoto family and is a true descendant of the Miyamoto family. It seems that I have met a very important person. Master Jiang, these are the rules." Miyamoto Kanlin looked calm and lowered his head slightly. "It is the rules and regulations of Miyamoto Auction House to treat guests with courtesy. I just act according to the rules. There is no such thing as being humble or not. My young master's rules are the rules." The young man looked displeased and turned to look at Wang Yanqing. "Hey, old woman, do you think you are from Daluo? You discriminate against this and that. Where does there come from so much discrimination? Li Guanqi stood nearby, speechless. Coincidentally, she is really a Daluo who likes to discriminate. Little brat. Who are you? Wang Yanqing lowered his eyes and looked down at the young man in front of him. Miyamoto Shogo. The young man looked arrogant. Remember this name? I come from the Miyamoto family. This is the property of my Miyamoto family. The rules are set by us. There is no discrimination here. These men and Sakura people are equal. Everyone is equal. Xia. He turned around and shouted, pointing at the fox girl who was hiding in the distance and wiping her tears. Come here. I asked you to come here. Although the fox girl was still crying, she quickly wiped the tears from her face and walked over with red and swollen eyes. She is an employee of our Miyamoto auction house. Miyamoto Shogo stood next to the fox girl Xia, looked at Wang Yanqing, and said coldly, It's impossible to ask her to leave. But you can leave. You have the right to get out of my sight. The latter sentence was what Wang Yanqing shouted to Qinya before. Wang Yanqing's face was extremely gloomy. But facing Sakura, the leader of the 9 martial arts, the head of the Miyamoto family, even if she gets angry, she can't seem to do anything. Identity. Family background. It's always the most important thing to consider when going out. I'm a little unhappy. Li Guanqi suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Wang Yanqing and Miyamoto Shogo. He lowered his eyes and looked down at the young man from the Miyamoto family, and chuckled. No, I should say. What you just said offended my senior sister and made me very unhappy. Happy? This sentence seemed to cause conflict, but coupled with a smile on his face, it made people feel a little weird. Miyamoto crossed his arms over his chest and frowned slightly. So let's solve it the samurai way. Li Guanqi opened his hands. The aura belonging to the divine veins escaped, and smiled brightly. I want to challenge you to a duel. If I lose, I will apologize and get out of your sight. If you lose, let this matter be written off. How about it? Divine vein. A 4-image level characteristic. Miyamoto Shogo is also at the 4 elephants level. This is an invitation to a duel from samurai of the same level. The Miyamoto family, the head of the Sakura 9 martial arts, is a family of different blood comparable to the surnames of the 8 kingdoms of Daluo. Li Guanqi wanted to fight this Miyamoto Shogo, not only to appreciate the strength of the Miyamoto family's martial arts, but also because he was surprised by what the young man said just now. Everyone is equal. In a strange world full of extraordinary power, someone can actually say such words. Ah! Shogo Miyamoto looked at Li Guanqi and couldn't help but laugh. Hey, do you think being tall is a big deal? Didn't you hear clearly what I just said? I'm from the Miyamoto family. The Miyamoto family, the head of the 9 martial arts. Are you crazy? Do you dare to duel with me? The Miyamoto family is certainly the most powerful family in the entire shogunate. Standing on the family's territory, Li Guanqi blew a rainbow fart first, then looked at the boy who seemed to be under 15 years old and smiled. But you, a child, cannot represent the strength of the Miyamoto family. You are too young. Little fart. Child. Asshole. Miyamoto Shogo suddenly became angry. Are you insulting me? I am already 15 years old this year, and I am only 1 year away from having the family coming of age ceremony. You are provoking me. Oh, so you're over 15. But you said it yourself. Li Guanqi spread his hands and said in surprise. A 16-year-old is an adult Miyamoto family child. You are only 15 years old. A child. Did I provoke you? Isn't this true? You? Miyamoto Shogo wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to say it back. Li Guanqi just looked at him and smiled. At the same time, there was a feeling of emotion in my heart. A 15-year-old 4-elephant level person. Is this the Miyamoto family's different blood talent? The power of different blood is respected by blood. To be honest, as Li Guanqi's understanding of the strange world became deeper and deeper, he was a little confused about how the school of conjuration had maintained a strong position for so long in the past thousands of years. It seems that the middle and lower classes are completely incomparable. Neither the quantity nor the growth rate can be compared. I guess we can only rely on the quality of the top combat power. However, in the strange world, a world where extraordinary power is highly developed, it seems that the middle and low-level power does not play a decisive role. The competition between the 9 palaces is the key to determining the world structure. Come on, Shogo. Li Guanqi took out the Shueiyu sword with a scabbard from the space necklace. He did not unsheath the sword, but just held the sheathed long sword with both hands. He looked at Shogo Miyamoto in front of him and smiled softly. Show you. The pride of being a member of the Miyamoto family. Come on! Come on! Shogo Miyamoto also took out a katana with a black sheath from the space necklace around his neck. He also did not pull it out, but just held the sword in both hands with the scabbard, and lightly touched Li Guanqi's sheathed water moon sword. Boom! The scabbard of the sword collided lightly, making a crisp sound. This is the dueling etiquette of the shogunate samurai. By doing this, Shogo Miyamoto agreed to the duel. Hey! Let me give you a warning in advance. Miyamoto hung the katana on his waist, his eyes slightly cold. I am at the peak of the 4 elephants level, with all 4 divine veins fully connected. What a coincidence. So am I. Li Guanqi grinned. But there was one sentence he kept deep in his heart but didn't say. He has all 8 divine veins open. Master Jinwu. At this time, the person in charge of the auction house, Miyamoto Sanlin, looked a little helpless, but still said, Since you have agreed to the duel, I cannot interfere with the Holy Warrior Challenge. However, I would like to ask you to change this place. It's going to be very difficult for me to deal with it. That's right. Li Guanqi grinned beside him. It's best to find a quiet place with no people. Otherwise you, a little brat, won't know where to put your face after losing. Whoa. 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 Unexpectedly, Miyamoto Shogo was so excited by these words that he flew into a rage and said, Are you kidding me? I'm a descendant of Miyamoto's family. There's no way I'm going to lose. Seeing this scene, Li Guanqi became more sure of his thoughts. As a member of Miyamoto's family, how could he appear here? There is only one reason. You're such a little brat. Li Guanqi stood with his sword in his arms and looked at Shogo Miyamoto with a half-smile. You have quite a talent for cultivating in Master Miyamoto's house. But unfortunately your character is not as good as it is. You are a son of a wealthy family. At the age of 15, you should have some wealth. But you didn't. So your family sent you to this auction house, hoping that you can learn some ways of dealing with people from Miyamoto Sanlin. Right? You? Miyamoto Shogo was stunned for a moment. He didn't even pay attention to the little brat he said at the beginning. He just looked at Li Guanqi in shock. You? How do you know? And you said exactly the same thing as your father. Because you have these things written all over your face. Li Guanqi turned around with a smile and walked towards the outside of the auction house. You still have to learn more from Miyamoto Sanlin. As for now, it's time for us to find a place to start the duel. Shogo. Li Guanqi's duel with Miyamoto Shogo was not just a whim. Nor was it just for a martial arts contest. He has another, more important purpose. Chapter 384, Soul Defense. 7th level magic weapon. Sakura Shogunate. Koka Castle. Miyamoto Auction House. Deep underground. In a purple steel chamber. Purple steel? Li Guanqi stood in the corner of the secret room, stretched out his hand to touch the cold purple steel wall, and couldn't help but marvel. You actually used the alloy steel used by the Violet Empire to make the armor of high-ranking generals to build the secret room? The wealth of the Miyamoto family is really impressive. It's unimaginable. It is said that the thickness of violet steel only needs to reach 3 millimeters, so even a full blow from a Lyoha-level expert cannot penetrate it. This is your training ground? Li Guanqi turned around and looked at the handsomely dressed young man on the other side of the secret room. No. Miyamoto Shogo shook his head slightly. This used to be a bomb testing base, and those bombs were tested here. If one day a bomb can be developed that can penetrate this kind of violet steel, it will be considered a success. But then it fell by the wayside, because this kind of bomb itself is designed to meet the requirements of low cost and high power. But before we could develop it, the Takeda family took the lead in developing it. Moreover, they directly disclosed the bomb formula within the shogunate. So this place was free. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. Violet steel is specially used to make the general armor of the Violet Empire. But these top different blood families of the Sakura shogunate are researching this kind of low-cost bomb that can penetrate armor. A storm is coming. Li Guanqi seems to be far away from the war disputes between countries now. But maybe one day, no matter how far he runs, he will not be able to escape. It's just that he wishes it could be a little later that day. And a little later. Bring it on! Miyamoto pressed my right hand on the handle of the knife at my waist and stared at Li Guanqi. Although this place is not big, it is very strong. And it doesn't matter if it is small. At least you can't run away. No one is watching here. Li Guanqi looked around and chuckled. Okay. So no one can see you beaten to a pulp by me. Arrogant! The young man Miyamoto Shogo suddenly became furious. His arms and legs suddenly burned with raging golden flames. And the pressure exploded. The 4 meridians are fully opened, and the 4 images are at their peak. Tongue! And Li Guanqi also turned into a body with 3 heads and 6 arms in an instant. And his whole body burned with blazing white flames, burning his torn shirt into ashes. He held the Suigetsu sword with one right hand, and looked at Shogo Miyamoto with a smile. All over your body? Miyamoto tilted his head, a little surprised. So you have a fire power? White flame. I have a friend who also has a power like yours. Li Guanqi just smiled. The white flames covering his whole body were actually just to cover up the fact that all 6 of his arms had divine veins of energy. Let's get started. Shogo. Li Guanqi held the Shueyu sword tightly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Miyamoto Shogo. This young man from the Miyamoto family may be the strongest opponent he faces. Well, the background is the strongest. Your sword is so rubbish. Miyamoto Shogo glanced at the Suigetsu sword full of gaps, and couldn't help but sneer. If you can take my 3 swords, I will make the decision and give you a good sword. Base. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man unsheathed his sword and shot out. Like a phantom, he appeared directly behind Li Guanqi. He held the black samurai sword tightly in both hands, and slashed diagonally towards Li Guanqi's head. If this knife was carried out, Li Guanqi's brain would be chopped into pieces, and his whole person would be split into 2. As for whether Miyamoto Shogo's knife will also cut into pieces Li Guanqi's heart and kill him, it depends on the young man's mood. However, of course this scene will not happen. Brush. Just when Miyamoto Shogo's katana was about to hit Li Guanqi's head, his whole body suddenly turned into an afterimage, turning into 3,000 ghostly black shadows, flying in all directions, directly crowding the book. Not a spacious violet steel chamber. Movement, 3,000 ghost shadows. Good form. Miyamoto Shogo grinned, turned around and took a step across, holding the knife in both hands, and slashed hard at a ghost figure that looked no different from the surrounding black shadows. Chong! The swords clashed and sparks flew. In an instant, all the ghosts in the secret room disappeared. In front of Miyamoto Shogo, Li Guanqi grasped the Shueyu sword with 6 hands, blocking Miyamoto Shogo's powerful and heavy sword. With so many hands, you are really strong. Miyamoto Shogo's eyes gradually burned with fighting spirit. If you can block my sword slash, hey, you've got me a little interested. Clang, 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 clang. Li Guanqi didn't reply. He pushed Miyamoto Shogo's katana away with force, and then began to take the initiative to attack. He went back and forth with this young man at the peak of the 4 elephants level, and the swords collided dozens of times. The Miyamoto family is the leader of Sakura's 9 martial arts, and their swordsmanship is of course exquisite. However, Li Guanqi possesses the predatory technique. At first, he was at a disadvantage, and could not resist such superior sword techniques. But gradually, he also began to rob Miyamoto Shogo's sword techniques. Of course, he didn't dare to blatantly steal his skills and use them instead. But at least, Miyamoto Shogo's timing and method of using the sword have completely fallen into his eyes. And there are no more surprises and surprises. For a moment, the 2 of them were fighting in a somewhat indistinguishable manner. Your white flame superpower is so boring. Let me show you my Miyamoto families. Miyamoto Shogo also discovered at this time that he couldn't win with sword skills, and immediately changed his fighting strategy. Buzz! He wiped the samurai sword with his right hand, and then a golden light appeared on the surface of the long black sword. The sharpness even made Li Guanqi's eyes sting after just one look. Ability. The Miyamoto family's superpower, Blade. The ultimate sharp sword energy blessing. Chong! Miyamoto held the katana in both hands tightly, and struck me with a powerful and heavy slash. Even if Li Guanqi blocked it with his sword in time, his Suigetsu sword was still cut off cleanly by this sword. Blade superpower. Blade energy attached. Ultimate attack power bonus. Crack! The Shueyu sword split into 2, and fell on the violet steel floor with a crisp sound. But that doesn't mean the duel is over. In samurai duels, there is never a rule that crushing the opponent's weapon means the victory is decided. As long as the opponent still has fighting ability, the duel will continue. However, Shogo Miyamoto chopped Li Guanqi's weapon into pieces, and he couldn't help feeling a little proud in his heart. However, this moment of distraction not only caused him to lose the opportunity to pursue the victory, but also allowed Li Guanqi to completely seize the flaw. Boom! Li Guanqi punched out 6 fists burning with white flames, hitting Shogo Miyamoto hard on the chest, sending him flying several meters, and hitting the wall with a dull sound. Bang, 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 bang. Then, before Miyamoto Shogo could get up, Li Guanqi pounced directly on him, and 6 fists came down like a violent storm. The shadows of the fists filled the sky, and he beat Miyamoto Shogo to a bloody pulp in an instant. As the saying goes, do not forgive others. The same goes for combat encounters. Once you gain momentum, there is no reason to hold back, especially in a battle between warriors of different blood. The fight may be evenly matched from beginning to end, but a seemingly inadvertent flaw can directly determine the outcome. Boom! Li Guanqi's right fist hit hard, smashing Miyamoto Shogo's chest and heart together, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. He punched out his left fist one after another, but it hovered above Miyamoto Shogo's tenlingdai and did not really punch out. If he punches again and smashes his brain, Miyamoto Shogo will be gone. Miyamoto Shogo is gone. Even if this is a duel, the Miyamoto family can't say anything on the face of it. But Li Guanqi can guarantee that he will die in an accident in the next few months. How to say? Li Guanqi looked at the bloody Miyamoto Shogo, stood up, took 2 steps back, and grinned. Miyamoto Shogo's flesh and blood squirmed, and soon, all the injuries on his body, including his smashed chest and heart, were all regenerated. He wiped the blood on his face, stood up, and scratched his head with a depressed expression. I lost, but you had a chance to win. Li Guanqi smiled softly. My weapons were chopped into pieces by you. If you hadn't relaxed at that time, I wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity. But you were proud for a moment and thought you had a chance to win. Right. This is not a good idea. Custom. A warrior without weapons does not mean that he has lost his fighting ability. Ah! Miyamoto grabbed my hair angrily and depressedly, and stamped his feet fiercely, showing his youthful nature. You're too young. Li Guanqi stopped laughing, and just said calmly, you need to learn more. Fighting is more than just technical combat level. Forehead. Miyamoto stunned me for a moment, then bent down and bowed, and said seriously, yes, thank you for your advice. Then, the young man raised his head in confusion. I don't think I know your name yet. My name is Takeshi Kaneshiro. After Li Guanqi said that, he turned around, walked a few steps, picked up the Shueyu sword that was broken into 2 pieces on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. Oh, I have been honorably discharged. Brother, I'll give you a better one. Seeing this, General Miyamoto hurriedly came over, patted his chest and assured me, that's not necessary. Li Guanqi smiled. It's just that I have another thing to ask of you. Just say it. Miyamoto Shogo was not surprised at all. You are the winner, and you are qualified to make your request to me. I want a magic weapon to protect my soul. Li Guanqi said seriously. There are no souls that can't be defended against. I want a high-level magic weapon that can defend my soul all the time. And it also has to help me defend the souls of my relatives and friends. If I remember correctly, there is a collection in the Miyamoto auction house that has not been sold for 30 years, which can achieve this effect. Right. Miyamoto Shogo suddenly realized. No wonder you want to duel with me. It turns out that this is what you do. Now it's right. Li Guanqi smiled softly. Look, your brain is still very flexible. If you continue to learn from Miyamoto Kanlin, you will be able to go home soon. Hello. Miyamoto Shogo was a little helpless. Although you praise me so much, I can't give that thing to you. It's too precious. It's a 7th level magic weapon, because it can protect people around you. It can even protect people around you. The magic weapon is not as expensive as this. I can't give it to you. I don't have the authority. I know. Li Guanqi looked at him seriously. I don't want to take it for free. I can trade it for the Eye of Light. Eye of Light? Miyamoto Shogo looked surprised. Is it the Eye of Light of the Holy Light Falcon? Do you really have it? That's right. Li Guanqi nodded lightly. According to the market situation, the current gold coin value of the Eye of Light is certainly not enough to purchase that 7th level magic weapon. However, these days, Holy Light Eagles are becoming increasingly rare, and the collection value of the Eye of Light continues to be going higher. I wonder if it can be changed. Miyamoto Shogo hesitated a little, but finally shook his head. This matter is too big. I really have no right to make this deal. You have to talk to Miyamoto Kanlin. Fine. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Then let's go. This way. Follow me. Miyamoto turned around and walked towards the secret room door. Eye of Light? Koga Castle. Miyamoto Auction House. Top floor conference room. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing sat side by side on a brown-red leather sofa. The person in charge of this auction house, Miyamoto Kanlin, sat across from them, looked at Li Guanqi, and said seriously, Mr. Jincheng, if you really have the Eye of Light, then it is not impossible to change it. Real? Li Guanqi suddenly beamed with joy when he heard this. Yes. Miyamoto Kanlin nodded. Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you. According to the news from our Miyamoto auction house, there have been no sightings of the Holy Light Falcon in the Tulip Empire for 10 consecutive years. Following this trend, the collection of the Eye of Light, the value will only get higher and higher. Therefore, if you exchange the Eye of Light for that 7th level soul magic weapon, although it is definitely not enough according to the current market price, considering the future appreciation and the request of my young master, I will sell it to you. It's also reasonable. Then let's start changing. Li Guanqi said quickly. But it's a pity. Miyamoto Kanlin helplessly spread his hands. Master Shogo doesn't care about the auction house affairs at all. He doesn't know at all that news came from the headquarters that the soul magic weapon had been sold 2 months ago. Ah? Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned. But the news I saw in the book is that you haven't sold that soul magic weapon for 30 years. That's just because we didn't want to sell before. Miyamoto Kanlin smiled. This magic weapon can not only protect one's own soul, but also the souls of relatives and friends. How can such a sought-after item not be sold? It's just that the headquarters has been lowering the price. But now, as he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Undercurrents are surging between countries, and many things have been affected. The decision made by the headquarters is to sell off a large number of collections in exchange for resources, and send them back to Miyamoto's family. This is not a secret, and it's a world pattern that everyone knows. What should we do? Li Guanqi gritted his teeth. I need a high-level magic weapon to protect my soul. At least it has to protect me and one other person from attacks by 6th level souls. It's not difficult. Miyamoto Kanlin leaned back on the sofa and chuckled. Wouldn't it be better to just buy 2 of these magical weapons? One for each person? There is no need to stare at the 7th level magical weapon. After all, your only need is to defend against 6th level souls. And that magic weapon is completely beyond the standard. But I just want that. Li Guanqi was a little disappointed. That soul magic weapon can completely defend against attacks from 7th level souls. And there is a final defense mechanism that can resist the invasion of 8th level souls at the cost of shattering the magic weapon. The most important thing is that the principle of this soul magic weapon is complicated to say. But the fundamental reason is that it has an 8th level remnant soul of a demon species sealed inside. In other words, when Li Guanqi bought this thing, it was equivalent to buying an 8th level residual soul. Although it was incomplete, it was comparable to a complete 7th level soul. He can use it to plunder and enhance his soul power, directly raising his soul to LV59. Buying it can be used and eaten, which is much more cost-effective than simply buying a soul magic weapon. If you really want to buy it, there is actually a chance. Suddenly, Miyamoto Kanlin said. How to say? Li Guanqi immediately raised his head. Free trade fair. Miyamoto Kanlin touched his chin. There was a free trade fair recently, which lasted for 7 days. Today is the last day. According to the news I received, the soul magic weapon that had been sold 2 months ago was. It appeared twice in the free trade fair, but no one bought it because his bid was very strange. He didn't want gold coins, but wanted someone to help crack a strange object. Is he still here today? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Have no idea. Miyamoto Kanlin smiled. However, you can go in and take a look from our place. Today is the last day. If you finish squatting and you haven't caught him today, it will only end with regret. But it doesn't matter. We can help you. You prepare other soul magic weapons to ensure that they fully meet your needs. I want to participate in the free trade fair now. Li Guanqi interrupted him anxiously. This way, please. Miyamoto Kanlin didn't waste any more words and immediately stood up and walked towards the door of the conference room. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Wang Yanqing also followed. In fact, participation in free trade fairs and auctions requires qualification screening. Miyamoto Kanlin led the way in the corridor and said in a gentle tone. Generally speaking, to participate in the auction, we need you to show proof of assets of at least 30 million gold coins. The requirements of the free trade fair are even higher. Everyone who participates in the free trade fair is a member user of our Miyamoto auction house. Only those who have spent at least 50 million gold coins in the auction house can participate. It's just that you claim that you hold the Eye of Light, and you have gained the respect of Master Shogo. So I might as well make the decision and skip this step. Now, here we are. Miyamoto Kanlin stopped and pushed open a lounge in front. When Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing walked into it, what they saw was nothing special. It was just an ordinary shogunate-style lounge with futons and tatami mats on the floor. Where's the virtual warehouse? Li Guanqi looked at Miyamoto Kanlin curiously. Virtual warehouse? Miyamoto Kanlin smiled. Since the beginning of this year, we no longer need a warehouse. Mr. Jincheng, you don't come to the auction house often, right? The news is a bit behind. He walked to a bed, smiled at Li Guanqi and said, please lie down here. With that said, the person in charge of the auction house took out a golden ball from the space ring with the word Miyamoto engraved on it. Forehead. Li Guanqi was a little surprised, but he still followed the instructions and lay down. Where is this lady? Miyamoto Kanlin looked at Wang Yanqing. I do not need. Wang Yanqing said calmly. Okay. Miyamoto Kanlin looked at Li Guanqi on the bed and smiled. Mr. Jincheng, you will feel your soul being enveloped later. Please don't resist. It will take you to the free trade fair. After saying that, he placed the golden ball above Li Guanqi's eyebrows, and then let go of his hand. But the golden ball did not fall, but just hung in the air. Buzz. Within the golden ball, a faint golden light began to shine out, gradually covering Li Guanqi's head. Soon, Li Guanqi gently closed his eyes. Chapter 385 Ancient Text. The Eyes of the Black Cat. Dear customer, the virtual connection has been completed. Please start your trading journey. Miyamoto Auction House wishes you to get what you want and trade what you want. You can stand on the nearby circular altar and leave this exchange at any time. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes. What caught his eye was a mirror. But in the mirror, he was now covered in a black robe, and his face could not be seen clearly. Forehead. Li Guanqi opened his hood and found a black translucent soul under the hood. No wonder he couldn't see his face clearly, because there was no face at all. This is the virtual trading mechanism of Miyamoto Auction House. Li Guanqi looked down at his hands and muttered to himself. A special magic weapon, based on the soul, separates a ray of soul power to form a virtual character, and then communicates over a long distance in a place similar to an illusion. Afterwards, the items are physically traded at the auction house. It's a bit like uploading consciousness to a server and then communicating in a virtual place. The metaverse? Huh? Interesting. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed, then turned around, pushed open the door of the mirror room, and walked out completely. What appeared in front of him was not a lively scene, because there are not many people here. At most 100 people, gathering in a place similar to a luxury shopping mall. Some people are walking around, and some are just sitting there. There is a sign next to it that says what he sells and recycles. What? Everyone looks exactly the same. They are all black-robed souls, without any difference in appearance. It stands to reason that everyone's soul aura is completely different. But the aura of every soul body Li Guanqi feels here is completely the same. There is no difference in strength. They are all the lowest level souls that are extremely weak. Body? So where's that guy? Li Guanqi wandered around the area, going over to take a look every time he saw someone selling something. However, after looking through all the sellers at this fair, he could not find the person he was looking for. Didn't come. Li Guanqi accepted this reality with some regret. But that doesn't mean it's over. This free trade fair is not over yet, and will continue until the end of today. Li Guanqi found a place to sit down, always paying attention to whether any new souls came in nearby. This wait lasted more than 6 hours. During this period, more than a dozen new people came one after another. But they were either here to buy things, or they were selling things other than the soul magic weapon. Until Li Guanqi was about to give up, a black-robed soul found a place to sit down with a sign next to it. Selling, 7th level soul defense weapon. Request, help me decipher a text. Li Guanqi hesitated. Decipher text? But Miyamoto Sanlin was talking about cracking a strange object. Is this a person? Hello. Li Guanqi decided to go forward and ask. He walked up to the black-robed soul and sent out his soul thoughts. Is this soul defense weapon of yours the demonic cat's eye that you bought from Miyamoto's auction house 2 months ago? The eye of the demonic cat is the name of the 7th level soul defense weapon. Yes. The black-robed soul nodded, But I don't want money. I want to decipher a text. Word. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. But your request a few days ago was to crack an object. Yes. The black-robed soul nodded again. But I found someone to help me open the ancient box last night. This text was seen from that item. I need someone to help me decipher it. The man helped me break the seal and open the box. But he didn't want the eyes of the black cat. So I gave him something else. The same as you. If you can help me decipher this text, I can give you anything you want. What text? Li Guanqi was very curious. Aren't there only two kinds of languages in the world? Eastern and Western? The frog in the well. The black-robed soul was obviously very disdainful. There are so many written languages in the old era. You don't even know this kind of thing. So why are you trying to decipher it? Let's go! Don't waste my time. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. I'm telling you about the new era's concepts. If you despise me, then I'll show off my cards. I come from the old era. Show me first, Li Guanqi said. What can you understand? The black-robed soul was obviously a little unhappy. He didn't believe that Li Guanqi could decipher it. But he still turned over the board next to him and displayed a piece of text on it. Alpha nu mu epsilon iota delta eta. Cap alpha iota epsilon gamma omega o epsilon. O u mu epsilon nu beta lambda epsilon phi alpha omicron iota delta epsilon delta omicron rho cap alpha. Alpha lambda lambda epsilon gamma omega omicron u beta lambda epsilon phi alpha omicron iota. Ux. Alpha nu delta epsilon theta epsilon lambda eta. Lambda alpha lambda epsilon omega phi omega nu eta delta iota x alpha. Epsilon nu delta epsilon nu alpha iota nu x epsilon lambda epsilon alpha nu omicron iota gamma omicron nu epsilon nu alpha. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. What the H.L. is this? It looks like English letters. But he has received compulsory education after all. This thing is obviously not in English. What's more, if it were in English, the old man wouldn't come out and ask. Do you recognize it? The black-robed soul asked in a deep voice. Sir, I have a question, Li Guanqi said in surprise. You don't go to the masters who study ancient studies to ask about this kind of thing. But you come to this trade fair to ask? Because I am a master of ancient studies. The black-robed soul's voice was calm. As for why you come here to ask? Because, let's try our luck. The ancient box has troubled me for hundreds of years. But just yesterday, I found a 7-star stranger here. Although her cultivation level was not high, she still helped me break the seal. So I thought that this place might be my blessed place. So I wanted to continue coming here to try my luck. Question mark. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. 7 stars. Not high cultivation. So where does this old man come from? Okay. Let's go! The black-robed soul waved his hand. I see you can't decipher it. So don't waste my time. Li Guanqi did not move, but looked at the text on the board, frowning slightly, with a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't recognize this thing. But the more I look at it, the more familiar it looks. Not the familiarity of the text, but the overall familiarity of the image. Looking at the text written on the board as a picture, Li Guanqi seemed to have remembered something. With his current level of cultivation, he already has a photographic memory. As long as he is given a memory point, he can search all the memories in his mind and find the memories related to it. I see! Li Guanqi suddenly looked surprised. This text is in Greek. When he was 15 years old, when he was surfing the internet, he saw a Greek puzzle. It was written in Greek and translated into Chinese. When comparing the Greek text, it was exactly the same as the text in the black-robed soul. Alpha nu mu epsilon iota delta eta. Cap alpha iota epsilon gamma omega o epsilon. O u mu epsilon nu beta lambda epsilon phi alpha omicron iota delta epsilon delta omicron rho cap alpha. Alpha lambda lambda epsilon gamma omega omicron u beta lambda epsilon phi alpha omicron iota. Ux. Alpha nu delta epsilon theta epsilon lambda eta. Lambda alpha lambda epsilon omega phi omega nu eta delta iota x alpha. Epsilon nu delta epsilon nu alpha iota nu x epsilon lambda epsilon alpha nu omicron iota gamma omicron nu epsilon nu alpha. You look at me and I look at you. But you use your eyes to see. But I don't. Because I don't have eyes. You can say it. And so can I. But you have a voice and I am silent. I only have time to open and close my lips. Li Guanqi slowly read out the translation of this paragraph. Then looked at the black-robed soul body and said with a smile. This is a text puzzle. And the whole paragraph is to guess an object. The black-robed soul was silent. Since the soul body has no appearance, it is not known how he reacted at this time. Forehead. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Wait a minute. If you don't know what this text represents, then after I say it, How can I prove that I am right? How can you judge the authenticity of my translation? You've proven it. The black-robed soul chuckled lightly. Because of the translation of this paragraph. Although I didn't translate it as detailed as you, I actually relied on the few words translated to make up a rough idea. I thought the translation was accurate enough. But compared with what you said, it's still far behind. Li Guanqi was stunned. The old man himself has already translated it. So what is he doing now? Fishing? Now! Let me test you again. The black-robed soul chuckled. What is the answer to this text riddle? Mirror. Li Guanqi said directly. You look at me and I look at you. But you use your eyes to see. But I don't. Because I don't have eyes. Look in the mirror. You can say it. And so can I. But you have a voice and I am silent. I only have time to open and close my lips. You can make a sound when you look in the mirror. If the mirror makes a sound along with you, it would be a ghost story. Yes, it's a mirror. The black-robed soul stood up, looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, and couldn't hide his excitement. Your translation is very detailed. Far more detailed than me. Who are you? You don't know me. Which means you are not from the circle. But why do you know this language so well? If you were given more of this text, could you translate more? Li Guanqi was stunned. Of course not. The reason why he was able to translate this Greek puzzle was because he had seen it before, and because he had a photographic memory. He was able to translate it. But it's not difficult. When we return to reality next time, wouldn't it be okay to just learn Greek? I can. Li Guanqi nodded towards the black-robed soul. But it will take time. Due to some special reasons, I will not be able to complete more translation work until 9 months later. Why? The black-robed soul asked in a deep voice. If you need help, just ask. There's nothing we can do about it, Li Guanqi said helplessly. The black-robed soul was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand and lightly touched Li Guanqi's soul. Okay, your black cat's eyes will be delivered soon. After that, he turned around and left, walking straight to a circular altar not far away. And then the entire soul began to slowly dissipate. He left this virtual exchange. Forehead. Li Guanqi was a little confused. So, the deal is completed? Although he was a little confused, he still stepped away. Like the black-robed soul, he stood on the circular altar and left. Mr. Jincheng. Li Guanqi had just opened his eyes when he saw Miyamoto Kanlin standing beside the bed and Wang Yanqing sitting on the sofa next to him. Did you find him at the fair? Miyamoto Kanlin asked with a smile. Ding! Before Li Guanqi could answer, a string of bracelets flashed golden light on his wrist. Sorry, Mr. Jincheng. I suddenly have a transaction order from the headquarters that needs to be processed. Miyamoto Kanlin lowered his head slightly, then turned and left the lounge. However, after only 2 minutes of walking, he turned back again. Mr. Jincheng. Miyamoto Kanlin smiled and said, So you found him. That was your transaction information just now. Please wait a moment. The transaction items will arrive soon. But, as he said that, the person in charge of the auction house seemed a little confused. The news I received here is that only the transaction items are accepted, and there is no requirement to send the transaction items. In other words, you don't need to give anything, and you don't need to give anything. There is no need to pay transaction fees. The trader on the other side has already paid them. Take it for free? Getting a 7th level soul defense weapon for nothing? Miyamoto Kanlin looked at Li Guanqi with a look of disbelief on his face. Yeah, I think I got it for nothing. Li Guanqi was still in a daze. Therefore, the old man was very wealthy and didn't care about such a 7th level magic weapon. It was simply given to him for nothing. The reason? Just because he translated the Greek text. And the old man still had more Greek texts that needed to be translated. So the 7th level magic weapon was just a deposit. Oh my god. Li Guanqi couldn't help but change his face slightly when he thought of this. Who is this person who casually takes a 7th level magic weapon as a deposit? Moreover, the black cat's eye is not just an ordinary 7th level magic weapon. In terms of value, it is not worse than some 8th level magic weapons. Buzz? At this time, the teleportation array in the corner of the lounge lit up with colorful lights. When the light gradually dissipated, a pure black metal box appeared in the sight of Li Guanqi and others. Miyamoto Kanlin walked over, first cut his fingertip, and forced a wisp of blood to drip on it. As his blood fell onto the surface of the black box, numerous complicated patterns also lit up on the surface, emitting colorful brilliance, gradually condensing into runes floating in the air. Roughly counting, There were thousands. Miyamoto Sanlin caught a total of 21 runes and arranged them into a row. Is this the Miyamoto family's secret box? Li Guanqi was quite surprised when he saw this. It is said that this box requires the blood of the Miyamoto family's children before you can try to unlock it. Although a 7-star strongman can break it. After forcibly breaking it, the attacker will be marked and attacked. The Miyamoto family will pursue him at all costs. Right. Exactly. Miyamoto Kenlin smiled. Then gently pushed the 21 arranged runes into the black box. Buzz! The runes merged into the black box, shining with colorful light, but soon gradually dissipated, and the light of the entire black box completely dissipated. Then, click! With a soft sound, the black box disintegrated. A palm-sized black cat seal and a black and gold gilded envelope appeared in the sights of Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing. This seal is full of metallic texture. The black cat is standing on top of the seal in a squatting posture. The whole body is pitch black, except for the turquoise pupils that stand out. Black cat! Li Guanqi slowly walked toward it, his eyes slightly focused. Seeing the seal, he suddenly remembered the black cat in reality. It's just that the black cat disappeared later. The last time he had any news about the black cat was the incident in Lugui village. As for the later apocalyptic period, even Han Mengyao never saw it again. But the mysterious black cat that can only speak human words must have an extraordinary origin. This is the 7th level soul defense weapon. The Eye of the Black Cat. Miyamoto Kenlin held the black cat seal in both hands and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. The method of using it is very simple. Drop your blood on it, and then drop the blood of your relatives and friends on it. It should be noted that the total number of people cannot exceed 5. As long as the distance between the 5 of you does not exceed 5,000 meters. Then this black cat's eye can perform soul defense on the 5 of you at the same time. It can perfectly withstand the impact of 7th level souls, and is a good item for team battles. If it is attacked by an 8th level soul, the black cat's eyes will automatically activate the ultimate defense, and forcefully block this 8th level attack at the cost of breaking the magic weapon. Oh, right. The black cat's eye ignores the space storage device, and it can also take effect if it is placed in the space ring. Mr. Jincheng, please take it. After the introduction, Miyamoto Kenlin handed the black cat seal to Li Guanqi with both hands. 7th level magic weapon. Li Guanqi took it with a smile. This was the first time in his life that he owned a 7th level magic weapon. I heard that here is the remnant soul of an 8th level ghost cat. Li Guanqi grabbed the black cat seal, feeling the bottomless soul breath in it, and asked softly, Yes. Miyamoto Kenlin smiled. But please don't worry. It actually has no consciousness and will never run out to cause trouble. And you said it is a remnant soul, which is not appropriate. After all, the remnant soul is also conscious, and it can only be regarded as a remnant soul. A ball of broken soul power. If this magic weapon hadn't gathered the soul power, it would have dissipated long ago. I see. Li Guanqi looked down at the black cat seal and smiled softly. The 8th level remnant soul must be at least LV75 to LV79. Otherwise it would be impossible to resist the invasion of 7th level souls. With such a powerful soul power, plundering part of it for him and raising his own soul to LV59 will not have any impact on the defensive effect of the magic weapon itself. After all, as you go to the back, the gap between each level is extremely huge. Well, find a secluded place to devour it slowly later. Sister! Li Guanqi cut the palm of his hand and dropped a drop of blood on the black cat's head. After seeing a red dot appear on the black cat's back, he handed the black cat seal to Wang Yanqing. After Wang Yanqing took it over, he followed the same pattern. Since then, 2 red dots have appeared on the black cat's back, which means it can accept the blood of 3 people and perform regional soul protection. Also, it's easy to reselect the 5 candidates. At this time, Miyamoto Kenlin handed Li Guanqi a piece of folded white paper with both hands. Just touch the green eyes of the black cat with your hands, and then recite the incantation on it. So, Mr. Jincheng, please be careful. Keep the eye of the black cat well. After all, this thing is not very recognizable. If it is stolen and the spell is taken, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. Clear. Li Guanqi took the white paper, spread it out and took a look, then put the white paper and the black cat seal into the space necklace. That's just the last piece of the deal. Miyamoto Kenlin looked at the dismantled black box on the table, picked up a gold-gilded envelope from there, and handed it to Li Guanqi with both hands. This was sent by the trader on the opposite side. In other words, in addition to the black cat's eye, this is also a trading item, coming from the trader on the opposite side. Li Guanqi took the gilded envelope and narrowed his eyes. What on earth did that old man who didn't even look down on a 7-star powerhouse write to him? Chapter 386 New Mission, Greek Mythology, Armor of Ares. Tokugawa Shinji. What? Li Guanqi opened the gilded envelope. But as soon as he saw the first line of words, his eyes widened, and he was completely confused. Tokugawa Shinji. Tokugawa family. One of the 9 Sakura warriors. And Tokugawa Shinji is the only Jyogon-level powerhouse in the Tokugawa family. He is already over 800 years old this year. Not only that, Tokugawa Shinji is also the most famous and ranked number 1 ancient master in the entire Sakura shogunate. In other words, looking at ancient academic circles around the world, Tokugawa Shinji is among the top 5 in qualifications and is a figure who will definitely leave his name in history. Since his childhood, when his grandfather gave him an ancient relic as a birthday gift, he has been obsessed with it and spent most of his life studying ancient history. No wonder the 7-star star can be said to be not high in cultivation. It turns out that he is a 9-level boss. Li Guanqi swallowed and continued to look at the contents under the gilded envelope. Tokugawa Shinji. This name needs no introduction. Right? You said you want 9 months. Okay. I'll give you 9 months. When you have time, come to Tokugawa's house to find me. Just hand over this letter. What I want you to help me with is the deciphering of that text. Everyone has a secret. If you are willing to tell me your secret, and tell me where you learned this text knowledge, then I will give you more of what you want. However, if you don't want to, I will never force you. I just hope that you can help me decipher more of that kind of text. Once you finish your work, you can make any reasonable request to me. Today's 7th level magic weapon should be given as a gift. If I am satisfied, you can also have the 9th level magic weapon. In addition, you will also receive a favor from me. A favor from Shinji Tokugawa. If you want 9 months, I'll give you 1 year. 1 year later today. If you haven't come to see me yet, I will go find you personally. Don't believe in the nonsense that Miyamoto Auction House will never leak customer information. His Miyamoto family has a 9th palace level. And I also have a 9th palace level. I have to give it to them even if they don't give it to me. Envelope contents. Ends everywhere. Ding. Trigger mission conditions. You get a new main quest. Greek mythology, Armor of Ares. Task requirements. 1. Go to the Tokugawa family within 1 year and ask to see Shinji Tokugawa, a master of ancient studies at the Jyogon level, or wait for him to come to you in person. 2. Complete the tasks assigned by Tokugawa Shinji. Mission rewards. 1. The mission reward is a question mark. Talk about Greek mythology, Armor of Ares. Li Guanqi thought for a moment. He didn't know Greek mythology, but he had heard a few words about it. Ares was one of the 12 Olympian gods. He was regarded as the embodiment of the martial spirit and was called the Greek god of war. So why does this task name appear? Are all the Greeks running away? The strange world view has expanded again. Li Guanqi clutched the gilded letter, and suddenly felt that what he was holding was not a gilded letter, but a hot potato. Dealing with Jyogon level Shinji Tokugawa? This shit is a bit too exciting. As Li Guanqi folded the envelope, his brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about the information he knew. Tokugawa Shinji. This is a famous master of ancient studies. But judging from the reviews from all aspects, there is really no bad word at all. They are basically about his obsession with ancient studies. He is also a kind person, and has never done anything bad. Therefore, charged items must be obtained. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed slightly. Working for Tokugawa Shinji is the next time he comes to the strange world. And he must get the charging items within this year, and then simulate the next experience. Otherwise the risk will be too great and difficult to estimate. After all, what could Tokugawa Shinji want him to do for? Just a simple translation of Greek? Impossible. Li Guanqi's intuition told him that Tokugawa Shinji definitely wanted to explore an ancient ruins full of Greek texts. In fact, this was not intuition either, because Tokugawa Shinji, a master of ancient studies, became famous for exploring ancient ruins. And the ancient ruins he explored were never good. Tokugawa Shinji's career in ancient studies has been so far. In total, he has killed 3 Jyogon level experts, 19 Bagua level experts, and countless 7-star ones, while exploring dungeons and ruins with others. This forced the dungeon to always lead to death. But I had never died. To a certain extent, this characteristic is also a major reason why Tokugawa Shinji is famous. Therefore, it is too risky to download a dungeon with Shinji Tokugawa. You must get charging items, and then simulate the situation in advance. The problem is, Li Guanqi has been here for more than 3 months now, but he still doesn't have any clues about the charged items. What exactly is written in the letter? At this time, Wang Yanqing, who saw Li Guanqi reading the letter alone and then standing there in deep thought for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. Li Guanqi did not answer, but glanced at Miyamoto Kanlin next to him. Miyamoto Kanlin also understood immediately, and immediately walked to another teleportation array in the corner of the room, and said with a smile, Mr. Jincheng, according to the rules of Miyamoto Auction House, you should choose to take the teleportation array with your friends and leave Koka Castle. Of course, you don't have to sit in the teleportation array, but in this case, when you leave the auction house, safety issues are no longer within the scope of our Miyamoto Auction House's responsibility. Where does it lead? Li Guanqi put away Tokugawa Shinji's gilded envelope and walked over curiously. To be honest, I don't know either. Miyamoto Kanlin smiled. The teleportation array in each auction room will be updated after each use. It is carried out by the staff at the headquarters. Even if I am the person in charge here, I am completely unaware of this. This is also a way to keep it secret. Then let's go! Senior sister. Li Guanqi stood on the teleportation array and looked at Wang Yanqing. Uh-huh. Wang Yanqing also came over and stood beside him. I wish you both a pleasant journey and welcome to Miyamoto Auction House next time. Miyamoto Kanlin smiled, gently turned the golden bracelet on his wrist, and pressed lightly on a red rune. Buzz! The teleportation array flashed with colorful light and quickly engulfed the bodies of Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing. The Sakura Shogunate can be roughly divided into 4 areas: Dongyuan, Nanhu, Shima, and Bailing. Dongyuan is because there are many plains to the east of the shogunate. Nanhu naturally does not mean that there is a whole lake south of the shogunate, but that it is an area with abundant water plants and water resources. West Desert is completely opposite to Nanhu. It is a desert area. Bailing is the shogunate area where Li Guanqi stayed the longest. It is full of mountains and valleys. In addition, there is Heiankyo, the cherry blossom capital located in the center of the country. Li Guanqi really wanted to visit Ping and Jing, but before that, he still had many things to solve. After he and Wang Yanqing teleported away from the Miyamoto Auction House in Koka Castle, they came to the south lake of the Sakura Shogunate and appeared in a lakeside town called Anlanai. The two of them took a casual stroll around the village and town, and after looking at the nearby lake scenery, they left there and headed to the depths of a sparsely populated forest. 5th level soul? Deep in the forest, beside a sparkling lake, Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, a little surprised, and couldn't help but raise his voice a few times. You just said that you want to help my soul change from virtual to real and step into the 5th level? Right. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. This. Wang Yanqing couldn't hide the surprise on her face, but she still couldn't help but ask. What did you buy? The most cost-effective 5th level soul condensing potion? Or the purely natural 5th level soul condensing fruit? No. Where are you? What's the money? You obviously didn't sell out your eyes, and you didn't buy anything at the auction. Soul condensing potion? Li Guanqi smiled and said, I didn't buy the soul condensing potion or the soul condensing fruit. Oh? Wang Yanqing was stunned for a moment. Then what did you buy? I didn't buy anything. Li Guanqi shook his head. Question mark. Wang Yanqing looked at him confused. Li Guanqi said calmly, Sister, instead of relying on external forces, it is better to rely on yourself. If you can complete this step of transforming your soul from virtual to real, it will be of great help to your future martial arts path. Certainly. Wang Yanqing became more and more surprised. Of course that's the truth. The problem is that it's not just words. Throughout the ages, how many people have been able to complete the transformation of their souls from virtual to real by themselves? Your senior sister. I do have a little talent, but I'm not so conceited. How come? Li Guanqi grinned and said, My senior sister is the 99th person in history to have mastered the sealing skill. In the past 4,000 years of the new era, all countries have been counted together. In history, there are people who have completed the transformation of souls from virtual to real by themselves. There are tens of thousands of them. Right. Wang Yanqing was a little speechless. You're just talking nonsense. Just changing the concept. Ha ha. No joke. Li Guanqi straightened his expression and looked seriously at the female warrior in red in front of him. Sister, I have a way to help you complete the transformation of your soul from virtuality to reality. The method is to let you enter an illusion and keep falling into it. The cycle of killing and death will temper your soul and consciousness, and ultimately achieve a qualitative change from virtuality to reality. Aren't you still joking? Wang Yanqing was a little confused and didn't know why he was joking so seriously. However, Li Guanqi's expression remained serious. Junior brother, she said helplessly. Your idea is not unfeasible, and there are indeed people who have done this in history. But let me tell you clearly, I don't dare. I'm afraid that my soul has not yet broken through. I will go crazy while others are dying. Will not, Li Guanqi said softly. The killing illusion of the magic sword is not just a cycle of illusions. The magic sword itself will actually protect the soul and ensure that a person's consciousness and mental state do not collapse. Of course, there are limits to this. However, when he really couldn't hold on anymore, as the master of the magic sword, he could pull Wang Yanqing out just like Karisa Kojima had pulled him out. Otherwise, as Wang Yanqing said, if you rely solely on illusion cycles, there are indeed ruthless people who can complete a soul breakthrough before being driven crazy. The question is how many such ruthless people are there in history? With it, there is no risk of consciousness collapsing. Li Guanqi opened his right hand. Black light flashed, and a long black knife with a silver bead and rattan chain tassel appeared in his hand. Sister, Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and said seriously, after you fall into the killing illusion, you will never be driven crazy. The only thing you have to bear is the pain of the death cycle. This is how I broke through to the 5th level soul. Is this you? But Wang Yanqing was still in disbelief. She looked at the magic knife in his hand and frowned. But I can't understand what you said at all. This kind of behavior is like using your knife as an analogy. This kind of behavior is like wearing armor and being knifed. Cut. The knife must first cut through the armor before it can cut into the flesh. But there is no protection in that. But if the armor is not cut through, the blade will never penetrate the flesh. If you don't protect your consciousness, you will most likely go crazy. But if I protect my consciousness, the training of my soul and consciousness will not be as effective as it should be. And it will be impossible for my soul to complete the qualitative change from virtual to real. Well, that's hard to explain. Li Guanqi scratched his head. I can only say that that is an example for others. Other people. The magic sword is different. The magic sword is a magical weapon. It can do things that humans cannot. Never mind. In the end, Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and reluctantly agreed. What else can I do? I can only believe in you. Who made you my junior brother? The junior brother who is best at accomplishing miracles. That's the truth. Li Guanqi suddenly smiled. So, what is it all about? Wang Yanqing looked at the magic knife in his hand. Curious. Can it be said? No. Suddenly, before Li Guanqi could answer, Demon Sword Lumo roared in his mind. This is very abnormal. Although the magic sword can speak, it prefers to convey its thoughts directly because it is always stumbling. But this time, he spoke directly. That hoarse voice was as sharp as gold and stone, making Li Guanqi very uncomfortable. Lumo? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Why? Tell me. Soon. The thoughts of the magic knife came through. If this woman is killed, has her soul stripped by other artifacts, checks her memory, and learns of my existence from her memory, then you and I will be doomed. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Brother Lumo, do you have many enemies? At this time, Shishua's soft voice also sounded quietly. The magic knife seemed to have no response. At least Li Guanqi didn't hear it. Xiao Shui. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. He had a private chat with you. No. Shishua was also a little confused. Brother Lumo doesn't seem to want to say anything. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment, and then said to Demon Sword, Lumo, if you really think that I am your master, then you can say something more. We are on the same front. Aren't we? You also said that we will kill everyone from all over the world together. Well, after a long while, Demon Sword let out a faint sigh. And a thought. A private chat. Thought sent to Li Guanqi alone. I don't have many enemies, but more than you can imagine. Don't look at Shishua now talking about Brother Lumo, calling her very dear and sweet. When her memory recovers to a certain extent, she will definitely cry and shout for you. It melted me. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Is it so serious? My memory is actually in a sealed state. But I told you a long time ago that my seal level is lighter than Xiaoxue. So I still remember some. I remember that the master who created me was called the God of Death. And I, also known as the Artifact Destroyer. I don't know how many artifacts I destroyed in the hands of the first owner. Damn it. Lu Imo. Are you so fierce? Li Guanqi was stunned. The demon sword did not respond. This time it was completely silent. Junior brother? Outside world. Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi, who was in a daze in front of him, and couldn't help shouting. Senior sister? Li Guanqi came back to his senses. Looked at the magic knife in his hand. And then at Wang Yanqing. He didn't know what to say for a while. You can't say that. Right. Wang Yanqing tilted her head. And then waved her hands freely. Then let's not talk about it. Really? I don't know where you got so many secrets. I've only been separated from you for 2 months. And there are so many more. Secret. Let's start. She looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously. Show your illusion. Sister. Li Guanqi looked at him and said solemnly. I can guarantee that you will never go crazy. When your consciousness is about to completely sink into the killing illusion, I will pull you out and let you recover. But the pain of the death cycle, still scary. Don't underestimate your senior sister. Wang Yanqing put his hands on his hips and grinned. I have never been afraid of pain since I was practicing martial arts when I was young. Come on! Buzz. Li Guanqi took a few steps back, holding the magic knife in his hand, and struck a blood-red sword directly towards Wang Yanqing. After this red light touched Wang Yanqing, it did not cause any substantial harm to her, but simply escaped into her body. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yanqing closed her eyes, and her body fell limply. Li Guanqi hugged her, then walked to the grass by the lake, gently placed her on a piece of soft green grass, and waited for the killing fantasy to start, torture her. By the way, how many times did I die before my soul turned from virtual to real? Li Guanqi looked up at the blue sky, tilted his head and thought. 340,000 times? I don't know how many times senior sister will have to die. Forget it. Just do your own business first. Li Guanqi took out a black cat seal from the space necklace. The 7th level soul defense weapon. The eye of the black cat. Call. A piece of black mist spurted out from Li Guanqi's body, enveloped the black cat seal, escaped into the seal, and began to plunder the soul power of the 8th level demon species remnant soul contained in it. Boom! Almost instantly, Li Guanqi couldn't help but emit a wave of soul power. Soul, LV 50 LV.51, 51.2, 5th level reality. And the improvement of soul power continues. Boom! 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 The rapid increase in soul power made Li Guanqi unable to control his soul power for a while, causing the pressure of soul power to continuously escape from his body. The green grass around him was faintly azure, as if he was being promoted from an ordinary grass to like a soul plant. Soul, LV 51 LV.54, 54.1. In the blink of an eye, Li Guanqi's soul power increased by 3 levels. But he soon discovered that this was not possible. His soul power increased too quickly, making it impossible for him to properly control his rapidly becoming stronger soul. Gotta slow down a bit. In the next 2 days, Li Guanqi did not continue to plunder the black cat's eye. Instead, he continued to release his soul power and used the god-killing sword to fly around him. Familiar with the current strength of his soul, only when he is familiar enough will he take out the black cat's eye again and continue to plunder the soul power within it. Chapter 387 Stealing Wang Xiu from his master? Another owner of the wind and thunder sword intent. Sakura Shogunate. The top of the mountain. The sky is dark and lightless, with thick clouds stacked on top of each other like fish scales. And a storm is coming. 2 figures, a man and a woman, sit side by side on the edge of the cliff, looking at the dark clouds and sky. Sister. The man looked at his green mechanical arm and said softly, I still remember that my master chose this green mechanical prosthetic arm for me and said it matches my name very well. That old guy tricked us again. The woman's face was expressionless. We helped him get revenge, helped him find Rentaro and the others, and helped him return to Finling Mountain. But he still tricked us both. He promised to hand over the artifact to us, but he didn't, and even tried to connect with us. Together, our clones will burn our consciousness and let us both be buried with him. Damn old ghost. As she spoke, the woman looked ferocious. He deserved to be killed back then. And the man was just silent. After a long time, He lowered his head and said, "But we did participate in that siege back then. It was our fault. Junior brother." The woman grabbed the man's throat and stared at him. "Don't say such things again. Did we have a choice back then? No. It wasn't us who were wrong. It was Omura Takashi and the others." The man made no resistance and was completely speechless. The woman let go of her hand, then rubbed his pinched neck distressfully, kissed him, and said softly, "It doesn't matter. Senior sister has already had a backup plan, and used clever means to inject that artifact into the body. Okay, tracking positioning. But it is an artifact after all, and its positioning is too vague, and confusion often occurs. Give senior sister a little more time. We will soon be able to find the artifact again and get what we deserve." Boom. After 12 days. Sakura Shogunate. South Lake. The shore of a lake deep in the forest. A tall young man with white hair and blue eyes sat cross-legged, holding a black cat seal in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in dark blue light, his white hair fluttering wildly, and powerful soul power fluctuations continued to emit from his body. Soul, LV59. 59.9, 5th level reality soul. Peak. Comprehensive level, LV63. The soul of level 59. The 5th level limit. Lin Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a bit of solemnity in his sapphire-like pupils. The soul has been upgraded by 9 levels, reaching LV59. But the overall level has only been improved by 2 levels, barely reaching LV63. Is this the system of the strange world telling him that the further the realm goes, the greater the gap between the upper and lower realms becomes? Call. Lin Guanqi took a deep breath, forcibly restrained the dissipated soul power, and then put the black cat seal back into the space necklace without absorbing any more soul power. Because I can no longer suck it in. I have reached the limit of the 5th level reality soul. If you want to go further, you have to break through the 6th level living soul, which is another breakthrough problem. The soul of living environment. Lin Guanqi whispered to himself. The soul in this realm can leave the body in a short period of time and exist alone as a soul. Of course, as time goes by, the soul will gradually wear out, and you must seize the time to find a physical body and become a living being again. If you really want to live in a dead state, that is the category of 7th level souls, and even the undead cannot escape the 1,000-year lifespan limit. Put aside the matter of the soul's breakthrough to the 6th level for now. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. Lin Guanqi frowned slightly and began to think about his next goal. 12 days have passed. Almost 3 months have passed since he experienced this strange world, and another 10 days will be the 4th month. There are still more than 8 months left. There is still plenty of time. 1. Find charging items for the simulator. But I really don't have a clue about this thing. 2. Find a swordsman who is at the peak of the 4 elephants level or the early stage of the 5 elements level who has understood the meaning of the sword. He wanted to compete and compete. Find an opportunity to break through the 5 elements level of martial arts. Become a 5 elements level alien blood warrior. And complete the Sakura Journey mission. 3. After becoming a 5 element level alien blood warrior, you have to hunt down the magicians who understand the rules. He wants to use the plunder spell to rob those spellcasters of their understanding of the laws, so as to accelerate his understanding of the remaining laws of light, darkness, and gold, and become a 5 element level spellcaster. 4. If you don't encounter any new tasks during this period, go find Alton, the sheep-headed ancient master who lives in the Sakura Shogunate, and complete the Old History and Reality task. 5. To be determined. If nothing happens, I will auction the Eye of Light in exchange for resources for the 6th level of soul breakthrough. To be honest, Lin Guanqi is still a little reluctant to sell the Eye of Light. If possible, he would rather hope to pass some mission to break through the 6th level soul. After all, the Eye of Light is a luxury product, and it is a luxury item that appreciates very quickly. Keep it. Maybe when he gets to the Tulip Empire in the future, he can use this Eye of Light to find what kind of benefits he wants from those high-ranking palace ladies. Forget it. Let's do this for now. Lin Guanqi shook his head, and after establishing his next itinerary plan, he put these things behind him and looked at Wang Yanqing, who was lying on the grass next to him with his eyes closed. Wang Yanqing frowned, showing pain from time to time. The death cycle of the killing illusion is by no means something that can be easily endured. But pain is a kind of thorns that litter the road to the strong. Not coming. Lin Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing, but he was thinking about another thing in his mind and couldn't help but frown slightly. Is it really that senior sister and I are worrying too much? It's been 12 days. Neither Kentaro Morimoto nor Nanao Ono came to see him. Haven't been here for so long? The reason why Guanqi stayed here was, firstly, to find a place to absorb the soul power of the Black Cat's Eye, and secondly, to help his senior sister break through the 5th level soul realm. And thirdly, it was actually to wait for the 2 Leo level disciples of Fuji Terror to come over, and then strike back. After all, Black Cat Eye, a 7th level soul defense weapon, has been obtained, and he has no shortcomings. But the result was that a full 12 days passed without any movement. Those 2 people didn't come at all. Are you really worrying too much? Won't come at all? Guanqi always felt that it was not the case. But why has there been no movement for so long? Buzz? Suddenly, Wang Yanqing, who was lying next to him, began to glow with a dark blue light between his eyebrows. Success! Guanqi suddenly beamed with joy when he saw this scene. Soon, a light blue translucent figure slowly floated out from between Wang Yanqing's eyebrows, and soon turned into the size of a human. Moreover, it was no longer translucent, but resembled a substantial blue soul. Out-of-body experience. Forehead. Guanqi looked slightly embarrassed and quickly turned his head, not daring to look here. The soul body has no clothes. Wang Yanqing also discovered this, and quickly slipped back and returned to the physical body before experiencing too much what it was like to have an out-of-body experience. Ahem. Soon, Wang Yanqing's physical body opened its eyes and looked at Guanqi with a slightly strange expression. Sister, congratulations. Guanqi stood up calmly, smiled at her and clasped his fists. With our relationship, we can't say thank you. So, how does it feel to be a 5th level soul? Do you find that the world is different? A little bit. Hee. Wang Yanqing's face was also full of smiles at this time. Obviously, she has been stuck at the threshold of the 5th level soul for many years. She is naturally happy to be able to successfully break through. Your methods are really amazing. Wang Yanqing looked at Guanqi and said in disbelief. I have never heard of any method that can have such a soul-sharpening effect while protecting the consciousness. I died more than 400,000 times in the illusion. If you hadn't pulled me out more than a dozen times, I would have gone crazy. But I was obviously pulled out by you, and the process of sharpening my soul was obviously interrupted. But the sharpening effect of my soul was not interrupted. Wang Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. This is amazing. Really. This is not magical. This is normal. Because your little junior brother always creates miracles. Guanqi smiled calmly. Okay, senior sister. It's time for us to change places. Where to? Wang Yanqing looked at him curiously. What are you going to do? Go to Huangning Town. Go buy information. 3 days later. So, this is an espionage base in Bailing? Sunny. Wang Yanqing walked beside Guanqi, looking at the yellow sand-ridden town ahead. Curious. Private or government? Private sector with government background. Guanqi smiled, walked to the tavern in the town, and pushed open the tavern door. Come! Drink! 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 Have another hacking drink. The different blooded warriors in the tavern were having a spirited fight over drinks. The tavern proprietress, the nominal leader of this intelligence organization, Hashimoto Keiko, was standing behind the bar, holding her cheek in her right hand, looking at this scene with boredom. Her beautiful profile can still make countless men fall in love with her. Ms. Hashimoto. Guanqi walked over. Ah, it's you. Long time no see. Hashimoto Keiko obviously still remembered him. When she saw him coming, her eyes suddenly lit up. We have already, your previous tracing commission. Halfway through her words, Wang Yanqing, who was standing behind Guanqi, turned sideways. So you have found her. Hashimoto Keiko narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Guanqi in surprise. Did you reject me because of her before? That seems like true love. Low EQ. Is your vision so poor? High emotional intelligence. It seems like true love. The implication of this female intelligence trafficker is that Wang Yanqing's appearance is much different than hers. But this is true. Wang Yanqing is really mediocre under normal circumstances. Only when she turns on her devil body is she truly charming and beautiful. You misunderstood. Guanqi smiled and shook his head. But he didn't explain much to the stranger. He just said calmly, I need to buy some information. Just tell me. Hashimoto Keiko smiled charmingly and winked at him. Your entrustment deposit is still here. I simply won't return it. Let me take a look at the information you want this time. If possible. I won't accept it either. You got the money. I need to find a 4-elephant level peak swordsman who has understood the meaning of the sword. Li Guanqi said calmly. Of course. If you are in the early stage of the 5 elements, it is not impossible. But the key point is that he must be suitable for challenging and sparring. In other words, after I find him in the past, he will agree to sparring with me. So troublesome? Keiko Hashimoto raised her eyebrows slightly. I'll find you someone you can kill directly. Do you want me? Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned and said in surprise. But, aren't those who can understand the sword's intention basically all belong to Sakuragio's family? I don't dare to kill this group of people with backgrounds. No, the same. Hashimoto Keiko shook her head slightly. I have such a person here. No. The beautiful woman's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of chill flashed through her eyes. He shouldn't be qualified to be called a human being. Oh. Li Guanqi became interested and sat in front of the bar, looking at her curiously. That man's name is Goichi Hiroshi. Keiko Hashimoto's face was gloomy, and her voice was even deeper. He was born in a slum by the Bunzhan River in Bailing. When he was 13 years old, he raped and insulted his own sister, had one of his legs broken by his father, and was thrown out of the house. But he didn't die. He was picked up by a nearby bandit leader and adopted as his adopted son. Moreover, Hiroshi Kichichi underwent a crude blood ritual with a mortality rate of 88% in that bandit den. Of course he didn't die. Therefore, there is such a scumbag in the world. Goichi Haoji returned to the slums by the Bunzhan River and killed his biological father. Then he broke into the home of his biological sister, who was already married, and killed his whole family. At the age of 29, Hiroshi Kichichi became a different blood warrior in the Iniin realm. He killed his adoptive father in a sneak attack and became the new boss of the bandit den. He also seized the 3 wives of his adoptive father, and after torturing them for 3 days and 3 nights, he violently toyed them to death. At the age of 48, Goichi Haoji got an evil method from nowhere, and blood sacrificed all the men in the bandits' den, breaking through to the 3rd level. From then on, he began to wander around the Bailing area like a lonely ghost, committing countless evil deeds. However, because he acted cautiously and never caused major cases, the law enforcement officials never paid attention to him. So he lived like this for hundreds of years. The 162-year-old Goichi Haoji has reached the peak of the 4 elephants level. But what really made him famous was the battle in August last year. You can tell from Kasaku Hiroshi's experience that he has a morbid fetish for women. He likes women who are close to him, and whose family status is higher than his. For example, his sister, his 3 adoptive mothers, and every woman he has insulted over the years. And last year, he fell in love with another woman. And that woman is the wife of his sword master. The swordsmanship mentor was a 5-element level alien blood warrior who helped Goichi Haoji when he was at his lowest. It can be said that the reason why Goichi Haoji was able to break through the 4 symbols level was indispensable to this mentor. But it is precisely because of this that Kichi Hiroshi becomes more and more obsessed with his mentor's wife. That day, he got a bottle of 4th level magic potion, charmed his master's wife, and then raped her. Halfway, his mentor is back. Then there will definitely be a big fight. But the results were unexpected. In a head-on confrontation, Goichi Haoji, who was at the peak of the 4 elephants level, killed his swordsman mentor, who was in the middle of the 5 elements level. Speaking of this, Keiko Hashimoto looked at Li Guanqi and said solemnly, First of all, it's because Hiroshi Kasaku broke through the situation in the middle of the battle, opened the lungs of gold, and broke through the 5 elements level. Secondly, it was he who exerted his power during the killing with his mentor. As a swordsman, Hiroshi Kikuchi used his sword intention. As soon as the sword intention was opened, his mentor completely lost his advantage and was eventually beheaded by Kichi Hiroshi. Then he raped and killed his teacher's wife and disappeared again. This is impossible. Li Guanqi's face was full of bewilderment. This Goichi Haoji's cultivation path was borrowed from outside forces. As you said, he broke through to the 3rd level by using some evil method. He does not meet the conditions for understanding sure at all. You actually know about Dalabu's self-created potential theory? Hashimoto Keiko looked at him in surprise. This should be considered a secret in the shogunate. Right? Except for those big families. Not many people know about it. Well, it seems that you are not simple either. But, yes. After being surprised, the beautiful intelligence dealer nodded. If you borrow external force when making a breakthrough, it will be impossible to understand the potential. If you want to understand, sure. Then before you understand, sure. You have to rely on yourself to achieve a breakthrough in every realm. This is an unchanging iron law even in the Daluo dynasty. It is said that even the Ying family cannot change. Well, of course, with the Ying family's terrifying cultivation talent, no external force is needed. But the key word in this theory is the word comprehension, which is limited to self-created potential. As for me, I never said that Giju Hirodi's sword intention was self-created. Keiko Hashimoto's voice was calm. In fact, even if you borrow external force when you break through the realm, or even borrow external force every time you break through the realm, it is still possible to learn the shur of others. And the shur of Hiroshi Kichiku is to learn from it. From others? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Indeed, the difficulty of this kind of thing is not simpler than creating a self-made potential. To a certain extent, it is even more difficult. So, Hashimoto Keiko picked up a glass of purple wine on the table, took a sip, and then gritted her teeth and said, "The reason why Hiroshi Kisaku became famous for killing his master is because of this. His talent is obviously not much." Gao, who is 162 years old, and in the early stage of the 5 elements level, can only be said to be quite satisfactory. However, his talent in combat is surprisingly high, and many people even think that he learned that sword intention only once. Li Guanqi was confused. Is it true or false? And you can even find out? You only need to watch it once to learn sword intent. If this is true, that Ghost Ruler Hiroshi's talent in this area is even stronger than his plunder technique. Because there is evidence. Keiko Hashimoto looked at Li Guanqi and said in a deep voice, "The sword intent of Hiroshi Kiki was stolen from his master. And I compared a lot of intelligence information and found that the only time the person he stole from had used his sword intention, and Hiroshi Kichi was present, was only once. 3 years ago. That Kichi Hiroshi only watched the great swordsman kill someone 3 years ago and saw him display his sword intent. Then he showed it last year. Didn't he learn it after just watching it once? Impossible." Li Guanqi still shook his head and said firmly, "This is absolutely impossible. You can learn sword intent by just watching others perform sword intent? This kind of thing is not even possible. Experience the power of the sword for yourself. Watch the sword intent. These are two completely different experiences." Even when he was learning the wind and thunder sword intent from Master Wang Xiu, he had to rely on the plundering technique, and Wang Xiu released the sword intent at him over and over again, which made him deeply understand it. Even so, it took him 3 full days to learn it. In Wang Xiu's original expectation, he was prepared to let Li Guanqi study for 9 years. Therefore, even Li Guanqi would not believe what Keiko Hashimoto said. There must be other reasons for this. Maybe that Ghost Ruler Haoji is not the learned sword intention at all. I also find it incredible. Hashimoto Keiko frowned slightly. Maybe the sword intention is too low level, but that's not right. The person he stole his master from is famously powerful in sword intention. So, whose sword intent did Giju Hiroshi steal from? What type? Li Guanqi asked curiously. That's a swordsman from the Daluo dynasty. When Keiko Hashimoto mentioned this person, her eyes suddenly shone, and she said excitedly, "My favorite Daluo man. And that swordsman is not only powerful, but also extremely handsome. I heard that there is the beauty of the wind and thunder sword demon in Daluo. After arriving at our shogunate, he also received the title of Wind and Thunder Sword Demon. And his sword intention is called Wind and Thunder Sword Intention." Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing next to him were stunned when they heard this. Try. It's actually his master Wang Xiu? Chapter 388 Ghost Ruler Haoji. So, Li Guanqi looked at Keiko Hashimoto in front of him with a strange expression. 3 years ago, the Wind and Thunder Sword Demon King Xiu from the Daluo dynasty killed people in the Sakura shogunate, and also used the Wind and Thunder Sword intention. And that time, Hiroshi Onishaku happened to be at the scene. Watched the whole process. Then in August last year, he raped his master's wife, was discovered by his mentor, and then challenged him to a higher level. During the battle, he broke into the early stage of the 5 elements level, and then used the Wind and Thunder Sword intent to successfully counterattack and kill his master? That's it. Hashimoto Keiko nodded. Give me the information about Kichi Hiroshi. Li Guanqi frowned and said in a deep voice. Wait a second. Keiko Hashimoto turned and left. Li Guanqi turned to look at Wang Yanqing. Senior sister, what do you think? This is impossible. Wang Yanqing looked calm. I think so. Li Guanqi nodded. It's not a question of whether you think about it or not. It's a question of logic. Wang Yanqing couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, think about it for yourself. Learn the meaning of the sword after reading it once. How is this possible? If someone really has such a talent, he can't still be a rogue now. Even if he has bad deeds, such a genius will definitely be accepted as a retainer by Sakura Jou's family secret. That's true. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, So, that ghost ruler Haoji must have used some other method to display the wind and thunder sword intention? Ability? Wang Yanqing blinked, and after thinking for a while, he hesitated and said, I have seen a person before, and his powers are very magical. He only needs to watch the moves performed by others once, and he can perform them again. Of course, that's it. Once, he won't be able to use it anymore. But my friend can't copy the moment. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Superpowers and natural spells. These two are the most mysterious treasures given to mankind in the age of different blood. An ability that cannot be inferred from existing theories of knowledge. Duh. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor came. Li Guanqi turned around and looked. It was Hashimoto Keiko, who was swaying as she walked. After approaching the bar, she handed him a paper letter. As a woman, I want you to kill him. Keiko Hashimoto looked at Li Guanqi and said seriously, I will. Li Guanqi opened the letter and read it carefully. Ms. Hashimoto, it seems that your information about him is not detailed. He frowned slightly. There is only a piece of paper in it, which records the age and certain deeds of Kichi Hiroshi. But there is not much information that is really meaningful to him. There are only a few points of value. Portrait of Hiroshi on Ishaku. Kiichi Hiroshi opened the lung of gold and was a different blood warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements level. But the key point of this message lies in the second half. Just note that his physical strength is roughly between LV50 and LV52. As for the golden lung in front, it has nothing to do with Li Guanqi, because there are 5 small stages in the 5 elements level of human beings with different blood. Lungs of gold, the liver of wood, water kidney, heart of fire, the spleen of earth. Each time one is turned on, it can increase the limit of physical strength and the resistance to the power of the corresponding law. It can be said that they echo and restrain each other from the 5 elements level conjurers. The problem is, Kichi Hiroshi, who has activated the lung of metal, has become significantly more resistant to the law of metal. What does it have to do with Li Guanqi? He has not yet understood the law of gold. Guichi Haoji will use Wang Xiu's wind and thunder sword intent. On this point, the truth needs to be found. There are a total of 7 suspected hiding places of Onishaku Hiroshi. That's it? Li Guanqi shook off the paper in his hand and looked at Keiko Hashimoto in surprise. What about Hiroshi Kisaku's superpower? Has he never revealed his superpower? Yes. Keiko Hashimoto looked a little helpless. Kishaku Hiroshi has always hidden his ambitions very deeply. Li Guanqi turned his chair, glanced at Wang Yanqing next to him, and couldn't help but smile. Maybe he has been exposed a long time ago, but no one noticed it. Then, senior sister, can you leave now? Of course. There was a hint of murderous intent in Wang Yanqing's eyes. Faced with someone like Hiroshi Kichi, no woman would want to kill him. There are a total of 7 suspected hiding spots of Hiroshi Onishi. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing wandered around Bailing for several days, and finally determined his location when they went to the 5th hiding spot. And this day is also the first day of the 4th month that Li Guanqi has experienced since returning to the strange world. That person is Kichi Hiroshi. Sakura Shogunate, Bailing, on the hillside of a deep mountain and old forest. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing stood on the grass, taking advantage of their high location to look at a mountain village more than 6,000 meters away. This distance is not far for them, as long as they think about it. The highly developed sensory abilities of alien blood humans can allow them to see clearly how many legs the ants in the village have. At this time, inside the village, on top of a tower, several big men in leather armor were sitting together, drinking and eating meat happily. They were very happy. It's just that they were too far away. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing could see their appearance clearly, but they couldn't feel their qi and couldn't judge their cultivation. One of them was wearing studded chain mail, had a mustache, and was slightly thin. Judging from this appearance, it is exactly what Hiroshi Kichichi looks like in the information provided by Keiko Hashimoto. Senior sister, then you just want to watch first? Li Guanqi moved his wrists and smiled at Wang Yanqing beside him. Anything is fine. Wang Yanqing shrugged noncommittally. Call out! Li Guanqi, on the other hand, turned around and shot out instantly, rushing towards the mountain village 6,000 meters away at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the gate of the cottage is right in front of you. Boom! Li Guanqi kicked out and knocked the heavy wooden city gate away. The wooden boards scattered in all directions, overwhelming the bandits. Just as the intelligence records about Onichi Hiroshi's character, this guy will never go to places that are stronger than him. Among this group of bandits, the highest one is only at the 3rd level. Time! Li Guanqi's whole body was burning with blazing white flames. With a wave of his right hand, the magic knife appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the tip of the knife was pointed directly at the tower not far away. In other words, pointing directly at the ghostly Hiroshi on top of the tower. Killing requires a life. I will take revenge. Li Guanqi stared at him coldly. You guys are waiting. Get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the bandits beside Guichi Haoji ran away quickly, for fear of being slower than the people next to them. Oh! On the tower, Guichi Haoji stood up slowly, took out a silver-white long knife that looked like a Mo Dao from the space necklace, held it in one hand, and looked down at Li Guanqi on the ground coldly. Boy, I have killed so many people. Who do you want to avenge? Name me. I don't want to kill someone without a name. Chang! Before he finished speaking, Li Guanqi took one step forward, jumped more than 10 meters, and reached the top of the tower. He held the magic knife in both hands and slashed hard, colliding heavily with Guichi Haoji's Mo Dao. When sparks fly, the aftermath breaks out. Boom! The tower was instantly torn apart by the aftermath, with planks of wood broken and sawdust flying. Chang! 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 Li Guanqi and Guichi Haoji moved to fight more than 1,000 meters away, fighting and moving. In a short period of time, the two sides hacked each other hundreds of times. The aftermath of the battle turned the entire village into ruins, with countless houses collapsed and the ground cracked. But Li Guanqi soon became boring, because it's too weak. Hiroshi Onichi is a different-blooded warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements level. But the problem is that the resistance effect of the golden lung has nothing to do with him. And the physical strength of the 5 elements level, who doesn't? He is also the physical body of LV52. This physical strength is even stronger than Kisaku Hiroshi's. The opponent broke through in August last year, but his current physical strength is only LV51 at most. This guy's pure strength is no match for Li Guanqi. The Mo Dao in his hand should be a 4th level magic weapon. Compared with the demon sword, this is simply an insult to the demon sword. Comparing skills? For Li Guanqi, who has the plunderer technique, every battle is a learning process of combat experience. No one can show off in front of him. What's more, Kisaku Hiroshi's fighting skills are terrible. In Li Guanqi's view, only the fighting skills of Sakura Kyubi's children, like Aoyagi Ryota and Miyamoto Shogo, can barely challenge them. Kichi Hiroshi, a samurai with a wild background, is not worth mentioning at all. Too weak. Too weak. This different-blooded warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements was completely suppressed and beaten by Li Guanqi, without any ability to fight back. Even Li Guanqi hasn't activated his body with 3 heads and 6 arms yet. Of course, neither did Hiroshi Kichichi. In this battle situation, there is no possibility for him to hide his clumsiness. Li Guanqi guessed that maybe this guy's Liangyi form was not suitable for fighting. This is a very common thing. For example, last time, when playing against Kuroba Shinichi did not activate the Raoichi form. After all, not all humans of different blood are lucky enough to be able to obtain a Liangyi form suitable for combat, especially for the shogunate samurai who like to use swords. If the Ryogi form will cause serious deformation of the hands and cannot hold the sword, it will be equivalent to being unable to use magic weapons, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Chang! Li Guanqi held the magic knife tightly with both hands, and suddenly made a diagonal slash, knocking the Mo Dao away from Guichi Haoji's hand. But he did not take advantage of the victory to pursue it, but said indifferently, Hey, if you don't use the wind and thunder sword intent, you will never have a chance to use it in this life. Bang! 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 However, Onichi Hiroshi still didn't use it. He just retreated quickly, opened the distance, waved and threw 3 green projectiles, and green mist burst out one after another. Poison? Li Guanqi stood in the green mist, breathing heavily, then shook his head. It doesn't taste good. Although he didn't move his hands, a spiritual circuit had already been formed in his body. A 4-level detoxification spell. His current spiritual power level is already at the 5-element level. If he wants to cast a 4 elements level spell, he can even save the pinch. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time I have encountered an enemy playing dirty tricks in a battle. Li Guanqi held a knife in his right hand, fanned his eyes with his left hand, and slowly walked out of the dark green poisonous mist. He was in no hurry to pursue, because there was no need to chase him at all. The other party didn't run away at all. I thought you would run away. Li Guanqi stopped and looked at Gui Chihaoji, who was standing on the ruins of a wooden house not far away, and then looked around curiously. Are you waiting for someone? Is support coming? Gui Chihaoji didn't reply. He just held Mo Dao tightly in both hands and stared at him. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi felt a wave of spiritual energy in the ground nearby. He quickly wanted to jump up to avoid it, but it was too late. Boom! Before Li Guanqi could leave, the ground within a radius of 800 meters shook instantly and turned into a swamp in the blink of an eye. Jia! The moment the 800-meter quagmire was formed, there were bursts of shrill howls of ghosts and wolves, and then countless black tentacles poked out of the quagmire, quickly grabbing Li Guanqi's feet and pulling him back into the quagmire. And he pulled it down like crazy, and soon dragged him into the depths of the quagmire. Li Guanqi, who was stuck in the quagmire and wrapped in the cold mud, was not frightened or panicked at first, but curious. What kind of spell is this? I haven't seen it in the book. Is it because he has read fewer books? Or is this a self-created spell? Or a natural technique? Li Guanqi tried to break free from the black tentacles binding his feet, but he tried hard and failed. He is a 5-element level physical power. This binding ability, no matter how you say it, can be ranked at the level of the 4-elephant level peak spell. Tongue! Li Guanqi unleashed the divine veins in his legs with all his strength, and at the same time ran the 4 pillars of heavenly Ju with all his strength, raising the power of the divine veins to the extreme. Not only did he shatter the black tentacles on his feet, but surging white flames began to spurt out from all over his body. Boom! He raised his left arm and punched the mire hard, spreading the power of his fist and forcefully shaking away the entire mire that was 100 meters around him. When the mud opens, you can see the scorching sun. However, when Li Guanqi raised his head, he saw not only the blue sky and the bright sun, but also a huge ball of black and white light roaring towards him. This black and white ball of light is 10 meters in diameter. It is constantly trembling and emitting violent and unstable pressure. Law of light and darkness? Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. The law of light. The law of darkness. These two laws complement and inhibit each other. Because of this, a 4-level peak conjurer who has mastered the laws of light and darkness can have a very terrifying gameplay. That is to use the power of the law of light and the law of darkness to forcibly mash these two mutually exclusive powers into a ball and then throw them out. When the conjurer takes back the power to control the laws, the power of these two mutually exclusive laws will completely react, causing an explosion and causing horrific destructive power. And now the black and white ball of light that appeared in front of Li Guanqi's eyes was like this. What a spell match! Li Guanqi looked at the approaching black and white ball of light, holding the magic knife tightly in his right hand and grinning. First, use the spell of the quagmire tentacle to pull him into the depths of the quagmire, delaying time, and then completely emerge to prepare for the fusion of the laws of light and darkness. When he broke through the quagmire spell and came out, the fusion of the laws of light and darkness was basically completed, and he dropped it directly. Sure enough, the information can only be used for reference. Hashimoto Keiko's information did not say that there was a peak 4-elephant level conjurer next to Kasaku Hiroshi. Boom! The black and white light ball completely smashed into the ground, and the violent and unstable power of the law completely erupted. The mutually exclusive law of light and the law of darkness immediately produced an extremely violent law effect after contact with each other. The final result was the law of Big Bang. The forest area with a radius of several kilometers was instantly razed to the ground and turned into scorched earth. A long time, the aftermath of the law gradually merged into the world and disappeared. Is he dead? On the scorched earth, Gui Chihaoji still held Mo Dao tightly with both hands, looking warily at the huge pit 300 meters away. Next to him stood a beautiful woman in black robe. Her facial features were beautiful, but there was a huge black birthmark across her forehead and left cheek, which severely damaged her beauty, and could even be called ugly. No! The woman in black robe suddenly took half a step back and hid behind Gui Chihaoji, with an ugly expression on her face. He's still alive! But I'm already. No more spiritual power. In the pit. A man's voice finished the second half of the sentence for her. Bottom of the pit. A figure has a straight waist and stands erect. He has white hair and blue eyes. 3 heads and 6 arms. Except for the right hand holding the magic knife. The other 5 hands are all holding hand seals. And together, they have condensed a law shield of wind and thunder. This shield, which is based on the power of the law of wind and thunder and guided by spiritual power, can be called a 5-element level defensive spell based on the amount of spiritual power it consumes. As the son of Tongyu, Li Guanqi has practiced hundreds of spiritual power refinements and has a huge amount of spiritual power, so he can play with it at will. But for other magicians, spiritual power is always something that needs to be spent sparingly. For example, the black-robed female conjurer outside. First, he used a swamp tentacle control spell, and then he almost exhausted all his spiritual energy and used the law of light and darkness. In this way, the destructive power that can be caused is of course her maximum limit. But the disadvantage is that if this attack fails, it will basically be useless. For example, now, what other tricks are there? Let's use them. Li Guanqi dispersed the shield spell, withdrew from the body with 3 heads and 6 arms, then jumped high from the bottom of the pit, jumped back to the scorched earth outside, and looked at the man and woman opposite with interest. Immediately afterwards, Li Guanqi suddenly felt something was wrong, and a golden gap opened between his eyebrows. Eyes that break delusion. Open! As Li Guanqi activated this golden talent that could see through illusions, the 2 figures opposite him began to twist and shake like bubbles. It's an illusion. He was tricked. Zitzi! The next moment, Li Guanqi's pupils suddenly shrank. But after a moment of thinking, he did not run away, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Playing tricks and playing tricks? Then let's treat others in their own way. Li Guanqi stood there and turned around. In his sight, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Hurricanes were roaring, and thunder was howling. This was the image of martial arts. Wang Xiu's wind and thunder sword intent. Li Guanqi stared intently at this martial arts image. Something is wrong. So similar. This thing is exactly the same as the wind and thunder sword intent used by Wang Xiu himself. Even Li Guanqi, who was Wang Xiu's personal disciple, would not be able to display this 100% similar wind and thunder sword intent. This Guiqi Haoji definitely did not rely on learned swordsmanship. Suddenly, the hurricane and thunder condensed and turned into a wind and thunder sword energy that slashed down hard, passing through Li Guanqi's body in an instant at an astonishing speed. Immediately afterwards, neat bloodlines slowly appeared on his body. The bloodlines slanted down from the head, cutting off the head and heart, destroying 2 fatal organs at the same time, completely killing this alien blood warrior. Thump! The upper half of Li Guanqi's body slipped from the break of the bloodline and fell to the ground together with the lower half of his body. Blood spurted out continuously and soon formed a pool of blood. 100 meters away, 2 figures, a man and a woman, Guiqi Haoji and the black-robed female conjurer, walked slowly over. Chapter 389, Copying the Power. The Law of Light. Damn it! Why was your illusion seen through just now? My powers are not fully prepared yet. Guiqi Haoji walked in front of the black-robed female conjurer and cursed in a low voice. If it weren't for good luck, he would have dodged this sword. Yes, I'm sorry. The woman with a birthmark on her face quickly lowered her head and followed Giju Hiroshi obediently. Waste! Guiqi Haoji looked unhappy and kept walking. Soon, he walked to the 2 bodies of Li Guanqi. However, it was at this time that this different-blooded warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements discovered something that frightened him belatedly. There was no trace of a broken heart in the blood. What about the heart? Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes, and the corpse with half of his head and left chest suddenly stood up, swung the magic knife with his right hand, and cut off Giju Hiroshi's head in an instant. Blood spurts. The head with a frightened and shocked expression flew high into the air. Father! The black-robed female conjurer next to her suddenly had her eyes red, and she rushed over with an exclaim. It is true that the figures of the 2 people before were illusions, but the state was real. This woman had indeed exhausted all her spiritual power. A spellcaster who has exhausted his spiritual power is weaker and useless than ordinary people. But even so, after seeing Guiqi Haoji being beheaded, she still rushed towards Li Guanqi without hesitation. Boom! Li Guanqi didn't even look at her and kicked her several meters away. After retracting his right foot, He did not step on the ground, but directly crushed the heart of Goeishu Hiroshi's headless body. Then Li Guanqi shook his head, and the other half of his head, as well as the left chest and left arm, regenerated instantly. He raised his new left hand, and before the head of Goeishu Hiroshi, who had been chopped off by him before, hit the ground, he caught it in midair, and his 5 fingers were like hooks, firmly clasped into the flesh and blood of the severed head. Tongue! The fingertips of Li Guanqi's left hand ignited white flames, and the power of the divine veins escaped, restraining Gui Chihao's attempt to regenerate his limbs from the severed head. Hey, Ghost Ruler! Li Guanqi just grabbed Gui Chihao's head, raised it in front of him, grinned and said, "You can cheat. I can do it. You?" Gui Chihao's face was full of disbelief. Why? Why do you have no heart? Because I'm special. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. Brain, heart. The alien blood warrior has these 2 fatal wounds. Or, 1. These 2 parts must be destroyed at the same time to completely kill the alien blood human. But in other words, as long as these 2 parts are destroyed at the same time, a human with different blood can be killed instantly. So it's not the fault of Gui Chihao's lack of caution. 99.9% of the different blood humans in the world will feel like they have killed the other person after destroying their brain and heart. It can only be said that Li Guanqi, a human of different blood without a heart and without any fatal injuries, is too special. Want to live? Li Guanqi looked at Gui Chihao's head in his hand and chuckled. Tell me, how did you? You will never let me live. Before he could finish his words, Gui Chihaoji closed his eyes and said, I will not let the person who kills me get his wish. Whatever you want from me, you are doomed to fail. Kill or behead him. It's up to you. Li Guanqi was silent for a moment. Fool? He was speechless. And with a wave of his hand, azure blue light enveloped Gui Chihaoji's head. Soul illusion, hypnosis. Gui Chihaoji was a different-blooded warrior in the early stage of the 5 elements. But he actually only had a 4th-level soul. Under the powerful soul of Li Guanqi's 5th-level peak, he had no resistance at all and sank into it in an instant. Tell me. Li Guanqi glanced at the woman in black robe not far away, who was crawling on the ground, and asked, What is the name of this female conjurer at the peak of the 4 elephants level? What does it have to do with you? Her name is Gui Chiingzi, a dog I raise. The hypnotized Gui Chihatzi looked dazed and replied dully. As soon as this statement came out, the woman in black robe with the ugly birthmark on her face stopped immediately, looking at the head with disbelief in her eyes. When Li Guanqi saw this, he immediately made a guess. Tell me clearly, how did you and Gui Chiingzi meet? Li Guanqi looked at Gui Chihaoji and asked in a deep voice. 97 years ago. Hiroshi Kichi replied dully. I picked her up as a baby on the roadside. She was thrown by her family next to the trash can at that time. She was abandoned because she had an ugly birthmark on her face. I told those around me. People inquired and said that a conjurer had come to see her and she had a birthmark, but she had no conjuring qualifications. Li Guanqi frowned when he heard this. If God doesn't give it, it will give it. According to what he learned in the last days, the essence of this matter was actually due to the fusion of nuclear radiation and alien blood, which caused mutations and produced surgical organs. And a large amount of nuclear radiation is likely to cause physical deformities. Therefore, in the strange world, or in other words, in this era of the new age, there is such a theory with incorrect logic but correct results. Babies who are born with deformities and serious illnesses must have the aptitude for spells. This is the so-called, what God does not give, will surely give. But the question is, if there is a birthmark on the face, does it count? But the conjurer was wrong. Gui Chihatzi said dully. I don't know why. Maybe the person's blood test stone was broken. Or maybe it was for other reasons. In short, at that time, I had just killed a spellcaster, and there was a blood test stone on him. I tried it on her blood. The blood test stone came on. She is actually qualified for spells. I took her away and raised her, naming her Ingzi, and giving her the last name Gui Chi. Because conjurers are so useful. I've wanted a conjurer minion for a long time. But what happened later exceeded my expectations. Ingzi's spell aptitude was very good. Very good. And her practice speed was getting faster and faster. I was afraid that I would not be able to control her in the future. So I used the tattoo soul imprinting method to brand her soul, and let the brand tattoo appear on her face. The style of the brand was exactly the same as the birthmark on her face. Then I continued to brainwash her, using this birthmark to force her to feel inferior, making her psychologically surrender to me. making her. Boom! Li Guanqi suddenly grabbed Gui Chihaoxi's head and smashed it to the ground, causing his head to bleed. He looked at the head with a ferocious expression. You are a hacking scumbag. No wonder. No wonder the tattoo on the face of this black-robed woman is still there. It turned out to be this scumbag's deliberate act. Isn't it easy for a magician to erase a birthmark? But this bastard, Kichichi Hiroshi, actually used the tattoo soul seal method. This is a criminal law commonly used on death row prisoners in Daluo. After a prisoner is sentenced to death, his soul will be branded by the warden, and a special method will be used to turn the soul brand into a conspicuous tattoo on his face, which will follow him for the rest of his life until his death. And Gui Chihaoxi used this soul imprinting method on this black-robed woman, turning the soul imprint into a birthmark on her face. He even continued to use this birthmark to force the black-robed woman to feel inferior, thereby making her obey him from the bottom of her heart. Such behavior, this person, Gui Chihaoxi, deserves to die. Li Guanqi turned around and looked at Gui Qingzi, a woman in black robe who was standing there not far away, with tears streaming down her face. He didn't say anything, but just grabbed Gui Chihaoxi's head again, looked at him and said coldly, Wind and Thunder Sword Demon King Xiao. How did you use the sword intention? Ability. Hiroshi Kichi, who was bleeding badly, replied dully. My power can copy a person's moves, but I can only keep one at a time. If I want to copy the next move, I have to forget the previous move and then replace it. The closer someone is to my cultivation level, the easier it is to copy. But there are exceptions. For example, the closer the style is to me, the easier it is for me to copy it. Although the Wind and Thunder Sword Demon is a 7-star alien blood warrior, his sword style is very similar to my fighting style. With some luck, I successfully copied it during the battle I watched 3 years ago. The sword intent of the Wind and Thunder Sword Demon has remained to this day. Really? In the woods nearby, Wang Yanqing, dressed in red, slowly walked out. My guess is indeed correct. This guy relies on superpowers. Compared with my friend, this superpower is much better. It's comparable to its called an upgraded version. Sister. Li Guanqi glanced at her, then lowered his eyes to look at the head in his hand. With a bit of fierceness in his eyes, he threw it vigorously to the ground beside him. Boom! The head collided heavily with the ground, while a big crater was made in the ground. The whole head also exploded into a ball of mincemeat. Gui Chihaoxi. Die! Call. At the same time, Li Guanqi activated the plunder technique, emitting black mist and swallowing up the mass of mincemeat and the headless body of Gui Juhatsi. Now that his martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the 4 elephants level, his physical strength has reached a bottleneck, and naturally there is no improvement. As for the soul, Kichi Hiroshi's 4th level soul is not worth mentioning to him, and the improvement is minimal. What really matters is the ability. After black mist returned to his physical body, Li Guanqi also plundered this special ability of Gui Chihaoxi. Copy. Li Guanqi has absorbed many supernatural powers, but there are only a few that he can truly regard as exquisite, and the copying ability of Onichi Hiroshi. This ability that can even copy momentum is eligible to be included in his high-quality list, and he may be able to use it at some time. Junior brother. At this time, Wang Yanqing stood in front of Gui Qingzi, folding his hands on his chest, looking down coldly at the female spellcaster who was kneeling on the ground crying. I just took away the space storage device of Gui Chihaoxi and this woman. And then, I just inside her space ring. Many herbs were found. I suspect she is a pharmacist. The ecstasy potion used by Onichi Hiroshi to rape his master's wife was prepared by her. Junior brother. Give her some hypnosis too. Okay. Li Guanqi did as he was told, and it was a soul hypnosis technique. Are you aware of everything Gui Hiroshi has done over the years? Wang Yanqing asked coldly. Informed. Gui Qingzi said dully. Did you prepare the potion he used to rape his wife? Wang Yanqing's eyes had completely turned cold. Yes. Gui Qingzi nodded. Did you do it voluntarily? Or did he force you to do it? Wang Yanqing asked again. I volunteered. I can help my father. Ingzi is very happy, and he will reward Ingzi every time afterward, together with Ingzi. Before Gui Qingzi finished speaking, Wang Yanqing picked up his collar and threw him out. He hit the tree next to him, and his head was shattered. Do you object to me killing her? Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi and asked calmly. Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. After all the killings, Why are you still objecting? And why would I object? Li Guanqi was a little confused. Maybe this Gui Qingzi is very pitiful, but she has helped the emperor do evil over the years. And she also helped Gui Haoji rape the master's wife. There is no need to clean up. And there is nothing wrong with killing her. That's good. Wang Yanqing wrinkled her little nose. I don't like Sakura Shogunate. Although not everyone is like this. But I always feel that many Sakura people are weird. I can't tell what's wrong. But I feel like there are problems everywhere. Forehead. Li Guanqi scratched his head, but still didn't say anything. He walked to Gui Qingzi's body and activated the plunder technique to devour his body and soul. Of course, the focus is on the understanding of the laws contained in the surgical organs. Gui Qingzi is a conjurer at the peak of the 4 elephants level, and understands the 4 laws of wind, thunder, light and darkness. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. After plundering Gui Qingzi's understanding of the law of light, he seemed to have a feeling, without any warning. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. This is the principle behind Li Guanqi's plundering of other people's understanding of the law. By plundering a large number of other people's understanding of the law, he tries to stimulate and inspire himself, so that he can understand the law. But at this moment, after gaining Gui Qingzi's understanding of the law of light, he suddenly found this feeling. Senior sister? Li Guanqi suddenly looked at Wang Yanqing, grabbed her little hand, was enveloped in a strong wind, and flew quickly towards the forest in the distance. Junior brother, what's wrong? It's too late to explain. Let's find a hidden cave. Why? Why? I want to retreat. Is the understanding of the law accumulated over time? No, it's not. The understanding of the law is actually more similar to epiphany. A magician traveled thousands of miles across mountains and rivers, trying to understand a certain law. But he walked for several years, decades, or even hundreds of years. He may not be able to complete the understanding in these years. But maybe one day, watching the sunrise, watching the sunset, at that moment, he caught it, catch that glimmer of insight, and then truly complete the understanding of the law. Li Guanqi has the ability to plunder. But this does not mean that he can directly rob others of their understanding of the law, because it belongs to someone else after all. The plundering technique can transform energy, and it can transform the energy in other people's bodies into one's own. But it cannot transform such idealistic things as perception. But it's the same old saying, stones from other mountains can attack jade. After reading more about other people's understanding of laws, Li Guanqi can more easily be inspired and gain his own understanding. And on that day, after receiving Gui Qingzi's understanding of the law of light, he suddenly received this enlightenment. This enlightenment of the law is a bit similar to inspiration. If it is not grasped at the time, it is very likely to slip away. So Li Guanqi hurriedly took Wang Yanqing away, hoping to find a good place to start retreat. In a deep and dark cave, Wang Yanqing sat cross-legged on a rock and was practicing the soul observation method. After all, the soul had broken through the 5th level. Although practicing with the soul observation method was slow, it could at least increase the strength of the soul little by little, so that time would not be wasted. As for the spatial laws of the Liuha level of breaking through the realm, well, I don't have a clue, so I can't rush it. Buzz? Suddenly, Wang Yanqing's face was illuminated by white light. She quickly quit the soul cultivation and looked at the light source with some astonishment. I saw Li Guanqi sitting cross-legged on another rock with his eyes closed, and white gold light emitted from his body, which became more and more dazzling, gradually lighting up the entire cave, making it as bright as day. And he himself gradually turned into a white gold dazzling ball in Wang Yanqing's eyes. At this moment, his junior brother seemed to turn into light. Boom! Suddenly, the air conditions outside the cave changed drastically. Wang Yanqing is a warrior of different blood and cannot feel spiritual power. However, judging from the change in air conditions, the surrounding area of several thousand meters must have been squeezed in by a massive amount of spiritual energy. So this change occurred. The spiritual energy concentration has increased sharply? Wang Yanqing looked surprised. So, a breakthrough? For a 4-image level conjurer, every time he comprehends a law, it will cause a storm of spiritual energy with corresponding attributes, thereby achieving a small step-by-step improvement in cultivation. She is still aware of this. And the truth. And indeed it is. Boom! Li Guanqi suddenly opened his eyes. Their pupils glowed with platinum light, and the rock wall above his head was violently blasted by the surging light attribute energy. causing gravel to fly. The rich light attribute spiritual energy gathered and turned directly into a white gold-like pillar. Like an enlightenment, it suddenly poured into his body, rapidly increasing the quality and total amount of his spiritual power. Spiritual power, LV 52 LV.54. 54.3, for elephant level wind, thunder and light realm. Comprehensive level, LV 63 LV.64. Understand the law of light. And the overall level is upgraded to LV 64. Call. After a long time, the light attribute aura around Li Guanqi was completely absorbed into his body, and the white gold light slowly dissipated. The law of light. He lowered his head, spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand, condensed a ball of white light in the palm of his hand, and whispered to himself, "It has a dispersing effect on various negative effects, and also has a strong recovery effect. If the law of light is condensed, the recovery spell combines with my own self-healing ability, and my self-healing ability will be even stronger. Find some time to study it carefully." Li Guanqi flipped his right hand and dispersed the ball of light. He turned to look at Wang Yanqing next to him, grinning softly. "Senior sister, I succeeded. For elephant level, late stage, it can be considered a success." Wang Yanqing smiled helplessly. "Your senior sister, I have been staying here with you for a month. I can only chat with mice every day." "A month?" Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly widened. "It's been a month? You think so?" Wang Yanqing walked up to him with a smile. "To be precise, it's 31 days. And it's July 2nd now." "July?" Li Guanqi frowned slightly. July of 4871 was the 5th month since he came to the strange world. And the time he can stay is only 1 year. "But you are pretty fast." "Right." Wang Yanqing looked at Li Guanqi curiously. "I heard that if a conjurer wants to understand the rules, doesn't he have to retreat for several years? Or even more than 10 years? It only took you a month, which is very fast." "That's what I said." Li Guanqi nodded, and then said in a deep voice, "Senior sister, there has been no movement from Kentaro Morimoto and Nanao Ono in the past month?" "Absolutely not." Wang Yanqing spread his hands and said with some hesitation, "I even began to suspect that we were overthinking it. There was no such thing at all. The 13 personal disciples of Fujiteru and the 5 people, except the 8 Finland craftsmen, might have been killed early. He was silenced that year." "No, I always feel like that's not the case." Li Guanqi shook his head gently. After thinking for a while, he looked up at the big hole above and said, "Senior sister, let's go." "Where to?" "As usual, Huang Mingzhen. Buy information and compete with swordsmen who have understood the meaning of the sword. I haven't found an opportunity to break through the 5 elements level of martial arts yet. No matter whether those 2 people will come or not, I will improve my strength. This time we have to find a swordsman from Sakura Kyubu. Otherwise, a weakling like Hiroshi Onishaku will be meaningless to fight and won't feel the slightest bit at all." Sakura Shogunate, Biling, in a certain forest. "Junior brother, the positioning is complete." A woman in black robe suddenly stopped and looked happy. "Finished?" Another man in black robe was slightly surprised. "Why is it completed so suddenly?" "Senior sister, didn't you say it will take a while? It's the law." The woman in black robes had a surprised smile on her face. "Maybe there was a conjurer who understood the law of light near the artifact. The aura of the law of light stimulated my positioning technique. Now the location of the artifact is completely clear. Let's go!" Chapter 390, Demon Realm. Fight Lyoha. Kill Gundam. Falling Flower Valley. A few days later. Sunny. Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing walked side by side, and slowly came to a valley filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. They looked at the many cherry blossom trees nearby and the pink cherry blossoms floating all over the sky, and were slightly stunned. "Why Sakura? Fool!" Wang Yanqing patted him on the head, angry and funny. "We are going the wrong way." Li Guanqi covered his head and was a little confused about whether to laugh or cry. He had previously comprehended the law of light, and after completing the breakthrough, he went to Huangming town again to buy information from Hashimoto Keiko, and learned that there was a 5-element level female warrior from the Sakurai family who was recently visiting the Falling Flower Valley, and liked it very much. Discussed with others, the Sakurai family is also one of the 9 Sakura warriors. But the problem is that in the Falling Flower Valley where she went, peach blossoms fell. However, in the Falling Flower Valley that Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing found at this time, cherry blossoms fell. "We went to the wrong place completely." Li Guanqi was helpless, shaking his head and laughing. Wrong way. No. Very correct. Very correct. Suddenly, a woman's voice sounded in the sky above the valley. When Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Buzz! In the sky of the valley, the space began to shake violently, and in the blink of an eye, colorful twisted space cracks appeared, from which two figures in black robes slowly stepped out. One male and one female. They were suspended in the air, looking down coldly at Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing below. Liuhe level magician. Liuhe level magician. Both of them are Liuhe level. It's you. Li Guanqi didn't feel surprised, but rather felt like, it's finally here. Kentaro Morimoto. No, oh no. The woman suddenly frowned, very surprised. When Li Guanqi went to Filling Mountain before, he used a clone made by the dual-phase mirror. His appearance and aura were completely different, so they naturally did not recognize Li Guanqi as Fujiwara Takumi. How did you know about this? The woman asked in a deep voice. Yes. Li Guanqi just smiled. You like to play riddles, and I like to make people understand. The man in black robe had no expression on his face. I am Kendo Takagi, and this is my senior sister, Kana Mizutani. We are both the founder of the Fenrir weapon refining method and the personal disciples of Master Terufuji. And one of you two has the legacy of our master. Give it to me, and we can let you two die more directly without suffering pain. Apprentice? Li Guanqi grinned and chuckled. How dare a master killer who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors say such a thing? Your face is really thicker than the Great Wall of the Great Luo dynasty. What nonsense are you talking to about dead people? The black-robed woman Kana Mizutani looked at Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing with cold eyes. Although her hands did not move, she actually released two soul attack techniques. Boom! However, before her soul attack could reach Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing's sea of consciousness, the black cat seal in Li Guanqi's space necklace flashed with black light, and two huge black cat silhouettes appeared one after another behind them. The black cat's green vertical pupils stared at Kana Mizutani, emitting a coquettish green light and directly blocking her soul attack. The 7th level soul defense weapon. The eye of the black cat. This? Mizutani Kana's expression changed drastically when she saw this. Roar! At this time, Wang Yanqing next to Li Guanqi suddenly let out a beast-like roar. Immediately afterwards, the skin all over her body instantly turned lavender, and she became more than 3 meters tall. Demonic wings sprouted from her back. 2 large spiral horns grew from her head. A demonic tail extended from behind her buttocks, and her eyes turned amber. Like succubus, purple-blue lines appeared on his left arm and chest, like tattoos. Demon King's family? Takagi Kinto's expression changed slightly, and then he held his right hand in vain, trying to use the law of space, but found it didn't work. Space laws are invalidated. It is indeed the demon Wang family of Daluo. Takagi Kinto quickly looked at Mizutani Kana beside him, grabbed her little hand, and said urgently, Senior sister, let's go quickly. The Wang family's demon superpowers can block space fluctuations. Our space laws cannot. What are you afraid of? However, Mizutani Kana shook off his hand with a look of surprise on her face. So what if I can't use the laws of space? I'm still a Liuhe level conjurer, and I can deal with a 5-element level and a 4-elephant level alien blood warrior. What's there to worry about? Don't be afraid in the face of danger. You will always have someone to rely on. Takagi Kinto became more and more anxious, pointing at Li Guanqi and Wang Yanqing on the ground. Senior sister, do you think they are afraid of us? Wang Yanqing, who had activated his demon body, had no expression on his face. Li Guanqi also activated his 3-headed and 6-armed body at this time, holding a snow gun in his left hand and a purple flame magic knife in his right hand. His white hair was flying, and his blue eyes were full of eagerness and high-spirited fighting spirit. How can there be any fear? Division! Takagi Kinto obviously wanted to persuade him again, but as soon as he spoke, his expression changed slightly, and he suddenly looked at Wang Yanqing with gloomy eyes. It's too late. Yeah, it's late. Wang Yanqing, who turned into a demon, had a calm voice. Because of her superpower, preparations for activation have been completely completed. Boom! The next moment, rich purple light erupted from Wang Yanqing's body, covering an area of 5,000 meters in radius. This area was shrouded in purple light in the blink of an eye, as if it had turned into a demonic world. In the dark red sky, a purple-red waning moon hung high. This is the demon Wang family's superpower. or the complete state of the Wang family's superpower. Demonic realm. Within this area, all spatial fluctuations will be blocked. In other words, whether it is the Wang family member who activates the supernatural power, or others, as long as they are in the demonic realm, they cannot use the laws of space. In addition, when the demon realm is fully expanded, this space realm is also completely formed and cannot be left. If you want to get away, you either have to let the Wang family take the initiative to cancel the superpower, or kill the other party. Wang Yanqing is a martial artist of different blood at the peak of the 5 elements level. With the help of Li Guanqi, her soul has also reached the 5th level. Because of this, she exerts all her strength to activate the supernatural power and can cover the demonic realm within a radius of 5,000 meters. This is the realm of demons! Li Guanqi looked around, looking at the purple moon world, slightly surprised. Of course, he had heard of the Demon King's superpowers, but this was the first time he had witnessed it with his own eyes. They seemed to be a pair of senior sisters and brothers. Wang Yanqing took out a blood-red spear from the space necklace and looked at Kendo Takagi and Kana Mizutani suspended in the sky. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. It's interesting. It's the same as us. Okay. Then, senior sister versus senior sister. Junior brother versus junior brother? Sister. Li Guanqi looked at her, his eyes slightly focused. She is Leola level, so be careful. I know. Wang Yanqing held the blood-colored spear tightly in her right hand, and her amber pupils began to burn with fierce fighting spirit. You brat. Don't think that leapfrog challenges are yours alone. Back then, I was no less senior in the capital. Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of blazing white flames ignited all over his body, and 5 colors of light shone faintly inside his body. For pillars of heaven-reaching art, the power of divine veins, magical effects on the 5 internal organs, law resistance. Not only that, behind the female demon, a gray forest gradually emerged, and the figure of a huge ferocious beast could be vaguely seen in it. The amber vertical pupils were exactly the same as Wang Yanqing's eyes. Martial arts imagery. It is not yet known who is better than the 5-element level peak different blood martial artist who has understood potential, and the Liuhe level conjurer who cannot use the laws of space. Really? Li Guanqi smiled and said, I knew it. Senior sister, you also realized your power. You think so? Wang Yanqing glanced at him with a smile and raised her head slightly. Li Guanqi also smiled, but used soul transmission to convey a message to her. Senior sister, when fighting, you must pay attention to the protection range of the black cat's eye, and control the distance from me. Rest assured. Wang Yanqing replied, then turned to look at Mizutani Kana in the sky, raised the bloody spear in his hand, pointed the tip of the spear directly at the opponent, and laughed loudly. Hey, that woman, you will be the first to die from my gun. A Liuhe level conjurer. Sister. Before Mizutani Kana could respond, Takagi Kendo stretched out a hand to stop the Liuhe level female spellcaster and said in a deep voice, Senior sister, I have Gaotian's puppet, which is more suitable for fighting against different blood warriors. Leave this 5-element level to me, and you go. Joke. Mizutani Kana pushed his hand away and said indifferently, as the female samurai said before, Senior sister to senior sister, leave her to me. You go and deal with the 4-elephant level white-haired man with 3 heads and 6 arms. And don't come over after you deal with it. Intervene. I will kill this alien warrior who knows nothing about heaven and earth alone. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Mizutani Kana swung a fan out of her sleeves, and with a single blow, a violent hurricane was blown out. 6th level sacrificial weapon. Mizutani Kana and Takagi Kento are both Fujiteru's direct disciples and inheritors of the Burning Soul style weapon refining method. So they must be magicians who are good at using sacrificial weapons. Magician! Boom! The demon behind Wang Yanqing flapped its wings and shot out. He waved the blood-colored spear in his hand vigorously, and the terrifying force directly dispersed the storm. Immediately afterwards, she took advantage of the victory and rushed towards Kana Mizutani against the scattered air currents. Of course, Mizutani Kana was not only a sacrificial weapon like a fan. She immediately took out another ball sacrificial weapon, from which a cyan light beam was ejected, and with terrifying power, it slammed into Wang Yanqing. Boom! Wang Yanqing waved his spear, forced away the light beam, and rushed towards Kana Mizutani again, trying to close the distance. The battle between alien-blooded humans and spellcasters is, to put it bluntly, A matter of distance. If the distance is close enough, the alien-blooded human can win. If the distance is far enough, the conjurer will sooner or later be able to kill the alien-blooded human from a distance. Then, Wang Yanqing, who was at the peak of the 5 elements level, started a battle with Kana Mizutani, who was at the Lyoha level. Although there is a big gap in realm between the two, Wang Yanqing possesses the power of martial arts, while Kana Mizutani is in the demon realm and cannot use the laws of space. Buzz. At this time, Takagi Kinto also took out his sacrificial vessel from the space necklace. And his sacrificial vessel also made Li Guanqi's face change slightly. And he was extremely shocked. I saw this Lyoha-level conjurer holding a small gold steel man in his hand. His spiritual power seemed to be free of money as he poured it into it crazily, causing the man-made gold man to burst into dazzling golden light. As the light became more intense, the golden steel villain also expanded rapidly, turning into a body of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The overall shape was full of the violent beauty of the mechanical structure, like a platinum gold mechanical puppet. Is this the puppet of Gao Tian he mentioned earlier? Li Guanqi looked strange. This is not the puppet of Gao Tian. This is Gundam. Boom! Suddenly, a hatch opened on the Platinum Gundam's chest. As Kinto Takagi entered it, the giant puppet sacrificial vessel also erupted with bursts of spiritual pressure. Majestic and powerful. You didn't have to die. The only fault is that you took something you shouldn't have taken. From inside Gao Tian's puppet, Kinto Takagi's cold voice came. Then, it flicked its arms, extending 2 black and gold narrow blades, and rushed towards Li Guanqi at high speed. The magician who controls the puppet, instead of retreating, chooses to engage in a close combat with a human of different blood? So how powerful is this puppet? Buzz, facing the offensive of Gao Tian's puppet, Li Guanqi did not dare to neglect. And blue spiritual power burst out all over his body. He holds the snow gun in his left hand, and the magic knife burning with purple flames in his right hand. The other 4 arms are all sealed. And at the same time, he uses 4 5-element level gravity enhancement techniques to increase his power. Besides, the snow-pointing gun's amplifying effect on ice attribute power was also pushed to its extreme by him. Li Guanqi used his ice control ability to burst out cold fog, condensing a small iceberg in front of him for defense. But it's no use. Boom! Even though Li Guanqi was fully prepared, facing the black gold blade of Gao Tian's puppet, the iceberg in front of him was still extremely fragile. And in an instant, it was smashed into ice shards all over the sky. Boom! The next moment, Li Guanqi crossed the snow-pointing gun and the magic knife across his chest. But the moment he collided with Gao Tianji's 2 swords, the bones of both his wrists were shattered in an instant, and his whole body seemed to be disconnected. Like a kite, it was knocked hundreds of meters away. The power of Gao Tian's puppet definitely exceeds LV65, because it is several times stronger than the Lyoha-level Kuroba Shinichi. Kinto Takagi's shocked voice came from inside Gao Tian's puppet. A 4-elephant-level alien blood warrior using 5-element-level spells? How is this possible? Who are you? While saying this, Gao Tian's puppet burst out again. Lumo! Possessed! Li Guanqi rolled on the ground, avoiding the fierce attack of Gao Tian's puppet, and shouted loudly in his mind. Ha 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 ha! Come! Let's kill together! Boom! The next moment, the purple flame of the magic knife in Li Guanqi's hand burst out, covering his whole body. This is a torrential demonic flame full of killing, bloodthirsty, and evil spirits, as his body began to be covered with purple-blue magic patterns. Li Guanqi's physical body suddenly increased to a higher level due to the increase in possession of the magic knife. Shang! Facing another attack from Gao Tian's puppet, Li Guanqi crossed the snow-pointing gun and the magic knife across his chest. The ice condensed and the magic flame burned, and he blocked the 10-meter-tall double knife slash. He can block it. As artifacts, the snow-pointing gun and magic knife can of course be blocked. The problem is that the ground beneath our feet can no longer bear it. Boom! The ground beneath Li Guanqi's feet suddenly cracked open and exploded outwards. The cracks were densely covered like spider webs, and gravel flew everywhere. Boom! 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 The power of Gao Tian's puppet is extremely terrifying, as is its speed. Facing its offensive, even Li Guanqi, who was possessed by the magic knife, could only barely hold on, and couldn't find a chance to fight back. Every time Gao Tian's puppet swung his swords, even if Li Guanqi blocked it, the terrifying power would still shatter the ground within 100 meters radius. plus the battle between Wang Yanqing and Mizutani Kana on the other side. In a short period of time, this valley had become a mess of ruins. Boom! Li Guanqi once again blocked the double sword attack of Gao Tian's puppet. But the terrifying power still passed through the snow gun and magic knife and was forcefully transmitted to his insides, shattering his heart. Puff! He couldn't help but vomit blood and sprayed it on the snow gun and magic knife in front of him. It was a piece of scarlet blood containing broken internal organs. Kana Mizutani has used more than a dozen sacrificial weapons in her fight with Wang Yanqing. And Kendo Takagi is such a sacrificial weapon that can be called a humanoid Gundam from the beginning to the end. Without any fancy tricks. But more powerful. Boom! Suddenly, a circular hole opened in the abdomen of Gao Tianji, and a gold steel gun barrel extended from it. Deep in the black hole of the gun muzzle, purple-red light spewed out, and a purple-red light column condensed with spiritual power was emitted. And Li Guanqi was forced to death, flying 100 meters. When he fell to the ground, his whole body was charred and covered with burned scars. And there was a strange black air covering the wounds, which inhibited the body's ability to heal and regenerate. This is the power of the law of fire and the law of darkness. The previous purple-red beam of light was the intertwining of the power of these two laws. Time! The magic knife in Li Guanqi's hand burned with magic flames, absorbing all the black energy from his body in an instant. Playing with the law of darkness in front of the magic knife is like playing with cold poison in front of the snow-pointing gun. It's just a master's degree. Without the suppression of black energy, Li Guanqi's self-healing ability restored him to his original state in an instant. Call. Li Guanqi stood there, taking a deep breath, holding the snow gun tightly in his left hand, covered with cold mist, and holding the magic knife tightly in his right hand. The purple-black magic flames began to be restrained and disappeared into the blade of the magic knife. He glanced at the battle between Wang Yanqing and Mizutani Kana 1,000 meters away. The outcome is hard to decide. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Gao Tianji. The puppet of Gao Tian shook his body and actually extended 6 more arms with black gold blades, plus the original 2. There are 8. 8-armed Gundam. Interesting. Li Guanqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and looked at this scene with complex eyes. Your name is Takagi Kento? It's a waste of you to be a spellcaster. You like close combat so much. God should have made you a different blood warrior. It's a pity that fate is not something you and I can choose. From inside Gao Tian's puppet, Takagi Kento's calm voice came out. Just like now, you and I are strangers. But just because you took my master's things, I must kill you, seize the treasure, and silence you. Takagi Kento, if I remember correctly, you are the youngest among the 13 direct descendants of Terufuji, and the one who got started last. Li Guanqi looked at him and suddenly asked, Is Fuji Terra not good to you? Just for profit. Can you let you kill your master? Takagi Kento was silent for a moment, paused, and then repeated, Fate is not something you and I can choose. 2. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, and in his blue eyes, flying snow began to flash. Then, let's fight again. Call. The wind and snow are howling. Behind him, a phantom of snow-capped mountains gradually emerged. At the top of the mountain, the white-haired emperor wearing black and gold imperial robes turned around and stared at the people. The sky gradually turned into darkness. Dark clouds enveloped him. Hurricanes swept through, and thunder roared. The image of martial arts. The power of martial arts. Invincible. Wind and thunder soared in tint. Fusion. Chapter 391, Lung of Gold. 5 elements level. Number 1 in the world. Boom! The puppet of Gao Tian burst out, its 8 black gold mechanical blade arms waving wildly, as if it had turned into a steel blade top. And each blade arm began to be attached with various colors of light. That is the law. Wind, thunder, light and darkness, metal, wood, water and fire. The power of 8 attributes of law appeared on the black gold blade, blessing the power. Takagi Kento's puppet's sacrificial weapon is, to a certain extent, similar to Li Guanqi, who is a master of both martial arts and spells. He can use spells to bless himself, and his own strength is also very terrifying. But a sacrificial vessel is a sacrificial vessel after all. No matter how hard the body is, and how powerful the strength is, it cannot master the power that the alien blood martial artist is most proud of. See law! Li Guanqi looked at the puppet of Gao Tian rushing towards him. He held a snow gun in his left hand, and a magic knife in his right hand. He made seals with the other 4 hands. drawing the power of the law. He did not retreat but advanced. His whole body was covered with strong winds and thunder and lightning. And he strode forward. As he raised his arms, in the martial arts image behind him, the white-haired emperor standing on the snowy mountain also had the shadow of a snow-pointing spear and a magic knife in his hands. Rumble. Snow-capped mountains. Dark clouds. Hurricanes and thunder raging across the world. The power of the law of wind and the law of thunder are embodied and integrated into martial arts imagery. This is true fusion. The power of martial arts and the power of law. Boom! Li Guanqi took a big step and threw the snow spear in his left hand like a javelin. The snow-pointing gun erupted into cold mist, turning into an icy blue rainbow and hitting Gao Tian's puppet. Shang! The puppet of Gao Tian wielded 8 black gold blades. But it did not deflect the snow gun, because the moment the snow-pointing gun came into contact with the blade, it emitted a strong cold air, freezing the entire puppet of Gao Tian into an ice sculpture. And the cold fog quickly enveloped it, turning into an iceberg, firmly sealing the puppet of Gao Tian in its ice. Internal. However, this frozen power cannot stop Gao Tian's puppet, a puppet-type sacrificial weapon that can be called the pinnacle of the 6th level, or even the 7th level. Boom! The inside of the iceberg exploded. The legs of the puppet of Gao Tian merged to form the structure of the base of the top. The 8 black gold blades were swung and turned into a blade top, cutting off the iceberg layer by layer, scattering ice chips and filling the air with cold mist. However, when it breaks through the iceberg, what comes into view is a hurricane and thunder intertwined. And the wind and thunder sword energy sweeps in with the force of destroying the world. Martial arts imagery? No, it's not. This piece of wind and thunder is a real wind and thunder. And it is not an ordinary wind and thunder, but a combination of the law of wind and the law of thunder. This is the fusion of law and sword intent. Wang Xiu's original idea was now officially realized in Li Guanqi. The law of wind and thunder is integrated into the sword intention of wind and thunder. Shang! Amidst the wind and thunder, a figure with white hair flying, 3 heads and 6 arms descended from the sky, sealing with 4 hands, holding a magic knife burning with purple and black magic flames with both hands, and slashed hard at the puppet of Gao Tian, forcibly cutting off a piece of its black gold blade. Boom! Facing the high-speed rotating puppet of Gao Tian, Li Guanqi's second sword aimed at its spiral base. He slashed in with wind, thunder and magic flames, directly smashing it into pieces and sending countless parts flying everywhere. The puppet of Gao Tian finally stopped. Shang! Li Guanqi roared angrily, holding the magic sword tightly with both hands. The shadow of the emperor behind him also held the shadow of the magic sword tightly. He cut it down with his movements, and then cut off the arm of Gao Tian's puppet. At the same time, not only were his 6 arms and legs ablaze with blazing white flames, but white divine vein lines also appeared on the surface of his skin. These 8 divine veins have now begun to extend towards the torso. This is a sign of breakthrough. Clang! 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 However, Li Guanqi was deeply affected by the wind and thunder sword intent and the magic sword at this time. He was like a madman and was not aware of it at all. He just held the magic sword and launched a mad attack on Gao Tian's puppet. With each strike of the sword, strong winds and thunder would descend, and the magic flame of the magic sword itself burned the surface of the puppet crazily. In a short period of time, Li Guanqi completely suppressed Gao Tian's puppet. The sword shadows carrying wind, thunder and magic flames were layered one after another, smashing all the black gold blades of Gao Tian's puppet, and also chopped off its gold steel SHL, got to be broken. And as he went all out, almost madly slashing, the white divine vein lines on his body now completely occupied his whole body, including his head. The end of the divine vein lines is the chest. In other words, lungs. Lungs. At this time, the ends of the 8 divine veins were all gathered there, flashing with white aura, constantly transforming Li Guanqi's lungs. But Li Guanqi was still unaware. His eyes were blood red at this time, and he had only one target. Cut open this damn iron SHL in front of you. The puppet of Gao Tian is a sacrificial weapon, and Kendo Takagi is hiding inside the chest of this puppet. But the white alloy steel in the chest area was actually 100 times harder than the 8 black gold blades. Li Guanqi slashed dozens of times, but only sparks and scratches were left on it. Time! Li Guanqi raised his head, roared angrily. White flames erupted all over his body, and the power of the divine veins in his body was completely raised to the extreme at this moment. At the same time, The transformation of his lungs by divine veins was also completely completed. Buzz! The divine vein lines on his body gradually dimmed and no longer shone with white light. Instead, the lungs inside the chest began to erupt with golden light. And the golden light spread to Li Guanqi's whole body in an instant. Every inch of his body, every inch of flesh, and every texture was enveloped by the power of the golden lungs. Lungs of gold. First, the divine veins transform the lungs. And then, the evolved golden lungs transform the whole body. This is breaking the situation. In martial arts, the four images enter the five elements. Physical body, LV52 LV.53, 53.7, early stage of 5 elements level. Lung of gold. Comprehensive level, LV64 LV.65. Ding! Congratulations to the extraordinary King of World Number 1 for becoming the world's first 5-element level different blood warrior. Ding! You have completed the requirements of the mission, Sakura Journey. Within the borders of the Sakura Shogunate, you have broken through the 5 elements level and become the first 5 elements level different blood warrior among all the extraordinary people in the world. Reward for successful mission. Immediately open the liver of wood and enter the middle stage of the 5 elements. Boom! Li Guanqi, who had just opened the golden lung, felt the pressure all over his body surge again, and the liver in his body suddenly emitted a rich green light, instantly covering his whole body. In addition to the resistance to the law of gold, the lungs of gold also have a huge increase in defense against the physical body. The liver of wood is the same. After activating the liver of wood, Li Guanqi not only became more resistant to the law of wood, but his self-healing ability was also greatly improved, making his self-healing ability even more powerful. But whether it is the lung of metal or the liver of wood, they have the same effect. Break the limits of the physical body. Physical body, LV53 LV.54, 54.6, early stage of 5 elements level. Liver of wood. Boom! Li Guanqi, who made continuous breakthroughs and surged in strength, roared, his whole body burning with blazing demonic flames and hurricane thunder. He clenched the demonic sword with both hands and used all his strength to slash at the puppet of Gao Tian under him. This sword completely blasted away this 10-meter-high 6th-order peak sacrificial weapon. The white alloy steel was chopped and exploded, and the chest of Gao Tian's puppet exploded. Kento Takagi, who was hiding in the control room, didn't even have time to say a word before he was affected by the after-effects of the magic sword, and was completely crushed into a bloody mist. A weak conjurer will surely die once his defense is broken. Buzz? In the blood mist, there is blue light condensed. It is the 6th level soul of Takagi Kento. The 6th level, the living soul, can still survive in the world for a period of time after the death of the physical body. If it can escape, it can find the physical body again and complete the resurrection. But Takagi Kento was destined to be unable to escape. Any last words? Li Guanqi held the magic knife in his hand and looked coldly at the soul body in front of him. The outermost line of defense of the soul is the physical body. As long as the physical body is still there, any energy other than soul power cannot directly harm the soul through the physical body. So people need soul attack and defense techniques for offense and defense. But if the body is gone, then any energy in the world can cause damage to the soul. Although Takagi Kento has a 6th level soul, without a physical body, Li Guanqi can use any spell at this time to cause damage to this soul, coupled with the soul power attack. A two-pronged approach. Takagi Kento's soul will surely die. However, Li Guanqi has the 7th level Black Cat's Eye, and no matter how much Takagi Kento unleashes his soul attack, he can't do any harm to him. One side can attack at will. One side couldn't even break through the defense. The outcome has been decided. Perhaps you still want to struggle a little more? Li Guanqi looked at Takagi Kento's soul body and saw that he didn't reply for a long time. His eyes were indifferent. Okay, I'll give you this chance. Forget it. Takagi Kento looked unwilling. But in the end, he raised his head and sighed softly. He turned his head slightly and glanced not far away from the demon realm, looking at the thick smoke and dust under the purple waning moon, with an extremely complicated expression. Senior sister was actually defeated. She is dead. If that Mizutani Kana hadn't died, would I be chatting with you here? Li Guanqi said calmly. Interestingly, the time between him and Wang Yanqing to determine the winner was almost the same, and Wang Yanqing was even more than 10 seconds faster than him. Before he could break through the 5 elements level and couldn't smash Gao Tian's puppet, Wang Yanqing's side seemed to have ended the battle and rushed nearby to prepare for support. But Wang Yanqing is experienced after all. Looking at Li Guanqi's state at that time, she knew that her junior brother might be on the verge of a breakthrough, and she didn't dare to come forward and disturb him for fear of affecting the breakthrough. Who are you anyway? Kinto Takagi's soul body looked at Li Guanqi with a puzzled expression on his face. I have never seen a 4 elements level alien blood. Well, no. You are now a 5 element level alien blood warrior. But you can actually use the 5 element level. Gravity. There has never been anyone like you in history. Never showed up. No. Li Guanqi looked at him calmly. The me in front of you has already appeared. Heh. That's right. Kinto Takagi smiled bitterly. So, how did you do it? He asked again. Li Guanqi remained silent. Seeing this, Takagi Kinto did not ask any more questions, but changed the question. My master's artifact is in your hands. Why? Do you know him? He finally gave the artifact to you? Not really. Li Guanqi shook his head gently and said calmly. He put the artifact back in the Fiddling Mountain Temple. Maybe he wanted to keep it for future generations to pick up. But he had already lost his descendants. So I took the artifact away. Hearing this, Takagi Kinto was silent for a moment, and then sighed softly. I am ashamed of Master. These are your last words? Li Guanqi's face was full of bewilderment. Your hands are not clean. Are they? You were not among those who participated in the genocide? Have. Takagi Kinto lowered his head. All 13 of us participated. Some time ago, the resurrected master found us and asked us to help him avenge him. In return, the past grudges will be wiped out. After his revenge, he will give us the artifact. So, my senior sister and I took him to find the other 3 people who had not stayed in Fiddling Mountain to help Master kill people and avenge them. Then I accompanied him back to Fiddling Mountain, retrieved the artifact, and killed the 8 Fiddling craftsmen, including my senior brother. But in the end, Master, he broke his promise. Li Guanqi took over the conversation, looked at Kinto Takagi, and frowned. After Fujitera took revenge, he didn't leave the artifact to you too. So what? So you think he owes you? No. Takagi Kinto's voice was low. We were the first to kill our master back then. So why did Master owe us? It was always us who were at fault. And I, in fact, never completed the true atonement. Takagi, I'll give you a chance to commit suicide and apologize. Li Guanqi had complicated eyes, shook his head slightly, and turned to leave. Thanks. Kinto Takagi looked at his back with a bitter smile. He turned his head and looked at the place where Kana Mizutani died in the battle. With gentle eyes. Senior sister, don't worry. Wait for me for a while. Boom! The next moment, this 6th level soul body collapsed and turned into blue light that filled the sky and dispersed into the heaven and earth. Destroy your soul. Li Guanqi looked back, then withdrew his gaze and sighed softly. There are 2 kinds of people who live the happiest lives in the world. 1. A pure good person. 2. Pure evil. There is only one kind of person in the world who lives the most unhappy life. People who are neither good enough nor evil enough. Take Kinto Takagi for example. He can be more calm if he killed his master for profit. Then if he is more calm, like Omura Takana and the 8 burning spirits, he can also live happily after killing his master. But after all, he is not a purely evil person. He still had good intentions and felt deeply guilty for his act of killing his master. People who have done evil things but have good intentions are destined to live a very tired life in this world. Perhaps there is something hidden behind their murder of divisions back then. Not far away, Wang Yanqing, who had transformed into a normal human form, walked slowly over, stood next to Li Guanqi, looked at the blue light in the sky that Takagi Kinto transformed into, and said softly, Maybe Takagi Kinto was threatened when he participated in the genocide. Yes, under the pressure of Omura Takashi and others. I had to do it. Maybe. Li Guanqi nodded. But that is in the past after all. Fiddling Mountain has been reduced to history. Fujitaro has completely passed away, and all 13 of his apprentices have now been wiped out. The story that belongs to them has been turned over and will disappear into the dust of history. No one cares about it. And no one will think about it, huh? Senior sister? Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, Wang Yanqing beside him swayed and fell into his arms. Senior sister? Li Guanqi hugged Wang Yanqing and looked at her current state, feeling a little panicked. At this time, Wang Yanqing's face was pale, and the blood on the corner of his mouth had not yet been wiped dry. Although he had changed into a brand new red dress, there were unhealed scars all over his body. This is obviously not normal. How could a martial artist with different blood at the peak of the 5 elements level not heal himself after the battle? Law of Darkness? Li Guanqi looked at Wang Yanqing and said anxiously. Senior sister, is it Kana Mizutani who left the Law of Darkness in your body, inhibiting your self-healing ability? No. Wang Yanqing nestled in his arms. Although she was weak, she managed to smile. Just fighting with that woman. I was broken by her too many times and healed myself too many times. As a result, my life energy was consumed too much and I couldn't do anything. It's just healing on its own. Just rest and it's fine. There's no serious injury. His voice just fell, the surrounding purple light covering a radius of 5 kilometers, as well as the dark red sky and purple waning moon in the sky slowly dissipated. The Wang family's superpower, the demonic realm, is closed. Senior sister, I will find a quieter place right away to let you sleep and recover. Li Guanqi hugged Wang Yanqing, his body shrouded in strong wind, and he anxiously wanted to fly away into the distance. Idiot! Remember to pick up the treasure after killing people. However, before he could take off, Wang Yanqing in his arms muttered softly. I found that you don't seem to be used to this. You always forget. It was the same when you killed the demon Hiroshi before. I took away the space ring of Kana Mizutani. What about this man? And your ability to release black mist? After a pause, she whispered again. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Don't worry. It won't be too late to take me away after you finish it. At the end of the story, Wang Yanqing leaned on Li Guanqi's chest and fell into a deep sleep unconsciously. He even snored lightly. Humans of different blood can only restore their life energy during sleep. Therefore, when the consumption of life energy is too large, human beings with different blood will fall asleep easily just like ordinary people who have not slept for several days in a row. Sister, please take a nap. Li Guanqi hugged Wang Yanqing, looked at her sleeping face, and smiled softly. Then he turned his head and looked at the puppet of Gao Yan, who had been chopped into a pile of broken metal. The inside of the puppet's chest was the control room of the puppet's sacrificial weapon. Inside, in the pool of blood transformed from Takagi Kinto's body, he found the opponent's space ring. Li Guanqi flipped through it casually. Inside are all kinds of weapon refining materials, as well as piles of books, some about spells, but most of them are about weapon refining. There are also letters, most of which are commissions for weapon refining from certain people. Other than that, there are gold coins and money tickets. A total of more than 39 million. Added to Li Guanqi's existing 40 million, he now has 80 million gold coins alone. I have to go to the Miyamoto auction house again. There is no point in keeping the money. It has to be spent. Next, Li Guanqi plundered Takagi Kinto's remaining blood. Even if the corpse is in this state, he can still plunder the law and understand it. Moreover, Wang Yanqing barely left a whole corpse for Kana Mizutani, and he plundered them all. Chapter 392. The Jogan level ancestor appears, and the senior sister leaves. Li Guanqi continuously plundered 2 Liuha level conjurers, and naturally a lot of insights came to him. But it is a pity that he did not find any feeling through this, and he still has no clue about the next understanding of the Law of Darkness. As for promotion, there is no way to improve. His soul is at the peak of the 5th level, and he has long been stuck in a bottleneck. Moreover, both of them died after a fierce battle, and their spiritual energy was basically consumed before they died, leaving them unable to swallow anything. Not to mention the physical body. The weak physical bodies of the 2 magicians are meaningless. Brush. After Li Guanqi glanced at the messy battlefield nearby, he was enveloped in a strong wind and took off with Wang Yanqing in his arms. Killing enemies by leapfrogging is certainly not the exclusive domain of Li Guanqi. But the problem is, not everyone can kill enemies easily by leapfrogging like him. Wang Yanqing is a martial artist of different blood at the peak of the 5 elements level, and she has also realized her own power. The battlefield is still a demonic realm that is beneficial to her. Kana Mizutani, who is at the Liuha level, cannot use the laws of space in it. This grows and the other fades away. But despite this, Wang Yanqing still lost a layer of skin when he killed Mizutani Kana and almost exhausted all his life energy, so that after the battle, even the injuries on his body could not heal on their own. Finally, Li Guanqi took her to a cave and waited for Wang Yanqing to restore her life energy while sleeping. This sleep is a full 7 days. She woke up once during this period, but at Li Guanqi's insistence, she continued to fall asleep, preparing to leave after her life energy was completely restored to 100%. After all, There was nothing important. Li Guanqi's next trip will basically consist of two things. 1. Go back to find the master. He is now a 5-element level alien blood warrior. And he has also integrated the wind and thunder law into the wind and thunder sword intent. It is time to go back to the Nameless Valley and find Master Wang Xiu to get the wind and thunder sword. Moreover, it is time for senior sister to meet this elder of the same clan whom she has not seen since she was a child. 2. After getting the sword, go to find the sheep-headed man Alton with your senior sister to complete the mission of Old History and Reality. This is Li Guanqi's plan. But plans can never keep up with changes. Wang Yanqing's 8th day of sleep recovery. Buzz? In the cave. Li Guanqi glanced at Wang Yanqing, who was sleeping on the animal's skin not far away, and was slightly stunned, because the space necklace around the senior sister's neck erupted with extremely dazzling purple-blue light, almost lighting up the entire cave. And Wang Yanqing was also awakened by the movement in an instant, and his expression was extremely scary. Li Guanqi has never seen such a senior sister. Kneel down quickly! With a face full of fear, Wang Yanqing rushed to Li Guanqi, pulled him to kneel on the ground with her, and even pressed his head down. Junior brother, lower your head. Don't raise your head. Don't. Never. No matter what happens, don't raise your head. Also, you can't hide your identity as a conjurer. The soul-shielding pendant around your neck is useless in front of him. He has a 9th level spiritual instrument. Hurry up and use the orifice sealing technique to the extreme. You must not let him see your martial arts skills. Li Guanqi heard this and obeyed. In an instant, he changed from white hair and blue eyes to black hair and black eyes, and the aura of strange blood completely disappeared. Buzz? Seeing this scene, Wang Yanqing took out a glowing purple-blue jade pendant from the space ring and placed it on the ground in front of him. Then he knelt on his knees and put his forehead to the ground. Junior Yanqing, welcome our ancestors. Boom! The purple and blue jade pendant exploded, turning into a space crack filled with colorful brilliance. A tall old man wearing a purple robe slowly walked out. Li Guanqi lowered his head and could only barely see the pair of large luobu boots embroidered with cloud patterns. But that's enough. It was enough for the system to remind him of the opponent's cultivation level. Jiugong level different blood warrior. Extremely dangerous. Buzz? The space crack filled with colorful brilliance slowly closed. The burly old man who walked out of it was wearing an extremely luxurious purple robe and stood with his hands behind his back. Even if he controlled his breath to the extreme, the slightest breath he released was enough to make the other two people in the cave tremble. Old man Miyamoto! The old man in purple robe did not communicate with Wang Yanqing and Li Guanqi immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the cave dome and shouted unhappily, I'm here to see my younger generation. I'll leave soon. Don't worry. You'll show up as soon as I get here. Oh, the Miyamoto family has such a sharp nose. Brother Wang. Outside the cave, an ethereal old man chuckled. I'll just walk around and look at the mountains and rivers. It won't interfere with your business. Snort. The purple-robed old man snorted coldly. If I give you Sakura Shogun 100 courages, you won't dare to stop me from doing Dalua's business. There was no sound outside the cave. Weak countries have no diplomacy. The Sakura Shogunate was undisputedly a weak country in front of the Daluo dynasty. Yanqing. When the old man in purple robe saw that the man outside did not respond, he immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at Wang Yanqing who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Old ancestors. Wang Yanqing knelt on her knees, her forehead pressed against her face, her body trembling, and her voice trembling even more. Li Guanqi knelt beside her, feeling this breath, and there was also a fear coming from his soul. This was the suppression of the biological class. In front of this old man, he was like an ant facing a giant dragon. This is the Jiugong level. In the new era where gods do not appear, the world's top extraordinary existence. Li Guanqi didn't dare to look at it anymore. Not even the old man's shoes. Once the other party discovers that he has practiced martial arts and magic together, and that he has practiced martial arts and magic to such a high level, his end will definitely be tragic. With the magic of sealing the aperture, as long as Li Guanqi is not touched by the old man, the other party will not be able to see his martial arts cultivation to the point of success. He is extremely familiar with the art of sealing the orifice. What's more, senior sister just reminded her aloud. If this is the case, it means that the ancestor of the Wang family, who is at the Jiugong level, cannot be like Wang Xiu and discover that he practices the orifice sealing technique from a distance. Stay calm and keep a low profile. In fact, The ancestor of the Wang family has not glanced at Li Guanqi on the ground since he stepped out of the space rift. Not even a glance. The dragon will not look at the ants. The dragon only cares about the young dragon. Yanqing, you are wasting your talent. Wang Yanqing looked at Wang Yanqing, who was kneeling on the ground, and her voice was hoarse. After so many years, you are the only person in the Wang family who has successfully practiced the sealing the aperture technique. Even the former Wang Xiu was always a little behind. But it's just a little bit short, which proves that his martial arts talent is not the best in the world. But you did it! But you were wasting your talent, and wasting all these years. What are you doing now? After Qi Yuanan died, he started traveling with another pretty girl. He is also a disgusting conjurer. I really want to slap this vile thing to death. So, Yanqing, the person you were willing to risk your life to marry in your family, turns out to be so worthless? Oh, he is indeed young and energetic, and a love bug has taken hold of him for a while. How long has that red boy been dead? 2 years? Got it. It seems it's not quite there yet. Why? You only found out after your husband died that what you were after was not love at all, but the pleasure of a man and a woman on the bed. So you can just change to any pretty girl? Right. The words of the ancestor of the Wang family were extremely harsh, full of condescension and insult to Wang Yanqing. Li Guanqi was kneeling next to him, with an unspeakable anger burning in his heart. Weak. He felt weak and powerless again. If he was also a Jiugong, he would definitely tear this old guy's mouth to pieces on the spot. But he is not after all. Now, in front of this old man, he is just a humble ant in the dust. Not worth mentioning. In this strange world, the strong are respected. The imprint of these 4 words on Li Guanqi's heart became more and more profound, and could not be shaken. The desire for power continues to flourish in his heart. Old ancestor, Yanqing knows his mistake. After being silent for a long time, Wang Yanqing still didn't dare to raise his head, and just apologized tremblingly. But she clearly did nothing wrong. Just because of a strong man's words, even if it is not wrong, it is also a sin. Go home. The Wang family ancestor's voice was cold. Wang Yanqing's body trembled, and he lowered his head. Dare I ask, my ancestor, is there anything in the clan that requires Yanqing's service? Wang Lan is dead, the ancestor of the Wang family said in a calm voice. During the practice, he went crazy and died. He obviously didn't have the ability, but he had to prove himself forcefully, and was looking for death. The resources in the clan are tilted, and only one person can carry out the Kalinzi training plan. You were the most qualified to be selected back then. Because of your comprehensive talent, you were the first member of the Wang family in hundreds of years. But at that time, you were determined to marry that boy Qi Yuanan. So you lost this opportunity. Since the Kalinzi project can only provide for one person, plus your parents' prayers, and Wang Lan is a candidate, the family has given it up, and let you do whatever you want. But how to say it? Maybe everything is determined by God. Because of your willfulness, Wang Lan got this opportunity. But after all, his fate was not strong enough to take advantage of this soaring opportunity. Wang Lan is dead after all. Someone will eventually take charge of Kalinzi's training plan. The clan has been discussing for a long time. Over the years, there have been no outstanding young people. Even though Yanqing has wasted your talents for so many years, after careful calculation, you are still the best candidate. So, you can no longer be willful. Come with me and go home. It's time for you to go back. Don't talk to me too much, because you don't have the right to say no. After saying that, the ancestor of the Wang family waved his hand, and a space crack was torn open next to him again, and twisted colorful brilliance flickered in it. You can't take this pretty boy away. The ancestor of the Wang family had no expression on his face. If you want a man, when you go home, there will be a lot of boys from the capital to choose from. Wang Yanqing's body was still trembling with fear. He slowly raised his head, glanced at Li Guanqi beside him, and then looked at the purple-robed old man. Ancestor, please, can you let him go? How? The ancestor of the Wang family looked at Wang Yanqing with disdain and said disdainfully, Don't want to give up? Oh, you actually slept with this disgusting magician. You are shameless. It is an insult to the family tradition of my Wang family. He turned around and walked towards the space crack. Come back with me quickly. Although I hate such disgusting things, I have no interest in crushing an ant to death. If word spreads that the price will drop, it will ruin my reputation. Wang Yuan. Wang Yanqing didn't even dare to say a word. She looked back at Li Guanqi with complicated eyes, and then followed the ancestor of the Wang family into the space crack. Boom! The space shook violently. As the space crack slowly closed, the figures of Wang Yanqing and the Wang family ancestors completely disappeared into the cave, as if they had never been there. A long time. Only then did Li Guanqi raise his head, kneeling on the ground, looking at the empty cave, with a flash of blazing anger in his black eyes. Senior sister, let's go! Regardless of whether the senior sister wants it or not. Whether he wants it or not. No matter how dirty the old guy's mouth is, the senior sister will follow him. Oh shit. Boom. Suddenly, Li Guanqi looked ferocious and punched the ground hard. With him as the center of the circle, the ground exploded and shattered outwards. The entire cave shook violently, and soon completely collapsed under the aftermath of the punch, with countless rubble falling down. Boom. But the next moment, Li Guanqi was surrounded by strong winds, blasting away the cave rubble. He rose up from the ground and shot straight into the sky. As if to vent his anger, he flew at high speed in the sky, exploding sonic booms. Weak. Weak. He is still too weak. Too weak. Because he was weak. When the old guy said dirty words to his senior sister, he couldn't rush forward and tear his mouth open. Because he was weak. When his senior sister was verbally insulted and forcibly taken away by that old guy, he could only kneel on the ground next to him, with his head lowered, like a hacking dog, not daring to move. Being weak is always a sin. He wants to become stronger. Become stronger. The next day. Dusk. The setting sun is like blood. Li Guanqi flew to the shogunate somewhere unknown, and stopped on the top of a mountain peak, looking at the dark red sky and the setting sun in the distance, his face expressionless. After being furious, he gradually calmed down. From the beginning of Moxigu village, senior sister Wang Yanqing has been by his side, protecting him all the way to this day. But now, the woman left. This is the end of his journey with his senior sister. Although life is like this, gatherings and separations, and eventually parting. However, this was so sudden that Li Guanqi found it difficult to accept it for a while. Boy! Suddenly, the thought of the magic knife appeared in his mind. Can you tell me what are you angry about? I'm angry at my weakness and incompetence. Do you understand? Lumo? I can't do anything but be angry. I'm like a useless snack. Li Guanqi sighed and said it directly. There was no one around anyway. It's funny. I'm sulking at myself. But your senior sister is obviously returning to the Wang family to enjoy the resource allocation. The Kalinzi plan sounds like it is to be cultivated as the next generation of the family pillar. Isn't this a good thing? But she obviously doesn't want to. She doesn't want to go back. Li Guanqi clenched his right hand into a fist and slammed it on the ground beside him. His voice could not contain his anger. I can't even protect the people close to me. Why can't I be sulky with myself? But there is no point in sulking. You know this truth. But it is understandable that you are angry now. And only the strong are qualified to do whatever they want. My child, you should also understand this truth. I don't need to explain it at all. If you think about it carefully, this might actually be a good thing. When your senior sister becomes the strongest in the Wang family, then she can really do whatever she wants. You should be happy for her, instead of flying around alone and sulking. Ah, by the way, you kid, you talked so beautifully to Wang Yanqing a few days ago. Such as, I have been an only child since I was a child. You gave me the affection of a sister. I only treat you as my sister. Ah, it's really funny. Damn it. Boy, you just care if you care. Why bother covering it up? Junior brother cares about senior sister. What's the problem? Li Guanqi was confused. Li Guanqi didn't say anything else. He just stood up and paced back and forth on the top of the mountain, feeling an irritation in his heart that he couldn't explain. Why are you upset? Is it because of the sudden departure of senior sister? Or is it because of his powerlessness and weakness in the face of Jyogon-level powerhouses? He couldn't tell. I can't figure it out either. Are you really a junior brother who cares about your senior sister? After a long moment of silence, thoughts came from the magic knife again. Li Guanqi stopped and suddenly noticed something was wrong. He frowned and said, Lunmo, is there something behind your words? In fact, I have wanted to tell you a few days ago. I just discussed it with Xiaoxue privately and felt that it was not necessary to tell you. But now, your senior sister's ancestors suddenly took people away. Looking at your behavior, I decided to tell you. Don't be pretentious. Li Guanqi was a little impatient. Xiaoxue and I are your artifacts. So our sight is actually your sight. What you can see, Xiaoxue and I can see. Therefore, some things that you glanced out of the corner of your eye but didn't pay attention to, and just ignored may have been noticed by Xiaoxue and me. Li Guanqi frowned. I told you. Don't show off. Kinto Takagi's stuff. You kill people, steal treasures and search for things. Only looking at valuable things. You glanced at Kinto Takagi's pile of weapons refining commission letters, and didn't read them. And even when you glanced at them, you didn't read them seriously. Now turn it out, and take a look. One of the weapons refining commission letters will shock you. Xiaoxue and I both saw the signature of this letter at that time. But we just didn't tell you. Li Guanqi became more and more surprised. He immediately opened the space necklace, and searched it carefully. When he was sorting out the space rings belonging to Kinto Takagi, a conjurer, he moved them all into his own space necklace, and placed them in a corner of the storage space. Soon, as Demon Sword said, Li Guanqi saw an incredible letter among the pile of letters belonging to Takagi Kinto. That was a commission for refining weapons. Takagi Kinto is a weapon refiner. So of course, he has a lot of weapons refinement commissions. But the problem is that this commission is different. Because the signature of the commission letter, the surname is Qi Yuanan. It was Qi Yuanan, the deceased husband of his senior sister Wang Yanqing. How can this be? Chapter 393, Decision, Senior Sister's Destination. Qi Yuanan is still alive? Li Guanqi's face was full of shock. And he quickly took out the letter of commission from the space necklace. In the lower right corner of the envelope, there is the signature, date, and the address to which the letter will be sent. Launching Island, Qi Yuanan, March 12, 4871. Blue Heart Island, the residence of the leader of the Archon. This handwriting is a brush calligraphy, which is very beautiful, and fully displays the charm of Chinese characters. It is not a neat stroke, but a splash of freehand brushwork. Just like those great calligraphers, who only need to use one word to make people feel the charm and the spirit of the writer. Qishan. This. Li Guanqi looked at the mailing date of the envelope with a look of disbelief on his face. 4871. Letter sent on March 12th. But Qi Yuanan died in the battle in Daluo Jinjing City 2 years ago. In New Era 4869. Same name? Li Guanqi frowned. Opened the envelope. Took out the letter inside. Spread it out. And looked at the contents of the letter. Dear Refiner. Hello. I am Qi Yuanan from Launching Island. And I am currently the Chief Security Officer of Launching Island. You must be confused because your weapon refining commission only accepts invitations from middlemen or acquaintances. And the name, Qi Yuanan, is unfamiliar to you. But he can send a letter to you. Please listen to me explain slowly. You should remember this place. Blue Heart Island. The former island owner, or rather the former king of the Blue Heart Kingdom, Lan Tian, is an acquaintance of yours, and often entrusts you with sacrificial artifact orders. You should still remember him. Right? But it is a pity that the old king has died in the last wave of whale demons. He died honorably, and we will all be proud of him. However, interests are so eye-catching. After the death of the old king, his 3 heirs fought for the throne. And in the end all 3 of them died. And they all died together. Finally, the Blue Heart Kingdom is a vassal state of the Sakura Shogunate. The shogunate sent officials to deal with the matter, and designated the old king's only remaining young daughter to succeed the throne. So today's Blue Heart Island is still the land that belongs to Lan Tianyu's descendants. I hope you can continue to accept the weapon refining commission from Blue Heart Island for the sake of the old king. Thank you. Since the new king is still young, less than 3 years old, I, as the chief guard of the island, can only do the ghostwriting. Please forgive me. The reason for my letter this time is actually the same as the reason for the old king's previous letter. Island Protection Psychic Cannon. The last wave of whale demons was unprecedentedly tragic. Not only did the old king die heroically, but our island protecting psychic cannon was also seriously damaged and was in urgent need of repair and replenishment. If possible, please take the time to come to Blue Heart Island. We will pay appropriate compensation to thank you for your help to the people of the island. Above. Qi Yuanan, Chief Guard Officer of the Blue Heart Kingdom. March 12th. 4871. The content of the letter ends here. What is happening? Li Guanqi clutched the envelope and frowned. Qi Yuanan didn't die in Jinjing City? But if Qi Yuanan is still alive, why doesn't this guy come back to find his senior sister? Senior sister cares about this guy so much. Misses this guy so much. Even if he hadn't used the simulator to change his destiny. Then in the original trajectory of history, Wang Yanqing would have chosen his wife to inherit his husband's ambitions, and served as the commander of the Red Blood Army. In the final battle, die outside the Great Wall. But now this letter. So, Qi Yuanan is not hacking dead? So what does everything that the senior sister has paid for this bastard count? Boy, what do you say? The thought of the magic knife appeared. Let's go to Blue Heart Island. Li Guanqi clutched the envelope in his hand, and there was a bit of anger in his blue eyes. No matter whether the Qi Yuanan who wrote the letter is actually the poetry and painting general, I'm going to find him and find out. Ding! Trigger mission conditions. You have been given a new decision-making task. This mission will have 2 different endings, happy and sad, based on your actions and choices. And there will also be 2 different rewards. Choice: Senior Sister's destination. Mission introduction. Wang Yanqing has helped you too much. From the past to the present. If you had not met her, you would definitely not be what you are now. So, what did you give her? Of course you have given enough in return. But there may be more you can give her. Like, happiness. There are many definitions of happiness. It is happiness to meet again after a long separation, to untie the knot, and to reunite lovers. Finding a loved one is another kind of happiness. And now, Senior Sister's happiness is in your hands. Can you make her truly happy? Task requirements. Happy ending. Triggered when Wang Yanqing feels happy and excited. Sad ending. Triggered when Wang Yanqing felt despair. Mission rewards. Get a happy ending and be rewarded with a special magic weapon, the Heart of the Ends of the World, which can connect to another person's soul. If another person is in danger, you can instantly sense it. Get the sad ending and be rewarded with a special magic weapon, a crystal coffin, which can seal a person's body and prevent it from decaying for thousands of years. Coffin? On the way to Launching Island with Wang Yanqing, Li Guanqi suddenly got such a brand new decision mission. Then the reward for this sad ending is actually a coffin from TM. It's not even a hint, but it was just a direct slap on his face. Once this matter comes to a sad end, the consequences will definitely make him regret it. Blue Heart Island. The Blue Heart Kingdom, located in the Toyo Islands, is one of the tributaries of the Sakura Shogunate. It is worth mentioning that there are various races in the Toyo Islands. There are island countries belonging to white people, and some island countries belonging to black people. Of course, there are also mixed groups. However, Blue Heart Island is different. It is an island nation composed entirely of Daluo people. The ancestors of Launching Island were a group of Daluo people who migrated to the Dongnan Islands. They were led by a different blood family called the Lan family. After coming to Launching Island, they gradually spread their wings, managed the deserted island, and hardened their efforts. A new atmosphere has been created. So, with the support of everyone, the Lan family established the royal family, and the Launching Kingdom was established. Due to various dangers on the ocean, the Blue Heart Kingdom had to seek help from the Sakura Shogunate and became a satellite state. However, it also received a large amount of resource tilt, providing a better life and security for the island residents. The Kingdom of Blue Heart is not powerful. The previous old king was almost the strongest king of the generation. He was a different-blooded warrior at the peak of the 5 elements level, and he was only about 300 years old. He had every hope of reaching the Lyoha level in his lifetime. However, he died in the battle against the demonic whale tide. The whale tide is a common disaster in the eastern islands. It is a natural phenomenon in which sea beasts and monsters migrate ashore due to the riots of whale monsters. They migrated and the islands suffered. Every time a whale tide occurs in the eastern islands, it will cause a heavy blow to the eastern islands and cause heavy losses, including Blue Heart Island. And now, because of a letter of commission for weapon refining, Li Guanqi took the teleportation array to the nearest large island country, and then flew all the way over the sea. It took him several days to finally fly to this island country. No surprises. There were no surprises or difficulties at all. Li Guanqi activated the orifice sealing technique, concealed his aura, and quietly set foot on this land. Then, smoothly, he found the goal of his trip. That young man named Qi. Chapter 394, The Living Qi Yuanan. Wow! Blue Heart Island. Seaside. The water rises and falls. The tide ebbs and flows. Occasionally, waves hit the rocks and stirred up a spray of white foam. The blue and clear sky is cloudless, with only seabirds flying freely. The endless sea is vast and deep, and occasionally see animals jump out of the water. Standing on the seaside of this island, looking around, looking at the line of sea and sky, it seems that you can see the intersection of heaven and earth. Anyone who has never seen the sea will be shocked from the bottom of their hearts when they witness this scene. But for those who are used to seeing it, this scene is just ordinary. It even feels a little boring. For example, there is a young man sitting on a rock on the coast. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with red hair and red eyes. He was wearing a simple gray shirt and black trousers. He placed his right hand on his right knee and looked at the calm sea. His red eyes flashed with a bit of color, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Facing the sea breeze, his long red hair fluttered wildly, and his bright and clear red eyes gave this tall and strong man a certain unique charm, not to mention his own heroic and masculine appearance. When combined with each other, he is destined to become the focus of the girl's eyes. And this is indeed the case. When he was studying at the Royal War College of the Violet Empire and the Royal Academy of Art, this little general of poetry and painting from the Daluo dynasty fascinated many noble girls of the Violet Empire and made the young talents of the Violet Empire hate him. Gritting teeth. Brother with red hair. Brother with red hair. Seaside. A group of 7 or 8-year-old children stepped barefoot on the beach, happily ran over, jumped under the rock where the red-haired young man was, and shouted happily, Brother red-haired. Sister Yer said she had cooked food at home, waiting for you to come and eat. Come and eat. Come and eat. Several children nearby were laughing and playing. Forehead. Seeing this, the red-haired young man had a look of helplessness on his face, scratched his head, and seemed to be very distressed. Can you bring me a message? Saying that the red-haired brother is not here, and you haven't seen him. Okay? No. I'll bring you candy tomorrow. Great. Let's go. Let's go. The children skipped away, and some of them kept mumbling. I didn't see the red-haired brother. The red-haired brother said we didn't see him. On the rock, the red-haired young man felt dizzy. Hey, Motoyasa. A blue rainbow flew across the sky. It was a young man wearing blue armor. Unlike the red-haired youth, he has sapphire eyes and short light blue hair. Lan Yang, a royal child of the Blue Heart Kingdom, the leader of the palace guards, and a 5-element level alien blood warrior. As soon as Lan Yang landed, he sat down next to the red-haired young man. He looked at him with a faint smile and said, Hey, Lan Lingyu is the most beautiful girl among the younger generation of our Launching Island. Why are you looking down on her every time? There is only one thing that can be said about men and women in this world. They are not suitable for each other. How can there be any reason to look down upon them? The red-haired young man shook his head and laughed. That means you don't like it? Lan Yang smiled. Why? Such a beautiful girl wouldn't refuse even a man. Right. I really can't figure it out. Annoyed and jealous. I chased her for so long. But she didn't even look at her. Yes. You have been here for less than a year. And people are openly pursuing you. It will be fine after a while. The red-haired young man looked at the sea in the distance and said calmly, I saved her at that time. It's a cliché story. A hero saves a beauty. It's normal for her to have feelings for me. It's just a temporary emotion. After a while, the gratitude for saving people will pass. My love for me has faded away. The red-haired young man smiled softly and patted his shoulder. Ha! Lan Yang supported the rocks under him with both hands and looked at the blue ocean in the distance with him. He couldn't help but joke. This world is really unfair. The ugly one saved the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman said that she would repay her by working as a cow or a horse in her next life. The handsome man rescued the beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman was eager to commit herself to him. That makes sense. The red-haired young man couldn't help laughing when he heard this. But, you actually saved more than just her? Lan Yang turned his head and looked at the red-haired young man seriously. In the last wave of whale demons, without you, after the old king died in the battle, I really don't dare to think how many people would have survived on this island. I know that I have said it many times, but on behalf of Launching Island, thank you, Yuanin. It's over, my friend. The red-haired young man just smiled and said nothing more. Lan Yang grinned. Next, these two young men with special hair color sat on the rocks and looked at the rise and fall of the sea. From time to time, sea beasts jump out of the sea and stir up waves. Yuanin, do you have someone you like? So that's why you keep rejecting Lan Lingyu? Suddenly, Lan Yang said something coldly. Yes. The red-haired young man did not deny it. She died? Lan Yang looked at him curiously. Otherwise, why didn't you go find her? It was me who died. The red-haired young man lowered his eyes and replied softly. Question mark. Lan Yang was stunned. She would be better off without me. The red-haired young man lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, Our family backgrounds are too different. She has sacrificed too much for me. With her talent and family background. Without me, she should have had a better future and gained more resources. But because of me, these are gone. I delayed her. So you just chose to leave? Hey, I hate this story. Lan Yang frowned. Lovers should overcome all difficulties and get married eventually, instead of one party choosing to separate in order to give the other party a better future, so that both parties can only miss each other but cannot hug each other. I hate this story. Every Blue Heart Islander hates this story. I hate it too. Suddenly, a third man's voice appeared on the beach. Lan Yang and the red-haired young man both turned their heads in astonishment. How could someone approach them without them noticing? The two of them followed the sound. I saw a tall figure with white hair and blue eyes walking slowly on the ebb and flow of the beach. You are still alive. Li Guanqi looked at the red-haired young man from a distance. The anger in his eyes became more and more fierce, and he couldn't help but roared. Qi Yuanan, you are still hacking alive. Then why don't you go back? Why don't you go back to find your wife? Ah. Hey, my friend. Lan Yang stood up, jumped off the rock, walked towards Li Guanqi, and said with an unhappy expression, I wonder where you come from. Have you taken black powder? You are so angry. Boom. Before he could finish his words, he was blasted hundreds of meters away by Li Guanqi's punch and crashed into the rainforest not far away, crushing a large number of trees and sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. We need to talk. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Yuanan on the rocks with gloomy eyes. You need to give me a satisfactory answer. Your current mood is not suitable for conversation. Qi Yuanan stood up, his red hair being blown by the sea breeze, and sighed softly. I don't know what you have been through, but just calm down. Okay? I'll come back to you after you calm down. After saying that, he turned around and left. After a few leaps, he disappeared deep into the rainforest. Li Guanqi just stood there without stopping. Because Qi Yuanan is right. His current mood is abnormal, very abnormal. Lumo, what's wrong with me now? I always feel like there's a fire in my heart, and I can't vent it. It's weird. Li Guanqi frowned and asked in his mind. Hey, you have to ask yourself that. Kid, you humans are the most damn complicated. Each human being has 800 thoughts. I am just a knife. How can I understand the complex emotions of you humans? Of course, if you insist on me saying something, I will say a few words. You care about your senior sister, but your senior sister thinks that Qi Yuanan is dead and is very sad and sad. Judging from the stories you told me on the road these past few days. Your senior sister not only gave up her position and resources as the first candidate for Qilin in the Wang family for this man, but later she almost fought for this dead husband, death battlefield. Your senior sister has paid so much for this bastard, but it turned out that he was not dead. But he was hiding on this small island in the world and living a comfortable life. It was so damn interesting. So you're angry. That's normal. It's human nature. Even if I'm just a knife. I can understand. Well, the blue-haired guy is here. Stop talking nonsense. Hey, my friend. At this time, Lan Yang, who had been knocked away by his punch earlier, walked out of the rainforest. He looked at Li Guanqi with lingering fear from 100 meters away. Have you calmed down? Sorry. Li Guanqi looked at him, bent down to salute, and apologized. I'm sorry. I just, no problem. No problem. Seeing this scene, Lan Yang felt relieved, walked to him with a smile, and patted his shoulder. Something happened. Are you angry? I'm used to it. My brother also likes to take it out on me when he is angry. He has been used to it since he was a child. It's okay. I don't care. Thanks. Li Guanqi looked at him in surprise. You are very open-minded. Thank you. Really? I am very sorry for what happened just now. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. We people in Lanqing Island are very open-minded. Lan Yang grinned. So, you are here to see Yuanan? After a pause, the blue-haired man asked again with a smile. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Can you tell me a story? Tell me about Qi Yuanan in your eyes. Chapter 395. The Wrong Family. The Wrong Household. The Tragedy of Disparate Family Backgrounds. After a while. So, at the end of February this year, a regional whale demon wave occurred here, and Chi Yuanan, who was passing by, happened to encounter it, and helped Launching Island prevent this disaster? Launching Island. On top of a certain mountain peak, Li Guanqi sat on the edge of the cliff. He first looked down at the large city in the center of the island in the distance, then looked at Lan Yang beside him, and said curiously, "In order to thank Chi Yuanan for his help, you let him become Lan Yang, the chief guard of the Heart Kingdom. But you don't even know his origins. When it comes to your savior, your origin is not that important." Lan Yang lowered his head and stroked a blue badge on the left chest of his armor. If it weren't for Yuanan, Launching Island would have long been reduced to history. After all, after the old king died in the battle, no one could stop the 5-element level peak, the troll whale. It's incredible. Li Guanqi shook his head. How you said that? Lan Yang looked at him doubtfully. Because Chi Yuanan is on our side, and is already dead. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked towards the coast, looking at the boundless sea and the many seabirds, and said in a deep voice, "Chi Yuanan comes from the Daluo dynasty, and is an army commander. Everyone thought that he died in the battle 2 years ago, including his married wife. But now, he is living well. He even traveled to the East Ocean Islands, and helped your Blue Heart Island suppress a wave of whale demons. But after so long, he has never gone back to find his wife." Commander Daluo? Lan Yang was immediately shocked. Death in battle? Why? Why? Why did he fake his death? Yeah. Why? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. If the door is wrong. The door is wrong? Lan Yang looked at him and said in surprise, "It just happened that Yuanan told me something just now. His wife's family background is unusual, and Yuanan is a poor boy with a very different family background. So Yuanan is a little bit in front of her. Inferiority? That's why you chose to leave. This is ridiculous." Li Guanqi shook his head, looked at the ants on the ground moving, and said softly, "Chi Yuanan is not a poor boy. But my senior sister's family background is too powerful. The comparison between their family backgrounds is similar to the difference between the middle-class nobles and the upper-class nobles. The gap. But Chi Yuanan is special. He is a cultivation genius who broke into the 5 elements level before the age of 30. He is a leader of the new generation who is qualified to represent the Great Luo dynasty and go to the Violet Empire as an exchange student. He is a general of poetry and painting. A general with both literary talent and strategy. He is a great general. The rising star of the Los Angeles Army. He has a great future. Given time. And given him another 100 or 200 years, he may not be able to take the Chi family one step further, break into the upper-class aristocracy, and become the 17th surname of the Daluo dynasty. And how could Chi Yuanan have low self-esteem? He is a general of poetry and painting. He has an unlimited future. He should be ambitious for the future. He is the kind of person who is absolutely high-spirited, full of vitality and full of hope." Li Guanqi looked at Lan Yang in surprise. How could such a person feel inferior because his wife's family background is better than his own? Of course it's possible. Lan Yang frowned. Of course a person with a bright future will not feel inferior. But what if his future is lost? Li Guanqi was stunned. What do you mean? That's what you just said. Lan Yang looked at the coastline with a solemn expression. Chi Yuanan, a practicing genius with a great future, a general in poetry and painting, and a general of tomorrow, is so high-spirited. So of course, he will not feel inferior. In fact, Yuanan probably still thought in his heart that one day, those who looked down on him and his wife's family would have no choice but to look up to him, making his wife feel proud and proud of him. But there are preconditions. The premise is that he still has a bright future. But if he has no future, none of this will hold true. And he will definitely feel inferior because... Having said this, Lan Yang clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, because he knows that he will never let his wife be proud of him. He didn't fake his death on the battlefield last year. Li Guanqi stood up suddenly. His expression slightly changed. His survival comes at a price. Yes, I am no longer the Chi Yuanan I used to be. Not far away, in the rainforest, a red-haired young man wearing simple single clothes walked slowly. You two talk slowly. Lan Yang shrugged, turned and left. Chi Yuanan. Li Guanqi looked at the red-haired young man with complicated eyes. I have heard your story a long time ago. The famous overseas poetry and painting general. You, since you are still alive, Why don't you go back? Why don't you find your wife? Before I answer, who are you? Qi Yuanon looked at him curiously. Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi said calmly. Your wife is my senior sister and has helped me a lot. I see. Qi Yuanon nodded slightly, and then asked, how did you find me? Commission letter. Li Guanqi suppressed his temper and said in a deep voice, you sent a letter of commission for weapon refining to Kendo Takagi. I killed Kendo Takagi and saw your name and address from that letter. Takagi Kento? Qi Yuanon was obviously a little surprised. I just followed the old country's path and sent out the commission to seal the refining weapon. I don't know the name of the refining master. But since you found me like this, then Kendo Takagi should be the one who made the refining weapon. Magician. It doesn't hacking matter? Li Guanqi looked impatient. The important thing is when can you answer my question? Why don't you go back? Because she's better off without me. Qi Yuanon sighed softly. Oh, I knew you were going to say such nonsense. Li Guanqi shook his head, sat on the rock next to him, looked at the blue sea in the distance, and said in a deep voice, can you stop saying such stupid things? You should know senior sister better than me. Without you, she would not be able to survive. To be better is to be the worst, and to have you is the best. Isn't it? Of course not. Is Qi Yuanon standing next to him, also looking at the vast blue ocean? His eyes dim. Because I am no longer the Qi Yuanon I used to be. In the past, Qi Yuanon could stand under the sun, point at the scorching sun in the sky, laugh and tell Yan Qing that one day he would become a Jiogong-level warrior, more dazzling than the sun in the sky. In the past, Qi Yuanon could ride his horse and whip his whip, gallop in the military formation, point at the soldiers around him, and say arrogantly that his red blood army would definitely become the first army of the dynasty in the future. In the past, Qi Yuanon could talk freely, joke with Yan Qing casually, and say that he would make her father, her mother, and all the people in her family who looked down on him, Qi Yuanon, have to call him Lord Qi when they saw him. She can hold her head up high in front of her family. This is big talk. It's not a big deal either, because the former Qi Yuanon had this confidence. He had the confidence to reach the top, because he is a genius in cultivation. He is a general in poetry and painting. He has a great future and unlimited prospects. But this was before. This was all before. Having said this, Qi Yuanon turned his head and looked at Li Guanqi with complicated eyes. Qi Yuanon now is a waste. Everything he said to his wife before has become unrealistic and fantasy. The pie of meaning. Because he can't realize it. There is no possibility at all. Why? Li Guanqi looked at him and frowned slightly. Because I've already died once. Qi Yuanon clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and shouted. Outside Jingjing City, the high-spirited Qi Yuanon was already dead. The one who survived was just a waste who had lost his future. I died there 2 years ago. I am just a fool. Knowing that it is a power conflict between Wei Guzhu and Yun Guzhu. Knowing that it is a deliberate conspiracy of Zhou Xuanwu, the lackey of the Yun family. Knowing that this is a direct line of the Qi family. Knowing everything here dirty. But I am a fool. Stupid enough to lead my brothers to die. Because those powerful people can play with the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Jingjing City. And they can talk and laugh without taking human lives as their fate at all. But I can't. I can't ignore human life. So I went anyway. I almost died there. Qi Yuanon raised his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. I was almost dead at that time. My soul was broken, and my body collapsed. It was Ying Xiao, he saved me. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but change his expression slightly. In a strange world, the #1 most wanted criminal in the world, Jiogong-level conjurer Ying Xiao? Why is this matter still related to this fierce god? You heard it right. And you thought it right. Qi Yuanon scratched his head of red hair and gritted his teeth. The Ying Xiao in my mouth is the Jiogong-level conjurer who is wanted by all countries and only exists in legends. He saved me. I didn't see his appearance, but I heard his voice in a blur. I don't even know the whole process myself. I just heard the man's voice in a hazy state of consciousness. And that man calls himself the world's most wanted criminal, Ying Xiao. Then, when I woke up, I found that I had regained the power of the 5 elements level and was located in the Donglong Islands, on the shore of a small uninhabited island. When I was still unconscious, Ying Xiao said, he passed by Jingjing City that day and thought that I, an idiot, was very interesting. So he casually took away a ray of my residual soul and a piece of flesh and blood that was still alive. He used this as a guide to reshape my soul and body. But it doesn't come without a price. I lost the possibility of improving my cultivation. In other words, my cultivation level has been fixed. In this life, I can only be a 5-element level different blood warrior. And there is no possibility of stepping into the Lioha level. Li Guanqi. Qi Yuanan opened his eyes and looked at him with a complicated expression. The Qi Yuanan now is no longer the Qi Yuanan back then. He is just a waste now. A guy at the 5 elements level. How can he be qualified to be your senior sister's husband? Such a husband will only make her unable to hold her head high in front of her family. Why not? Li Guanqi was confused. Don't you know senior sister? She doesn't care about this at all. If she cared, why would she give up everything she had in the Wang family to come with you? But I care. Qi Yuanan suddenly roared. She doesn't care. I care. The red-haired young man lowered his head and roared loudly. I will always remember the first time I went to the Wang family to find her. The housekeeper of their palace looked at my red hair and said with a sneer, She is just a brat from the Qi family. He also dares to covet the Wang family's daughter. He really wants to eat swan meat. I will always remember these words, and the steward's contemptuous face. I even remember the look in his eyes when I went to propose marriage to her father, and the bride price I brought was ignored by him. There was also the Millennium Danyang fruit that I spent a lot of money and exhausted my connections to get. I was reluctant to give it to my grandfather, but her father picked it up and said, This is just fine, and then casually fed it to a dog at his feet. That's a hacking dog. Li Guanqi. Do you understand? Ah? I will always remember the embarrassing feeling I had at that time. But I tried to hide it, forever, but I don't want to be like this. I had a chance. A chance to feel proud, but now there is no hope. By the end, Qi Yuanan's face was already ferocious. The disappointment in Li Guanqi's eyes had reached the extreme. Can't hold your head up? What are you afraid of? Is it that the senior sister can't hold her head up in front of her mother's family? Or that you can't hold her head up in front of the Wang family? Is this important? Qi Yuanan lowered his head. It's so important. Li Guanqi shook his head and sighed softly. Sister, I don't care about this. But you care. You care most. I am very disappointed. But I don't know if I should be disappointed. The poetry and painting general of the time. The Qi Yuanan who was willing to die in Jingjing City for the sake of hundreds of thousands of people will always be worthy of my respect. Forever. But, as you said, after resurrecting from the dead, Qi Yuanan is no longer the Qi Yuanan of the past. You have completely lost the spirit of the poetry and painting general 2 years ago. Qi Yuanan lowered his head and remained silent, sitting on the rock next to him without saying a word. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say for a while. How is she now? A long time. Qi Yuanan suddenly asked. She has returned to the Wang family. Li Guanqi glanced at him. A while ago, the ancestor of the Wang family took her back and asked her to become a new generation of Wang family's Qilin child and get back everything she gave up because of you. Kalinzi? Huh. Pretty good. Qi Yuanan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kalinzi? That means that the next generation head of the Wang family is basically Yan Qin. Look, let me just say, she will live a better life without me. When she met me when she was a child, she was very unlucky in her last life. I suddenly felt very happy. Li Guanqi looked at the ocean in the distance and said softly, I'm glad I found your letter of entrustment only after my senior sister left. I'm glad I'm the only one who came here today. You reminded me that it's time to change my name. Qi Yuanan's eyes were complicated. Even if Lanqing Island is far away from the Daluo dynasty, there is still a risk of being discovered. What about your grandpa? Li Guanqi looked at him. Senior Qi Gongming. You don't plan to see him either? Planned? Qi Yuanan nodded. I originally planned to see him after a while. The old king just died, and the new generation's power on Lanqing Island is not yet stable. I decided to stay for a while, and wait for Lanqing Island to stabilize. Let's go to southern Xinjiang to find Grandpa. What about my senior sister? Li Guanqi asked in a deep voice. You never thought about going back to find her again? She would be better off without me, and it shows. Qi Yuanan lowered his head. Let her think that I am dead. She should have a new life. And so should I. Li Guanqi's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Literal meaning. Qi Yuanan looked at the city in the center of Lanqing Island and said softly, There is a girl on the island named Lanlingyu. She likes me very much. And I haven't accepted her yet. But it should be possible in the future. Because I feel very relaxed in front of her. She is very ordinary. She is not a direct descendant of the 16 major surnames. Nor is she a cultivation genius who is once seen in a century. Nor is she the target of a wealthy family to focus on training. She is just a pretty but weak little girl. And she always obeys my words. Like an obedient lamb. She makes me feel free from pressure. I can be very casual in front of her. There is no pressure at all when I face Yanqing. Yanqing is so strong that she doesn't notice sometimes. But I used to be really depressed when I was around her. Watching chess. Do you understand? I understand your mother. Boom. Li Guanqi stood up and punched Qi Yuanon in the face. The force is not light. Enough to smash the head of a third-level alien-blooded warrior. But even if Qi Yuanon's cultivation is finalized, he is still a 5-element level alien blood warrior. Facing this power, there won't even be a red mark on his face. You can hit it harder. Qi Yuanon didn't pay attention and just said softly, "If this can make you feel better, my feelings don't matter." Li Guanqi withdrew his hand and sighed heavily. Senior sister's feelings are what matter. When I see senior sister again in the future, I will definitely tell you that you are still alive. I have no right to decide this matter. Senior sister has the right to know. And I will definitely tell you. Qi, maybe if you do this, it will only make her sadder. Qi Yuanon turned his head and looked at the vast ocean in the distance. A dead Qi Yuanon would be better for her. Li Guanqi's eyes flickered. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the introduction to the mission. Choice, senior sister's destination. There are many definitions of happiness. It is happiness to meet again after a long separation, to untie the knot, and to reunite lovers. Finding a loved one is another kind of happiness. And now, senior sister's happiness is in your hands. Can you make her truly happy? Why did things become like this? Li Guanqi suddenly became very irritated and kicked the gravel on the ground. Fate made me find you. But you are no longer the poetic and painting general of the past. No matter your talent or spirit, you are no longer the same. Since Ying Xiao saved you, why not cure you completely? Qi Yuanon did not reply. I gotta go. Li Guanqi looked at Qi Yuanon and said solemnly, no matter what, when I see senior sister again in the future, I will bring her to you. There needs to be a complete ending between you. Walk slowly. Qi Yuanon just lowered his head and looked at the ground. I won't give it away. Well, Li Guanqi sighed helplessly. Boom! The next moment, he was surrounded by strong winds, turning into a storm, soaring straight into the sky, flying towards the distant sea and sky, and soon disappeared deep into the thick clouds. Chapter 396 Ying Xiao, Ying Xian, and the Ying family. Daluo Dynasty. Capital City. The capital of this powerful empire is a city that never sleeps. Even late at night, this majestic city is still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Many foreign merchants from all over the world walked in the streets and appreciated the prosperity of the heavenly kingdom. But in stark contrast to the outside, is the dark and quiet deepest part of the palace. This is the emperor's palace. No one can approach, and no guards will appear here, because it's not needed. The emperors of the Daluo dynasty are neither puppets nor mascots. They themselves symbolize the highest level of military deterrence, and are the strongest combat power of this dynasty. Emperor Daluo is synonymous with the world's top powerhouses. The contemporary Emperor Shenwu is the most powerful person in the history of the Daluo dynasty. Old man, where is the person? Suddenly, a young man's voice sounded quietly in the emperor's palace. The owner of the voice opened the bead curtain and walked slowly from the corridor. He was wearing a black robe, and his black hair was tied up with a purple gold jade crown. On his handsome face, the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. The originally dark brown pupils slowly turned from black to gold after arriving in this palace, and turned into a pair of golden pupils. Black hair, golden eyes. The Ying family's royal family. The luxurious bed in the palace was empty, and the pale golden gauze curtain was gently fanned, undulating and fluttering. The young man in black robe turned to look. The windows are wide open. As soon as he took one step forward, his whole body turned into black mist and flew out of the window. He reached the roof of the palace before slowly stopping and transforming into a human form again. Old man, so you are here. The young man smiled softly. Under the bright silver-white full moon, I saw a tall and generous figure in black sitting alone on the bricks, looking at the moonlight. His hair was extremely gray, tied up only with a simple white jade crown. Nothing about his body seemed to be worthy of the status of an emperor. However, the emperor does not need anything to prove, because the emperor is the emperor. In Daluo, because the power is in the hands of the emperor, It is called imperial power, not imperial power, making him the emperor. You said back then that you would never set foot in the capital again in this life. The old voice sounded slowly. The old emperor, who was not wearing imperial robes, turned his head slightly and glanced at the visitor. He has a profile as tough as a knife, a tall nose, a gray beard, and golden pupils as majestic as a blue dragon. You're old. The young man in black robes stood a few meters away, looking at the great Luotian martial emperor, with a complex meaning revealed in the depths of his golden eyes. Even great heroes grow old, the old man just said calmly. After a pause, he added, but you have become younger. I remember the last time I saw you. You were still an old blind man with only one hand. The true mystery of the blood of Tongyu is beyond everyone's imagination. It is a relic belonging to the gods. The young man walked up to the old man and sat side by side with him, looking at the moonlight in the distance. Speaking of which, how long have we not sat together and watched the moon like this? Long time. The old man's voice was hoarse. From the day you decided to give up the royal blood, we have never sat together again. I never give up. The young man looked serious. I just wanted to take a more correct path. And facts have proved that I succeeded. I broke the Ying family's 100-year life curse. And next, I will continue to break that 1,000-year curse. As he spoke, he looked at the old man beside him and chuckled. Old man, when you die, I will create a new era. A new era that no one has ever imagined. You are all waiting for me to die. The old man looked at the stars in the sky and the stars holding the moon in the night sky, his face expressionless. But forget it. The others are afraid of me, so they dare not see me. What about you? Where did you get the courage to show up in front of me? Before? If you want to kill me then. The young man leaned back slightly, lying on the tiles, resting his head on his hands, and smiled lightly. That was back then. The old man's golden eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. I was young then. But now, I am old. Do I have to explain myself clearly? The young man grinned. You are afraid. Afraid that you will have no heirs after death. Afraid that your children will not be able to hold down the 8 Kingdoms pillar. Afraid that a dynastic civil war will break out. Afraid that the extremely powerful Daluo dynasty will change from a powerful one overnight. All the kingdoms in the world have been turned into ruins, allowing all nations to trample on them. So you have to keep me to watch over them for you. Then you can? The old man looked at him, and for the first time from beginning to end, his eyes fluctuated. It was expectation. Tell me, you will always be from Daluo. Right. I'm just Ying Xiao. But the young man gave such an answer. The old man's golden pupils seemed to dim a lot in an instant. Why are you always like this? Ying Xiao's face was full of surprise. It's always for Daluo and the royal family. Why has no one ever thought about living for themselves? Shouldn't their life be lived for themselves? Because my last name is Ying. The old man regained his old-fashioned expression. I carry too much on my shoulders, including the legacy of my ancestors, the people's livelihood, and the eternity of this dynasty. If one day, the flag of the Violet Empire is planted on this land, then the footprints of foreigners will be on the heads of all Daluo people. I cannot tolerate such a situation. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Ying Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. The majestic Emperor Daluo, a semi-god level martial artist, and the strongest man in the world, has actually worried about these things all his life. He has lived for more than 80 years, and has not lived a day for himself. Is it funny? The old man asked softly. Isn't it funny? Ying Xiao suddenly stood up, looked at the old man in front of him, and roared. You can obviously challenge the 8 Kingdoms pillar alone, and kill 8 people by force. But you don't dare. Because without the 8 Kingdoms pillars, after your death, Daluo will no longer be a kingdom in heaven, facing the invasion of Western countries. Its destruction is inevitable. You could obviously go to Violet alone and challenge all the 9 palaces in the council. But you didn't dare. Because you know that once you arrive at Violet, the 8 Kingdoms pillars will appear. And even the other 9 palaces in the royal family will appear, joining forces with everyone in the council to surround you. The Emperor of Daluo. That's ridiculous. The most powerful Emperor of Daluo. But in this dynasty, there are not even a few sincere people of your own. And you have never done anything as you please. But why have you done so much? Daluo? But what is Daluo now? Baguzu is playing chess with human lives. I saved a stupid boy 2 years ago. I knew clearly that the people above were playing a game of life. but I stupidly ran over to die. If it weren't for me, he would have died. Look, the dynasty is not without people who are loyal and passionate for the country and the people. But with the 8 kingdoms pillars above their heads, they are destined to be dogs, unable to climb up, or even survive. Was the first emperor wise and mighty? What the hell? He didn't kill the first 8 pillars of the 8 kingdoms. And he didn't kill the 8 brothers who followed him to fight for the founding of the country. He left behind a 1,000-year reputation and will be sung forever. But he left the biggest hidden danger to his descendants. At the end of the sentence, anger appeared faintly in Ing Xiao's eyes. The old man lowered his head and did not retort. He just rubbed his brows tiredly and said, "Maybe my father was right back then. I am not suitable to be emperor at all. I can't figure out how things could have turned into this situation. The good Daluo dynasty. 3,000 years have passed, and the surnames of the 8 kingdoms have always been peaceful. How come it has become like this in my generation? What can you do?" Ing Xiao looked ferocious and angrily said, "Being royal family only has a short lifespan of 100 years. And this strange blood trait is the most fatal flaw. It is useless even with super fast cultivation speed to make up for it. Such a family cannot be a royal family at all. Moreover, ever since the first emperor's generation was indecisive and benevolent as a woman, and chose to keep the first generation of 8 kingdoms pillars, the biggest root of disaster has been laid. Every new generation of emperors ascends the throne, sits on the throne, and faces a group of old foxes who have lived for hundreds of years in the court. Even if you use force to control the court, you will still be constrained in what you do. The court is not a battlefield, and it cannot be solved with the word kill. You know this better than me. The family with the 8 kingdom surname will one day become more and more powerful, until they are eager to covet the throne. By our generation, these hidden dangers have completely exploded. It's a miracle that Daluo can last for 3,000 hacking years. Father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, they all foresaw this day. But they could do nothing but pass the mess down from generation to generation, for fear that if they died too late, they would become the king of the subjugated country of that generation. Younger brother. Ing Xiao grabbed the old man by the collar and glared at him. You? Ing Xian, you are the last unlucky guy. After you die, your son will never be able to ascend the throne. He must die. Undoubtedly, you, Ing Xianhui, will be the last emperor of Daluo. Elder brother. The old man did not resist, but looked at the young man in black robe in front of him with complicated eyes. So I need your help. Help me. Help Daluo. Help the Ing family. I can die, but I can't be the king of the subjugated country, cannot fight civil war among the 8 surnames. And Daluo cannot be destroyed. Give up. A family with a lifespan of only 100 years is destined not to be a royal family. Ing Xiao let go of his hand, shook his head, and took a few steps back. But you broke the lifespan limit. The old man stared at him, his golden pupils full of hope. Do you have a surgical organ inside your body? Ing Xiao looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Can you find a second copy of the blood of Tongyu? The old man lowered his head and sighed. Is there no other way? Maybe, Ing Xiao said expressionlessly. But I don't know. The scene became completely silent. On the roof of the palace in the depths of night, the two remained silent for a long time. So, what exactly are you doing here tonight? Finally, it was the old emperor who broke the silence. Oh, Ing Xiao suddenly realized. I almost forgot to talk about the real thing. Buzz. As he spoke, he casually tore open a crack in space and pulled out a frightened young man. His mouth was open, but he only had half an inch of tongue. This 2-sense warrior with different blood was unable to heal himself. I found an interesting guy. Ing Xiao pointed at the young man and smiled. He comes from the so-called 21st century. The old man had no expression on his face. In their world, there were airplanes, cars, high-rise buildings, computers and mobile phones, and many, many things that only appeared in ancient ruins. They most likely came from the mortal era at the beginning of the old age. I have also caught a lot of time travelers in the past 2 months. So you've already discovered it. Ing Xiao frowned slightly and said in surprise, Don't you feel shocked? Behind this incident, it is completely the handiwork of the gods. I was shocked. The old man had calm eyes and said expressionlessly. When Ing Xiao saw this, he was slightly speechless. So what do you think? The old man suddenly asked. God. When Ing Xiao heard this, his golden eyes suddenly showed undisguised excitement and desire. If this is really controlled by a certain god, then it means that there is a god alive in the world. And then we also have a chance. You could become a god. If you can become a real god, why do you need to worry about your lifespan? So I'm waiting. The old man looked at the half-inch tongue time traveler captured by Ying Xiao and narrowed his eyes. They don't even know why they time travel. They are just as confused about this matter as we are. And most importantly, they are too weak now. Even the extraordinary king in their memories was still too weak. It can be seen from the various so-called ending rewards and mission rewards that the god hidden behind the scenes wants to create a strong person. Or even, create a god. If such a day comes, and I live to see this day, then I will grab it. Seize the opportunity to become a god. Before that, the Daluo dynasty would not interfere with these travelers, and would even turn a blind eye to a certain extent, including Violet. They also made the same decision. After all, although the people in the council wanted to dominate the world, they also wanted to become gods. So, the old man looked at Ying Xiao and said calmly, "You too. Don't worry about it anymore. Let alone kill these time travelers. They need time to grow and mature wheat fields can be harvested. Trampling the seedlings will only lead to no harvest. Of course I can wait." Ying Xiao looked at him and said in a deep voice, "But what about you? Do you still have time to wait? Who knows?" The old man turned around and looked at the stars holding the moon in the night sky. With his back to Ying Xiao, his voice was hoarse and he said, "It's time for you to go." Ying Xiao hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but said, "Ashwan, you will always be my brother. Forever. Listen to me. I have a way to help you extend your life by 30 to 50 years. As long as you are willing to come with me within 4 years. This is the limit. You must come with me before you are 90 years old and leave everything about the Daluo dynasty behind. Extending life by 30 years? Doesn't this break the limit of 100 years old?" The old man did not look back, but just smiled calmly. "Brother, you are really powerful. You have done something that none of the ancestors of the Ying family could do. So, what is the price? Remove Ying's imperial blood and become an ordinary person, and can no longer fuse with other different bloods," Ying Xiao said in a deep voice. "It's a pity." Hearing this, the old man's voice remained calm. "As an ordinary person, without the power of a demigod, how can I suppress the ambitions of the 8 kingdoms pillars? How can I deter the Violet Council? So I ask you to put everything about the Daluo dynasty behind your hacking mind." Ying Xiao stepped forward, grabbed the old man's shoulders, asked him to turn around and look at him, and said angrily, "You have devoted nearly your whole life to this bullshit dynasty. You can't give up all this and choose to live your own life." "Life? I can extend your life for 30 to 50 years. Even if you become an ordinary person. This will be your own 30 years. What about the Luo?" The old man looked at him and asked softly, "So they fell into the civil war of the 8 kingdoms pillars? Once they start a war, the final outcome will definitely not be that the winner establishes a new Eastern dynasty, but that they all become prisoners of the Violet Empire. This seems to be a simple truth that everyone understands. However, luck and ambition, these two things, will still make their 8 major families make this decision unanimously. They have been the pillars of the dynasty for 3,000 years. But now, they no longer want to be someone else's pillar. But how long can you suppress them?" Ying Xiao looked puzzled. "You are almost 87 years old. How long can you live? Does this make sense?" "Of course it makes sense." The old man smiled calmly and said, "How long can I survive? How long can I suppress it? I don't understand. I don't understand you, Before Ying Xiao finished speaking, his expression changed slightly. He quickly took a few steps back and rubbed his eyebrows. His golden eyes flickered slightly and gradually returned to dark brown pupils. "I really don't understand what you're thinking." Ying Xiao gasped lightly, looked at the old man with his dark brown eyes, and said in surprise, "You have lived such a ridiculous life. You have been living for Daluo and others. How can you call your own life?" "It's normal that you don't understand." The old man stood with his hands behind his hands, his back facing him, raising his head slightly, looking into the night sky, at the bright full moon hanging high in the stars, with the moon shadow reflected in his golden eyes. "Because you are just Ying Xiao. Because the blood of Ying's emperor in your body is faded to the point where it cannot be any weaker. And because you are just a disabled spellcaster who was forced to flee the capital when he was a child. But I am different. My name is Ying Xian, and I am the orthodox heir of the Daluo dynasty. I am the emperor of Daluo." Chapter 397 Heart of Fire. What to do if you don't have a heart. Spiritual Power, LV 54. 54.3. For Elephant Level Wind, Thunder and Light Realm. Physical body, LV 53, 53.7. Early stage of 5 elements level. Liver of wood. Soul, LV 59, 59.9. 5th level reality soul. Peak. Comprehensive level, LV 65. This is Li Guanqi's current paper data. However, he has not yet fully reached the limit of his current state. The soul is at the peak of the 5th level, which is of course the top of the 5th level. In terms of spiritual power, he has 100 refinements of spiritual power. And every time he comprehends a law, the upper limit of spiritual power will be increased, coupled with the increase of 100 refinements of spiritual power. So when he comprehends another law of darkness, he will reach the level of 4 elephants. After reaching the perfect state, the highest limit of spiritual power should be LV 59. After all, he has always been in this situation, and the limit of his spiritual power will always cross a big realm. But after all, the level of spiritual power cannot be directly improved by simply understanding the rules. Even if he immediately comprehends the law of darkness and reaches the perfect state of the 4 elephants level, he can only raise his spiritual power to LV 55 at most. With the remaining level 4 left, he still has to slowly cultivate and improve on his own, or directly find something, plunder and devour. Physically, this is a bit difficult to judge. He has 8 divine meridians, and with the 8 divine meridians plus the 5 elements of viscera, if the lungs of metal, the liver of wood, the kidneys of water, the heart of fire, and the spleen of earth are all activated, his physical strength should be able to exceed LV 60. But it's hard to say to what level it can reach. And Li Guanqi is a little panicked now. Relying on the reward from Sakura Journey, he immediately opened the liver of wood after opening the lungs of gold. What was before him now was the water kidney. And behind the water kidney is the heart of fire. But where did he get the heart? We have to find a way to solve it. In the night sky, over the waters of the Oriental Islands, Li Guanqi was shrouded in strong wind, flying through the clouds, looking at the vast sea below, and fell into deep thought. The senior sister was brought back to the Wang family and trained as a Qilin child. Now is the period of rapid growth, and should not be disturbed by other things. And Qi Yuanan, that guy is no longer the poetry and painting general he once was. Li Guanqi was not going to tell his senior sister that Qi Yuanan was still alive right away. At least, he would have to wait until later, after his senior sister had completely accepted Kalinzi's resource tilt. We can no longer let Qi Yuanan delay senior sister's future. As for his next goal, still the same. Become stronger. When I go to the Wang family in the future, I will definitely give Wang Yuan, the ancestor of the 9 palaces level, a slap in the face. Or at least tear off his filthy mouth. Lumo! Xiaoxu! Come out and chat. I have something to ask you, Li Guanqi said in his mind, while flying over the sea. What's the matter? Master? Shishua's soft and sweet voice sounded. I don't have a heart. How do I turn on the heart of fire? Is there any trick? Li Guanqi got straight to the point. By the way, why didn't he think of asking about these 2 artifacts until today? Xiaoxua has never heard of such a thing, Shishua responded quickly. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Then, do people in the Age of Gods also use our cultivation method? Xiaoxua doesn't remember, Xiaoxua said again. Li Guanqi was completely speechless. This silly girl's seal is so deep. What else can she remember? At this time, the thoughts of Demon Sword suddenly appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. So you know? Li Guanqi was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Have no idea. I'm going to kill you. Li Guanqi suddenly had the urge to hit someone. No hurries. Although I don't remember it either. I don't need to remember it at all. I can figure out the solution by reasoning back. The laws of the 5 elements complement and inhibit each other. In addition, the organs of you humans of different blood have been transformed by different blood and divine veins. Because of this, people can use a step-by-step method. First metal, then wood, then water, then fire. Finally, for soil, come to contact the rules one by one. The essence of this matter is actually not only about the 5 internal organs, but more importantly, your physical condition. By opening the golden lung, your body will become resistant to the golden law and your defense will be enhanced. To a certain extent. At this time, your body has established a certain connection with the law of gold. Then, you can open the liver of wood and establish a connection with the law of wood. Then first wood then water. First water then fire. But you don't have a heart whose zodiac sign is fire. Therefore, after you open the water kidney, you cannot establish a connection with the law of fire by opening the fire heart. It is just a way to open the 5 internal organs. You can completely skip the heart and establish contact with the law of fire through another method. And then open the final spleen of earth to achieve the 5-element level of perfection. In what way? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Do you still remember the curse of Skyfire that you treated earlier? Remember? What happened? Li Guanqi frowned slightly, feeling vaguely that this broken knife was going to give him some bad ideas. Those curse powers still exist inside the unborn artifact. You have now absorbed these curses of fire, although the curse will be transferred to you. The curse of fire is also a manifestation of the law of fire. By absorbing it, your body will establish a connection with the law of fire, and you will have the qualification to continue to activate the spleen of earth. And then, you can achieve the 5-element level state of perfection. You? Li Guanqi couldn't help but curse loudly, and curse directly with his mouth. He knew that this broken knife wouldn't come up with any good ideas. Why are you scolding me? Is this method bad? It makes sense. Spontaneous ignition cancer has even burned 7-star alien-blooded humans to death. You want me to take the initiative to be infected with this curse? Li Guanqi looked strange. What the hell? What are you afraid of? You have that unborn artifact, which can absorb the power of the curse. You are infected with the curse first, and then use the curse to establish a connection with the law of fire. After that, you can use the artifact to absorb the power of the curse. Will this work? Li Guanqi was a little suspicious. My body relies on the power of the curse to establish a connection with the law of fire. After finally getting rid of the power of the curse, my body still retains that connection? If it were an ordinary human of different blood, he wouldn't be able to keep it, because humans of different blood do not have the power to control the laws of elements. Their 5 elements of internal organs only make them passive, equipped with resistance to the corresponding laws and characteristics. Humans of different blood cannot actively control the law and do not have this ability. Because of this, if the power of the curse is lost, the body's connection to the law of fire will no longer be able to be maintained. But you are different. You are still a magician. The magic organs in your body give you the ability to control the law of fire. This is active. In other words, once you understand the law of fire, you can retain your body's connection to the law of fire while stripping away the curse of heavenly fire, etc. etc. Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something. I will deduce it according to your logic. The 5 elements internal organs of the alien blood human beings are just the result of the alien blood transforming the body, giving the alien blood humans the qualification to establish a connection with the 5 elements law. The key to this stage of cultivation is not to open the 5 elements of internal organs. The key point is to establish a connection with the 5 elements law, so that the body can accept the connection with the law and obtain corresponding improvement in characteristics, such as the defense power of the lungs of gold and the vitality of the liver of wood. But relying on the 5 elements and internal organs, one can only passively accept the laws. The conjurer can actively control the laws by relying on the magic organ. Then I have a surgical organ. According to your explanation, why should I absorb the power of the curse that burned my body with heavenly fire first, then use a divine weapon to remove the power of the curse, and then rely on the law of fire I comprehended to retain the connection between my body and the law of fire? Go around in a big circle. I can absolutely do it. When I become a conjurer in the 5 elements fire realm and understand the law of fire, I can then directly rely on this ability to control the law to forcibly connect my body with the law of fire and acquire the characteristics of the heart of fire. Wouldn't this be okay? After Li Guanqi finished speaking, Demon Sword didn't respond for a long time. Hello? Lumo. Why don't you speak? Li Guanqi was a little surprised and stopped in the night sky, surrounded by the breeze. The Demon Sword's response was belated. What you said seems to make sense. This method is indeed simpler. Depend on. Li Guanqi was speechless immediately. You damn meow. Why are you scolding me again? This is a test for you, so that you can learn to think for yourself and think about the connections at all levels on the path of cultivation. You see, I deliberately set up a circle. You can just rely on your own inferences to get out of this circle and find a better way. A direct way to practice? Very good. Human, you have passed the test of the great Lumo, and you are worthy of being my current sword master. Li Guanqi was speechless, and after a while he said, Lumo, tell me honestly, you just didn't expect it at all, right? Why should people speak so directly? Although I am not human. Get out. Li Guanqi's head was full of black lines, and he was too lazy to pay attention to the broken knife. With a thought in his mind, the wind of law around him once again carried him, and flew to the horizon. So, the situation is clear now. In the path of martial arts, he can only cultivate to the water kidney and become a different blood warrior in the middle stage of the 5 elements level. Then he had to stop and wait until he became a conjurer in the 5 elements fire realm and understood the law of fire, and then connected his body with the law of fire, thereby complying with the law of the 5 elements and gaining the qualification to continue to open the spleen of earth. Etc. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi stopped again. He looked thoughtful. Lumo, come out and chat again. After a moment, Li Guanqi suddenly shouted in his mind. What happened again? According to your theory just now, Li Guanqi said with some excitement. You just said that understanding the law of fire at the level of magic can help the physical body establish a connection with the law of fire. What about the other way around? I have now opened the lungs of metal and the liver of wood. In other words, my current physical body has established a connection with the law of gold and the law of wood. So now, can I rely on this connection to further activate the magic organ and directly understand the laws of gold and wood? Really? Lu Mo quickly responded with his thoughts. You have powerful alien blood and powerful magical organs. According to theory, you can indeed do this. And the possibility is very high. It is almost completely feasible. But if you want to verify it, it's too late and you're not qualified yet. Because you are now only a spellcaster in the 4 symbols: wind, thunder and light realm. And you are unable to understand the laws of the 5 elements at all. Humans of different blood have divine veins. After the divine veins penetrate the whole body, they will automatically transform the lungs and establish a connection between the lungs and the law of gold, thereby opening up the path of the 5 elements. But for spellcasters, they must understand the 4 laws of wind, thunder, light, and darkness in order to evolve their magic organs and have the ability to control the laws of gold. In other words, even if your current physical body has established a connection with the law of gold, you still have to understand the 4 laws of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. After the magic organ evolves, you will gain the ability to control the law of gold. I see. Li Guanqi's eyes lit up, full of yearning. Therefore, he only needs to comprehend one more law of darkness, and he can directly comprehend the laws of gold and wood with the help of the lungs of gold and the liver of wood, and become a 5-element level conjurer. And this is in the midterm. If he had activated the water kidney before this, his spell cultivation would be able to jump 3 levels in a row, directly comprehend the laws of gold, wood, and water, and become a spellcaster at the late 5 elements level. This is the true dual cultivation of 2 paths, complementing each other. Suddenly, the shocking voice of the demon sword sounded in Li Guanqi's mind, interrupting his thoughts. See appeared. Demon sword speaks in a stagnant manner and rarely speaks directly. Once he speaks out, something big will happen. What happened? Lumo? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Unlock, the unsealed object appears. Even if Demon Sword's voice was hoarse, he couldn't hide the excitement in it. So sudden? Li Guanqi was stunned. Boom! The next moment, a huge space crack suddenly appeared over the sea 1,000 meters away. The twisted, colorful brilliance kept flashing inside the space crack. As soon as this space crack appeared, it produced a terrifying and huge suction force, sucking in the sea water crazily and sweeping away countless sea beasts. Right inside, thoughts came from the magic knife. My unblocked item. My unblocked object is on the other side of this space passage. I can feel it. That unblocking object can allow me to unblock the muting function. Quick! Get it! I want to speak freely. Li Guanqi felt this thought, and his expression suddenly changed slightly. So now you actually have the same forbidden speech seal as Xiuxiu did before. And the reason why you stutter when speaking is because every time you speak out, you are forcibly breaking the seal with your own strength? Certainly. Hack. So you are so fierce? After being completely unblocked, I am stronger than you imagined. Do you understand the value of the title, Artifact Destroyer? That's really cool. Stop chatting. That naturally occurring space channel is about to close. Rush in quickly. After getting the unblocked items, let's kill everyone together. Forget it. What? Can you be cautious? Li Guanqi was suspended in midair, looking at the huge space crack above the sea 1,000 meters away, frowning and saying, We don't know what is behind the crack, and we don't know if there is space turbulence inside. So how can we rush forward? Boom! Before he finished speaking, the space crack suddenly expanded dozens of times, and the suction force generated also expanded dozens of times, sucking him in from 1,000 meters away. Grass! Li Guanqi's expression changed dramatically. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist the suction force of the law of space. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the colorful crack. Lunmo! I'll hack your mother! Holy shit! What the H.L. does this have to do with me? And there is no mother for the artifact. Only the creator. I hack you, creator! Boom! After a loud noise from heaven and earth, the crack in space suddenly closed. The suction force disappeared, and the seawater that had not been sucked into the air suddenly poured down. Countless sea beasts also escaped and fell into the sea again, scurrying around in panic. But, among these lucky creatures, excluding the innocent, ignorant, unlucky human being who passed by. Chapter 398, The Undersea Palace. The Mermaid Clan. Gulyalu. After Li Guanqi was sucked into the space crack, he felt an extremely strong sense of dizziness in his soul, and he fainted. But when he regained consciousness again, he choked on a large amount of water. Li Guanqi closed his mouth and looked around, feeling a little confused. Looking around, after some observation, he found that this was a dark seabed with many strange sea beasts swimming nearby. They were all sea beasts and monsters from the 1 yuan level to the 3 level. At this time, he felt the aura of this powerful human being. Everyone is afraid to avoid it. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Then, he rummaged through the space necklace and found that everything was still there and arranged neatly and regularly. No different from before. The storage space of the space necklace is not affected. This shows that the previous space crack is very stable and is a normal space channel. Buzz? Li Guanqi took out a blue ring from the space necklace and put it on the thumb of his left hand. Then the blue ring emitted a burst of blue light and turned into an almost invisible transparent film, tightly fitting his whole body. This is Kinto Takagi's legacy. The second-level sacrificial weapon is a waterproof ring. The basic principle is also very simple. Through the built-in spiritual power array, the user only needs to provide a little spiritual power, and it can release the waterproof film, absorb the oxygen in the seawater, and release it to the user from the waterproof film. Humans of different blood can certainly hold their breath for a long time and move in seawater. The problem is that it's uncomfortable. Li Guanqi has always been able to enjoy things without feeling uncomfortable. Since there are things to avoid water, he naturally has to use them. Xiaoshu, what happened when I was unconscious? After Li Guanqi adjusted the waterproof ring, he asked questions in his mind. Master, you just appeared here after falling out of the space crack. You have been unconscious for 3 hours and 6 minutes. The only things worth mentioning during this period are 2 mermaids holding tridents passing by. Right, he was giggling at you for a while, saying words that Xiaoshu couldn't understand. Ah? Li Guanqi was slightly stunned. Mermaid? There are orcs on the grasslands of this strange world. And there are also mermaids on the bottom of the oceans. It's just that there are many branches of the mermaid family, and some of them are similar to the mermaids that otakus in the 21st century love most. The upper body is a beautiful human, and the lower body is a beautiful fish body. But this branch is relatively small, and they basically have the blood of the royal family of the mermaid clan. The more mermaids are actually more similar to monsters. Their upper bodies can only be said to be barely humanoid, but they are covered with fish scales, and the fingers on their hands are like duck webs. They also have a ferocious appearance, and ugly gills on their faces. Let alone confront each other, they cannot be scared away. It's already very rare. Mermaids can easily distinguish between superior and inferior status. The more similar and beautiful the upper body is to a human being, the higher the concentration of royal blood in the body will be, the nobler the status will be, and of course, the stronger the strength will be. The mermaids are not just some bastard fish. This is a powerful demi-human race. Among the royal family, there are 13 Jyogun-level experts sitting in command all year round. Branches of the mermaid tribe can be found in all oceans around the world, and even in some large lakes with good water quality. Mermaids exist, like the orcs. How the mermaid tribe appeared is a historical question. It probably dates back to the Old Age, and it has become an unsolved mystery. But currently, humans generally believe that the ancestors of the mermaid tribe first appeared in the depths of the ocean in the Tulip Empire. The mermaid tribe is a subhuman race. As for the origin of subhuman races, there is currently no authoritative conclusion in the world. Some people believe that they are the work of beast spell masters, and they are all artificial races derived from hybrids. However, there are also quite a number of scholars who believe that they are actually a family of different bloods that have been severely mutated. Because of some kind of accident, they entered the two-dimensional form and could not change back. And future generations were also affected by this. For example, the mermaid clan. Some scholars believe that a long time ago, in the old era, there was a certain alien form of human beings, which turned their legs into fish tails, grew gills, and gained a huge increase in combat power in the water. However, due to some accident, he was unable to exit the Liani form, and the offspring he produced were like this when they were born. Over time, they spread out and formed a mermaid clan. This is of course still an inference, but compared to the artificial theory of subhuman race, there is actually more evidence for this inference, because it has 4 theoretical foundations. 1. Subhuman races can also practice alien blood, and they also have alien blood characteristics in their bodies. For example, the mermaid clan, the human race's 4 elephants level. The 4th realm of martial arts cultivation is the cultivation of divine veins in the limbs. The mermaid tribe also has divine veins in their bodies, but they only have 3 limbs, the arms and the fishtail. It's just that they have more divine veins in the fishtail part. After all of them are connected, the physical strength is not inferior to that of humans who have opened 4 divine veins. The centaurs, in this realm, are even better than humans. They have arms and 4 horse legs, with a total of 6 divine veins. At the 5 elements level, demi-humans will also produce 5 elements internal organs in their bodies. The next few realms are all very similar to humans. 2. Each subhuman race does not need to undergo the ritual of incarnation with different blood. It is a creature of different blood from birth. Isn't this a family of different blood? There is no need to be infused with different blood when you are born, because your parents have it. So they also have it. They just need to wait for the age to come and the different blood awakens. 3. Demi-humans also have special abilities, and they are fixed. For example, the mermaid clan. Every mermaid's special ability is water control. This is a family of different blood. Everyone of the same clan has the same superpowers. 4. Conjurers can also appear in subhuman races. Among demi-humans, just like humans, there are cases where people are born with disabilities, have the talent for spells, and can control laws. Well, of course, it depends on the situation. For example, a mermaid without legs is still a healthy mermaid. The attitude towards magicians is almost the same for every demi-human race. Those who have the talent for spells are like the high priest of the tribe and have a high status. Therefore, for demi-humans, the status of a spellcaster is much higher than that of a different blood warrior. The same is true for the mermaid clan. These 4 theoretical foundations make the statement that subhuman races are a severely mutated family of different blood more credible than the man-made theory of beast cursors. It is also more acceptable to demi-races. In fact, on the Baymang grassland, there are already several orc races that have publicly declared that they agree with this theory of origin. But more sub-races still disagree. They believe that subhuman species are just subhuman species, and are equal to humans. They are all species that appeared in the world at the same time, and there is no way to say who comes from whom. It is worth mentioning that many demi-human races will have the ability of blood inheritance. For example, the official language of the mermaid tribe is Western. The reason is that the first knowledge that every mermaid with a royal blood concentration reaches the standard not long after birth is Western language from the bloodline inheritance. The Western language in this strange world is the English in Li Guanqi's mind. It is estimated that the ancestors of the mermaid tribe in the old era should be humans living in Europe and the United States. And Xiaoxue is an oriental artifact, and her memory has been sealed a lot. So it's no wonder that she can't understand what the 2 mermaids who came nearby just now said. Xiaoxue, Li Guanqi said in his mind. Those 2 mermaids you saw, do their upper bodies look like humans? Just try to look like a human being. Xishua's soft voice sounded. They have gills on their faces, although their upper bodies are human-shaped. They have green fish scales. They look disgusting. Oh, by the way, they both look so strong. Fine. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. So ugly. It doesn't look like a big tribe at first glance. In the East Ocean Islands area, there are many mermaid tribes, varying in strength and weakness. So which mermaid tribe did he come to? After those 2 mermaids saw me, they chatted for a few words and then left. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Xiaoxu, repeat the conversation between the 2 of them to me. I can understand their language. Oh. Xiaoxue quickly spoke a string of English. Human? Why is there a human being here? Don't touch him yet. Let's go back and inform the captain. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Translated, it is estimated to be humanity? Why is there a human here? Don't touch him now. Let's go back and notify the captain. Li Guanqi looked around, looked at the vast sea, and scratched his head. Run away? Lumo, he asked in his mind. Is the sensor of your unblocked object still there? The magic knife quickly responded. I don't know why, but after passing through the space crack, my senses disappeared, as if the unsealed object didn't. Hey! Somebody is coming. Li Guanqi turned around and looked. Thousands of meters away, a group of mermaids holding tridents were seen flying towards this direction. The leader is extremely strong and tall, with a face covered with red fish scales, holding a golden trident, and wearing a red armor. Even the fishtail that keeps swinging on the lower body is covered with a thick layer of armor. Third talent level different blood mermaid. And behind him, there were a full 10 mermaid warriors. A 2-level mermaid with different blood. Human! As soon as the mermaid captain came to Li Guanqi, he shouted arrogantly in Western, and then continued to say in Western, Where are you from? And why do you appear in the territory of our Eli tribe? Li Guanqi did not reply immediately, but thought about it for a while. The mermaids are a subhuman race. Among the demi-human races, spellcasters are all tribal high priests and have a very high status. Tongue! Call. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi used all his strength to activate the sealing technique to cover up his martial arts cultivation, and then opened his hands. On his left hand, a red fireball burned, boiling the surrounding seawater. In his right hand, a wind ball appeared, rolling the seawater. Spellcaster? The third-level mermaid captain across from him was a little annoyed when he didn't reply for a long time. But now, he was shocked when he saw the scene. You? What level of magician are you? The mermaid captain was a little unsure of Li Guanqi's cultivation. He looked at him with great respect and asked in Western language. 4 symbols. Li Guanqi replied calmly. It is worth mentioning that the word, xiang, in the 4-level language is exclusive to Eastern languages. In Western languages, it is not so complicated, ranging from level 1 to level 9. So the Western vocabulary he speaks actually represents level 4 of that word. After the mermaid captain heard that he claimed to be at the level of 4 elephants, he turned around and discussed with several mermaid warriors around him. We are discussing whether a 4-elephant level conjurer can help the tribe leader. Dear Lord Conjurer. Finally, the mermaid captain looked at Li Guanqi, lowered his head respectfully, held the trident in his right hand, clenched his left hand into a fist, put it on his chest, and said in Western language, I wonder if you can be invited to our Eli tribe as a guest. Maybe. We the patriarch has a problem and needs your help. Your clan leader? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. I think I have read quite a few books, and I should not be ignorant. But the Eli mermaid tribe of the Oriental Islands? Sorry, I have never heard of this name. Wait. His expression suddenly changed. Don't tell me that I'm no longer in the Domnon Islands. Of course it's still there. The mermaid captain smiled and said, It's just normal that you haven't heard of our Eli tribe. After all, we only migrated here last year. We have always been very peaceful and have not made any big noises. Naturally, we are not famous either. Li Guanqi felt relieved after hearing this. What trouble did your clan leader encounter? Li Guanqi asked. Her sacrificial vessel was damaged. The mermaid captain had a serious expression on his face covered with red scales. She? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. There is no discernible difference between he and she in Eastern languages, but there is a difference in pronunciation between he and she in Western languages. The mermaid captain obviously uses the female she, and the chief of the Eli tribe is still a female mermaid. Of course it's a female mermaid. Judging from the monster appearance of these mermaids, it can be estimated that the blood concentration of the king of the Eli tribe is not very good. And the women are probably too ugly to be called mermaids at all. I am a conjurer. Li Guanqi was a little helpless. Do you mermaids have any misunderstandings about us human conjurers? Not every conjurer is a weapon refiner. Your clan leader's sacrificial weapon is broken. What can I do? You should give me a finger to get ashore. I'm leaving. You can help. The mermaid captain suddenly became anxious after hearing this. The patriarch said that she does not need a weapon refiner. She only needs a spellcaster at the 4-elephant level to the 5-element level to help her suppress the sacrificial weapon. Suppress? Li Guanqi was confused. Isn't the sacrificial vessel broken? Why can the broken sacrificial vessel be connected with the word suppression? Or am I understanding the meaning wrong? This word is not suppression. That magic weapon. The mermaid captain seemed to be wondering whether he should say it or not. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and said in Western, "There is something wrong with our clan leader's sacrificial vessel. It often opens space cracks uncontrollably and sucks things from other places nearby. Last time it sucked a 5-element level creature. The troll whale destroyed our house." Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. "Try. Was it the bastard mermaid patriarch who co-authored the space crack that sucked him here? No wonder. He just said, why do space cracks appear for no reason? Hey!" At this time, Demon Sword's thoughts suddenly appeared. "I see. I know why when the space crack appears. I can feel the breath of the unsealed object. But after passing through the space crack and closing the space crack, I can't feel the unsealed object anymore. Because the thing used to open the space crack is my unblocking object. So when the space crack opens, I can feel its breath. When the crack closes, my induction is cut off. That mermaid clan leader, the damaged sacrificial vessel in her hand must be obtained." "I see." Li Guanqi suddenly realized. "What is your clan leader's cultivation level?" Li Guanqi looked at the mermaid captain. "Our clan leader is the strongest person in our Eli tribe, and he also serves as our tribe's priest. He is a 5-element level magician." The mermaid captain replied respectfully, "Lead the way." Li Guanqi nodded slightly. The 5 elements level cannot threaten him. Not to mention that he is really interested in the mermaid clan. Although he is not a mermaid clan with strong royal blood, it is okay to join in the fun and see what's new. What's more, maybe he can trigger some new system tasks? "Sir, please come this way." The mermaid captain was overjoyed immediately after receiving Li Guanqi's consent. He turned around excitedly, swung his fish tail and swam away. Several mermaid soldiers around him were also extremely excited. There were even 2 younger mermaid soldiers who began to whisper to each other about which mermaid girl they would like to have fun with after they were promoted. Li Guanqi looked strange while listening. Kiln. This is a facility that will never disappear in any era or in any intelligent race. Maybe it will change its name, and the staff inside will change its identity, but it will never disappear. But Li Guanqi took a closer look at the mermaids beside him, wondering who they were going to use to do this. Travel all the way. On the way, Li Guanqi also learned why they were so excited through small talk. The matriarch of the Eli tribe. Her sacrificial vessel was damaged 2 months ago. At that time, she sent a team of mermaids out to prepare for the nearest island kingdom and asked human 4-elephant and 5-element level conjurers to come and help. But to do things, you need money. The Eli tribe is extremely poor, and the mermaids' blood concentration is not high. Nor do they look good. They are not considered mermaids in the eyes of humans. If you want money, you won't have money. If you want sex, you won't have sex. Which human magician is willing to come all the way to the bottom of the sea to work for you for free? So for 2 months, the mermaids sent out didn't even bring a 4th-level magician. They brought a 3rd-level magician, but his strength was too low to help. So the leader of the mermaid clan asked which mermaid could bring a 4-elephant or 5-element level conjurer and be directly promoted to the 1st level. Of course, he had to rely on his own ability to recruit them. In Li Guanqi's view, isn't this just a waste of money? But he didn't care either. After all, he didn't come to help because he wanted any reward from the mermaid tribe. He simply wanted the sacrificial weapon that seemed to be the unsealed object of the magic sword. So, how should he speak? Li Guanqi followed behind the mermaid captain, stroking his chin as he swam. Lost in thought, is it possible to tell that mermaid clan leader, "Hello, I helped you repair your sacrificial vessel. So can you give this sacrificial vessel to me now? Isn't this nonsense?" Chapter 399 Siren Song. The Imposter Little Mermaid Princess. "Sir, our tribe has arrived." As the mermaid captain stopped, Li Guanqi officially arrived at his destination. He looked around. What appeared in front of him was a vast underwater town. Various strange and unspeakable buildings came into view. The outer walls were decorated with colorful LS, and many types of strange algae and aquatic plants were swaying slightly on the roadside, adding a bit of character to this underwater town. This is a small underwater town that can accommodate no more than 800 mermaids. There is nothing out of the ordinary. Meeting a mermaid on the bottom of the sea, and then encountering an incredibly beautiful and majestic underwater kingdom. Because this is not the royal territory of the mermaid clan. This is just a small mermaid tribe, and the leader is only at the 5 elements level. After all, The capital of the Daluo dynasty must be luxurious. But the small villages and towns in some mountain valleys must also look poor. What is that? Why did his tail become two? It's wired. It's a deformed mermaid. He's a priest. At this time, seeing the human being Li Guanqi approaching, many little mermaids from the Eli tribe also swam out, pointing at Li Guanqi, and making constant comments in surprise. But these are only half-grown babies after all. Those adult fish with some knowledge knew that this was a human being, and they quickly thought of the recent request of the patriarch. They all quickly covered their children's mouths, for fear of offending the human magician. Please don't blame me, sir. The mermaid captain turned back, bowed his head to Li Guanqi and said, They are still children and are not sensible. Take me to see your clan leader. Li Guanqi just smiled lightly. Yes, please come this way. The mermaid captain held a trident in his hand and swung his red fish tail as he kept swimming forward. His target was the tallest and largest undersea pavilion, compared with the strange buildings around it. It was the most aesthetically pleasing house for humans. Captain Zalika! Outside the gate of the undersea pavilion, two-level mermaids looked at the mermaid captain and Li Guanqi, and immediately exclaimed, You brought a human spellcaster? For level mermaids? Humph. The mermaid captain, on the other hand, looked arrogant and extremely proud. It's good to know. Why don't you open the door for me quickly? You can't afford to delay the clan leader's affairs. Hurry up. The two mermaid guards suddenly became nervous, turned around, and took the initiative to help open the door of the undersea pavilion. My lord, please come this way. Then, the mermaid captain, who was so arrogant in front of these two mermaids and looked at people with his nose, turned around and faced Li Guanqi. His face instantly changed, and he smiled flatteringly. It can be called a face-changing warrior. This is the residence of your clan leader. Li Guanqi swam into the undersea pavilion and came to the lobby. He looked at the surrounding furnishings and was a little surprised. The furnishings here are very Western style, although it is now the 4,871st year of the new era. Perhaps due to some historical legacy, the aesthetic styles of the East and the West are still very similar to those of the 21st century. Daluo people like ink painting, while oil paintings are popular in Western countries. In the lobby and corridors of this undersea pavilion, Western oil paintings are hung on the walls, and several portrait paintings also have Western faces and Western clothes. These portraits should have been waterproofed. Talk. Li Guanqi looked carefully at the mermaid captain next to him, although the other person's face is covered with red fish scales. If you look closely, you can still see some Caucasian characteristics from this mermaid's face. High nose bridge, deep eye sockets, low cheekbones, flat jawbone, and thin lips. If you ask Li Guanqi, he is indeed more inclined to the statement that the subhuman race is a severely mutated family of different blood. So, in this weird world, the ancestor of the mermaid tribe should be a severely mutated European and American human of different blood? I can't understand these paintings either. The mermaid captain led the way and swam upstairs along the stairs. The patriarch traveled to the Tulip Empire back then. She brought these paintings back from the Tulip Empire. We can't see them anyway, etc. Li Guanqi stopped behind him and looked at the mahogany stairs below, a little confused. So, can you tell me why there are such things as stairs where the mermaid lives? Mermaids live at the bottom of the sea and move around by swimming. What mermaid needs stairs? Can you fishtail up and down the stairs? It was also built under the command of the patriarch. The mermaid captain seemed quite helpless. Originally, the patriarch was fine, but ever since she went to the Tulip Empire 100 years ago and came back, she has become a little abnormal. She talks about art, and wants us to study art and create literature. Sigh. As he spoke, he sighed again. Actually speaking, it was okay before. What's even worse is that starting from half a year ago, the patriarch became even more abnormal. He acted like a little girl and didn't know what was going on. Condition. Li Guanqi was speechless. Arrive. At this time, after reaching the 5th floor of the attic, which is the top floor of this undersea attic, the mermaid captain stopped outside the door of a room, lowered his head towards the red door, and said respectfully, Master Patriarch, your loyal warrior Zhao Li Ka, bringing you friendly human conjurers. Really? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly opened, and a young and beautiful girl's face peeked out. Li Guanqi looked at her and was slightly startled. I saw that this mermaid had long silvery white hair, a beautiful face that was fair and smooth, and even slightly pink. as if it could be broken by a blow. And her moist golden eyes with big vertical pupils were full of. He looked at Li Guanqi curiously. 5 elements level conjurer. Forehead. Li Guanqi's eyes moved slightly downward. It was as if I had seen waves more turbulent than the Eastern Ocean, and ravines deeper than the Mariana Trench. They swayed in the water, making him feel dizzy. Because of such a magnificent spectacle, the mermaid only tied them up with a thin red sling, revealing her fair and slim waist with a waistcoat line. The lower body is a golden fish tail with beautiful scales. Are you a king-blooded mermaid? Li Guanqi shook his head, forced his eyes back, and looked at the silver-haired mermaid in disbelief. The upper body is not much different from that of humans, with extremely beautiful or handsome appearance. Silver white hair, golden vertical pupils, and golden scales and fish tail. This is the characteristic of the mermaid royal family. Pure blood royal family. The cute-looking mermaid was confused. How did you tell? Ah! She seemed to have thought of something, and rushed back to the room, looked in the mirror, and then quickly rubbed her long silver hair. As spiritual power emerged in her palms, her long hair and beautiful eyes, it also gradually turned red. Then, she put her hands on her face again, as if she was preparing to continue changing her appearance. Who are you? But at this time, the mermaid captain next to Li Guanqi finally came to his senses and exclaimed in disbelief. You are not the patriarch's guest. Are you trying to pretend to be the patriarch now? Someone. Oh, don't shout. The mermaid was shocked when she heard this, and swam out quickly. Facing the mermaid captain, she raised her hand and performed the amnesia spell. Li Guanqi watched with fear, because after the spell was cast, the mermaid captain fainted and fell to the ground. Judging from this symptom, not to mention forgetting the memory just now, it is estimated that the poor mermaid captain will have forgotten all the memories of the past 10 days. Any eye! The mermaid looked at Li Guanqi. Her little hands flashed with green light, and she looked at Li Guanqi expectantly. Hello! Can I? Absolutely not. Put your hands down. Put them down. Li Guanqi sternly refused. Damn it. You still want to use amnesia on him with this skill? Oh! The mermaid yelled at him, and immediately lowered her head. She poked her with her 2 index fingers, like a little girl who had been wronged. There were even tears glistening in her eyes. Maybe it wasn't faint. Maybe she had already cried. But the tears were mixed into the surrounding seawater as soon as they appeared. You are not the leader of the Eli tribe. Li Guanqi looked at the mermaid and his expression changed slightly. Is she already dead? The mermaid looked at him with surprise and disbelief. How did you know? Oh, actually I just said it casually and made a wild guess. Li Guanqi shrugged. But I didn't expect you to admit it so straightforwardly. The mermaid was stunned, with her small mouth open and speechless. Li Guanqi glanced at the mermaid captain, who was unconscious on the ground, and then looked at the mermaid girl in front of him, frowning slightly. In fact, he had 2 guesses at first. 1. Disguise. The leader of the Eli tribe is originally a pure-blood royal mermaid. He may have come here to experience life, or for other reasons. In short, he changed his hair color and eye color, changed his appearance, and disguised his identity. 2. Replace. The leader of the Eli tribe is dead, and this pure-blood royal family is an imposter. The second possibility was very small, and Li Guanqi almost didn't think about it at first. Because why would a pure-blood royal family replace the leader of the Eli tribe, whose prince or grandson is going to take over the position of village head of Xiapashan village? However, this mermaid's behavior is too retarded. She feels like a little girl. Can this mermaid be the leader of the clan? So Li Guanqi said casually. Then the mermaid directly exposed herself. You come in. At this time, the mermaid looked at the bottom of the stairs with some concern, then took Li Guanqi's arms with both hands and dragged him into the room. Boom! After closing the door, the mermaid cast another soundproof spell, and then carefully looked at Li Guanqi in front of her. If you don't cast the forgetfulness spell on me, then please, don't tell this matter outside. Okay. How old are you this year? Li Guanqi did not answer her question. Instead, he walked around the room casually, and then asked such a question. 51 years old. The mermaid, who looked like a cute girl, blinked her beautiful eyes. Why do you ask this? No wonder you act like a little girl. Li Guanqi turned to look at her and frowned. So you are a pure-blooded royal family, and you just came out of the temple of the Mermaid Palace last year? The mermaid looked shocked again, her watery eyes filled with disbelief. How did you know? How can you be so powerful and know everything? Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. The mermaid clan has a sacred tradition. Due to the special physique of the mermaids, those pure-blooded royals who are born with disabilities and have talents and spells will enter the palace temple after birth and undergo 50 years of magic under the influence of a special mermaid secret. Hibernate. As soon as it is born, it sleeps for 50 years. 50 years later, when the mermaid wakes up, she will possess the 5 elements level of cultivation. She is already in a state of comprehending the 5 laws of wind, thunder, light, darkness, and metal, and her spiritual power and soul have also reached the level of reached a corresponding level. It's just that my brain didn't reach it, because they sleep for 50 years right after birth. The mind of this kind of mermaid is completely the same as that of a baby. That is to say, the cute mermaid in front of Li Guanqi is said to be 51 years old. But she just came out of the temple of the mermaid palace last year, which means that she has been sleeping for the past 50 years. And the time she has really been in contact with the outside world is actually only 1 year. She is actually equivalent to a 1-year-old baby. But because of her 5th level soul, she was able to learn the ways of the world very quickly. But no matter what, this pure-blooded royal mermaid can't become like a mature adult without taking 2 or 3 years to learn. Her current mental state is, at best, that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Probably lower. You can enter the temple of the mermaid palace and sleep. Li Guanqi looked at the mermaid and said seriously, "Hey, your surname is Siren. Are you a mermaid princess?" "Okay." The mermaid smiled happily. "Yes. My last name is Siren. And my name is Lily Siren. This name was given to me by my mother. Does it sound good? Hee hee. Many powerful mermaids called me princess in the past, only." As she said that, she lowered her head in disappointment. "No one calls it that now." Li Guanqi didn't notice her loss at all. After hearing the mermaid's name, he fell into deep thought. As expected, she is a pure-blooded royal family and a mermaid princess. Lily Siren. Siren is the most noble surname of the mermaid royal family, basically similar to the Ying surname of the Daluo dynasty. This surname is worth exploring. Sirens are legendary sea monsters who are good at bewitching passing fishermen with their songs, causing their ships to run aground on the rocks and destroying people. If Li Guanqi remembers correctly, the legend of the sirens has regional differences. In some places, sirens are harpies. In other places, sirens are in the form of mermaids in legends. The ancestor of the mermaid tribe gave himself the surname, Siren. Perhaps by digging deeper from this point, we can find the true origin of the ancestors of the mermaid clan. But Li Guanqi was not interested in these. He wanted to know even more. Why did Lily, a noble mermaid princess, appear in the remote area of the Eli tribe? Then, there is the matter of the unsealed item of the magic sword. Why are you here? Li Guanqi looked at this mermaid, who had the mind of a girl, but a ridiculously developed body, and asked the first question. Forehead. Lily scratched her head and said, "It's a long story. It doesn't matter. I like listening to stories best. You can tell them slowly." Li Guanqi walked to the side, pulled over a chair, and looked at her quietly. "I was kicked out of the palace." Lily pursed her lips, lowered her head, and kept picking at the fish scales on her lower body with her 2 white and tender hands. She said in despair, 6 months ago. I don't know why, but that day, many guards suddenly rushed over and arrested me. Put into prison. Obviously they always call me princess, and they are all very nice to me. I'm obviously very good, but I don't know why they suddenly became so fierce. Then, I don't know how long it took. My mother suddenly appeared outside the prison, secretly rescued me, and asked me to follow Uncle Kaya. I obeyed my mother very much. So I ran with Uncle Kaya. Run and run. I don't know how long I ran, but many mermaid guards came after me. Uncle Kaya opened a space crack for me, threw me in, and asked me to stay quietly. He came to me soon. After I came out of the space crack, I appeared in this room. Then he saw Sister Mora lying on the bed, dying. Oh, by the way, Sister Mora is the original leader of the Eli tribe. I just came over and before I could figure out what was going on, Sister Mora grabbed my hand and said her name was Mora Eli. She also said that although she didn't know who I was, she was dying and she hoped I could take over the position of clan leader and help her continue to deter the surrounding sea beasts and protect the Eli clan. After saying this, she died. Her soul collapsed and she died. I was confused at that time. After being confused for a long time, a female attendant came in, When she saw the dead Sister Mora, she kept shouting and called many guards to come in. At that time, I only knew the amnesia technique, so I could make them forget their memories. But it's no use. They will always wake up. And when they wake up, they will shout again. And I will use the forgetfulness spell again. Then I yelled again when they woke up. And yelled again after they woke up. After a few times, I found that this was not the solution. Then I finally thought of a good idea. Hide Sister Mora's body and pretend to be Sister Mora so they won't shout. It's been half a year, and they haven't noticed it yet. Hum. Isn't Lily very smart? Having said this, the mermaid girl raised her head proudly, put her hands on her hips, and looked extremely proud. Li Guanqi sat on a chair with a strange expression. His initial thought was, how stupid does one have to be to make such a decision? But if you think about it carefully, this is not the case. Although Lily is 51 years old, she has been sleeping in the palace temple for the first 50 years, and she only really lived for 1 year. At most, a 7 or 8-year-old girl can make such a decision. Well, maybe she can really boast about it. But why were you kicked out of the palace? Li Guanqi looked at this cute mermaid in surprise, and was very confused. Not every king-blooded mermaid can succeed in sleeping in the temple. Some mermaids wake up as soon as they fall asleep, and their cultivation is not up to standard. Although some mermaids have finished sleeping 50 years, but it cannot reach the 5 elements level. A 5 elements level mermaid spellcaster like you who has slept for 50 years should be the focus of training. I don't know either. But Mom said. Lily took out a SH-L from a space ring around her neck. She held the SH-L in both hands and looked at Li Guanqi eagerly. Mom said, there is a reason in this SH-L, but Lily can't read it directly. She can only open it when Uncle Kaya tells her that Lily is an adult. But I have been waiting for Uncle Kaya in this room for half a year, and he has not come back yet. Human, can you say Lily is already an adult? So I can open it and read it. Speaking of this, the mermaid girl looked at Li Guanqi, her moist and beautiful eyes full of expectation. Can't. Li Guanqi shook his head. You are completely like a child now. Lily was extremely disappointed and dejected. Mind showing it to me? Li Guanqi suddenly asked. If the content is appropriate, I can say this. Yeah. As soon as these words came out, Lily's eyes suddenly lit up. She approached Li Guanqi with great joy and handed him the SH-L. Look. Li Guanqi was slightly speechless. He suddenly felt guilty about coaxing the little girl, although this little girl is a mermaid who is nearly 30 years older than him. But he is curious. Ahem. Li Guanqi forced down the guilt in his heart, took the SH-L from Lily's hand, and opened it. Inside, there was a folded piece of special leather that was obviously waterproof. There are 2 paragraphs written on it in English, which translate to, Lily, my favorite daughter, Mom is sorry for you. Open this letter. If Kaya thinks you are an adult, you have the right to know the truth. Chapter 400 The Twilight of the Gods at the end of the Old Era. The Armor of the Gods. Lily, the reason why you were kicked out of the palace by your father is because he believed that you were not of his bloodline or his biological daughter. And this is indeed the case. That night, my mother and your Uncle Kaya did make a mistake. But this is a mistake made by women all over the world. How can you blame me alone? Uncle Kaya is actually your real father. Mom can't leave the palace, but you and Kaya can. Leave the royal family, go further, and never come back again. Love you, Mom. Li Guanqi clutched the leather letter and remained slightly silent. This is so hacking awesome. It makes him sick to his stomach just looking at it. Damn it. You can watch it when you grow up. You can't watch it now. Li Guanqi folded the leather letter and stuffed it back into the SH-L. Then closed the SH-L and gave it back to the mermaid girl in front of him. Oh! Lily was obviously a little disappointed when she heard this, but she still put it away obediently and didn't look at it. So, Li Guanqi looked around and frowned slightly. You and your Uncle Kaya were pursued by the mermaid royal family half a year ago, and Kaya opened a rift in space and threw you in, saying that he would come to you soon. You passed through the space rift, came to this room, and met the dying entrustment of the original leader of the Eli tribe. But half a year passed, and Kaya did not come back. So you chose to pretend to be the leader of the Eli clan and wait here for half a year. Until today. Lily nodded. Li Guanqi had a strange expression. You haven't come back for half a year. Isn't it obvious that you are dead? Forget it. It has nothing to do with him anyway. Let's get back to business. Li Guanqi looked at Lily and asked curiously. You said that you have a sacrificial weapon that requires the help of a 4-image or 5-element level conjurer to repair it. What is that sacrificial weapon? Where is it? This and this. Hearing this, Lily quickly took out a colorful coral from the space ring. It is about 1 meter long, with many branches of different colors, like a rainbow, and the coral branches are inlaid with many colorful gems. The overall look is like a work of art, which is extremely beautiful. What's this? Li Guanqi was stunned. The space transmitter my mother gave me. Lily blinked her beautiful eyes and said softly, each space gem above can locate a spatial coordinate and can directly open a space channel for people to teleport. But, as she spoke, her eyes filled with tears, and she pointed anxiously at one of the purple-black gems. This gem is disobedient and always moves around. It randomly opens space channels by itself and sucks things from other places over. One time it sucked a 5-element level troll whale came and killed many mermaids from the Ellie tribe. This is my gem. It's my unblocked item. As soon as Lily finished speaking, the thoughts of Demon Sword exploded in Li Guanqi's mind. So, that's the problem? Li Guanqi ignored the magic knife in his mind, but looked at Lily and pointed at the purple-black gem on the colorful coral. Then what do you mean? Tear it down. Lily looked at Li Guanqi helplessly. But I alone am not enough. I also need another spiritual power to help me suppress it. Then I can use the secret method my mother taught me to pull off this disobedient gem. And if it doesn't obey, then I don't want it. No need. The thoughts of the magic knife appeared again. Take me out and stab this gem and that's it. No need to bother. Li Guanqi smiled at Lily, then flipped his right hand and took out a long black knife from the divine weapon box hidden in his body. Demonic sword kills silence. Shang! Before Lily could react, Li Guanqi raised his magic knife and lightly slashed at the purple-black gem on the coral, directly smashing it into pieces. Wow! Lily's eyes widened when she saw the scene. She jumped up and down in surprise, clapped and cheered. Human, you are so powerful. Even the strongest mermaid warrior in Ellie's tribe couldn't smash it. But you managed to get rid of it so easily. Buzz, after the purple-black gem was broken, the fragments were originally undulating in the surrounding seawater, but now they suddenly emitted purple-black light. Next moment, the magic knife in Li Guanqi's hand also emitted the same purple-black light, sucking these gem fragments into his body and swallowing them up. Boom! Soon, a string of golden obscure runes appeared on the surface of the magic knife's blade. After flickering for a few times, it shattered. Call. Immediately afterwards, a sound of breathing appeared in Li Guanqi's mind. Grandma, without the seal of silence, I can finally speak freely. It's a magic knife. Although it is no longer as squeaky and hoarse as before, this rough voice still makes people think of a burly and fierce man with a sinister face. Lunmo, are you in the same situation as Xiaoxue? Li Guanqi asked in his mind. Having released a layer of functional seals, have you recalled any more memories? Is there anything that can help me? I remember a lot. Demon Sword's voice was deep. But it's too early for you to talk about the grievances between these gods. It may not be a good thing to talk about it, and it is useless. However, there is one thing I need to tell you. You should be of great help. What? Li Guanqi asked quickly. Sell it first. Demon Sword smiled. I have just unblocked the speech. Although I remembered a lot, my memory is a bit confusing. I am afraid that I will confuse this matter and make you happy in vain. Please wait and deal with it first. Something about the little mermaid. Thank you. At this time, the mermaid Lily held the colorful coral in her arms, then bowed to Li Guanqi and sincerely thanked him. Need not. Li Guanqi smiled and waved his hands. Things went surprisingly smoothly. Originally, he was thinking about how to get the unsealed object from Lily, but he never thought that the unsealed object was related to her sacrificial weapon. He deducted the unsealed object gem, which actually helped Lily. How can I thank you? Lily blinked her big moist eyes and looked at Li Guanqi curiously. Give me a ride. Li Guanqi pointed to the colorful coral in her arms. Didn't you say that this is a space transmitter? With so many space coordinates, do any of them lead to the Sakura Shogunate? Have. Lily nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and pointed to one of the pink gems on the coral. I don't know where the Sakura Shogunate is, but my mother said that this gem leads to the Sakura Shogunate. Where is the Shogunate? Li Guanqi asked. I do not know. Lily shook her head. Mom didn't tell me. All right. Li Guanqi smiled calmly. Lily, please open the transmission channel and send me back to the shogunate. Uh-huh. Lily also smiled. Then placed the colorful coral on the ground, formed a seal with her hands, and made a colorful seal, activating the pink gem. Buzz. Soon, the pink gem emitted a light pink light, opening a space crack as tall as a person in the corner of the room, and twisted colorful light flickered and changed in it. Lily, nice to meet you. See you again when you have the chance. Li Guanqi waved his hand towards the mermaid girl, and then walked straight towards the crack in space. Goodbye. Lily excitedly waved her hands to bid farewell to the human she had just met. Boom! As Li Guanqi stepped into the space crack, there was a loud noise. The crack closed, and he completely disappeared into the undersea attic. Roar! Boom! As soon as Li Guanqi fell out of the crack in space, he was faced with a stench of wind and a bloody mouth. He almost didn't think about it, and subconsciously punched out, directly blowing away the huge black shadow in front of him, hitting a rock not far away, and exploding into a puddle of mincemeat. WTF? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. He looked around and observed the environment. This is a hilly basin, surrounded by animal bones. It must be the lair of a certain demon species. And what he just killed was a 2-level demon species, a saw-toothed bear. Where is this? With a thought in his mind, Li Guanqi was surrounded by strong winds. He stood up from the ground and soared into the sky, preparing to find a gathering place for humans to inquire about the situation. Let's talk. At this time, the rough sound of the magic knife sounded. Just tell me, Li Guanqi replied in his mind while soaring in the clouds. I remembered some things. Why these artifacts like Xiaoxua and I were sealed, and why they were scattered in every corner of the world. The magic knife's voice was slightly deeper. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, stopped and floated above the clouds with a solemn expression, waiting for the next step. The gods are dead. The voice of the magic knife slowly sounded. A long time ago, the gods seemed to have to face an extremely powerful enemy. Before the war began, the gods knew that it would end in death. But they are not afraid, because the gods are immortal. The true god is a god who completely controls a certain law, even if his body and soul are broken. As long as this law is still there, he will be able to be resurrected one day. For example, Shishua's first master, the ice god. As long as the law of ice still exists, as long as the concept of ice still exists in this universe, and as long as the laws of the universe can allow liquids to condense into ice crystal form at low temperatures, then the ice god will be immortal. His resurrection is only a matter of time. Of course, this may take a long time, incalculably long. So the gods knew that they were going to die, but they were not afraid. But because it was a certain death, they were not willing to let their artifacts accompany them to death. After all, they can be resurrected, but artifacts cannot. So they sealed the artifact to an extremely weak level to ensure that the artifact would not be found and occupied by the powerful enemy of the gods. Later, the gods went to war with that being. The gods are dead. This is Ragnarok. All the gods died in that battle, including my master, the god of death, who controls the concept of killing. At this point, Demon Sword's voice obviously dropped. Gone? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. A story must at least have a cause and effect. Right? This Ragnarok has no beginning or end, because my memory is not complete yet. You need to help me find more unblocking items. Demon Sword said in a deep voice. There are many things that I can't remember. The story of Ragnarok doesn't seem to have much meaning to me. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. Lunmo, tell me something valuable to me. Is there anything you can say? Of course. Demon Knife quickly continued. I also remembered that although my master has a bad reputation, he has a good relationship with the ice god. Xiaoxua even has an ability to coagulate blood, which was added with the help of my master. So, my previous worries can be put to rest. Even if Xiaoxua regains complete memory by then, she won't cry and yell for you to melt me. After all, the relationship between our two families is not bad. Such? Li Guanqi was slightly startled. What a coincidence. It turns out that the snow-pointing gun's ability to lighten snow and turn it into blood was the work of the first-generation owner of the magic knife, the god of killing. Besides, Demon Sword spoke again. The memories I recall are not too few, but they are all trivial grievances between gods and have nothing to do with us now. Among them, there is only one thing that is really useful, and it is also the most meaningful to you. One thing. What is it? Li Guanqi quickly became serious. Puzzle. There was a hint of excitement in Demon Sword's voice. Do you still remember when we were at Miyamoto's auction house earlier? You met Tokugawa Shinji, the Jogon-level ancient master. He gives you a puzzle composed of mysterious words. You look at me and I look at you. But you use your eyes to see. But I don't. Because I don't have eyes. You can say it. And so can I. But you have a voice and I am silent. I only have time to open and close my lips. You? Li Guanqi was stunned. Because Mo Dao just read something that he didn't understand. It's Greek? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Did you just read Greek? Demon Sword. Do you know Greek? No. However, Demon Sword gave a negative answer. I don't know what Greek language you speak. The passage I just read was just based on the pronunciation that I heard in my memory, and was repeated in a simulated manner. The reason why I remember this voice is because I heard it. My first master, the god of death, once had an opponent who was both an enemy and a friend. We fought against him many times. But there was no winner. The reason is that the god has an extremely powerful armor. Even the first master in his heyday, holding my hand in his heyday, could not break through the defense of that armor. Once, after a hard-fought battle, the first master and the god sat in a golden wheat field chatting. And the god smiled and spoke this voice. He said it was an ancient language, an ancient puzzle. Then he translated it again in Oriental, and asked my master if he could guess the answer to the riddle. What happens next is not important. The important thing is that this puzzle has the same meaning as the puzzle you got from Tokugawa Shinji. Therefore, I have every reason to judge that Shinji Tokugawa, a 9-house level human of different blood, holds clues about the relic of this god. And the only relic that can be passed down from that god is this amazingly defensive one. The gods are armored. What kind of things can a 9-palace level human of different blood be interested in? Artifact. It can only be an artifact. We're going to get it. When the time comes, you are wearing this divine armor and holding me in your hand. Who can't you see and kill indiscriminately? Demon Sword simply became more and more excited as he talked. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, was not so excited. Because? Are you kidding me? Li Guanqi looked strange. That's Tokugawa Shinji, a Jogon-level warrior of different blood. You want me to seize the treasure from his hands? Isn't this seizing food from the tiger's mouth? As soon as he said this, Demon Sword suddenly fell silent. And after a while he said, Human, you are so useless. You ride on the horse. Li Guanqi was speechless. Master, don't be angry. At this time, Shishua's soft voice suddenly sounded. It doesn't matter if you are weak now. Shishua's first master was immortal at first. And later he became a god. There are infinite possibilities in the future. Look, Shishua still talks nicely. Li Guanqi suddenly felt warm in his heart. Ah. Demon Sword sneered. Honesty always offends the ears. But telling the truth is always no match for sweet words. I'm too lazy to offend you. Li Guanqi returned his thoughts to the outside world, surrounded by strong winds, and flew towards the distant horizon. After this memory of Demon Sword, he had a more specific understanding of Tokugawa Shinji's mission. Greek mythology, armor of Ares. If nothing else happens, the owner of this god's armor should be a descendant of the Greeks, or have a very deep interest in Greek culture. So much so that after becoming a god in the old era, he also liked to chat and joke with people using Greek puzzles. He also named his divine armor Ares, after the Greek god of war. The reason why Tokugawa Shinji needed to translate Greek texts was because he found clues, or relics, about this god. But that place is filled with a lot of Greek characters. If they don't decipher them one by one, even Tokugawa Shinji, who is at the Jogon level, would not dare to act rashly. After all, it is a place related to gods. What does the Jogon level mean to something that has something to do with the gods? The title of this task is the biggest reminder. In the end, this matter will definitely have something to do with that pair of divine armors with astonishing defensive power. But the problem is that today's Li Guanqi cannot be compared with the Jogon level. Even if he goes on an adventure with Tokugawa Shinji and overcomes all difficulties and obtains the divine armor, what does it have to do with him? Of course, this is just speculation, and nothing can be said for sure. According to Li Guanqi's plan, he still hopes to find charging items for the simulator in the next few months, and then return to reality to simulate this mission. Simulate first to see what will happen, and then take a long-term approach. As for now, as a 5-element level martial artist of different blood, It was time for him to go back to the Nameless Valley to find his master, Wang Xiu. First, he wanted to show his master his achievements and let Wang Xiu see what the Wind and Thunder Sword intent that incorporated the Wind and Thunder Law looked like. Secondly, it is to accept Wang Xiu's gift, the 7th level sword, Feng Lei. In addition, the embryo of the artifact that had to be burned in Lingshan Mountain also needs to be fused. By then, the 7th level Wind and Thunder Sword will be more than just a 7th level magic weapon. Rather, it is an artifact sword with infinite possibilities that can grow into a divine weapon.